Chen Yu traversed the boundless realm of Pokémon, only to find himself assigned as an undercover agent for Team Rocket right from the outset. To his astonishment, leveraging his striking appearance and innate abilities, he swiftly ascended the ranks, thriving in a life of luxury. When the esteemed champion Datu discovered that the once inconspicuous infiltrator had climbed to the upper echelons of the enemy, a chaotic drama titled "Who is the True Villain?" was poised to erupt. This is the most thrilling Pokémon Infinite Flow narrative that will redefine your perception of undercover operations. Chapter 1. Enigma Q. He opened his eyes to an overwhelming silence. The room was a perfect square, a cramped space of a few dozen square meters furnished with 4 sets of double-decker iron beds, reminiscent of a high school dormitory. What transpired? Chen Yu's memories lingered on the moment his taxi was struck by a massive truck. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. 4 double-decker beds, each occupied by a person. A cursory glance revealed a mixed gathering of individuals, men and women, young and old, quietly lying as if in slumber. Excellent. It appeared to be a co-ed dormitory. Suddenly, under Chen Yu's silent observation, the remaining 7 individuals gradually awakened. Expressions of shock, disbelief, and calm acknowledgement flickered across their faces as they exchanged glances with those opposite them. Where are we? What happened? What's going on? Who are you? One portly fellow propped himself up from his bed and muttered. Another newcomer? He produced a cigarette from seemingly thin air, lit it, and savored a puff, releasing a ring of smoke. At his words, the newcomers turned in unison to face him. Under the collective gaze, the portly man slowly began to speak, dropping a bombshell. You are all dead. With that, he fell silent. Another, leaner young man shot him a disapproving look, cheerfully taking over the conversation to elucidate. This is the infinite world, akin to the tales spun in online novels. You will traverse various realms, complete missions, and upon accumulating sufficient points, you may be resurrected. He paused, a wistful expression gracing his features. Or you could embark on a brand new life in another world. TSK. The portly man scoffed, reaching into the air before him and miraculously extracting a round object, red on top and white on the bottom. In a flash of white light, an odd creature with short limbs, a plump body, and a snout resembling that of a pig appeared in his arms. As a fervent Pokémon enthusiast, Chen Yu instantly recognized the creature's identity. Mankey, a fighting-type Pokémon. These delightful beings, known as Pokémon or pocket monsters, exist within the realms of comics, animations, and games. Not just Chen Yu, but the other newcomers present also recognized the Mankey. A small boy with black hair beamed with excitement. It's Mankey. An elderly man with white hair rubbed his eyes in disbelief, nearly brought to tears. My goodness, in my lifetime, I have truly crossed into the world of Pokémon. The young man offered a slight smile and continued. As you can observe, all selected Infinite players are ardent fans of Pokémon. Accumulate a certain number of points, and you may exchange them for a ticket to settle in the Pokémon world. Well said, well said. The elderly man exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, almost bursting with excitement, as if he could sprint 1,000 meters. Another participant, a short-haired girl who had remained silent thus far, inquired, so, how do we earn points? Through tasks? The slender young man chuckled. Do not fret, the task shall arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion of footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Subsequently, the door to the 8-person dormitory swung open. A man clad in a white uniform and wearing a cap entered with an expression as impassive as stone. What the hell? What is going on with this scenario? The stout individual fixated on the large letter R emblazoned on the man's chest, muttering under his breath. The newcomer surveyed the crowd with an unchanging demeanor and stated in a flat tone, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment and becoming official members of Team Rocket. You will soon be assigned to different bases to serve Team Rocket. Now, immediately get out of bed and claim your initial Pokémon. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the stout individual and the slender young man. You two need not select a Pokémon. Proceed directly to the station outside, where someone will escort you away. The stout man and the slender youth exchanged glances and obediently departed along the path indicated by the man. With the 2 seasoned players gone, the remaining individuals were all novices. At that moment, a blue panel appeared before Chen Yu. Main Quest 1. Follow Passerby A and claim your initial Pokémon. The others also gazed into the empty air before them. Clearly, they too had received the prompt for the main quest. The group followed the Team Rocket member, known as Passerby A, out of the door and into a room containing 6 red and white Pokeballs. Passerby, A stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone devoid of emotion. Go, and take your Pokeball. There were no prompts, no introductions. No one knew which Pokemon was contained within those ordinary red and white spheres. It was all left to chance. Even someone as composed as Chen felt a twinge of nervousness at that moment. In Team Rocket, there was no notion of lining up. The group surged forward, swiftly depleting the Pokeballs on the table. Chen seized the one on the far left. Upon grasping it, specific information about the Pokemon automatically appeared before him. Mimikyu, level, LV1 type, Ghost, Fairy ability, Disguise, inherited moves, Destiny Bond, current moves, Scratch, Scare, Mimic. In the next instant, the main quest updated automatically. Main quest 2. You are an undercover agent sent by the Kanto League to gather criminal intelligence on Team Rocket. Task objective. Collect a piece of criminal evidence regarding Team Rocket and report it to the Kanto League. Newbie scenario. No penalties for failure. Task time limit. 30 days. Failure to complete within the time frame will be considered a task failure. Chapter 1. A cautionary note for novices. Beware of other players. Not everyone is trustworthy. Train your Pokemon diligently and strive to survive. As Chunyu maintained an impassive expression while absorbing this information, an affable man approached him, eager to inquire. Hey there, buddy. Which Pokemon do you have? Mine is a Zubat. Chunyu offered a courteous smile, revealing Mismagius. There was no need for concealment. Others would inevitably learn in due time. The man responded with a hint of envy. How splendid. Chunyu gestured toward a distant figure, indicating, there's a Squirtle over there. Wow, the starter trio, the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he hurried over to engage with a short-haired girl cradling the Squirtle. Chunyu clutched his Pokeball, swallowing nervously as he pressed a button on it. A flash of white light illuminated the area, and Mismagius materialized on the ground before him. Chunyu crouched down, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through him as he extended his hand toward the little creature that resembled Pikachu. The Pokemon was both familiar and foreign to him. In his childhood, he had often fantasized about traversing into the world of Pokemon after watching it on Golden Eagle cartoon, aspiring to become a trainer. Yet, the moment he possessed his very own Pokemon, he felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. Mismagius hesitated as it observed the approaching hand, becoming rigid when it made contact. In the past, both humans and Pokemon had regarded it with fear due to its frightening appearance. To avoid disdain, it had fashioned a cloth resembling the beloved Pikachu to drape over itself. The sensation of human contact was utterly foreign to it. At that moment, it heard the human before it awkwardly greet. Hi, your name is Mismagius, right? I'm Chinyu, and if all goes well, I'll be your trainer from now on. Please don't hold it against me. Chapter 2. Rainbow Game City. As the members of Team Rocket familiarized themselves with their initial Pokemon, one of the members instructed, all right, it's time to return your Pokemon to their balls. We must set off for the base. He led the way, continuing, remember your mission upon arrival. Strive to serve the organization diligently. The organization will undoubtedly take care of you. Understood, replied the man with the Zubat, fully engrossed in his role. The group departed along the concrete path, leaving the Team Rocket training base behind. The 8 individuals split into 2 groups, boarding different vehicles en route to their respective destinations. In Chen Yu's group were the portly fellow, a lean youth, and the short-haired girl who had drawn the Squirtle. The portly man, upon learning about the girl's Pokemon, exclaimed in wonder, "You're quite lucky." The lean youth, observing the new recruits, smiled and introduced himself. Allow us to introduce ourselves, as we will soon be teammates. I'm Bai Yunfei, and this is Lu Hu. We are seasoned players, having completed 3 quests. The short-haired girl politely replied, my name is Gujia. Chinyu responded, I am Chinyu. Bai Yunfei squinted with a smile and continued, that's a nice name. Could you share what your mission entails? In certain scenarios, player objectives may be entirely contradictory, which implies that players could find themselves at odds with one another. Should a mission fail, a substantial deduction of points would ensue, and if a player's score plummeted into the negative, they would forfeit their status as an infinite player, being sent back to the moment of their demise. Thus, discerning the primary missions of other players is of utmost importance. This is particularly true for the 2 newcomers before him. After all, novice players are not as vigilant as seasoned ones, Bai Yunfei mused internally. His primary goal was to ensure that these 2 posed no threat to his main task. He then stated, I mean no harm, I merely wish to offer some advice based on your missions. Chinyu saw through his subtle intentions, being a modern youth who had perused countless online novels. However, in order to extract more information regarding this scenario from the seasoned players, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Aren't our missions the same?" Yunfei replied, "Of course, they are not the same. Each person's mission is unique." Chen Yu intentionally feigned confusion. What if two players' missions conflict with one another? Lu Hu looked at him as if he were a fool. What else could be done? Only one can await failure. If a mission fails, points are deducted, and once the score breaches the negative threshold, one will be expelled from the infinite world. Oh, having acquired the information he sought, Chen Yu fell silent. Yunfei, realizing he had been outsmarted, felt a twinge of frustration, yet maintained a cheerful facade. Newcomers' missions are generally straightforward. The bus entered a highly modern metropolis amidst a delicate atmosphere of concealed agendas among the four. Ultimately, it came to a halt in the parking lot of an opulent skyscraper. The four followed a passerby as they disembarked. Upon raising his gaze, Chen Yu spotted a sign at the entrance of the building that read, "Welcome to Rainbow Game City." Ah, he recognized this place. Located in the Guangdu region, Rainbow City. One of Team Rocket's bases lay directly beneath this game city. The passerby offered a slight smile to a female attendant within the Rainbow Game Hall, prompting her to open a concealed door in front of the crowd. Lu, who was at a loss for words, quietly muttering to the other three, "The evil organization in this Guangdu region is rather brazen." Chen Yu scanned the seemingly indifferent Game City employees around them and remarked, "It's evident that the entire staff in this Game City are members of Team Rocket." Yunfei, who was observing with curiosity, suddenly seemed to recall something and said, "I always wondered while watching anime, are the ordinary members of Team Rocket brainwashed? How could they remain so loyal to an evil organization?" No one could provide him with an answer. However, it was not long before the question found its resolution. Chen Yu gazed at the enormous promotional board and the accolades for outstanding employees, finally comprehending the meaning behind the words of a passerby he had encountered earlier. The organization will not treat you unfairly. The Rocket Team truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable and nefarious entity, straddling both the righteous and the wicked. Ordinary members earned a staggering monthly salary of 10,000 Alliance coins, and with the extraordinary commissions from acquiring rare Pokémon, they could effortlessly amass 30,000 in a single month. Furthermore, the organization ensured that every employee was covered by a comprehensive and modern insurance package. In the event of any mishap leading to detainment by Miss Jun Sha, the boss, Sakamaki, would even leverage his connections to extricate you from confinement. Witnessing such extravagant treatment, the portly Lu Hu could not help but exclaim, "This is outrageous. How blissful these employees must be." Yunfei, filled with envy, lamented, "In my previous life, I toiled away until 10 at night and never earned so much," ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Before officially joining the Rocket Team, newcomers were required to undergo a 3-day training period. The curriculum encompassed topics such as how to train Pokémon, type matchups and counters, identifying rare Pokémon, and 108 strategies for acquiring Pokémon. Chen Yu, having previously worked as a summer intern in an electronics factory, found the training methods strikingly familiar. The four of them sat in the underground base's conference room, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Lu glanced at the clock on the wall every few minutes, growing increasingly impatient. "This is infuriating. This is even more absurd than my previous boss." No sooner had he uttered these words than the door swung open, revealing a stunning woman with fiery red hair, clad in a white uniform. Her voice was sultry yet devoid of any warmth. "Oh, is that so? Then your leader and I must share a great deal in common." Lu Hu, taken aback, fell silent, standing as still as a statue. The red-haired woman cast a cursory glance at him before her gaze swiftly traversed the other three individuals, ultimately resting on Chen Yu. At that moment, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Ah, it seems this new batch has produced a rather striking individual." Striking? Was she referring to his looks? Chen Yu was well aware of his handsome appearance, having been pursued by numerous girls throughout his youth. However, he remained steadfast in his integrity, never once yielding to their advances. After all, what could possibly be more enticing than games and Pokémon? Chen Yu believed that romantic entanglements would only hinder his quest for greatness. His gaze drifted past the red-haired woman to the wall of mirrors behind her. In the reflection, the young man's prominent nose and handsome features exuded a charm that could easily captivate any young lady. Chen Yu arched an eyebrow, and the mirror's image mirrored his gesture. Noticing his fleeting glance at the mirror, the red-haired woman's expression shifted to one of regret. What a pity he seems a tad lacking in intellect. Chen Yu felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He was not foolish, truly. Yet he could not voice this sentiment, much like a mentally ill person denying their Condiciono one would believe him. Beside him, Bai Yunfei muttered enviously, "Seriously, this NPC is quite the lek." Lu Hu spoke with a touch of sarcasm. "Is it just because he is a bit handsome? What's so remarkable about that?" Another woman present, Guojia, couldn't help but chuckle softly upon hearing his words. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the reactions of the four individuals before she spoke again, her tone now considerably more serious. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Athena, and I will serve as your instructor for the next 3 days." Chapter 3. The Rocket Team officers have come to challenge. The Rocket Team is comprised of numerous members, categorized into 4 distinct ranks: officers, elites, and ordinary members. Athena holds a position just beneath the leader, Sakaki, as one of the officers of the Rocket Team. Not everyone is familiar with Athena. For instance, Lu Hu and Bai Yunfei appeared perplexed upon hearing her name. Chen Yu turned his head and noticed Gu Jia was looking at him. They exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing not to disclose this information to the 2 scheming veteran players. Athena did not indulge in extensive self-introduction. Instead, she produced a red and white Pokeball from seemingly nowhere and held it in her hand. "I want to elaborate further, as I trust you are well acquainted with Pokemon. What I am here to teach you is how to strengthen them. It is widely acknowledged that Pokemon and trainers complement each other. For a trainer, there are myriad methods to enhance their Pokemon, yet one of the most effective and expeditious ways is through actual combat." With that, Athena released the Pokemon from the ball, and a magnificent Venusaur, adorned with 5 large red petals atop its head, materialized before the 4. "Come forth. Unleash your Pokemon and battle me. Let me gauge your abilities." Athena stepped back a couple of paces, clearing a space for the duel. The training methods of the Rocket Team are indeed rather direct, Chen Yu thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. The 4 players exchanged glances, silently deliberating who would step forward first. However, before they could reach a consensus, Athena called out, "That not-so-bright young man, you shall go first." Her lips curled into a subtle, alluring smile, her tone laden with implication. "I am truly looking forward to our battle." She emphasized the word battle, leaving Bai Yunfei in shock as he tugged at Lu Hu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Did I hear that correctly? Is she flirting with the player?" Chen Yu's expression was complicated. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter 5 words. "I think I should report this." Indeed, the outside world can be perilous for young men. Athena chuckled, clearly amused. Go ahead. A member of the Rocket Team reporting? This is the first time I have heard such a statement. I fear once you go, you may not return, but fret not. I shall personally come to retrieve you from Junsha." Faced with such a mature and flirtatious woman, Chen Yu felt utterly outmatched. He pressed his lips together, hesitant to continue the conversation, and raised his hand to release his Mismagius from its Pokeball. Athena's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the Mismagius. If her memory served her correctly, she had encountered this very Pokemon during a business trip to the Alola region, and had casually brought it back with her. Afterward, she had carelessly tossed it into the base's storage, never expecting to see it here. However, she quickly composed herself, masking her astonishment. "Are you ready? I assure you, I will not hold back." Chen Yu nodded, and then he noticed a message appearing on the system panel. "The Rocket Team officer, Athena, has arrived to challenge." This is quite reminiscent of Pokemon. Instead of facing a mere boy in shorts or a bug catcher, Chen Yu finds himself up against Athena, a formidable opponent, which makes this novice battle feel akin to a hellish beginning. Victory Bell, use Poison Powder. Without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, Athena commands her Pokemon to attack. Victory Bell trembles gently as a faint purple light emanates from its 5 petals, coalescing into a swirling purple mist that rapidly envelopes Mismagius. The extensive reach of the poison powder is too great for the petite Mismagius to evade, especially since it is only at level 1. Though Chen Yu is somewhat unaccustomed to directing a Pokemon battle from the sidelines, he quickly analyzes the situation and makes a decisive choice. Since evasion is futile, he opts for a direct approach. Mismagius, use Scare. Leaping boldly into the vast cloud of purple poison, Mismagius dives toward Victory Bell, emitting a piercing shriek. The invisible sound waves strike Victory Bell, causing it to shudder in fear, its face reflecting sheer terror. Simultaneously, a purple glow envelopes Mismagius, indicating that the poison powder has successfully inflicted it with poison. Athena smiles faintly and issues her next command, use Solar Beam. Victory Bell begins to harness solar energy in place. The Solar Beam technique exhibits a noticeable 3-second charge time, which could provide a golden opportunity for counterattack if the 2 Pokemon were of equal strength. However, should there be a significant disparity in their levels, any resistance would be futile. Although Chen Yu is unaware of Victory Bell's precise level, he is confident it exceeds level 20. Athena, seemingly uninterested in a serious battle, could have easily dispatched Mismagius with moves like Mega Drain or Energy Ball during the first turn. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Yunfei cannot help but feel a sense of sympathy. This is utterly cruel. What if she accidentally knocks Mismagius out? In the realm of the game, if a trainer's Pokémon succumb to near-death states without the timely use of items like Sacred Ash or Revive Shards, the main quest would automatically be deemed a failure, resulting in a significant deduction of points. Liu, who checks Victory Bell's level through the panel function and, to his delight, sees the number 25 beside its name. Unable to contain his schadenfreude, he exclaims, "Haha, this batch of newbies is in for a rough time. This is a devilish start, compared to them. My own beginning was child's play." Beside him, Gu Jia purses her lips in silence, her brow furrowed. She cannot escape the impending battle either. As the countdown reaches 0:13 seconds, Chen Yu's mind has already begun to react. No, it would be more accurate to say that this thought had formed in his mind even before the battle commenced. As Chen Yu opened the panel of the mysterious creature, his gaze fell upon the two words following the inherited move, same fate. Upon executing this move, should he find himself on the brink of death due to an opponent's attack, the adversary would equally succumb to the same fate. The peculiar trait of the mysterious creature had already dissipated, having absorbed the initial wave of damage caused by a poison status. If struck by the solar beam, it would undoubtedly lose its combat capability. This implied that he possessed only a solitary opportunity. Chen Yu's heart raced fervently as the mysterious creature turned its head at that moment, their gazes locking in midair. In the next instant, he issued the final command of the first battle: charge forward and unleash same fate. What? Bai Yunfei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this command, but quickly regained his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of luck is this? How does his first creature possess an inherited move? Before he could complete his thought, a pale purple energy sphere materialized before the mysterious creature, merging seamlessly with the body of the Venusaur upon contact. At that moment, the solar beam was fully charged. The Venusaur fell victim to the effects of same fate simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, a brilliant and intense beam of white light surged forth. The mysterious creature, still airborne from its leap, was instantly engulfed by this formidable beam, its diminutive form vanishing into a sea of white brilliance. Chapter 4. Sakamoto. Mystery creature has fallen to the brink of death. Mystery creature has defeated Venusaur, gaining a substantial amount of experience. Mystery creature has leveled up. 3 consecutive prompts flashed, and the surge in life points from the level up abruptly restored the mystery creature's health to a semblance of 0. The head of the Pikachu suit adorning its form tilted to one side, yet it did not succumb to the solar beam's assault. Instead, it had achieved a level up. Conversely, the Venusaur succumbed to the backlash of same fate, collapsing unconscious to the ground. "This can't be possible," Bai Yunfei exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. A level 1 mystery creature had triumphed over a level 24 Venusaur, not only surviving, but executing a counterattack that led to its opponent's downfall. Such a narrative would be deemed implausible in online fiction. Athena cast a glance at the fallen Venusaur, licked her crimson lips, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Intrigued as she turned her attention to Chen Yu. Without any preamble, she inquired, "What is your name?" While attempting to adjust the mystery creature's headpiece, Chen Yu replied without raising his gaze, "Chen Yu." Athena softly repeated his name, as if pondering it, before abruptly asking, "Do you know Dado?" Chen Yu paused, his hands momentarily still, then lifted his head to meet Athena's inquisitive gaze. Dado, the dragon envoy. Surely, no one in the Kanto region was unfamiliar with him. Athena regarded him intently for a moment, then shifted her focus to the others, stating coolly, "The only requirement for members of Team Rocket is absolute loyalty to the organization. I care not what your prior affiliations were before joining Team Rocket. Henceforth, your existence shall be irrevocably intertwined with this organization. For you shall live as members of Team Rocket and perish as its specters." At this juncture, Athena paused, her tone deepening with gravity. "As for the fate of betrayal, I trust you would prefer to remain ignorant of it. Undoubtedly, I vow to you that I shall never betray Team Rocket." Bai Yunfei was the first to assert his unwavering loyalty. Athena's expression reverted to the casual demeanor akin to that of battle, as though her previous cold indifference had never existed. She shrugged and remarked to Chen Yu with a hint of playful reprimand, "It is best to keep it that way. From this day forth, you shall accompany me." Her tone conveyed an unmistakable sentiment of, "I find you quite agreeable. You are now under my wing." which momentarily left Chen Yu in a state of bewilderment. He blinked. Me? Athena replied, what? Are you unwilling? Chen Yu shook his head, responding earnestly, of course not. It is an honor. Athena smiled gently, capturing the unconscious Boenghua into a Pok ball, her interest in training newcomers having waned due to the interruption. Moreover, her original intent was not to engage in such trivialities. Given her stature, such matters hardly necessitated her personal involvement. The reason for her presence was due to a report received from Sakaki, indicating that the League had recently taken action, dispatching numerous investigators to infiltrate Team Rocket as undercover agents. As the most adept at discerning subtleties and understanding disguise, Athena, having once served as a female spy, was naturally called upon to assess this batch of 4 newcomers. The outcome was surprisingly favorable. Among these 4 individuals, at least 3 harbored ulterior motives. After departing the conference room, Athena descended in the elevator to a room located at the base of the facility. A man in a suit with a closely cropped hairstyle lounged casually on a sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his right hand while his left hand absent-mindedly stroked the sleek fur of a cat nestled beside him. The large screen before him displayed the recent combat scenes from the conference room. What is your perspective? Athena relayed all her observations. Sakaki, with his dark, profound gaze and a knowing smile curving at the corners of his mouth, responded, very well, first deal with those 2 individuals from the Tsukimi mountain base. As for these 4, I have my own plans for them. Upon Athena's departure, Chen Yu and the others exchanged glances in the conference room. Bai Yunfei scrutinized the 2 newcomers for a moment before inquiring suspiciously. You 2 aren't on an undercover mission, are you? Before Chen Yu and Gu Jia could respond, Lu Hu, the portly figure among them, appeared noticeably uneasy and impatiently exclaimed, what their mission entails is none of your concern. Damn, my stomach is killing me. Go fetch me some toilet paper. His attempts to obscure the truth were rather transparent. Chen Yu suspected that Lu Hu might also be involved in a similar undercover assignment. However, Bai Yunfei had evidently grown accustomed to Lu Hu's domineering behavior. Without much thought, he began to complain about Lu Hu's foul flatulence while making his way outside. The rocket team's underground base was vast in scale, allowing employees a considerable degree of freedom to roam, even venturing into the city at will. With Athena's departure, it signified the conclusion of the novice guidance for new players. Henceforth, all activities would rely on the player's own exploration. Chen Yu was in no rush. He had a full 30 days to accomplish his tasks. Yet, just as he was dining with me and I in the cafeteria, 2 world notifications suddenly erupted on his personal panel. Players Shin Mingming and Lu Yong have perished. The difficulty of the dungeon has changed. The rewards for all players upon task completion have been significantly enhanced. Years of a wandering lifestyle had endowed me and I with a keen ability to read the room, and it promptly sensed the shift in its trainer's expression. Its head, encased in a suit, tilted slightly, resembling Pikachu, with its ears drooping to the side and a look of profound confusion on its small face. I'm fine, no need to worry, Chen Yu reassured, taking a moment to compose himself, dismissing the notifications as he continued to savor the rocket team's specialty, sticky rice balls with mushroom soup. Of course, me and I had no doubt about its instincts, but it could not comprehend why its trainer appeared troubled, leaving it to grapple with its own concerns in silence. Initially, Chen Yu was unaware, preoccupied with reviewing Ni's information panel. The battle against the Boenghua had propelled this little creature's level to 11. Feeling the pride of a trainer, he felt compelled to lavish praise on his precious companion. However, when he turned his gaze towards me and I, he noticed it had been lost in thought for quite some time. Ni's eating habits were distinct from ordinary Pokémon. It needed to retrieve food from beneath its suit to consume it. Although Chen Yu was curious about what me and I truly looked like, he deemed it somewhat impolite to inquire before becoming more familiar with it. He wondered if his previous casual demeanor had inadvertently hurt Ni's feelings. In turn, me and I was anxious that its hard-won trainer might not favor it. Thus, at that moment, the first-time trainer and the first-time Pokémon both found themselves ensnared in self-doubt. Chapter 5, Sakamoto. Everything is within my plan, yet before Chen Yu could devise a way to explain to me and I, he noticed Gu Jia approaching with a sushi nutritional meal, taking a seat across from him. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, pulled me and I close, and looked at her quizzically. Have you noticed? Gu Jia whispered, her voice barely audible. Chen Yu lowered his voice in response. Noticed what? This Pokémon dungeon isn't as safe as we envisioned. Chen Yu recalled the recent notifications on the panel, instantly grasping Gu Jia's meaning. He shrugged nonchalantly, ladling a spoonful of mushroom soup, remarking, I am far more concerned about what the cafeteria offers for dinner. Gu Jia generously shared her assignment. My task is to gather a lead on Team Rocket's criminal activities and report it to the Kanto Alliance. The tasks for newcomers are likely quite similar. Chen Yu paused, discerning the woman's intent to form a team. Compared to the two seasoned players who had endured multiple quests and harbored suspicious thoughts, this other newcomer seemed a far more suitable choice for a companion. Although Chen Yu had no immediate plans to form a team, he felt inclined to assist as a fellow novice and candidly expressed his thoughts. We currently face two dilemmas. First, though we are designated investigators for the Kanto Alliance, we lack their contact information, which implies that even if we uncover leads, we cannot reach anyone from the Alliance. Second, the task does not specify how to present our findings. We possess no tools like phones, recorders, or electronic discs to preserve evidence. Additionally, we currently lack funds. We cannot purchase anything, and even if we wait for Team Rocket's pay, it will not arrive for another month, and we do not have that much time. At this juncture, Chen Yu once again felt the remarkable benefits Team Rocket provided its employees, not only generous salaries, but also complimentary meals in the cafeteria. Otherwise, novices like them, devoid of money, would have no choice but to beg on the streets. He envisioned himself and me and I holding a tattered bowl, begging at the roadside, nearly bursting into laughter. After contemplating his words, Gu Jia fell into deep thought and, after a moment, solemnly suggested, "Shall we split up? You search for the Kanto Alliance's contact information, and I will look for clues?" Chen Yu, while feeding me and I, nonchalantly nodded. That sounds good. In truth, he was not particularly fixated on forming a team, for he had already begun pursuing another lead. Nonetheless, he kindly cautioned his new teammate, "Be careful. Team Rocket may already be suspicious of our undercover identities." This was not mere alarmism. It was a conclusion drawn from Athena's earlier remarks. Gu Jian nodded gravely and turned to depart. In a corner of the cafeteria, two seasoned players observed Gu Jia's retreating figure. Bai Yunfei smirked. It seems they have teamed up. Lu Hu feigned disappointment. What a pity. I had hoped to charm a new girl in this quest. Just as Bai Yunfei was about to respond, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him. His movements paused, and he frowned at Lu Hu, saying, "Brother, it appears we are being monitored." Lu Hu also furrowed his brow. "It seems Team Rocket does not trust us." As if struck by a thought, he inquired, "You still haven't told me what your main quest is?" Bai Yunfei smirked internally, maintaining a composed facade. "Of course, it's the same as yours. Aren't we both undercover in Team Rocket?" Lu Hu harbored some skepticism, yet he recalled the impressive performance of Bai Yunfei in the previous instances, prompting him to amend his words. "Please don't deceive me. I have no points left to deduct. If I fail again, I shall be expelled." After finishing lunch, Athena dispatched a Team Rocket minion to escort Chen Yu to her office. Athena's office was remarkably austere, furnished with merely a desk, a computer, a cabinet, and a black sofa. From the decor alone, it was impossible to discern the essence of her character. Seated at her desk, Athena was engrossed in the computer screen, only glancing up at Chen Yu upon his entrance before resuming her work. Chen Yu stood for a moment, feeling his legs grow numb, and inquired, "Have you had lunch?" Athena then lifted her gaze to him, arching her brow, her voice husky and alluring. "What? Do you wish to join me for lunch?" Chen Yu shook his head. "No. I've already eaten. That was merely a polite inquiry. I wanted to know why you summoned me." Athena let out a peal of laughter that resembled the sound of silver bells. "You are quite honest." Her tone was filled with delight. "There's nothing pressing. I merely wanted to ask if you have been adapting well to life in Team Rocket." Chen Yu pondered seriously. "It's quite pleasant. The cafeteria meals are entirely complimentary, and the living arrangements are impeccable. I believe there is no better organization for employees than this." "Oh, is that so?" Athena reclined lazily in her genuine leather chair, seemingly inquiring without intent. "Have you considered remaining with Team Rocket indefinitely?" Had Chen Yu been a special investigator for the Guandu Alliance, he might have superficially agreed while inwardly declining. However, he was not. He perceived no conflict between completing his mission and exploiting Team Rocket's resources for nurturing Pokémon. The task did not specify the magnitude of the clues required. Ultimately, he could submit a trivial hint to the Guandu Alliance to fulfill his obligation. Furthermore, even if Team Rocket sought vengeance, they would find it impossible to trace him, for he would likely have already ventured into the next instance. In Athena's eyes, while she remained uncertain about Chen Yu's true identity, having someone as attractive as him nearby was undeniably pleasing. Moreover, his displayed talents during the previous confrontation promised a bright future. Their gazes met in the air, and in an instant, Athena discerned his thoughts. With a gentle sigh and a slight curl of her crimson lips, she remarked, "What a greedy little rascal you are, but I find it appealing." Those swayed by self-interest are, in my view, the truly astute. Chen Yu recognized that she understood, responding with a seemingly foolish grin. Athena internally rolled her eyes. Having initially thought him somewhat dim-witted, she retrieved a black gold card from her drawer and tossed it towards Chenyu. Here, take this. The password is 6 zeros. Go outside and buy yourself and Mimikyu some daily necessities. Chenyu gracefully caught the item in his hand and, filled with delight, took the elevator back to the ground level, eager to explore Rainbow City. After his departure, Athena once again descended to the lowest chamber of the base. The target has been accepted, Athena reported. A sinister smile, reminiscent of the Nike logo, crept across Sakamoto's lips. If Chenyu were an undercover agent, he could be utilized perfectly. If not, that would be even better. Everything was progressing precisely as he had anticipated, and he was quite eager to witness the expressions of the Kanto Alliance members when they discovered that the investigators he had painstakingly nurtured had turned against them. Chapter 6. Master of Time Management. Simultaneously, identical plans were being executed by different individuals on 3 other new members of Team Rocket. One of the key reasons Sakamoto achieved his position was his profound understanding of human nature. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Sakamoto observed with satisfaction as his subordinates reported intelligence confirming that the other 3 had indeed taken the bait. Although he did not explicitly mention the undercover operation, everyone was aware of the implications. Accepting this generous monetary gift signified their temporary allegiance to Team Rocket over the Kanto Alliance. Unbeknownst to Chenyu, the choices of the other 3 players remained a mystery to him. With a black gold card from Team Rocket tucked in his pocket, he swaggered out of the secret passageway, traversed the gates of the gaming city, and headed toward Rainbow City, the second largest city in the Kanto region after Goldenrod City. One must admit, setting aside the villainous nature of Team Rocket, this world was indeed a splendid place. The air was fresh, the environment picturesque, and the streets were alive with harmonious scenes of humans and Pokémon coexisting amicably. Along the roads, one could find numerous Pokémon-themed CAFs and beauty salons. Affluent ladies strolled by, walking their canine Pokémon, while young girls carrying adorable EVs and Vulpixes meandered through accessory shops. These girls were delicate and graceful, with fair skin and charming looks, each resembling characters straight out of an anime. Such vibrant youths would attract countless gazes wherever they went. However, Chenyu's attention lingered not on their faces, but rather on the endearing EVs and Vulpixes nestled in their arms. Who could resist the allure of such irresistibly cute EVs? At least, Chenyu could not. He desperately wanted to reach out and pet one. The girls soon noticed Chenyu's gentlemanly gaze, their faces flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Chenyu quickly realized his faux pas, scratching his head in apology. I'm terribly sorry. This is my first time seeing an EV and a Vulpix, and I'm a bit overexcited. The girls, still blushing, looked at him with suspicion. Really? Chenyu opened his mouth to speak. Of course it's true. I am a trainer traveling from the distant Alola region. With that, he pulled out a Mimikyu, who had been napping inside the hood of his sweatshirt. The Mimikyu lazily opened its round, beady eyes and gently tapped the head of its Pikachu costume. This is Mimikyu, a Pokémon from the Alola region, Chenyu introduced. The girl, clearly unfamiliar with it, widened her eyes in amazement. Wow, it looks just like Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Mimikyu instantly lost its drowsiness, feeling a mix of disappointment and sadness. It was not Pikachu, it was Mimikyu, yet people always favored Pikachu over it. Mimikyu longed to be as beloved as Pikachu. Noticing Mimikyu's emotions, Chenyu exchanged a knowing glance with the girl. She, possessing high emotional intelligence, immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, Mimikyu is also very cute. I believe there are many people in this world who would adore Mimikyu. Upon hearing this, Mimikyu's eyes sparkled once more. Chenyu playfully poked at Mimikyu's costume and chuckled. Exactly. For instance, I really like Mimikyu. Don't you agree, partner? Mimikyu, feeling a bit shy, blinked its eyes and then leapt onto Chenyu's shoulder, burrowing itself into his hat. Fortunately, Mimikyu was quite light, weighing only 0.5 kilograms, well within Chenyu's capacity to bear. Otherwise, if it were something like a Charmeleon, it might have choked him. Chenyu mouthed a thank you to the girl, who smiled coyly in response. You and Mimikyu seem to get along very well. Chenyu smiled back and glanced at a nearby CAF that had few patrons, asking, Do you have time? Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee? Yes, the girl replied delightedly. Thinking that this tall boy was not only handsome and sunny in appearance, but also exceptionally gentle and kind-hearted. A suitable candidate for a boyfriend, she mused. Yet, the thought of marrying and moving to the distant Alola region left her feeling somewhat conflicted. Unbeknownst to Chenyu, as he spoke these few words, the girl was already contemplating names for their future children. In truth, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He He merely wished to engage the girl in conversation to learn more about the current state of the Kanto region's league and the Elite Four. In a secluded corner outside the CAF, a member of Team Rocket, dressed in casual clothes, peered through the transparent glass window at the harmonious scene inside. Hesitatingly reporting via a walkie-talkie, the target is currently doing what? On the other end, Athena furrowed her brow in concern, wondering if Chunyu had violated regulations by contacting the Kanto League. However, the subordinate monitoring the situation quickly provided an answer. The target is inviting a girl for coffee. They appear to be enjoying a pleasant conversation. Athena found herself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend that the other party would use the money she had given to flirt. Indeed, it seemed no man could be trusted. Athena's forehead twitched slightly as she instructed with a stoic expression, "Continue monitoring. Document his itinerary for this afternoon. And feel free to approach closely to discern the content of their conversation." "Understood," replied her subordinate. Chenyu did not engage in prolonged conversation with the girl. After acquiring the names of the 4 kings of the Kanto League and the heads of various gyms, he excused himself, citing a forgotten gas stove at home. The current kings of the Kanto League were identified as follows: the Ice-type king, Kina; the Fighting-type king, Shiba; the Ghost-type king, Kiku; and the mightiest, the Dragon-type king, Wataru. Additionally, it is worth noting that this world does not feature characters like red, yellow, green, or gold and silver from the comics. As for Ash, Chenyu could gather no information about him. He thought he might visit Pallet Town to explore Ash's hometown if time permitted after completing his mission. However, before that, he planned to visit the Pokémon Center to observe the legendary Nurse Joy. The Rocket member assigned to monitor Chenyu, with a complex expression, followed him to the Pokémon Center, standing aside as a bystander. He listened quietly to the conversation between Chenyu and Nurse Joy for a while before retreating to the waiting area. Golden sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the table. The subordinate felt a chill in his heart, perceiving the task as a sheer waste of time. Yet he reported faithfully. The target's second stop was the Pokémon Center. From their conversation, it appears he is attempting to charm Nurse Joy. Athena chuckled, "Indeed. Men are all the same. One afternoon of flirting isn't enough, and he has even started to charm Joy as well. Truly, a master of time management." Chapter 7. Thank you, Fat Tiger. In the evening, after concluding his work at the Rainbow City base, Sakaki returned to the Tokiwa gym. After bidding farewell to several trainers who had come to challenge the gym, he placed a video call to Athena. "What have those 4 been up to today?" Athena silently examined the report provided by her subordinate, pausing for 2 seconds before responding candidly. The girl wandered around the base today, seemingly observing the situation. However, she was monitored closely and did not have the opportunity to access the core area. The heavy-set man and the lean one were seeking other employees to gather intelligence about other bases. At this point, Athena hesitated in her tone. Sakaki, keenly perceptive, lifted his gaze with sharp intensity. "What about the 4th? Athena opened her mouth, somewhat at a loss, and recited from the report. At 2 p.m., the target invited a girl for coffee at the Blue Mountain CAF. At 3 p.m., he visited the Pokémon Center and conversed with Nurse Joy for 2 hours. At 5 p.m., he arrived at the Rainbow Library, where he stayed until 7 p.m., borrowing 2 books on Pokémon breeding. At 8 p.m., he reached the night market, where he purchased a pig trotter, munching on it while watching a Magikarp performance by the roadside." Sakaki. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. After a moment, he rubbed his dry eyes and said, "Let us put this matter aside for now. How is the Mutuo project progressing?" Athena responded, "The cultivation of the Mutuo embryos has been remarkably successful and has now been relocated to the core area of the base, under the sole supervision of Dr. Fuji." At this point, Athena hesitated. "However, I have noticed that Dr. Fuji's emotional state has been somewhat unstable lately, which raises concerns about the progress of the research." Upon hearing this, Sakaki furrowed his brow. "Regardless, we must find a way to stabilize his emotions. We must end this conversation for now. We have trainers arriving to challenge the gym." "Understood." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chenyu returned to the base, dragging a large suitcase behind him. As he approached the dormitory area, he noticed 3 individuals standing at the door of his room, seemingly engaged in some clandestine activity. Chenyu first recalled his sleeping Mimikyu from his hat into its Pokeball before inquiring, "What are you all doing?" Gujia explained, "I encountered them during dinner. The difficulty of the dungeon has increased, and they are now wary of us. I believe we should unite." Chenyu grasped the situation. "So? You intend to collaborate with me?" Gujia nodded. "Let us exchange the information we have gathered to see if we can fulfill each other's needs." "Oh," Chenyu said, using his access card to unlock the dormitory door and pushing the suitcase inside. Yunfei eyed the bulging suitcase and could not help but ask, "What do you have in there?" Naturally, It contains specialties from the Pokémon world. Chen Yu sat down on a chair, clasping his hands on the table, and surveyed the three with a determined gaze. Speak your mind. Bai Yunfei hesitated. In the dungeon world, aside from Pokémon, nothing else can be taken out. What a pity, Chen Yu lamented upon hearing this. He had spent the entire afternoon exploring the streets, gathering information from Nurse Joy and the library, as well as purchasing high-quality energy cubes from Rainbow Department Store. Energy cubes, a delectable concoction made from berries, are rich in nutrition and provide ample energy for growing Pokémon. Although they are pricey, Chen Yu felt no remorse since Team Rocket covered the costs. Without further ado, he pushed the suitcase aside and asked, "What clues have you gathered?" Gu Jia succinctly replied, "There is an area in this base known as the core zone, where the guards are tenfold those of other areas. I suspect there is something of great significance there." Bai Yunfei added, "Through conversations with other Team Rocket members, we learned the names and locations of several other bases. Is that truly a clue?" Chen Yu responded, somewhat exasperated. Perhaps his expression was too transparent, as Lu Hu, feeling embarrassed and infuriated, retorted, "And you? What clues have you collected? Surely you didn't just wander around all day, chasing after money without accomplishing anything?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and countered, "And what about you? Surely the two of you didn't gather just one clue? Trading half a clue for a complete one from us is hardly fair." You, Lu Hu, consumed by rage, contemplated striking his head against the ground. But Bai Yunfei intervened just in time to halt him. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hu seethed. "If it weren't for the prohibition against players harming one another in this dungeon, I assure you, you wouldn't see the dawn of tomorrow." "Oh, so players cannot inflict harm upon each other in the dungeon. Thank you, Fat Tiger." "Curse you, Fat Tiger." Lu Hu, incensed, spewed blood, clutching his chest as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Chen Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from provoking him further and turned to the other two, saying, "I've just learned some news. Du will arrive in Rainbow City in 2 days. This information was obtained from Xiao Yi. In 2 days, the annual Dragon-type Pokémon Cultural Festival will take place, and Du will be attending as a special guest for the celebration." Upon hearing this, Gu Jia's expression suddenly turned serious. Du is considered a member of the Kanto League. If she provides him with the clues, the task will be completed, allowing her to exit this dungeon directly. Thus, she merely needs to gather evidence against Team Rocket within the next 2 days. Lu Hu, equally stunned, realized that his task also involved collecting evidence to report to the Kanto League. If this news is indeed true, he could complete his mission the day after tomorrow. Bai Yunfei's eyes darted around as he contemplated the validity of this information. His mission differed from that of the other three. He belonged neither to Team Rocket nor to the Kanto League. His identity was that of an undercover agent from Team Galaxy in the Sinnoh region. In light of Team Rocket's expansion into other territories over the past 2 years, other nefarious organizations were becoming increasingly restless. Team Galaxy's leader, Chi Ri, had dispatched several specially trained members to infiltrate Team Rocket as undercover operatives to gather intelligence. Observing the contemplative expressions of his companions, Chen Yu rose to see them off. "All right, we've said enough. It's getting late. We should return to our rest. Otherwise, if the Watchers see us here, they might suspect we are conspiring." The other three, acknowledging his words, departed, their minds preoccupied with thoughts. After their exit, Chen Yu lay in bed and accessed the information panel for his Pokémon, Mimikyu. Mimikyu level, 11 gender, NA type, Ghost. Fairy ability, Disguise inherited moves, Destiny Bond learned moves, Scratch, Scare, Mimic, Shadow Sneak, would hammer with the increase in level. Mimikyu had naturally mastered 2 new moves, Shadow Sneak and Wood Hammer. Chen Yu contemplated for a moment. Recognizing the truth in Athena's words, practical experience is the most effective and expedient way to strengthen Pokémon. Time in the dungeon was exceedingly limited, and he lacked the luxury to nurture his Pokémon through alternative means. The only 2 resources he could provide Mimikyu were high quality, delicious energy cubes, and the affectionate touch of a trainer. With 29 days remaining for the task, he felt no urgency compared to the other 3. He had never engaged in a battle without preparation. It is evident that training Pokémon, nurturing them, and engaging in battles are integral components of the quest. The following day, Chen Yu planned to venture outdoors again, intending to observe and learn how trainers in this world command their Pokémon in combat. Chapter 8. Change of main quest. On the morrow, while Chen Yu was engrossed in examining a puzzle regarding energy blocks, he was summoned to Athena's office. As he approached the door, a cacophony of frantic roars reached his ears. "What more do you want from me? I have fulfilled all your demands. Where are the promises made to me? Why is no one attending to my daughter?" Athena's calm voice interjected, "Please remain composed, doctor. The base is currently understaffed. and the newly recruited members have yet to acclimate to the environment. Please allow a few more days. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Chunyu, and she seamlessly shifted the conversation. Doctor, what do you think of this individual? The middle-aged man, clad in a researcher's white coat and adorned with round spectacles, turned at her words. His expression was dazed, his eyes betraying a tumult of suppressed anguish and hysteria, akin to that of a madman. Upon locking eyes with Chunyu, the turmoil in the man's gaze dissipated, replaced by a gentle demeanor, as if all prior events were mere phantoms. The man smiled softly. What is your name? Chunyu remained silent, directing a glance towards Athena. Yet, Athena, seemingly unperturbed by such scenes, exhibited a rare fatigue upon her face and stepped forward to introduce him. This is Chunyu, a new member of the base currently in training. He is a kind-hearted young man, and I believe your daughter would take a liking to him. This assertion left Chunyu momentarily speechless. He had to concede that Athena's ability to speak on his behalf was formidable. The middle-aged man murmured to himself before turning to Athena, he is the one. Please arrange it swiftly. I cannot rest easy knowing my daughter is home alone. With that, he turned and departed. Chunyu watched his figure vanish around the corner, then turned to Athena, perplexed. What just happened? Did you just sell me out? Understanding his confusion, Athena ushered him into her office and, appearing weary, sank into her chair without uttering a word. Chunyu found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to stand or sit, ultimately opting to recline on the black sofa. He had been up late studying until 2 in the morning and was in need of rest. Athena regarded this scene with a sense of disbelief. He seemed nothing like the serious investigators of the Alliance, and it was baffling how such a shameless individual could emerge from their ranks. Pondering this, Athena recalled the intelligence received the day prior and suddenly inquired, "Is Miss Joy beautiful?" Chunyu paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, perplexed. He was aware of being surveilled. After all, I was remarkably sensitive to the gaze of others. Almost from the instant that member of the rocket team appeared, I had noticed. Yet, Athena's current statement implied that she was unconcerned about the fact that the other party was aware of the surveillance. What was her intention? Did she wish to confront him directly? Observing Chunyu's distracted demeanor, Athena smiled gently and casually remarked, "Don't overthink it. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to ask you, Chunyu, can I trust you?" Indeed, the moment had arrived. Chunyu's heart raced. He forced himself to regain his composure, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Athena and spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Athena found his feigned intrigue amusing, and she couldn't help but smile, her previous displeasure seemingly dissipating in an instant. Having a handsome man nearby clearly had its benefits. At least her mood was brighter in the presence of his striking visage than it would be around any less appealing individuals. Athena's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression joyful. "After our battle the other day, I asked if you knew Do, and your reaction indicated that you do, and it is not merely hearsay. The subtle micro-expressions that humans unconsciously display never lie. Chunyu, tell me, are you an undercover investigator sent by the Alliance?" Athena's gaze locked onto his eyes. Chunyu knew he could not evade the question any longer. He sighed internally and asked, "What if I am?" Athena appeared even more delighted, her body relaxing slightly as she softly replied, "I am pleased, Chunyu, that you chose not to deceive me. What do you intend to do next?" Chunyu decided to drop the pretense and directly asked, "Are you going to toss me into the sea to feed the giant sharks?" Athena responded, "Why would you think that? Sometimes I truly wish I could open your head to see how your mind works. I cannot believe that yesterday, instead of contacting the Alliance, you chose to pursue romantic conversations with Joy." Chunyu did not deny it. Now that everything was laid bare, and given Athena's current response, he felt it was highly unlikely he would be fed to the sharks. Curious, he inquired, "What if I had indeed contacted the Alliance yesterday?" Athena shook her head with a smile. "You would not have had the opportunity. The rocket team members assigned to monitor you four are specially trained. They would have dealt with you the moment you dialed the phone." Chunyu thought to himself. As expected, the rocket team was not that foolish. "So, what is your decision?" Athena gently questioned. "The rocket team can offer you what the Alliance provides, be it wealth, power, rare Pokémon, or even women." Chunyu shook his head. "No thanks. Women do not attract me as much as a Shinado." At that moment, a notification appeared on the panel indicating a change in the mission. "Would you like to accept Athena's goodwill? If accepted, the main quest will automatically change." Accept. To refuse would be foolish. Chunyu unhesitatingly chose to agree, and in the next moment, the modified main quest materialized before him. Main quest updated. Quest objective: identify the mole within Team Rocket. Time limit: 29 days. Exceeding the deadline will result in mission failure. Due to the increased difficulty of the task, the rewards upon completion will be significantly enhanced. Athena, having received Chen-Yu's affirmation, smiled gently and remarked, "Excellent. As a new member of Team Rocket, you must first complete a rather simple task to prove your worth." Chen-Yu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Is it related to that man in the white coat?" Athena nodded. "He suffers from severe mental illness, including paranoia, dissociative identity disorder, delusions, and anxiety. He is a profoundly unfortunate man, yet he is also an exceptionally talented PhD in biology." Recalling what he had overheard in the corridor, Chen-Yu inquired, "So, my task is to take care of his daughter? To babysit?" Athena shook her head, her expression growing peculiar. "No, his daughter has already passed away. The daughter he speaks of now is merely a figment of his imagination. You simply need to go along with him, accompany him home, and appease his emotions." Chapter 9. The Child Slayer. Despite this, Chen-Yu could not help but ask, "Does he become violent with a knife during his episodes?" Athena's eyes darted, and she cleared her throat, averting her gaze. Chen-Yu responded, "All right, no need to answer. I understand." He found it hard to believe. "Is this how you treat a newcomer to Team Rocket? Sending him home with a madman who might very well kill him?" Athena candidly replied, "I did not expect you to so swiftly turn against us. I thought if you refused, I would send you anyway. Whether he harms you would be beneficial for us. If he kills you, we eliminate the mole, and if he doesn't, it will soothe his emotions. A win-win situation that no one would refuse." Chen-Yu remarked, impressive. "The officers of Team Rocket are indeed not to be underestimated. Can I refuse now?" Athena shook her head mercilessly. "It's too late. He has already locked onto you. If he returns home and does not find you, his alternate personality will likely emerge in a frenzy." Chen-Yu chose silence, despondently departing to train his Pokémon. As the annual Dragon-type Pokémon Cultural Festival approached, trainers traveling from afar began to arrive in Rainbow City. For these wild trainers, it was common for spontaneous Pokémon battles to occur whenever they encountered someone intriguing. Therefore, they were always prepared with their strongest Pokémon to face such situations. Chen-Yu could observe two unfamiliar trainers hand in hand, disappearing into the park's foliage every few steps, seeking an open space to engage in Pokémon battles. He followed closely behind for a while, then began to mimic their approach to engage other trainers on the street. Chen-Yu's intentions were unequivocally clear. As a novice, he stood little chance against those seasoned competitors and thus sought out the younger trainers who appeared no older than 10 to hone his skills. "Greetings, esteemed trainer. Would you be willing to engage in an exhilarating Pokémon battle with your esteemed companion?" Chen-Yu addressed a young boy clad in blue shorts. The novice trainer, having never encountered such bravado, blushed with excitement at the compliment and, without hesitation, summoned his freshly acquired starter Pokémon, seeking an open space to battle. 6 minutes later, the young boy, cradling his fainted Squirtle, ran tearfully towards the Pokémon Center. Observing this scene from the shadows, a Team Rocket subordinate remarked, "What manner of person is this? Not even children are spared. His actions are more reprehensible than those of Team Rocket." Chen-Yu, however, remained unfazed, reflecting on his prior battle's shortcomings. After allowing his Mimikyu a brief respite, he resumed his search for the next target. Hours later, a figure notorious as the Child Slayer gained infamy in Rainbow City. Every 10-year-old novice trainer trembled at the mere mention of this moniker, referring to him as a devil. This devil would employ an array of sweet-talking flattery to entice children into Pokémon battles, and once they acquiesced, the outcomes were often dismal. It was said that Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center had attended to over 50 sobbing trainers in a single morning, nearly exhausting herself. When Chen-Yu accompanied Mimikyu to the Pokémon Center to recuperate and heard this rumor, he was left speechless. How exaggerated! How could he be blamed? Why not to fault those weaklings instead? As Chen-Yu turned to depart, he caught sight of the very boy he had defeated, now pushing through the Pokémon Center's doors with his unconscious Pidgey in tow. Their eyes met, and the tears in the boy's eyes began to shimmer. "It's this devil." Chen-Yu, eager to avoid any misconceptions, swiftly vacated the scene and returned to the office of Athena from Team Rocket at the agreed-upon time. Athena's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Child Slayer, you're doing splendidly. Completely fabricated. I have informed my lawyer," Chen-Yu retorted. Athena chuckled heartily, and after a moment, composed herself under Chen-Yu's accusatory gaze. Clearing her throat, she stated, "Dr. Fuji will soon be finishing for the day, and I must share a few important pointers with you." "Understood." Chen-Yu nodded, listening intently. Athena continued, "First, always keep your Pokémon by your side. Do not confine them to their Pokeballs. Second, refrain from inquiring into matters that do not concern you. Third, do whatever Dr. Fuji instructs. His delusions are quite severe, and under no circumstances should you mention that his daughter is fictitious or a mere figment of his imagination. Although he is merely a doctor, His estate is home to numerous ferocious spirits. I pondered that with your mimicry, it would be rather improbable for you to contend with them. I understand. Chen Yu's expression grew solemn. If this replica were to be likened to a game, then Team Rocket represented an appropriate novice village for him, while Dr. Fuji's estate undoubtedly constituted a nightmarish high-difficulty dungeon. Yet, at this juncture, he could no longer refuse. He had to face it head-on. Observing his tense demeanor, Athena offered a comforting reassurance. Do not worry. Aside from Dr. Fuji's alter ego, he is, in essence, a very gentle and kind-hearted individual. Being in his presence will pose no danger. Chen Yu felt an even greater sense of dread. What if, while engaging in a pleasant conversation with the primary persona, the alter ego suddenly manifested and plunged a dinner knife into his throat? The mere thought was terrifying. Chen Yu glanced at the mimicry, which had just reached level 18 that morning, and found his heart settling a tad. As they conversed, Dr. Fuji approached them. He had shed his white lab coat, donning instead a brown woolen overcoat, adorned with round gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly contemplation. On the surface, one could hardly discern the multitude of severe mental ailments he suffered from. Go ahead, Athena whispered in Chen Yu's ear. I hope to have the chance to see you again. Hello, Chen Yu greeted. Dr. Fuji extended his hand warmly. Chen Yu shook it, and Dr. Fuji's face illuminated with joy, akin to a proud father showcasing his accomplished child. My daughter is delightful. You will surely adore her. I believe so, Chen Yu replied, maintaining a composed expression. He followed Dr. Fuji away from the base, embarking in his vehicle from Rainbow Gaming City. Through the rearview mirror, Dr. Fuji glanced at the mimicry cradled in Chen Yu's arms and casually remarked, Mimicry? Ah, I recall this little spirit hails from the Alola region. Are you from there? Chen Yu, unfazed, fabricated a response. Indeed. Ah, I have heard that Alola boasts splendid beaches and oceans. I must take my daughter there someday. Dr. Fuji mused with anticipation. Chen Yu subtly probed for information. Does your daughter enjoy the sea? May I inquire about her name? I sense we would have much in common. Dr. Fuji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, her name is Xiao AI. I once took her to Cooley City to see the sea. But development has progressed so rapidly that the coastline has been overtaken by massive container ships and docks, rendering it quite unattractive. Chapter 10. Hidden Task. Xiao AI. The black Honda sedan glided along Rainbow Avenue before coming to a halt at the entrance of a European-style estate. Chen Yu exited the vehicle, cradling the mimicry, and followed Dr. Fuji along the cobblestone path towards the main residence. Flanking the pathway were verdant lawns, and against the wall stood a fountain, while not far away lay an artificial beach with an unfinished castle upon it. It seems as if not long ago, a little girl was playing there with a shovel and a bucket. The estate was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of human presence. Not even a single sprite made an appearance. As Chen Yu approached the main residence, he caught a faint whiff of an odd scent, one that lingered in his memory, yet eluded his recollection. Xiao AI, Daddy is back. Did you miss me today? Dr. Fuji exclaimed as he swung open the grand door of the mansion and tossed his briefcase onto the sofa in the living room, calling gently upstairs. Chen Yu stood beside him, cradling his Pokémon, feeling a twinge of pity for the man. However, the next moment unfolded before him in a manner that left his pupils dilated in shock, casting doubts upon his sanity. Hadn't Athena declared that Dr. Fuji's daughter was deceased? Who was the little girl descending the staircase? At that very moment, Dr. Fuji turned back with a boastful tone, saying, What do you think? This is my daughter. Isn't she adorable? Adorable, Chen Yu replied, forcing a calm nod. Setting aside his other thoughts, he noted the girl's fair skin, her eyes glistening like dark, lustrous grapes, and her flowing light blue hair, which made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Xiao AI, come here. This big brother is here to play with you. Daddy will be quite busy with work for a while, but don't worry. Big brother will come to keep you company every day. Dr. Fuji spoke in a tender manner. To Chen Yu's surprise, Xiao AI did not respond with the joy he had anticipated. Instead, there was a hint of trepidation in her gaze as she looked at Dr. Fuji. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yu's mind concocted a dramatic narrative. Shock. The old father, unwilling to accept the death of his daughter, had abducted another young girl to assume her role. What a devilish plot. Chen Yu was rendered speechless, feeling that Athena's descriptors for Dr. Fuji should include kidnapper. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao AI's unease, Dr. Fuji approached her and gently patted her head. Go play with Big Brother. Daddy will prepare lunch for you. With that, he strode into the kitchen, leaving Chen Yu and Xiao AI to exchange wide-eyed glances in the living room. Chen Yu, feeling a sense of apprehension, instinctively tightened his embrace around the comforting presence of his Pokémon. The Pokémon felt a sudden constriction, its neck leaning helplessly to one side. It shifted slightly, letting out a resigned sigh, and nuzzled against Chen Yu's arm in an attempt to comfort him. Gathering his courage, Chen Yu initiated a conversation. Hello. Your name is Xiao AI, right? I am Chen Yu. You can call me Brother Chen Yu. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not a bad person. I'm just here to play with you. Xiao AI regarded him, pursing her lips without a reply. Her gaze drifted downward, eventually resting on the Pokémon in Chen Yu's arms. Seizing the opportunity, he loosened his hold on it and said, Do you like sprites too? This one is named Mimi, and it hails from the Alola region. Have you heard of Alola? The seas and beaches there are incredibly beautiful. Xiao AI spoke this time, expressing her fondness for spirits. Just as she began to speak, a notification popped up on the panel. Hidden task triggered. Do you accept? Accepting will reveal task details. Note, the danger level of hidden tasks is significantly higher than that of main tasks. Please choose wisely. Completion yields a mysterious rare item reward. Failure incurs no penalty. HM, such fortuitous circumstances. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly chose to accept. He was indifferent to rare items. His sole desire was to spend time with the child. Moreover, there was no penalty for failure. In the next moment, the task was automatically updated. The solitary hidden task, Xiao AI, has been accepted. Task objective? Task completion, 0, due to the acceptance of the hidden task. The time limit for the main task was extended from 28 days to 90 days. At that moment, a chime resonated from the kitchen. Dr. Fuji emerged, carrying 3 sushi rice balls. Chen Yu glanced over and noticed that Xiao AI's portion was adorned with a heart-shaped omelet. During the meal, silence enveloped the room. After finishing, Dr. Fuji took a brief respite before departing for Team Rocket's work. Before he left, he reminded Chen Yu, by the way, the estate is vast. It's best not to wander aimlessly, especially in the basement, as Xiao AI is quite afraid of the dark. Chen Yu nodded, understood. Once Dr. Fuji departed, the expansive estate was left with only Xiao AI and Chen Yu. Xiao AI remained silent, sitting quietly on the sofa, cradling a plush Squirtle. After a while, Chen Yu grew restless. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, contemplating how Xiao AI could endure such solitude while Dr. Fuji worked. It was far too lonely, he thought. How could such a young girl be without companionship? Recalling Dr. Fuji's admonition, he realized there was no stipulation forbidding him from taking Xiao AI outside. However, when he conveyed this idea to Xiao AI, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Daddy said I can't go outside. Chen Yu felt helpless. He glanced at the warm sunlight outside and suggested, Then how about we stay outside and enjoy the sun on the grass? After some hesitation, Xiao AI agreed. Thus, they made their way to the artificial beach, where Chen Yu encouraged Xiao AI to join him in digging sand to build a castle, even crafting a rather unsightly sand sculpture. When the sculpture stood beside its creator pulling a silly face, a genuine smile finally graced Xiao AI's face. However, at that moment, a multitude of red rashes suddenly erupted on Xiao AI's exposed skin, and her complexion turned a sickly pale. Observing this, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and quickly reached out to support her. In a feeble voice, Xiao AI murmured, I cannot be exposed to the sun for too long. Chen Yu quickly grasped the situation and led her back indoors. Me and I stood atop the sofa, anxiously observing the unusual girl. However, it wasn't long before the redness on Xiao AI's skin began to fade, and aside from her lingering weakness, she appeared no different from any ordinary person. Chen Yu crouched beside her, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Why didn't you tell me sooner? Xiao AI lowered her gaze, timidly responding, Big brother is a good person, I didn't want to make you unhappy. Chen Yu, inexplicably perturbed by her innocent remark, retorted angrily, But you cannot neglect your own health. And how can you be so sure that I am a good person? What if I were a creep? Wouldn't that put you in danger? Xiao AI bowed her head, softly apologizing, I'm sorry. Frustrated, Chen Yu thought to himself, Why am I getting upset with a little girl? He stood, gulping down 2 large glasses of water to steady his emotions, while me and I watched her trainer's outburst with a resigned sigh. Childhood friendships blossom swiftly. After merely playing in the sand for a short while, Chen Yu sensed that Xiao AI had become less reserved and more comfortable around him. She glanced at Chen Yu and then at me and I before suddenly asking, Big brother, do you like Pokémon? I have many Pokémon too. Would you like to see? With time on his hands and unable to venture out to practice battles with 10-year-old trainers, Chen Yu readily agreed. After spending the afternoon together, he was convinced that this little girl was indeed a genuine presence, and not someone abducted by Professor Fuji from the outside world. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Athena would believe that Fuji's daughter had perished. Xiao AI led him through the main residence and into a spacious room. On one side of the room, A neat row of red and white Pokeballs lined the shelves, while the center featured a large plastic battle arena. Xiao Ai, wearing her little boots, scampered over to the shelves, reaching up to retrieve 2 Pokeballs. With a flash of white light, a Squirtle and a Bulbasaur materialized before Chen Yu. "Everyone come out!" Xiao Ai exclaimed joyfully, continuing to gather Pokeballs from the shelves until the space was filled with an array of Pokémon of various types. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander. Chen Yu stood in silence, gazing at the dozen or so Pokémon from the Kanto region. Chapter 11. The darkness. Something felt amiss. Even if Xiao Ai adored the starter Pokémon, Professor Fuji could not possibly have amassed 8 Squirtless, 5 Bulbasaurs, and 7 Charmanders merely to please her. As Chen Yu stepped closer, he noticed a black identification number on one of the Squirtle's shells, marked as 05. Not only did the Squirtle bear this mark, but the Charmander and Bulbasaur also had their own numbers, ranging from 01 to 09. Noticing his silence, Xiao Ai curiously inquired, "Big brother, what is the matter?" Chen Yu regained his composure and gently stroked the head of the Squirtle, casually remarking, "It's nothing. I've simply never encountered a Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander from the Alola region before. It piques my curiosity." He then inquired, "By the way, Xiao Ai, do you have a fondness for the ocean? I recall Dr. Fuji mentioning that he once took you to see the sea in Korea City." Xiao Ai's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as she instinctively shook her head. "I have never seen the ocean. Is it beautiful?" Chen Yu maintained his expression. "The ocean is truly magnificent, especially at dusk when the sun sets, casting golden rays upon the water. Standing on the beach, one can behold the golden horizon at the edge of the sky." A glimmer of yearning appeared in Xiao Ai's eyes. "I would very much like to see it." Chen Yu smiled. "If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see it. But Daddy doesn't allow me to go out," Xiao Ai replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Chen Yu knelt down, grasping Xiao Ai's hand gently. "Do not worry. One day, your illness will be cured, and at that time, your father will not hinder you. Then, I can take you to Alola to see the sea, to Sinnoh to behold Mount Coronet, and to Johto to visit the bell tower. If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise." With that, he childishly extended his pinky to intertwine with Xiao Ai's, declaring, "Pinky swear, 100 years without changing." Xiao Ai chuckled. "Brother, that is something only children do. You are already an adult." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. "Who says? I am only 3 years old this year. I've grown this tall because I eat too much." Having known her for just a short while, Chen Yu had already grown fond of this obedient, understanding, and pitiable little girl. Perhaps it was out of sympathy and compassion that he wished to see her happy. Thus, even though he knew it was unlikely he could take her to see the ocean, he spoke this kind-hearted lie. Xiao Ai had a delightful day. It had been a long time since she felt such joy. That evening, when Dr. Fuji returned home from work, Chen Yu bid farewell to Xiao Ai and departed. Dr. Fuji keenly sensed his daughter's emotions and squatted down to ask, "Did you have fun today, Xiao Ai?" Xiao Ai nodded. "Big brother is a wonderful person. I really like him." Upon hearing this, Dr. Fuji revealed a sinister aspect of his character, casually commenting as if discussing an object. "Would you like to be with Big Brother forever? Daddy can arrange for him to stay by your side always." Xiao Ai's gaze flickered, memories of unpleasant recollections surfacing in her mind. She shook her head in refusal. "No, Daddy, I am very happy just like this." "Oh, Dr. Fuji did not press the matter further. He prepared dinner for his daughter and, after watching her fall asleep, ventured alone into the basement of the estate. His expression transformed into one of madness, starkly contrasting the demeanor he had displayed while telling stories to his daughter. The basement was adorned in a surgical style, and as Dr. Fuji pressed the switch, stark white lights illuminated the entire space. The room was filled with transparent glass vessels containing formalin, and in the front row, several small Charizards and Squirtless floated, each marked with a black number. However, this was not the intent of Dr. Fuji. He traversed the row of formalin containers and approached another set, where, instead of Squirtless, identical 6- or 7-year-old girls were suspended. The children were unclothed, their skin an ashen white, with pale blue hair resembling seaweed drifting in the solution. "Xiao Ai, today I have finally seen you smile again. It has been 2 years since I witnessed such joy in you," Dr. Fuji murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the girl within. "I am truly delighted, Xiao Ai. This makes me feel that all my efforts have been worthwhile. My dear daughter, I will never let you go, not ever." He spoke to himself, his eyes revealing a glimmer of madness, and in a sudden frenzy, he smashed the glass with his fist, sending a torrent of liquid cascading down. Though the shards cut into his hand, he seemed oblivious to the pain as he reached in to embrace the girl, weeping bitterly. Meanwhile, in the main residence on the second floor, Xiao AI lay on her bed, her eyes gently closed, a faint smile gracing her lips. She harbored a secret. When she slumbered, she could converse with a mysterious being. She cherished sharing her experiences with this entity, including her day's events. Xiao Ming. Today I met a wonderful big brother. He played with me all afternoon. We built castles out of sand, and he even peeled an apple for me. We promised to go to Alola together to see the ocean someday. Xiao Ming, have you ever seen the sea? I've heard it is beautiful, and I long to see it. Once I'm well, let us all go to Alola together, shall we? Xiao AI expressed dreamily, as Xiao Ming listened quietly, refraining from comment, merely noting in its heart that a human had brought joy to its dear friend. When Chunyu returned to the base, he found the other three waiting at his door. With an impassive expression, he welcomed them inside and inquired, "Are you looking to exchange information again?" Gujian nodded and spoke up. "Today I received a hidden mission called Musashi. I want to know if anyone can share information about Musashi with me. The Pokémon anime was something I watched in my childhood, but I can no longer recall the details of Musashi's storyline. Only that she is one of the trio from Team Rocket." Upon hearing this, Bai Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you sure you didn't team misread? A hidden mission?" Gujia, puzzled, replied, "Yes, what of it?" Unable to contain himself, Bai Yunfei exclaimed, "What kind of luck is this? I've been through so many missions and never encountered a hidden one. How is it that a newcomer like you receives one on your very first mission? Is there anything unique about hidden missions?" Gujia inquired. Bai Yunfei sighed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Hidden missions are not particularly special, but upon completion, they have a substantial chance of yielding rare items such as evolution stones, bracelets, and revival herbs, along with drops like heart droplets. These items are not obtainable through main quests. They are exclusive to hidden missions. Occasionally, one might even uncover proprietary items from the Pokémon games, like enhancement potions or special attack boosters, which are indeed rare treasures. Chunyu listened intently, fortuitously having accepted a hidden mission himself. Bai Yunfei and Fat Tiger appeared to be quite envious. Chunyu glanced at Fat Tiger and then at Bai Yunfei, noting that Bai Yunfei bore a slight resemblance to the character Xiaofu. The duo of Fat Tiger and Xiaofu was indeed a perfect match. Unable to suppress his amusement, he chuckled aloud, prompting the other three to turn their heads in unison. Chunyu quickly shifted the conversation. "My apologies, I just recalled something amusing. Were you inquiring about Musashi? I know a bit about her." Musashi's mother was the former assistant of a Team Rocket officer named Miyamoto. When Musashi was just 5 years old, Miyamoto was tasked with the quest to find Mew, after which she vanished without a trace. The 5-year-old Musashi, left without a mother, was taken in by a destitute family. Due to their impoverished circumstances, Musashi often went hungry, and when food was scarce, she resorted to making meals from snow to stave off starvation. Eventually, Musashi departed her hometown aspiring to become a Pokémon nurse, leading her to enroll in the Chansey Nurse Academy. However, due to her inability to master the requisite skills, she was compelled to leave. Later on, Musashi wandered through various paths until she joined Team Rocket Academy, where she met Kojiru and Nyarth, thus forming the infamous trio of Team Rocket. Chapter 12. Replicas. Gujia reflected thoughtfully upon hearing this. "I understand now, thank you." Bai Yunfei and Lu Hu shook their heads, indicating they had not gleaned any useful information. Chinyu observed the three of them, contemplating the main quest he had altered, which involved identifying 5 moles within Team Rocket. At that moment, 3 potential candidates stood before him. He tapped his fingers on the table pensively and scanned the trio, asking, "Have you formulated any strategies for your main quest?" Gu Jian nodded earnestly, while Lu Hu and Bai Yunfei hesitated, their gazes wavering. "Not yet," they admitted. Chinyu rolled his eyes and continued, "I suggest you expedite the completion of your main quest." Bai Yunfei paused, perplexed. "What do you mean? What are you implying?" Chinyu shook his head, revealing it might frighten you, so I shall refrain. Lu Hu scoffed in disbelief, but Bai Yunfei fell into contemplation. He refrained from further inquiries and nodded in agreement. With the conversation concluded, Chinyu promptly ushered them out. Lying in bed, Mimi, nestled beside him, had already succumbed to slumber, emitting even breaths. Chinyu felt not a trace of drowsiness. Instead, he pondered the words spoken by Dr. Fuji earlier that day. "I once took Xiao AI to the desolate Leaf City to see the sea, but it was entirely occupied by container ships and docks. However, Xiao AI claimed that she had never ventured outside, let alone to Leaf City to gaze upon the ocean. She was entirely unaware of what the sea even looked like." In accordance with typical narrative conventions, there are fundamentally 2 plausible explanations for such an occurrence. Either Xiao AI has suffered from amnesia, or the girl before me is not the genuine Xiao AI. Strangely, Xiao AI's gaze towards Dr. Fuji was tinged with a hint of trepidation. Judging by Dr. Fuji's demeanor earlier, Chen Yu believed he could not possibly be the type of father who would resort to violence. Unless, of course, he were to lose his composure and become indiscriminate in his actions. Unable to fathom the situation, Chen Yu resolved to consult Athena the following day for further insights. His movement stirred me an eye from her slumber. She blinked her sleepy eyes and softly called out. In that instant, Chen Yu's heart melted at her adorableness, prompting him to soften his actions, gently patting me in his body and whispering, "Continue your slumber." The next morning, Chen Yu arrived early at Athena's office. Upon his arrival, Athena was enjoying her breakfast. "It seems this is your first time taking the initiative to visit me," she remarked with slight surprise. "Speak up. What seems to be the matter? Dr. Fuji didn't attack you, did he?" Chen Yu smirked. "Are you aware of the specifics regarding Dr. Fuji's daughter?" Curiously raising an eyebrow, Athena inquired. "Why do you ask?" "Out of curiosity, I wish to see what Dr. Fuji's well-behaved and adorable daughter is like." Chen Yu casually replied. Athena finished the last spoonful of her seafood porridge, stood up, and rummaged through her drawer, soon producing a photograph which she tossed to Chen Yu. He caught it deftly. The girl in the photograph had long, light blue hair and wore a pristine white dress as she stood on a cruise ship. Behind her stretched an endless expanse of clear sky and an ocean of infinite blue. Several seagulls were vying for the bread in her hands. And the girl looked at them, beaming with delight. "This is Xiao AI. I have seen her before. She was a very charming girl, but tragically passed away 2 years ago due to illness," Athena said with a note of sorrow. Chen Yu stared at the girl in the photograph, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xiao AI he had encountered the previous day, his gaze flickering. "Could you tell me where her grave is? I wish to pay my respects. You are quite peculiar. Had Xiao AI not passed away, I might suspect you of being a pedophile," Athena remarked. Yet she still provided him with the address. Before Chen Yu departed, Athena cautioned, "Remember to return before noon. Dr. Fuji will come to escort you to his home. Also, tomorrow marks the annual Dragon-type Spirit Cultural Festival. Do not be late, as we must all attend." Chen Yu turned back to her, puzzled. "What is going on? I had no idea Team Rocket had such leisurely pursuits." Athena smiled slightly. "We generally do not attend ordinary celebrations, but this occasion is different." She refrained from continuing her words, yet Chen Yu had already grasped the essence of her message. It was merely a matter of Du Hui's presence, the rockets causing chaos, and bestowing a grand gift upon Du. Chen Yu felt speechless. Typically, villains engaged in such antics faced dire consequences, and he wished to avoid a trip to the police station because of this. As he set off for the cemetery, in the Fuji manor, Xiao AI was having breakfast with Dr. Fuji. Observing the expressionless Dr. Fuji, Xiao AI recalled Chen Yu's words from the previous day. Hesitating for a moment, she ventured to ask, "Father, may I go out to see the sea? I have never laid eyes upon it." The motion of Dr. Fuji's hands faltered, his knife clattering against the porcelain plate with a sharp sound. He lifted his head, revealing a smile more distressing than tears. Of course, suddenly, without warning, his demeanor darkened, and he bellowed, "Who told you such nonsense? Have I not already conveyed to you that I would take you to see the sea? How could you forget so swiftly?" Xiao AI's complexion drained of color. The ferocity in Dr. Fuji's gaze intensified as he warned her, "Do not forget your identity. You are merely a replica." As he spoke, his eyes grew vacant, as if ensnared by a nightmare. He stood rigidly, grasping Xiao AI's neck, murmuring, "No. You are not my Xiao AI. Xiao AI is already gone. Who are you? Who?" Xiao AI's face turned crimson as she struggled for breath. Just as she believed her life was slipping away, Dr. Fuji abruptly released her. The middle-aged man, in his 40s, slumped to the ground, covering his face with his hands. Inhaling deeply and uttering in anguish, "I'm sorry, Xiao AI. I am so sorry." Gasping for fresh air, Xiao AI gazed sorrowfully at Dr. Fuji and asked, "Father, who am I truly?" She recalled the moment she entered this world. Unlike other children who were born from their mother's wombs, she emerged from a strange green solution. At that moment, she had just gained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw this man joyfully standing before her, telling her, "You are called Xiao AI. I am your father." Dr. Fuji once again forced a grim smile. "What foolishness you speak. You are undoubtedly my Xiao AI." As he stood up and silently began to tidy the disarray on the dining table, Xiao AI sat on the ground, observing the scene in silence. When Dr. Fuji donned his coat and was about to leave, he turned back and said, "Rest well at home. In the afternoon, I will bring your elder brother to keep you company." After Dr. Fuji departed, Xiao AI mustered the strength to rise and traversed the long corridor to the room she had visited with Chen Yu the previous day. She released all the Pokémon from their Pokeballs. A group of Squirtless, Bulbasaurs, and Charmanders surrounded her. Embracing a Charmander, she felt its warm body temperature, gently stroking the black number on its tail. It seemed as though he were speaking to himself, or perhaps conversing with the little dragon. My dear companion, we are alike. Are we not? Chapter 13. The cemetery today, a gentle rain fell upon Rainbow City, casting a somber shadow over the sky. Chen Yu, armed with an umbrella, made his way unimpeded to the location of Xiao Ai's resting place. Due to the inclement weather, the cemetery was nearly deserted, save for an elderly gravedigger who, while smoking, cast a few wary glances at Chen Yu as he entered, in pursuit of unraveling the enigma surrounding Xiao Ai and swiftly completing his hidden task. Chen Yu stealthily procured a shovel from beside the gravedigger's cabin. Mystic, keep an eye out for me, and alert me if anyone approaches, he commanded. Mystic nodded and leapt aside to assume the role of a lookout. The recent rain had rendered the soil exceedingly pliable. With a firm thrust of the shovel, Chen Yu struck a solid object beneath the surface. In this world, cremation had yet to gain popularity after death. Xiao Ai's grave contained a modest coffin. Chen Yu quickly unearthed it and, steeling himself, lifted the lid. Yet, the anticipated sight did not materialize. Everything unfolded precisely as Chen Yu had surmised. The coffin was empty, devoid of any contents. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yu's expression shifted to one of grave concern. One of his hypotheses had been validated, while the answer to another lay hidden within Fuji Manor. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Dr. Fuji just before his departure yesterday. Oh, by the way, the manor is quite expansive. It's best not to wander aimlessly, especially in the basement, for Xiao Ai has a fear of darkness. The basement. Just then, Mystic emitted a sudden warning cry. Chen Yu turned to see the gravedigger charging towards him, wielding a wooden stick. You little rascal, appearing all proper, yet resorting to such deeds. Despicable. Chen Yu hastily rose to explain, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Spare me your nonsense. After years of traversing the underworld, I have seen all manner of scoundrels. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no good. Thankfully, I followed you here, otherwise, you would have truly gotten away with it today. The gravedigger swung his stick with one hand while retrieving a green, white, and yellow Pokeball from his pocket with the other. That was an Ultra Ball. Chen Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the gravedigger of this small locale had such a powerful item at his disposal? The old man wore a serious expression. Old friend, come forth and show this scoundrel what you're made of. With that, he executed a dramatic gesture, tossing the Ultra Ball into the air. A dazzling white light flashed, and a towering, imposing bonnet appeared before Mystic. Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock. What on earth was happening? A chill ran down his spine. Sir, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am an investigator from the Kanto League, here to probe into the case of the stolen corpse. If you wish, you may come and see for yourself. The coffin is truly empty. The old man let out a cold huff. Enough with the nonsense. Let us engage in a proper Pokémon battle. Defeat me first before discussing anything else. This old fellow certainly harbored some hidden depths. Chen Yu turned to seize his Mimikyu, intending to flee, but a lithe figure swooped down from above, blocking his path. The sharp-eyed haunch crow, with its glistening beak, fixed its intense gaze upon the human. As Chen Yu turned, he noticed the old man's expression clearly conveyed that he would not be permitted to leave without a duel. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yu realized he had no choice but to fight today. The old man was being utterly unreasonable. He exchanged a glance with Mimikyu and promptly commanded, use Shadow Clone to approach it. Mimikyu sprang into action, its petite form conjuring dozens of clones that raced forward in unison towards the formidable Banquillion. The old man commanded, Banquillion, unleash Dark Pulse. The robust Banquillion, akin to a small mountain, let out a resonant roar upon receiving the order, gathering a dark beam of energy in its mouth that swept towards Mimikyu's clones. Chen Yu remained unfazed, his voice steady. To the left, use Destiny Bond. Upon hearing this, the old man instinctively glanced at Banquillion's left side. But a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. His opponent had been momentarily distracted. In that instant, Mimikyu's true form leapt from directly in front of Banquillion, willingly jumping into the path of the Dark Pulse. Its disguise ability was instantly shattered, and at that moment, the effects of Destiny Bond struck Banquillion squarely in the chest. Mimikyu did not halt. The Destiny Bond's effect was unleashed the moment its disguise was broken, propelling its form forward alongside the unimpeded Dark Pulse, which now struck it without any protective barrier. In the next moment, Mimikyu was overwhelmed by the subsequent damage from Dark Pulse, rendering it unable to continue battling. Simultaneously, the effects of Destiny Bond activated, manifesting as a dark aura that enveloped Banquillion, which displayed a pained expression as it sank to its knees before collapsing like a mighty mountain. The familiar notification flashed across the screen. The boost from leveling up brought Mimikyu's health back from the brink, preventing it from losing consciousness. This was not Chen Yu's first time experiencing a level up in such a manner. He glanced at Mimikyu's status panel, astonished to see its level leap from 18 to 34 in a single bound. Remarkable, 16 levels gained in an instant. Banquillion, he surmised, must be at least level 60. The old man, observing this turn of events, displayed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. He glanced at Mimikyu before raising his gaze to Chen Yu, commenting, "This self-destructive strategy is something I've never witnessed in all my years. You are indeed a bold trainer." "Ah, merely a product of circumstance," Chen Yu replied with a smile. The old man continued, "However, its drawbacks are quite apparent. Should your opponent possess any understanding of you and your Mimikyu, such a strategy would be rendered utterly ineffective." "Nonsense. Can he truly be oblivious to the drawbacks of such a strategy? This approach is merely designed to counter individuals like you, who wish to dominate in their very first encounter." Chen Yu silently mocked in his mind. Yet he maintained a cheerful facade as he replied, "Indeed." The old man squinted with a smile, casting a glance at the empty coffin, and inquired, "Are you truly an investigator of the Alliance?" "Of course," Chen Yu nodded. "I believe you." The old man paused. Just then, a distant wail of sirens pierced the air. The old man glanced in that direction, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I sincerely apologize. I thought you were a tomb raider and called the police. However, since you are an investigator of the Alliance, I trust you can explain your actions to Miss Junsha." "It's nothing," Chen Yu remarked, casting a glance at the unscrupulous old man. Yet the old man seemed not to comprehend, continuing to beam as he watched Chen Yu being escorted by Miss Junsha to the police car, not uttering a single word of explanation. Chapter 14. The Light of Righteousness. Name: Chen Yu. Age: 20. Occupation: Alliance Investigator. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha looked up with a bemused expression. "An investigator from the Alliance. Digging up graves?" Chen Yu replied. Miss Junsha, after organizing the notes in her hand, set them aside and asked, "What have you discovered?" Chen Yu fabricated a response. "I'm afraid it's classified. We are prohibited from disclosing any details to outsiders." "Very well." Miss Junsha did not press further. Nodding, she stood and stated, "In that case, I shall have someone from the Alliance speak with you." Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang in Chen Yu's mind. Miss Junsha did not allow him a chance to speak and promptly exited the interrogation room. A sound of a door opening echoed from outside, followed by a youthful male voice filtering through the wall. After greeting Miss Junsha, the individual directly pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Chen Yu looked up to see a striking young man draped in a black cloak, his vibrant red hair giving him a captivating presence. As he confidently occupied the chair where Miss Junsha had just sat, with his red hair, cloak, and an air of righteousness, Chen Yu instantly recognized the man, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Guandu, the dragon-type king, Dui. Dui regarded the novice investigator, whom he had encountered previously, with amusement. "How did your undercover mission go? Have you uncovered any evidence?" Chen Yu was taken aback. "You know me?" Dui nodded. "I met you when you and your fellow investigators visited the rocket team training base." Chen Yu's mind raced, quickly realizing that Dui recognized not him personally, but rather the identity assigned to him by the system. Dui sat there, seemingly relaxed as he watched Chen Yu, and, noticing his prolonged silence, raised an eyebrow. "You still haven't answered my question." Chen Yu pressed his lips together. If his primary mission had remained unchanged, he could have reported the information he gathered from the rocket team to do, and thus complete his task and depart from this world. However, the mission had indeed been altered. He now found himself aligned not with the Kanto Alliance, but with the rocket team. Yet, crucially, Du was unaware of his defection. Contemplating this, Chen Yu continued to fabricate his story. "No, the rocket team is currently very vigilant towards us. Whenever we enter or exit the base, our eyes are covered, preventing us from memorizing our surroundings." Du furrowed his brow, lost in thought. So, it seems the undercover operation may have been compromised. Du was a person imbued with a strong sense of justice, akin to a paragon of virtue from a novel, and harbored a deep disdain for the nefarious deeds of the rocket team. Nevertheless, he was never one to disregard the safety of his subordinates for the sake of a greater cause. Thus, he said, "Your mission is complete. From today onward, you must not return to the rocket team." Chen Yu, however, was not inclined to leave the rocket team just yet. He gazed at Du, taking a moment to gather his emotions, and suddenly emanated an aura of righteous conviction, his tone imbued with a spirit of bravery. "No. How could I abandon my fellow undercover comrades in the rocket team for my own safety? If I leave, the identities of the others who are being closely monitored by the rocket team will be immediately exposed. I cannot bear to witness them being humiliated by the rocket team. Du was instantly moved by the courage in his words. He placed a hand on Chen Yu's shoulder, both gratified and exhilarated, and exclaimed, "Good comrade. With investigators like you, the future of the Alliance is bright." Chen Yu replied, "All right, enough of the theatrics. If you keep this up, it might become too much." He felt that Du was being even more dramatic than himself. "So, can I have my Pokémon back now?" Chen Yu inquired. "Of course." Du nodded and opened the door, calling for Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha first unlocked the handcuffs around Chen Yu's wrist before retrieving the Mismagius Pokeball from her drawer. A flash of white light burst forth, and Mismagius leaped onto Chen Yu, shielding him and watching Miss Junsha and Du warily. Du innocently raised his hands. "Relax, little one. I haven't done anything to your trainer." Miss Junsha looked at Chen Yu. "It seems you have quite a good relationship with your Pokémon." Chen Yu rubbed his nose and cradled Mismagius, reassuring her, "It's all right now. They are not bad people." Miss Junsha raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe. "So, can you now tell us why you were digging up someone else's grave? The gravedigger?" "Gravedigger." Chen Yu's expression vividly portrayed the essence of a handsome man rendered speechless. Miss Junsha chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. If you don't wish to share, that is fine. I believe you have your reasons. What are you planning to do next? Return to the rocket team base?" Du stood by, observing him, awaiting his response. Chen Yu shook his head, remarking that the rockets must already be aware of his capture. After all, their watchful eyes had never diverted from him. It was likely that Athena had been informed the moment he was taken away in a police car. Contemplating this, Chen Yu raised his gaze to Du and inquired, "You haven't disclosed your whereabouts today, have you?" Du shook his head, affirming, "Of course not. When I wish to remain hidden, no one can find me." "That's good. I shall remain here. The rockets will send someone to retrieve me," Chen Yu stated. Miss Junsha exchanged a glance with Du, who nodded at her before turning to depart. Chen Yu endured the interrogation at the police station, well-fed and well-watered, until 10 o'clock at night, when he finally awaited his rescue. To be precise, it was a daring prison break. When Athena descended from the sky, Chen Yu could hardly believe his eyes. Goodness, is the rocket's operation now this audacious? Without concern for the commotion, Athena threw a rope from the gaping hole in the roof, securing it around Chen Yu's waist and forcibly dragging him out. The rope tightened painfully around his midsection as Athena gestured to the helicopter that had brought her, which soared high into the night. Inside the police station, Miss Junsha's calm commands quickly faded from Chen Yu's ears. Athena leaped into the helicopter, pulling Chen Yu inside with considerable force. Once the dust settled, Chen Yu, clutching his aching waist, looked at Athena with a wry expression, saying, "I thought you were going to toss me from the sky to erase all evidence." Athena, taken aback, never anticipated that her casual remark from that day would become a prophecy fulfilled. Observing her expression, Chen Yu inhaled deeply and declared, "Ask away. I shall divulge all I know." "Just kidding." Athena's forehead twitched slightly as she suppressed the urge to strike him, her expression peculiar as she queried, "Why did you go to dig up Xiao Ai's grave?" Chen Yu met her gaze with certainty, stating, "Did you not see? There was nothing in the coffin." Chapter 15. Variation. Athena altered her line of questioning. "What did you discover?" Chen Yu locked eyes with her and articulated each word carefully. "Dr. Fuji does not suffer from delusions. Xiao Ai is still alive. As for whether she is the original Xiao Ai, that remains uncertain." "No, that cannot be," Athena replied, her brows furrowing slightly. "I witnessed Xiao Ai's passing with my own eyes. I even attended her funeral." Observing Athena's reaction, Chen Yu continued, "Besides Xiao Ai, I also encountered numerous Bulbasaurs, Squirtless, and Charmanders, all marked with black identification numbers at Dr. Fuji's residence." Upon hearing this, Athena's expression transformed, her pupils dilated in subtle shock, which Chen Yu astutely noted. His gaze flickered as he scrutinized her eyes, continuing, "So, the current Xiao Ai and that group of Pokémon are all clones, correct?" Athena, aware that the other party had already deduced the truth, turned her gaze to the night sky outside and let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Indeed." She offered no further explanation, and Chen Yu refrained from pressing the matter. The cabin soon succumbed to a profound silence, only to be broken when the helicopter landed atop the Rainbow Gaming City. Athena spoke again. "This matter ends here. Do not bring it up in front of Dr. Fuji or Xiao Ai." After a brief pause, she added, "You did not visit the estate today, which has angered Dr. Fuji. After tomorrow's operation, you shall move in with him." Chen Yu faltered in his steps behind her, Are you attempting to use me to stabilize Dr. Fuji's emotions? Do you truly believe that will be effective? Athena shrugged indifferently, responding, I cannot ascertain its efficacy, but I do know that as long as Xiao AI is content, Dr. Fuji will perform his duties well. As for you, it appears you have little choice. Upon hearing this veiled threat, Chenyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The depths of his gaze were impenetrable in the darkness, betraying no emotion. He detested this feeling of being beholden to others. Indeed, compared to Team Rocket, the alliance of Guandu was far more likable. Fine, since the matter had been laid bare, whatever transpired thereafter would not be his concern. With this thought, he decisively said, very well, I will help you take care of the child. No sooner had he spoken than the panel illuminated with an automatic task progress update. The hidden mission, Xiao AI, had progressed. Mission objective? Mission completion, 10. Athena departed without a trace of emotion. Chenyu returned to the dormitory with a sense of enigma. The other three awaited him at his door, just as they had days prior. Tomorrow is the Dragon-type Spirit Cultural Festival. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to complete my main quest, Gujia remarked. So should we, chimed in the Pang Hu and Xiao Fu duo. Chenyu, upon hearing this, pondered deeply. He was not concerned about the successful completion of his main quest. Instead, he contemplated what would become of his main quest if Team Rocket were to be eliminated. Surely, it could not be worse than leading the remnants of Team Rocket back to power. By the way, Chenyu suddenly recalled something and turned to Bai Yunfei. Will we be able to leave this world immediately after completing the main quest? Bai Yunfei nodded. Once the mission is submitted, players can depart at any time. However, in more peaceful scenarios, players generally opt to leave on the final day of the mission's time limit. Lu Hu expressed concern. I fear Team Rocket might cause some trouble tomorrow. This scenario is too perilous. Bai Yunfei quickly covered his mouth. Do not speak such ill omens. Spit, spit, spit. Lu Hu pushed his hand away, exasperated. Have you not realized? In recent days, the number of people at the base has suddenly increased. This afternoon, I engaged in conversation with an individual and discovered that they had come from the Moonview Mountain base. With such a large group, it seems they are preparing for a direct confrontation with the Alliance. Bai Yunfei sighed, expressing his desire to swiftly exit this instance. Lamenting the unbearable sensation of being monitored for 20 hours a day, he hoped that the next instance would allow him to engage in more leisurely activities. Gu Jia inquired, are instances categorized? Bai Yunfei, realizing that he would soon complete his tasks and might never encounter them again, generously divulged all the information he had gathered. Indeed, instances come in various types, and while I am unsure of the exact number, the current instance we are in is a combat type, where battles are inevitable and perilous, with the risk of demise lurking at every turn. In contrast, leisure-oriented instances are much simpler, primarily involving nurturing Pokémon, battling at gyms, and enjoying travels. Aside from these two main categories, there are also other unique instances, such as Werewolf and Escape Room, filled with entertainment. At this juncture, Bai Yunfei glanced at the two newcomers present, remarking, I can only say that you have drawn the short straw, encountering such a type of instance in your debut. Having concluded the serious discussion, the four of them engaged in casual chatter for a while before retreating to their respective quarters. The following day heralded the commencement of the annual Dragon-type Pokémon Cultural Festival. The entire Rainbow City was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere, with various shops brimming with an array of Dragon-type Pokémon dolls and promotional merchandise. The image of Dew was emblazoned on colossal posters, prominently displayed in the most visible locations of Rainbow City, ensuring it caught the eye of every passerby. At 8 in the morning, the celebration officially commenced at Rainbow Square. Simultaneously, at the Rocket Team's base, Athena summoned Chenyu and his three companions to the same conference room as on the first day. Chenyu exchanged a subtle glance with the other three. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and a middle-aged man, dressed in a black suit with a crew cut, entered. He surveyed the four with eyes sharp as an eagle's, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Welcome to the Rocket Team. However, before you can be formally recognized, you must complete a task individually to demonstrate your capabilities. Athena interjected, this is the current leader of the Rocket Team. You may refer to him as boss. Silence enveloped the room. Without needing Athena to clarify, Chenyu and his companions immediately recognized the man's identity. What task? Bai Yunfei inquired in a subdued tone. Here they are. Sakaki gestured, prompting several men clad in Rocket Team uniforms to enter, carrying 4 black boxes. They placed the boxes before the four and, with a gentle click, opened them to reveal their contents. Lu Hu, gazing at the array of timed explosives, firearms, and smoke bombs, could not suppress a gulp. Sakamaki observed the expressions of the 4 individuals and suddenly broke into a knowing smile. declaring, "To disrupt this celebration, you may place timed explosives on site, seize the trainer's Pokémon at gunpoint, or directly choose to assault Dado. Fear not. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to assist you closely. They will instruct you on how to handle firearms and set timed bombs." Sakamaki waved his hand again, and 4 more individuals entered the room. Upon seeing this, Chen Yu and his companions' faces darkened. It was clear to anyone that these 4 were there to monitor them. Lu Hu's face soured, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "Are you sending us to our deaths?" Sakamaki turned toward him, laughing confidently. "Dado will not kill you." Having faced Dado numerous times, Sakamaki was well acquainted with him. He was the type who would rather injure himself than harm his own. Chapter 16. Betrayal. The celebration was about to commence. "Attention all units." The mayor of Rainbow City announced from backstage. Dado sat expressionless before a mirror, allowing the makeup artist to apply strange substances to his face. Truth be told, he was not accustomed to such situations. Miss Junsha, responsible for maintaining order at the event, entered the room, crossing her arms and chuckling as she admired the makeup on Dado's face. Dado shot her a glance and inquired, "How is the perimeter check progressing?" "Rest assured, no suspicious individuals will be allowed into the venue," Miss Junsha replied. Dado was somewhat skeptical. The venue could accommodate 5,000 attendees, and with such a diverse crowd, it was simply impossible for Miss Junsha to conduct a thorough check on her own. Moreover, he harbored an uneasy premonition. Outside the venue, the audience area was teeming with people. Some unable to secure tickets had taken to the skies on their flying Pokémon to watch the event. Chen Yu seamlessly blended into the crowd, oddly noticing that the Rocket team member assigned to monitor him had not followed. He glanced back, feeling a twinge of doubt. He found it hard to believe he had evaded them so easily. In a building opposite the venue, Athena peered through binoculars at the throngs below, expressing her concern. "Is it truly wise to keep Ahua and the others from following?" Sakamaki exhibited a confident smile as he opened a laptop on the table, revealing 4 moving green dots on the screen. Athena's mind instantly grasped the implication. They had been covertly fitted with trackers and remote-controlled explosives. The show was about to begin. Sakamaki propped his chin on his hand, watching the screen with keen interest. At the celebration venue, as an exhilarating and passionate background score surged, Dado, clad in resplendent attire, slowly made his way to the center of the stage. The audience erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic screams. With a slight nod, Du summoned 4 Pokeballs from seemingly nowhere, tossing them into the sky. A series of brilliant white lights flashed, revealing 4 formidable dragon-type Pokémon floating at his sides. Among them was a Dragonite with a rounded, tangerine-hued body, a ferocious Gyarados, its crimson scales glistening as it opened its massive jaws, an ancient Aerodactyl, its skin resembling fossilized rock, and a shiny Xatu adorned with soft, cotton-like white wings. The moment the first Dragonite appeared, the audience erupted into frenzied cheers, a cacophony of excitement that persisted until the last Xatu graced the stage. It was reminiscent of the fervent fanatics Chen Yu had observed in his past life, utterly enthralled. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Chen Yu felt his head throb from the noise and decided he couldn't suffer in silence. He promptly summoned his Mismagius from its Pokeball. "Isn't it lively? Do you enjoy this place?" he called out to Mismagius. Mismagius replied, "It seems its trainer lacks intelligence." Chen Yu cradled Mismagius in one arm while attempting to tuck the Pokeball into his pocket. However, a sudden jostle from a nearby spectator caused the Pokeball to slip from his grasp, rolling away. A group of ecstatic fans, caught up in the moment, inadvertently stepped on the Pokeball, causing a loud thud as they tumbled down. The crowd reacted like a line of dominoes, a wave of gasps and screams echoing through the air. Chen Yu, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly and inadvertently covered Mismagius's eyes with his hand, mistakenly shielding the eyes on its costume rather than its true eyes, which were located on its belly. Mismagius sighed softly. Indeed, its trainer is rather dull. Using its small paws, it tugged at Chen Yu's hand, guiding it to cover its true eyes. Meanwhile, Du quickly noticed the commotion, his eyelids twitching. He had a premonition that something was amiss today. Concurrently, taking advantage of the distraction, 2 figures dashed onto the stage from below, thrusting evidence collected by Team Rocket into Du's hands. It was Gu Jia and Lu Hu. They had disregarded Sakaki's orders and submitted their findings directly. Sakaki soon caught wind of their actions, his expression darkening as he unhesitatingly activated the remote-controlled bomb. Before Du could comprehend the images and text in his hands, the 2 figures before him erupted in an explosion, transforming into 2 crimson blossoms. Scalding blood splattered across Du's face as he stared blankly at the text on the image, suddenly grasping its significance. It was a criminal lead from Team Rocket, the final remnants left behind by those brave investigators. An unprecedented surge of fury erupted from Du's being. Chen Yu was struck dumb by the scene before him. A cold sweat broke out in his heart. No wonder those 4 individuals ceased to pursue him. It turned out they had been equipped with miniature remote-controlled bombs. But wait, how was it that he had not been blown to smithereens? Just then, a gasp arose from the crowd that had recently fallen. There, the red and white Pokeball, kicked around by the masses until it rolled into a corner, exploded with a resounding bang, creating a large crater in the ground. No wonder. Those damn Team Rocket members. Chen Yu gazed at the gaping hole, a wave of fear washing over him. Had that Pokeball not been inadvertently struck and sent rolling, or if he had not released the mysterious Pokemon just moments ago, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With such an incident occurring, the celebration could no longer continue. Miss Junsha took charge of evacuating the crowd, while Du remained dazed on stage. Chen Yu and the mysterious Pokemon stood in a corner, momentarily at a loss as to where to go. Returning to the Kanto Alliance was not an option. His main quest still lay with Team Rocket. However, on that side, he was already considered dead, and it was evident that Team Rocket sought to eliminate him. Thus, returning was out of the question, at least for now. At that moment, Gu Jia, Bai Yunfei, and Lu Hu appeared, drifting over in a ghostly state. Have you turned into spirits? Chen Yu asked in astonishment. Bai Yunfei shook his head. Of course not. Lu Hu patted his chest, exhaling deeply. That was too perilous. Thankfully, we completed the main quest just a second before the explosion. Otherwise, we would have perished here. Hearing that the 3 could leave brought a slight relief to Chen Yu. Before he could speak, Bai Yunfei said, our main quest has been accomplished, and we cannot linger in this sub-story for long. Though we are unaware of your main quest, we hope you can leave this sub-story alive. Good luck. You can do it. As soon as the 3 finished speaking, their forms transformed into bubbles and vanished before Chen Yu. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Miss Junsha's voice filled with surprise. You're not dead. Chen Yu turned to her, pointing at the large crater created by the explosion not far away. It was a close call. Chapter 17, The Promise Bang. A crisp explosion suddenly echoed through the sky. All the remaining spectators looked up in unison. A brilliant firework exploded in the heavens, followed by the emergence of 8 scarlet characters. Do you like this gift? Du? On stage, clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, filled with an indescribable rage as he witnessed the scene unfold. The undercover agent from the Kanto Alliance was ruthlessly blown to bits before the eyes of all, a blatant affront that rubbed the Kanto Alliance's dignity into the dirt. Team Rocket's audacity was unparalleled. Even Chen Yu could no longer bear to watch. As a mere pawn destined to perish in this provocative scheme, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of authority. He was acutely aware that at this very moment, Sakaki was lurking in the shadows, observing all that unfolded. Where are you headed? Miss Junsha inquired, momentarily taken aback as she noticed Chen Yu turning away. Without looking back, he waved his hand dismissively and declared, I am going to make Team Rocket pay. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha's eyes began to glisten with tears. What an incredibly strong and brave individual. To seek vengeance for his fallen comrades by challenging the entirety of Team Rocket alone was no small feat regardless of whether he could succeed. Such fearless courage was truly admirable. In her mind's eye, Miss Junsha recalled the gruesome scene of the 2 other investigators exploding into a mist of blood and could not help but call out to Chen Yu, don't go. They are numerous. Chen Yu, of course, was not foolish enough to confront Team Rocket single-handedly. He advanced to the stage, and upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Du turned around, his expression immediately morphing into disbelief upon recognizing the visitor. Chen Yu nodded at Du and lifted his gaze toward the towering structure across the venue, as if he could see Sakaki's signature grin through layers of air and walls. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, you are celebrating too soon. I am not dead yet. Everything transpired just as Chen Yu had anticipated. Within the building opposite, Sakaki reveled in the agony displayed on Du's face. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from the loudspeaker. You are celebrating too soon. I am not dead yet. The pen Sakaki had been spinning slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground, his brow furrowing rapidly. Athena, standing nearby, could scarcely believe her ears. How is that possible? A foreboding sensation washed over Sakaki, prompting him to seize the microphone and, without hesitation, place a call. Barking orders at a frantic pace, everyone, evacuate the base immediately. Protect Dr. Fuji and ensure he takes the Mutuo embryo with him. Chen Yu turned to Du. Seizing the moment before the excited Du could speak. Team Rocket's base is in Rainbow Game City. We should still have time to get there. Du instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression growing serious. while Miss Junsha, who had followed closely, also absorbed the information. With a solemn demeanor, she swiftly grabbed her walkie-talkie and issued commands. In that moment, all security forces in Rainbow City mobilized, their sights set on Rainbow Game City. Du resolved to personally intervene, mounting his Dragonite and solemnly assuring Chunyu before departing, "Wait for my return here. I will not allow you to be endangered again." Seeing the earnestness on Du's face, Chunyu thought to himself, "All right, I was almost moved." As he watched Du and his Dragonite take flight, Chunyu seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed by Miss Junsha, hailing a taxi en route to Dr. Fuji's estate. Knowing that there were still ample Alliance coins remaining on the card Team Rocket had provided him. In order to prevent his card from being frozen, Chunyu withdrew approximately 10,000 in cash from the bank and kept it on his person. He extracted 200 to purchase a classic-style travel backpack from the driver, stuffing the money and the lost Pokeball into it. Upon arriving at the manor, he found Xiao AI sitting by the bed on the second floor, gazing vacantly at the sky. Chunyu climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard, directly making his way to Xiao AI's room. "Brother, you're here," Xiao AI exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Chunyu. Taking a breath, Chunyu nodded and replied, "Yes, I have come to fulfill my promise to take you to see the sea." Xiao AI's adorable face scrunched up in worry. "But Daddy won't let me go outside." Chunyu interrupted her, crouching down to look earnestly into her eyes, and said, "Do not be afraid. Tell me, Xiao AI, do you wish to stay here?" Xiao AI opened her mouth hesitantly, but upon meeting Chunyu's gaze, her expression seemed to reflect a significant resolution as she spoke. "Brother, I am not the Xiao AI you are looking for. I do not even know who I am." She had come to understand her origins. In that moment, Chunyu's thoughts crystallized. He shook his head and firmly stated, "No matter who you are, we made a pact to see the sea together. It was you who sealed that promise with me, wasn't it?" Xiao AI nodded. "Then that settles it. Can you come with me now?" Chunyu asked. This time, Xiao AI agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Chunyu lifted the somewhat frail girl into his arms. As they reached the corridor, he paused, observing the entrance to the basement. He gently set Xiao AI down and instructed, "Wait here for me for a moment. I will be right back." Xiao AI obediently nodded, "All right." Chunyu swiftly made his way to the basement, pushed open the door, and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Lifeless, closed-eyed figures of the starter Pokémon floated weakly in transparent containers. Their bodies bore ominous black numbers, indicating the order in which they had been cloned. Venturing further inside, he discovered that the transparent containers no longer held Pokémon, but instead, the pale, frail bodies of young girls, each one a reflection of Xiao AI. Heaven knows how many Xiao Ace Dr. Fuji had secretly cloned over the past 2 years. Chunyu stared blankly at the lifeless girls within the containers, observing their light blue hair drifting gently in the water like seaweed. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice called from behind him, "Brother, are they all Xiao AI?" Chunyu opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain. Yet Xiao AI seemed to anticipate this moment. She calmly gazed at the identical faces within the glass containers, a grim smile forming on her lips. "Actually, I have known for a long time. When I first awoke, I was surrounded by this same water." A wave of sadness washed over Chunyu. As she spoke, the 8-year-old girl's face broke into a cheerful smile once more. "It's all right, compared to them. I am already very lucky. They had not encountered the elder brother. Only I had the fortune to meet him. Let us depart." Upon witnessing the truth, Chunyu let out a gentle sigh, affectionately ruffling Xiao AI's hair as he spoke. Once back on the ground, Xiao AI suddenly recalled something. "Wait for me, brother." She dashed into the room where she had previously accompanied Chunyu, anxiously gazing at the pile of Pokeballs on the shelf. Understanding her concern, Chunyu opened his backpack, saying, "Let us take them all with us." "Thank you, brother," Xiao AI exclaimed joyfully. Chunyu stepped forward and packed all 20 Pokeballs from the cabinet into his backpack, filling it to the brim. Consequently, Mimikyu could no longer remain in the backpack and had to be carried by Chunyu. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside. Chunyu quickly reacted, pulling Xiao AI behind him as they sought refuge in a storeroom. Peering through the crack in the door to assess the situation outside, they observed 5 members of Team Rocket, along with Dr. Fuji, hurriedly entering and making their way towards Xiao AI's room. Soon, Dr. Fuji's furious shouts reverberated from the upper floor. The 5 Team Rocket members swiftly dispersed, beginning their search throughout the mansion. Chapter 18, The Madman Show. Chunyu gestured to Xiao AI, instructing her to remain silent. Xiao AI obediently nodded, retreating gently behind a cardboard box while clutching Chunyu's travel bag. Chunyu glanced at Mimikyu's information panel. Previously, in a battle against the Gravekeeper's Bonnet at the cemetery, Mimikyu had ascended to level 34 and mastered the moves Shadow Sneak, Copycat, and Surprise Attack. I will draw them over here. You quietly use Surprise Attack or Shadow Sneak from behind to incapacitate them, understood? Chen inquired. Mimikyu nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Chen turned and retrieved 2 small red and white Pokeballs from his travel bag. He gently opened the door, sidestepping to exit, skillfully maneuvering into a blind spot of one of the Team Rocket members, executing a tactical roll into the cross-shaped corridor. The Team Rocket member, unaware that anyone else was present in the mansion at this hour, chose not to release his Pokémon. He was methodically searching each room from left to right. And just as his hand reached for the doorknob of the storeroom where Xiao AI was hiding, a small red and white Pokeball rolled out from the corner like a marble. The Team Rocket member halted, instantly alert as he turned his gaze toward the sound. Who? He demanded, but no one replied. In the silence of the corridor, he could distinctly hear his own anxious breaths. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound emerged from behind him. The Team Rocket member whipped around, only to see a shadow darting swiftly towards him, propelled by a gust of wind, striking forcefully against his temple. A sudden wave of intense dizziness swept over the man, causing him to see stars as his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. The first, just as Chen prepared to drag the unconscious man into the adjacent room. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the wooden staircase. This is bad. They've been discovered. Without a moment to contemplate, Chen instinctively scooped up Mysterious and pushed through the nearest door to take refuge inside. Outside, a member of Team Rocket, drawn by the commotion, immediately spotted his fallen comrade. Instantly alert, he retrieved a Pokeball and summoned his Pokémon, a deep blue Zubat. Typically, Zubats thrive in dark caves, living in swarms where their eyesight has long since deteriorated. Yet, alongside this regression, one of their abilities has rapidly evolved, ultrasonic waves. Once captured by trainers, this capability has been repurposed for seeking out individuals and objects. Thus, this Team Rocket member released Zubat with the intent to uncover the assailant of his companion. Upon receiving the command, Zubat emitted ultrasonic waves, circling the corridor before finally halting at one of the doors. However, it soon seemed to detect something, flapping its wings and flying to another door. This indicated the presence of 2 individuals. The Team Rocket member's pupils contracted, his face grave, as he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist to notify the other 3 members. A faint crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie, heightening the tension on the Team Rocket member's face as he awaited the connection, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on one of the doors. Consequently, he failed to notice that the door Zubat had first stopped and had silently swung open. Chen wielding a wooden chair, struck without hesitation at the man's head. Mysterious followed suit, colliding with the man's knee. This seamless coordination between trainer and Pokémon caused the Team Rocket member to kneel, his mouth agape as if to utter a word, yet no sound escaped his throat. Thud! Another dull thump resonated in the corridor as he fell. Seeing its trainer attacked, Zubat's eyes turned crimson with fury. Its wings flapped rapidly, conjuring 2 sharp blades of wind that crossed in a fierce assault towards Chen. Mysterious, sensing the threat, leapt high to shield its trainer, absorbing the air blades with minimal harm, merely shattering its disguisability. Well done, Chen commanded in a low voice. Use Mimic. Mysterious hopped onto a nearby chair, its little eyes wide with wonder, shimmering with an extraordinary glow. The wind coalesced before it, forming a cross-shaped blade that surged forth towards Zubat. Without the guidance of a trainer, the Zubat's reactions faltered, leaving it vulnerable to Mismagius's assault. It swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground. Execute a critical hit, Chen commanded with determination. Mismagius promptly pursued, unleashing a fierce gust as it collided violently with Zubat's abdomen. The impact nearly dislodged Zubat's eyes, and ultimately, it succumbed, rolling its eyes back and losing consciousness. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The unconscious Team Rocket member's walkie-talkie, unbeknownst to anyone, had somehow dialed a number. The crackling static resonated ominously in the silent corridor. By the time Chen noticed the walkie-talkie, it was too late. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor's end. The remaining 3 Team Rocket members closed in from either side, with Dr. Fuji trailing behind them. His gaze swept over the 2 incapacitated individuals before settling on Chen. His expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Where is Zaiwai? He demanded, his voice brimming with suppressed rage that reverberated through the hallway. Chen remained silent. In a sudden motion, Dr. Fuji withdrew a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a robust, purple Nidoking materialized at his side. Upon its emergence, Nidoking let out a thunderous roar that shook the very ground beneath them. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. Was this the crux of the hidden mission? At that moment, the door to the storage room swung open. Xiaowai emerged, burdened by an ill-fitting travel bag, and positioned herself protectively in front of Chen Yu. Her small face set in fierce determination. You shall not harm my brother. Dr. Fuji inhaled deeply, his features twitching as he struggled to rein in his emotions. Xiaowai, come to daddy, he urged. Xiaowai stubbornly shook her head. This was the tipping point for Dr. Fuji, his restraint shattered, triggering an extreme persona. Such disobedience requires a lesson to ensure you heed your father's words. A sinister smile crept across his lips as his eyes glowed with fury. Nidoking, unleash Hyper Beam and obliterate them. Xiaowai's complexion turned ashen. Upon hearing the command, Chen Yu swiftly cradled Xiaowai and Miss Magius in his arms, forcefully kicking aside a blocking Team Rocket member before fleeing. Behind him, terrified screams erupted from the Team Rocket members. Dr. Fuji, what are you doing? We're on the same side. Chen Yu did not look back as a powerful beam of energy, imbued with an overwhelming sense of terror, grazed his arm, silencing all sounds behind him. Chapter 19. Father. The quiet corridor echoed with a maniacal laughter reminiscent of a jester's. Where has my obedient daughter gone? Does she wish to play a game of hide and seek with daddy? Such disobedience will surely lead to punishment if daddy finds her. The roar of Nidoking followed suit, amplifying the ominous atmosphere. Chen Yu sprinted down the corridor, cradling Xiao AI in his arms, oblivious to how long he had been running. Meanwhile, Dr. Fuji followed at a leisurely pace. Having resided in the manor for many years, he was intimately familiar with its every nook and cranny. Brother, Xiao AI said softly, her grip on his hand gradually loosening as she glanced back at the ominous shadow drawing closer. Put me down. You should go. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, what nonsense are you talking about? I promised to take you away from here. Suddenly, Xiao AI broke free from his grasp, shaking her head. It's all right, brother, she coughed. Her complexion swiftly paling as blood began to trickle from her nose, eyes, and ears. Dr. Fuji, who had been preparing to unleash his wrath, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. The fury in his eyes faded, replaced by shock and panic as he looked at Xiao AI. No, this isn't right. How could it only last 3 months? Xiao AI, now devoid of strength, wished to reassure Chen Yu with a touch, but her hand fell limply before she could reach him. Chen Yu lifted her once more, watching as the light in her eyes dimmed. She cast a final glance at him before her head tilted, and she lost consciousness. At that moment, a hidden task notification emerged on the panel. The solitary hidden task, Xiao AI, was updated. Task objective. Completion, 50. Seeing that his daughter had not even left him a final gaze, Dr. Fuji sighed deeply. He yearned to approach and take Xiao AI from Chen Yu, but the latter evaded him. Chen Yu locked eyes with him and demanded, what did you mean by what you just said? In a moment of clarity amidst his turmoil, Dr. Fuji's eyes reflected anguish as he replied, as you can see, Xiao AI is a clone. With current technology, we cannot achieve perfect human cloning. Each clone's lifespan is limited to about 5 months. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu retorted. So you used your selfish desires to clandestinely clone Xiao AI with immature technology, only to watch them suffer and die one after another? What else could I do? Dr. Fuji's eyes reddened as he nearly roared in despair. Just when Chen Yu thought he might erupt into a violent frenzy, Dr. Fuji collapsed to his knees, covering his face with his hands, resembling a father who had just lost his daughter. In the days following Xiao AI's death, I could hear her in my dreams saying, Daddy, it's so dark here. I'm scared. I want to go home. I was driven nearly mad by my longing for her. I even contemplated suicide to join her, but I admit, I am a coward, a failed father. Sighing, Chen Yu walked past Dr. Fuji, seizing the moment while the man was engulfed in his madness. He carried Xiao AI and left the manor. The task had not yet shown as failed, indicating that Xiao AI still lived. He needed to take her to the hospital. An hour later, Athena, anxiously awaiting the return of Dr. Fuji, arrived at Fuji Manor. Upon entering, she was struck by the devastation that lay in the corridor. With a furrowed brow, she ascended the staircase and ultimately discovered Dr. Fuji, who had inexplicably lost consciousness in a corner on the top floor. Approaching him, she gently lifted him, and as he sensed her presence, he opened his vacant eyes, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, Xiao AI is dead. My daughter is dead. Calmly, Athena inquired, what on earth has transpired here? Yet, Dr. Fuji appeared entranced, ensnared in a nightmare, incessantly repeating the same phrase. Left with no choice, Athena resolved to seek the answers herself. She glanced at the surveillance camera nestled in the corner and proceeded to the monitoring room, where she skillfully accessed footage from an hour prior. Upon viewing the dashing young man on the screen, Athena clenched her teeth. Chen Yu, It was because of him that the location of the Rainbow Base had been compromised, resulting in the loss of countless invaluable research projects and experimental equipment. Because of him, at least 100 members of Team Rocket had been apprehended. Enveloped in fury, Athena shut off the monitor and returned to the corridor, only to find that Dr. Fuji had vanished without a trace. Furrowing her brow, she produced a Pokeball and released a particularly sensitive Houndour. Following the creature, Athena was led to the basement, where she entered to find Dr. Fuji tightly clutching the lifeless body of a girl. It was Xiao Ai. Recalling the information Chen Yu had shared with her not long ago, Athena approached Dr. Fuji, her voice cold as she said, "Snap out of it. Xiao Ai has been dead for 2 years." Dr. Fuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head violently. "No, Xiao Ai is not dead. You are deceiving me. You must be conspiring to trick me." Unable to bear his denial any longer, and fueled by her recent anger from the surveillance footage, Athena's voice grew colder. "Dr. Fuji, I shall repeat myself one last time. Xiao Ai has been dead for 2 years. No matter how much you refuse to accept it, this remains an undeniable truth." Dr. Fuji buried his face in his daughter's long hair. Athena unhesitatingly pierced through the last veil of delusion that cloaked his heart. "Deep down, you know the truth, don't you? You just refuse to acknowledge it." "Oh, I understand. Avoiding the truth may be shameful, but it provides a semblance of comfort. Yet, I must say, Fuji, after all these years, your weakness remains as repulsive as ever." Dr. Fuji, lost in despair, shook his head. "No, I am not weak." As he spoke, he released his daughter's body, rising to seize a scalpel from the workbench. In a swift motion that left Athena no time to intervene, he plunged it into his own heart. In his final moments, this once fractured father finally revealed a tender smile, slowly and resolutely lying beside his daughter. "Xiao Ai, father has come to accompany you." With that, Dr. Fuji closed his eyes in peace. Athena silently bore witness to this heart-wrenching scene. After a long pause, she picked up her phone and dialed Sakaki. The situation has changed at the Rainbow City Police Department. Dewey, returning with a radiant smile, immediately became grave upon hearing Miss Junsha mention that Chen Yuan had vanished. Frowning, Dewey inquired, "Was he taken by Team Rocket?" Miss Junsha's expression turned peculiar as she shook her head, replying, "No, he left on his own. I was busy evacuating the crowd, and in a moment of distraction, he simply disappeared." Dewey, the Dragon-type champion, had never felt so speechless throughout his life. After pondering for quite some time, he still couldn't grasp the situation and asked in confusion, what could he possibly be planning? Does he have other tasks left unfinished? Musing aloud, Dewey wondered, this doesn't make sense. He has already completed his mission. Surely, he wouldn't forsake the rewards associated with it, would he? Assisting the Kanto Alliance in dismantling a Team Rocket base, severely crippling them, is an achievement that would warrant any request being met with utmost effort by the League. Chapter 20. The Reward at the Rainbow City Hospital. A doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the operating room, his demeanor grave. Chen Yu was anxiously seated beside Mealy on a bench, and upon seeing the doctor, he immediately stood. The doctor inquired, "Who are you to this little girl?" Without hesitation, Chen Yu replied, "I am her brother." "How is she?" The doctor sighed and shook his head, stating, "Her body is continuously deteriorating. This is a genetic issue that current medical technology cannot remedy. At this rate, she has at most half a month to live." With that, the doctor turned and departed. Chen Yu silently gazed upward at the sterile white ceiling, suddenly finding the scent of disinfectant in the hospital overwhelming. Mealy let out a soft sigh, its own demeanor reflecting the somber atmosphere. Blinking, Mealy gently took hold of its trainer's hand with its tiny paw. Chen Yu pressed his lips together, cradling Mealy in his arms, and said, "Let us go in and see Xiao Ai." Xiao Ai had been moved to a sunlit hospital room. She lay on a pristine white bed, her wounds cleaned, and warm sunlight streamed in, casting a glow that made her appear as delicate as a fragile porcelain doll. In a dream, Xiao Ai joyfully exclaimed, "Xiao Ming, my brother has come to see me again today." In the darkness, Mutuo lifted its head, its gaze softening upon seeing the girl. It remarked, "You do not look well." Xiao Ai's expression fell at this comment. "I don't know, Xiao Ming. I feel like I am going to die, but I haven't had the chance to see the ocean with my brother yet." Mutuo, puzzled, asked, "What does dying mean?" Xiao Ai, too, was uncertain. Her understanding of death stemmed from what she had read in books. After a moment of contemplation, she organized her thoughts and explained, "Dying means never waking up again. If I die, Xiao Ming will never see me again and won't be able to talk to me like this." Upon hearing those words, Mutuo's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, aboard an aircraft emblazoned with the Team Rocket emblem, an immense surge of psychic energy erupted from the cabin. The seats and miscellaneous items within the cabin were instantly shattered by this force, swirling chaotically throughout the space. Athena, seated in the cockpit, sensed the disturbance. Her countenance changed as she swiftly rose and moved to the rear. "What has transpired?" came the composed voice of Sakaki through the radio. Athena gazed at the frenzied scene before her, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The mutuo embryo has suddenly gone berserk. The cause remains unknown. Sakaki furrowed his brow. "Immediately administer the suppressant. We must hold out until we reach New Island." A group of researchers sprang into action. Soon, the mutuo embryo, placed in a specialized containment unit. Calm down. Due to external forceful interference, its psyche was indirectly affected, causing its mental connection with Xiao AI to be forcibly severed, leading its consciousness into a slumber. In a hospital, Xiao AI abruptly opened her eyes, awakening from her dreams. "Brother?" she called out, gazing at Chen Yu beside her bed. Chen Yu turned to her. "You're awake. Are you hungry? Would you like some water?" Xiao AI shook her head, curiously surveying her surroundings. Observing her reaction, Chen Yu took the initiative to explain. "This is a hospital. We have successfully escaped." At that moment, me and I, clutching a plump peach fruit, leaped onto the bed and presented it to Xiao AI. "Thank you." Xiao AI reached out to pat Minnie's head, accepting the peach, and took a gentle bite. The sweet juice spread delightfully in her mouth, replenishing her with moisture and glucose, bringing a hint of color back to her face. Chen Yu, relieved to see Xiao AI stable, decided to let me and I stay with her while he stepped out to procure food for me and I. Beneath the hospital lay a food street where both human and Pokémon delicacies could be purchased, albeit at somewhat inflated prices. Chen Yu opted for a serving of mango sticky rice for himself, while preparing a dish that resembled a chaotic concoction of dark culinary delights for me and I. According to the vendor, this special dish was adored by all ghost-type Pokémon, with none able to resist it. Being a newcomer to the region, Chen Yu harbored doubts about the vendor's claims, suspecting he might be deceiving a visitor from another world. Lacking evidence, he could only carry the packaged meal back. However, just as he exited the food street, he spotted the familiar figure of Miss Junsha. She was conducting her routine patrol alongside her trusty Houndoom. Her keen eyesight was exceptional, consistently scoring 51 on vision tests. With a mere glance, she locked onto the youthful figure standing on the road, clutching a meal. Chen Yu watched as Houndoom bounded toward him, resembling a playful husky, with Miss Junsha trailing behind, engrossed in a phone call. Miss Junsha, panting, halted before the young man, set down her phone, glared at him, and declared, "I have already informed D. This time, you shall not escape unnoticed." Chen Yu thought to himself how he resembled a criminal. 30 minutes later, Miss Junsha, the dragon messenger D, and Chen Yu found themselves in a hospital room, exchanging glances of astonishment. D had initially intended to depart from Rainbow City and report the events back to the Alliance headquarters. However, just as he boarded the plane, he received a call from Miss Junsha, informing him that the sole surviving investigator had been located. Consequently, he leapt from the aircraft and hurriedly rode on his Dragonite to arrive post-haste. Upon hearing D's words, Chen Yu inquired with an odd expression, "So, are you planning to hold a memorial service for the fallen investigators?" D nodded earnestly, replying, "As the saying goes, although some may have perished, their indomitable spirit shall endure eternally. We must not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. It is our duty as the living to honor them." Chen Yu found himself curious about the expressions of the three individuals who successfully completed their mission and exited the instance upon receiving this news. Observing the peculiar look on Chen Yu's face, D continued, "It is not only them. You, too, have made significant contributions to the Alliance, risking your life to infiltrate the lair and gather intelligence. Speak your desires. What reward do you seek? We shall do our utmost to fulfill it." "Really?" Chen Yu paused his meal, looking up to inquire. "Of course. Do you desire monetary compensation or a promotion?" D responded. Chen Yu contemplated seriously. The money and items within the instance could not be taken with him, rendering those two options meaningless. Besides those, he was left with but one choice, a Pokémon. Shaking his head, he looked at D and said, "I desire neither of those." D thought to himself how rare it was to encounter such an unready, courageous, upright, and intelligent investigator. This individual was precisely to his liking. With this thought, he felt elated and cheerfully stated, "Then what do you wish for? A plane or a yacht? If the Alliance does not provide it, I shall personally fund your request. I wish for a Dragonite." Chapter 21. The Memorial Service. D was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief as he asked, "What did you say?" "A Dragonite," Chen Yu reiterated. As the Dragon-type elite of the Kanto Alliance, known as the Dragon Messenger, D was well aware of the significance of those two words. Dragon-type Pokémon are powerful and rare. Each one's worth cannot be measured in monetary terms. Even members of the Dragon clan are not guaranteed ownership of a Dragonite. D hesitated, but having spoken so boldly, to refuse again would seem rather inappropriate. Thus, he offered a compromise. Personally, I have no objections, but I fear that the antiquated members of my family may voice their concerns. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall strive to advocate on your behalf. Chen Yu was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the family to which Du belonged, and he understood that Du had yet to ascend to the position of family head. He nodded, choosing not to dwell on the topic, and instead inquired, "How is the Rockets team faring now?" Upon discussing serious matters, Du's expression shifted to one of gravity. The underground base of the Rockets in Rainbow City has been obliterated. Judging by the confiscated items, it can be said that the Rockets have sustained significant damage this time. All of this is thanks to you, Chen Yu. On behalf of the citizens of Rainbow City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Miss Junsha, standing beside them, rose and bowed deeply. There's no need for thanks. This is merely my duty as a resident of Kanto. Chen Yu replied with an outwardly composed demeanor while inwardly contemplating his current predicament. Following today's events, he surmised that returning to the Rockets would likely be impossible. It was probable that Sakaki and Athena wished to see him meet a grim fate. If the main quest had not altered, Chen Yu could now disregard external affairs and focus solely on completing his hidden mission. However, his main quest still lingered with the Rockets, which posed quite the conundrum for him. With his head bowed over his meal, his gaze wandered, and his mind raced with memories regarding the Rockets, the list of their executives, undercover agents hidden within the League, and the various concealed bases. Soon, a bold idea emerged in his mind. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Furthermore, there were readily available tools at hand. Yet, before that, Chen Yu needed to compile a list of the 5 undercover agents within the Rockets. He believed that the memorial service Du was about to host would serve as an excellent opportunity to gather information. Du and Miss Junsha did not linger any longer. Du had to return to the League headquarters to report, while Miss Junsha needed to attend to her duties at the police station. However, before departing, Du went downstairs to a nearby mobile phone shop and purchased a phone for Chen Yu, leaving his contact number. The technological development in this world was somewhat lagging, as even the mobile phones were of the old-fashioned keypad variety. After bidding farewell to Du and Miss Junsha, Chen Yu returned to the hospital room. Xiao Ai had finished her lunch and was quietly reclining on the bed, engrossed in a storybook about a trainer's adventures with Pikachu. Chen Yu retrieved a pack of Pokeballs from his travel backpack and released a Charmander, asking, "Xiao Ai, I have to attend a memorial service tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me?" Xiao Ai nodded, saying, "Wherever you go, brother, I shall go." Chen Yu felt a flicker of concern for Xiao Ai's health. Yet he could not bear to leave her alone, so he resolved to take her with him. Nevertheless, Chen Yu was never one to act without preparation. The card that the Rockets had given him had yet to be frozen, and it still contained a substantial sum of 100,000 League coins. Chen Yu withdrew 50,000 and tossed the thick stack of banknotes onto the desk of the hospital director, displaying his financial affluence by renting an ambulance along with 2 accompanying doctors. The memorial service was set to take place in the neighboring Golden City, where it was rumored that the 4 heavenly kings and various dojo leaders would be in attendance. Initially, Chen Yu felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this news, but relief washed over him when he noticed that Sakaki's name was conspicuously absent from the list provided by Du. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Sakaki was likely preoccupied with pressing matters and would have no time to attend a memorial for the one responsible for his loss at the Rainbow Base. The following day, clad in a somber black suit, Chen Yu attended the memorial of several other players. This service was held at a church in Golden City, where all 7 dojo leaders, alongside the 4 heavenly kings, were present, with additional attendees including high-ranking members of the League and mayors from various cities. Funerals in the Pokémon world were distinctly Western in style. The church was suffused with mournful piano melodies, while an elegant pastor held a Bible, performing rites for the 3 deceased, whose remains were utterly unrecognizable. A group of guests bowed their heads in silent tribute. Chen Yu, accompanied by Xiao Ai, observed the proceedings for a while before retreating to a corner of the church for a brief respite. As he tended to Xiao Ai, he scanned the crowd for the other 3 heavenly kings. The Ice-type king, Kinna, stood tall and striking, her fiery red hair tied back, a faint sadness gracing her beautiful visage. The Fighting-type king, Shiba, donned a black suit, though his large stature caused the fabric to bulge awkwardly, creating a jarring contrast. Elder Kiku, a diminutive elderly woman, kept her head bowed, obscuring her expression, yet suddenly, as if sensing something, She lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Chenyu. He flashed her a radiant smile, but she remained expressionless, returning her focus to the ground. In the crowd, Du attentively monitored Chenyu, not out of a desire to surveil, but out of concern. With all his fellow investigators lost in their joint mission, leaving him the sole survivor, Du worried that Chenyu might succumb to despair in such a setting. To Du, Chenyu's smile appeared to be a mask of forced cheerfulness, concealing an underlying sorrow. A wave of sadness washed over Du, prompting him to approach Chenyu, mentally crafting comforting words. Chenyu, do not fret. The organization will never forget the contributions made by those we have lost. Chenyu, ever the dramatist, found it amusing that Du was even more theatrical than he. Clearing his throat, he immediately slipped into a theatrical persona, shaking his head with a melancholy tone. I was merely thinking of those comrades assigned to other bases as undercover agents. I wonder how they are faring now. Du responded promptly, what a coincidence. Today, a few investigators who, like you, have served as undercover agents are attending this memorial. Chenyu maintained a calm demeanor. Is that true? Where are they? May I meet them? Of course, Du nodded. A surge of joy filled Chenyu's heart as he instructed me and I to remain there with Xiao Ai, while he followed Du through the crowd to another corner of the church. There, 6 young men and women clad in formal attire sat upright. Chapter 22. 2 letters. How foolish I am. Truly, Chenyu remarked, lifting his lifeless gaze. I merely believe that Team Rocket would not be so benevolent as to remove their surveillance and allow us to act independently. I never anticipated they would conceal remote-controlled bombs within the Pokeballs. Do not blame yourself, a female investigator exclaimed, her eyes brimming with emotion upon hearing Chenyu's words. The true culprits behind all this chaos are Team Rocket. Indeed, another investigator, sporting a bowl haircut, passionately concurred. I believe those 3 predecessors would not wish to see you in such distress. So, Senior Chenyu, please do your utmost to recover. You still have us. And everyone else. Chenyu rolled his eyes inwardly at the exaggerated sentiment, but projected a touched expression as he replied, thank you for your comfort. I feel much better now. No need for thanks. It is our duty. The group of young investigators suddenly felt a bit embarrassed at this acknowledgement. Feeling the moment was right, Chenyu discreetly scanned the group and remarked, after chatting for so long, we have yet to exchange names. Without hesitation, the forthright investigators shared their names. Chenyu silently committed them to memory. Having acquired the information he sought, he casually fabricated an excuse to depart, returning to Xiao Ai's side. Xiao Ai was seated on a church bench, listening attentively as the pastor read from the Bible, while me and I obediently sat beside her, fixated on the direction of Chenyu. Brother, have you finished with everything? Xiao Ai inquired. Chenyu nodded. It is nearly over. He presented his phone screen to Xiao Ai, displaying a message from Da by Bird Airlines. Here, the tickets are booked. The flight is at 4 this afternoon. We will soon be leaving this place. The memorial service concluded amidst a melancholic piano piece. When Chenyu located Du, he found him in discussion with the other 3 kings. Upon seeing Chenyu approach, Du raised his hand to halt the conversation and turned to inquire, what is it? The other 3 kings also directed their attention to Chenyu. He produced a letter from his possession and placed it in Du's hand. I no longer desire the rewards we discussed earlier. I would like you to assist me with a favor. Du furrowed his brow at these words. What favor? Please deliver this letter to Mr. Sakaki, the leader of the Johto Gym. A hint of confusion flickered in Du's eyes as he observed the thin sheet of paper in his hand, pondering the peculiar nature of the request. As far as I recall, there has been no prior interaction between you and Sakaki. What prompted you to write to him? Chenyu felt a tinge of embarrassment and casually fabricated a response. Actually, I am a fan of Sakaki. He did not come today, and I am somewhat concerned about his health. Dato's face displayed an expression of understanding. The 8 gym leaders of the Kanto region, much like the Elite Four, are immensely popular figures, each boasting a considerable fan base. It is said that these fans often engage in heated online debates to prove their favorite superiority. He refrained from further probing, instead tucking the letter away and assuring, rest assured, I will personally deliver it to him. You need not worry. I will do my utmost to secure the Dragonite you desire. Chenyu nodded and turned to leave. Once he had departed, the usually silent Granny Kikuko suddenly spoke up. He was not being truthful. Dato had sensed this as well. He faintly perceived that Chenyu was concealing something of great importance. Shall we open it to see? Kona suggested, glancing at the letter in Dato's hand. Dato fell silent. His principled nature had never allowed him to pry into others' correspondence, previously dismissing such actions. Yet, in that moment, he found himself wavering. Just then, the muscular Shiba pointed at the letter and exclaimed, look at the back. It seems something is written there. Upon hearing this, Dato quickly flipped the letter over. revealing a small line of text clearly visible to everyone. Look, look, this was intentionally left for you to see. What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe. Sakaki, the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym, is, in fact, the mastermind behind Team Rocket. Ridiculous, isn't it? The Kanto League has gone to great lengths to infiltrate Team Rocket, only to find themselves thoroughly compromised. Not only Sakaki, but there are surely others within the league ranks who are affiliated with Team Rocket. Representatives of justice, you should investigate thoroughly. After reading this, the 4 elite members of the Kanto region fell into a profound silence. Shiba expressed disbelief. Is any of this real? Granny Kikuko wore a grave expression. No wonder our last plan failed. It turns out there is such a significant rot within the league. Kona, observing the dazed Dato, remarked, it seems that investigator knows a great deal. If so, why not bring him back for clarification? Dato finally snapped back to reality, but as he stepped outside, Chen Yu's figure had already vanished. How foolish. The phone. Can't you just make a call? Kona lamented, exasperated. At the Golden City post office, Chen Yu tossed the letter containing the list of undercover agents into the mailbox, taking little AI's hand as they boarded a rented ambulance heading to the airport. When Dato's call came through, he was already seated on a plane bound for the Alola region. Disconnected, Dato hung up, his expression darkening. He wouldn't be contemplating suicide to join those 3 companions, would he? Shiba ventured a bold hypothesis. Dato's countenance grew even graver. Granny Kikuko discreetly pinched Shiba's waist from behind, casting him a warning glance. Silence is golden, murmured Shiba softly, and it's not as if there's no possibility, if the 3 of you were to perish. I would indeed find life devoid of meaning. Upon hearing this, Granny Kikuko could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand and swatted Shiba on the rear, exclaiming, "Be quiet. It's far better for you to say less." Duff furrowed his brows, contemplating deeply for a moment before stating, "Let us keep this matter from others for the time being. Kana, you and Granny Kikuko shall investigate the higher echelons of the Alliance, while Shiba and I will visit Iwaki City." That very evening, an urgent letter was delivered to the Iwaki dojo. Sakaki found it rather peculiar. His usual communication with subordinates occurred through mobile phones or video calls, and he seldom resorted to the inefficiency of written correspondence. Despite his curiosity, he furrowed his brows and opened the letter. It read, "Sakaki, how have you been lately? I imagine you must be quite busy. It is a pity I did not see you at the memorial service, but as a former member of Team Rocket, I have gathered some information that may pique your interest." Sakaki's frown deepened. Who could this be? He had no recollection of anyone who might send such a letter. With a sense of intrigue, he continued reading. For instance, the Alliance has placed undercover agents within Team Rocket. Here are their names: Sander, Leah, Matsugami, Xiaomei, Jui, Gujia, Bai Yunfei, Lu Hu, and Chen Yu. Chapter 23. Mission accomplished. The main mission has been completed. Mission rewards will be calculated after the dungeon concludes. At last, Chen Yu beheld some joyous news, and his mood visibly brightened. He was somewhat curious about Sakaki's expression upon discovering that list of traitors. However, having no intention of returning to Kanto, he planned to ascend the moment the hidden task was fulfilled, departing from this vexing dungeon. The Alola region lay a great distance from Kanto. Even by airplane, it would take a full 6 hours to arrive. Chen Yu glanced at the time, mentally calculating his arrival in Alola. The sky outside had darkened. The airplane soared above the pitch-black clouds, and a gentle glance upward revealed a brilliant, deep blue starry sky. How beautiful! Xiao AI gazed out of the window, her eyes sparkling like stars. Nestled in Chen Yu's embrace, the Mimikyu sighed in contentment. Like her trainer, she finally allowed her taut nerves to relax at this moment. Chen Yu yawned, shutting his eyes and resting in the soft seat. By the time the plane reached Howley City, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yu and Xiao AI had just enjoyed a few hours of sleep on the plane and, feeling invigorated, decided to joyfully venture to the seaside. Unlike the Kanto region, Alola boasted a distinctly tropical maritime climate. The refreshing, moist sea breeze caressed her face, intoxicating her spirit. The beach, the ocean, and the coconut trees created a picturesque scene. Xiao AI gazed at the boundless expanse of the sea, her light blue hair dancing freely in the wind, while the gentle moonlight illuminated her face, bestowing upon her an aura of delicate beauty. She appeared utterly exhilarated, resembling a jubilant crab scuttling along the shore, joyfully running against the sea breeze. Chen Yu and me and I stood quietly beneath a coconut tree, observing the scene. After a while, Xiao AI returned to Chen Yu's side, her face radiating unprecedented joy. "Thank you, brother. I am so happy, truly happy." Simultaneously, the prompt for a hidden task reappeared. The solitary hidden task, Xiao AI, progress update. Task objective, take Xiao AI to see the sea. Completed, task completion rate, 100. The hidden task has been fulfilled, and rewards will be issued upon the conclusion of the instance. All player tasks have been completed. Would you like to exit the instance immediately? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu chose to decline. At that moment, Xiao AI's nose and ears began to bleed again. Her small body swayed, and then collapsed into Chen Yu's embrace, unconscious. In a dreamlike state, Xiao AI opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, yearning for sleep. Yet, she thought, she could not sleep just yet. She had yet to bid farewell to her brother. Her tiny form lay isolated in the boundless darkness. This time, the figure of the super dream did not appear. Xiao AI felt a twinge of concern for her friend, but she lacked the strength to contemplate, unable even to perform the simplest action of opening her eyes. In her daze, she seemed to perceive a beam of white light descending from above. Chen Yu stood outside the operating room. A doctor clad in a white coat emerged. Wiping the sweat from his brow and sighing, she has been stabilized for the moment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she has about a week left. Prepare for the worst. My condolences. Inside the operating room, the now conscious Xiao AI heard the doctor's words. Slowly, she opened her eyes, raising her hand to shield herself from the glaring white light. Chen Yu entered the room. Xiao AI, pale as a ghost, smiled and said, "Brother, don't be sad. I've been very happy these past few days." Chen Yu remained silent. Xiao AI continued, "Brother, I'm so tired. I want to sleep for a while." Chen Yu approached and tucked her in, saying, "Rest easy. Me and I will be here with you." With that, Xiao AI closed her eyes. The doctor had stated that she had only about 7 days left. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao AI slept, Chen Yu racked his brain, searching in Howley City for delightful and captivating places. On the first day, he took Xiao AI to rent a yacht to fish in the ocean. On the second day, he brought her to the mountaintop to gaze at the stars. On the third day, he took Xiao AI to the flower fields in the suburbs, where they spent the entire day. Xiao AI expressed her fondness for such a place adorned with blooming flowers. By the fourth day, however, Xiao AI's body had utterly succumbed, rendering her incapable of basic movement. On the fifth day, her senses of hearing, smell, and sight faded away. By the sixth day, Xiao AI departed from this world forever. On that same day, the suppressed dream, Qiao Meng, finally awakened. Upon entering the spiritual realm, it beheld that Xiao AI's spirit had diminished significantly. Overjoyed, Xiao AI exclaimed upon seeing Qiao Meng, "Xiao Meng, you have finally come. I thought I would never see you again." Qiao Meng's expression turned grim as it asked, "What has happened to you?" Xiao AI lowered her gaze at her fading form and replied, "I am dying, Xiao Meng. You must live well." Qiao Meng, unable to accept this, implored, "No, please don't." Witnessing her dear friend's distress, Xiao AI felt a pang of sorrow. Remembering the comforting words a doctor had spoken to Chen Yu, she reassured Qiao Meng, "Do not be sad. You must take care of yourself. I am very happy. Over these past few days, my brother took me to many places, and I saw so many things I had never seen before. By the way, Xiao Meng, have you ever seen the ocean? My brother truly brought me to Alola to see the sea. It was breathtaking, even more beautiful than I imagined. You must go see it too." As her voice trailed off, Qiao Meng could no longer hear her clearly. It stared blankly as Xiao AI faded away, a strange emotion spreading within its chest. Covering its heart with a hand, Qiao Meng pondered, "What does take care even mean?" Chen Yu and me and I placed a bouquet of flowers at Xiao AI's gravestone. Returning to the hotel, he sank into the sofa and accessed the task panel. "Do you wish to exit this instance? Rewards for the main and hidden quests will be calculated upon exiting the instance." Just as Chen Yu was about to confirm, his phone, which he had carelessly tossed into a corner, began to ring. The caller ID read, "Du." Ever since he had left a letter for Du and departed from Kanto, there had been no further contact. He wondered how things were in Kanto at present. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to answer the call. Du's slightly weary voice came through. "Chen Yu, I have submitted your task reward application." Chen Yu forced himself to muster some enthusiasm. Du continued, "Recently, no Dratini babies have been born in the dragon's sacred land, so you can only choose from the already grown dragonites. Fortunately, there happens to be a dragonite in the sacred land, though it is somewhat special and may not be entirely suitable for you." Chapter 24, The Untamed Shiny Dragonite. In the Johto region, in the city of Yanma, Chen Yu and Du departed from the Alola and Kanto regions, respectively, arriving in this city housing the dragon's sacred land by the following noon. As Chen Yu exited the airport, he instantly spotted the iconic red hair. With his hands in his pockets, Du turned to scan the surroundings and inquired, "Where's the young girl who accompanied you?" Chen Yu remained in the Alola region. Dato, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. According to the information you left behind, the Kanto League has undergone a thorough cleansing, uncovering numerous individuals. Regrettably, Sakaki managed to escape, and the current Tokiwa gym is now officially under the stewardship of Granny Kikuko. The narrative finally aligned with his understanding. Chen Yu nodded, refraining from offering any commentary. Dato paused briefly before solemnly expressing, "On behalf of the Kanto League, I extend my gratitude to you." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am more concerned with tangible matters. Therefore, can you enlighten me on what makes my Dragonite so special?" Dato chuckled softly. "I knew you would say that. Come, let us get in the car. Once we arrive, you will naturally understand." The two embarked on their journey to the Dragon Sanctuary on the outskirts of Yanma City. In the distance, Chen Yu heard a resounding roar echoing through the valley. Dato, driving, raised an eyebrow upon hearing the sound, glanced back at Chen Yu, and inquired, "What about your Mismagius?" "In its Pokeball," Chen Yu responded. "That's good. Prepare for battle. If you're unable to defeat that creature, it will certainly not accompany you," Dato advised. Chen Yu nodded as he summoned Mismagius's information panel. Mismagius level, 38 gender, female type, ghost. Fairy ability, illusion inherited move, destiny bond learned moves, scratch, scary face, mimic, lucky hit, shadow sneak, cut, shadow claw. What is the strength of that Dragonite? Chen Yu inquired. Dato pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, "It is difficult to say, but rest assured, it will not be weaker than Mismagius." As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Sanctuary. Chen Yu followed closely behind Dato, traversing a narrow passage that led them into the heart of the sanctuary. "Look, it's right over there." Dato pointed towards a patch of grass to the east. Upon turning, Chen Yu beheld a vibrant green Dragonite pinning a Bagon to the ground, mercilessly rubbing it against the earth. The Bagon struggled desperately, yet Dragonite's weight rendered it helpless. Witnessing this, Dragonite displayed an expression of exhilaration, raising a claw that erupted in flames before delivering a powerful blow to the Bagon. Struck by the fire punch, the Bagon rolled its eyes back and fell unconscious. Only then did Dragonite release its grip, soaring into the air and exhaling 2 streams of dragon breath. Casting a defiant glance at a trembling baby Tyranitar on the other side, its rebellious demeanor was reminiscent of a high school bully. Dato shrugged helplessly. The Pokémon in the Dragon Sanctuary have all been bested by it. Anyone who encounters it must tread carefully. What do you think? Care to give it a try? Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with keen interest. Absolutely. In the midst of their conversation, Dragonite had already incapacitated the baby Tyrannosaurus, lifting its head as it prepared to seek its next target. At that moment, it caught sight of 2 humans standing not far away. How did it come over here on its own? Chen Yu gazed upwards in bewilderment as a large green Dragonite soared towards him. Du, evidently familiar with such occurrences, patiently explained, "It likely perceives you as a trainer attempting to capture it. You see, it is quite powerful, and many are intrigued by it." Chen Yu replied, "I am here to capture it." Du, slapping his forehead, sheepishly added, "Haha, I almost forgot. What I meant to say is that all trainers who have tried to capture it have met with dismal fates." Just as Du finished speaking, Dragonite had already arrived above Chen Yu. It hovered in the air, exuding an air of superiority, its gaze fixed intently on Chen Yu. Chen Yu looked up, meeting Dragonite's stare. The creature narrowed its eyes slightly, a smirk forming at the corners of its mouth, exuding an unmistakable air of provocation. Under Chen Yu's watchful eyes, it slowly raised a clawed hand, mimicking a beckoning gesture akin to that of a human. Observing this, Du wisely retreated several meters. Chen Yu couldn't help but smile, curious as to why the shiny Dragonite bore such a devilish color scheme, appearing adorably foolish. Dragonite let out a melodious roar before descending to the ground, radiating an astonishing aura. In silent understanding, both trainer and Pokémon positioned themselves on either side, ready for battle. The interface promptly displayed a notification. A wild shiny Dragonite has appeared. "Mime, use Shadow Clone," Chen Yu commanded. Mime swiftly conjured dozens of identical copies, charging towards Dragonite in a line formation. Dragonite scoffed disdainfully, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful tornado, sweeping towards Mime. The shadow clones were shattered one by one, leaving only the true form of Mime. The tornado rushed past, causing Mime, dressed in a Pikachu disguise, to slump helplessly to one side. Seeing Mime's disguise swiftly obliterated, Chen Yu quickly ordered, "Use Destiny Bond." However, Dragonite seemed to sense something amiss, flapping its wings to lift off the ground as an incredibly fierce storm brewed around it. It was a flying-type move, Hurricane. Mime's small body was instantly swept into the air like a kite severed from its string, only to be violently slammed back down to the ground. As the storm subsided, Dragonite had already begun gathering a purple draconic flame in its mouth. Chen Yu's eyes flickered with determination as he commanded, "Imitate, imitate," to replicate the opponent's last move, executing it in kind. Failure would occur if the opponent had not attacked. In an instant, a fierce wind enveloped Mime's body. The fierce wind sliced through the air, descending upon the Dragonite with a palpable force. Simultaneously, Dragonite's tornado had charged up once again. The two contrasting attributes of the attacks collided mid-air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. These two distinctly different energies clashed violently, resulting in a dramatic explosion. A crimson mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, reflecting in the lake green eyes of Dragonite, which momentarily softened, pausing in place for 2 seconds. Chen Yu issued another command, "Continue using Mimic." This time, purple dragon flames erupted from the mouth of Mimikyu. Upon hearing the sound, Dragonite snapped back to attention, flapping its wings to soar higher, emanating a terrifying purple aura, and dove straight towards Mimikyu from the sky. Chen Yu remained unperturbed. He thought to himself, did this Dragonite not realize that Dragon-type moves were ineffective against Fairy-type Pokémon? Chapter 25. The path it walked. No, it turned out that Dragonite was aware. It simply did not know that Mimikyu was a Fairy-type. After the dive concluded, when Mimikyu appeared unscathed before Dragonite's eyes, it understood everything. It had faced similar opponents before, who attempted to defeat it through type advantages. Yet, it was not limited to merely Dragon-type moves. With this realization, Dragonite opened its mouth, condensing a fierce, blazing flame within. In the next moment, a terrifying jet of fire shot forth, striking Mimikyu directly. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds. Mimikyu has lost the ability to battle and is in a critical state. If not treated within 3 hours, it will perish. Chen Yu observed the panel's notification and finally comprehended the meaning behind Dato's earlier words. This Dragonite was extraordinarily powerful. Upon defeating its opponent, Dragonite, brimming with pride, turned away without casting a glance at Chen Yu. Dato approached, exhaling in resignation. "So what do you think? Shall we consider a different reward? I believe a Arcanine would be quite splendid." Chen Yu's gaze flickered as he watched Dragonite's retreating figure, shaking his head resolutely. "No, it has to be this one. Dragonite, you have successfully piqued my interest." Dato, hearing this, felt even more exasperated, yet he could not voice any further objections, merely stating, "Very well. I will arrange for you to have special privileges, allowing you free access to the Dragon's Sanctum during this period. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Once I capture Dragonite, I shall treat you to a meal," Chen Yu said earnestly, patting Dato's shoulder. Dato replied, "Then good luck." With that, he departed. As remnants of Team Rocket in the Kanto region remained unresolved, and he needed to continue investigating Sakaki's affairs. As a Dragon-type elite, he was exceedingly busy. Chen Yu returned to Smoke Ink City, purchasing a tent, bedding, and some emergency supplies, promptly setting up camp within the Dragon Sanctum. In the Sanctuary of Dragons, there exists a Pokémon Center, established by the Dragon Clan to facilitate the care of injured Dragon-type Pokémon. The staff at the entrance of the sanctuary gazed in astonishment as Chen Yu dragged items inside, unable to restrain themselves from inquiring. "Are you truly planning to camp out here? It's not particularly safe at night, as some Dragon-type Pokémon venture out to hunt." Chen Yu patted his waist pouch and pointed to his Pokeballs, assuring, "No worries, they can't harm me." The staff member, seeing his confidence, could only respond, "Then do take care of yourself. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call the service desk. We will send assistance." Chen Yu flashed a bright smile, his dazzling white teeth leaving the staff member momentarily entranced. By the time she regained her composure, he had already moved on. After setting up his tent, Chen Yu, accompanied by his Miss Magius, made his way to the Pokémon Center for dinner. To prevent the wild Pokémon from wreaking havoc on the tent he had worked tirelessly to erect, he produced a spray purchased in the city that emitted a scent repugnant to Pokémon, dispersing it around the tent's perimeter. In the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy, having completed her duties for the day, noticed Chen Yu seated by the window enjoying his meal. After a moment's contemplation, she took her tray and sat across from him. Chen Yu was engaged in a playful game of toss with his Miss Magius when he heard her approach and looked up. He had already met Miss Joy earlier that afternoon when he sought treatment for his Pokémon, and she was aware that he was there to capture the green Dragonite. "What is on your mind?" Chen Yu inquired. With her chin resting on her hand, Miss Joy asked curiously, "Why are you so determined to capture that Dragonite?" Chen Yu paused to contemplate the question seriously. Dragonite, also known as the Gentle Giant, possesses an adorably clumsy appearance and a surprisingly formidable strength. It is hard to imagine anyone disliking such a Pokémon, much like how no one can refuse the charm of the national treasure, the giant panda. Who wouldn't he want to reach out and touch it? Noticing Chen Yu's silence, a hint of concern flickered in Miss Joy's beautiful eyes. Are you truly prepared to become that Pokemon's trainer? Absolutely, Chen Yu nodded earnestly. My desire to capture it is not merely for possession. It is rooted in my wish to understand it. I hold a deep admiration for Dragonite and wish to travel and grow alongside it. Miss Joy fixed her gaze intently on Chen Yu's eyes. What if that Dragonite isn't quite perfect, not as you envision? Chen Yu replied, in this world, true perfection does not exist, let alone in Pokemon. Miss Joy momentarily paused, then a gentle smile graced her lips as she shifted the topic. I heard you set up a tent in the sanctuary. Are you planning to stay there long-term? Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. My Mismagius is not yet a match for Dragonite. I intend to start from the ground up, using the strength of those Dragon-type Pokemon to train it. Miss Joy chuckled softly at these words, remarking, You and that child bear quite a resemblance. Chen Yu, taking a bite of sushi, inquired, What do you mean by that? Miss Joy elaborated. Because this is the very path traversed by that Dragonite. When it first arrived in the sanctuary, it wasn't as formidable as it is now, much like you. It was astute and chose a gradual path to strengthen itself. During that period, I would often see it at the Pokemon Center, sometimes witnessing its return. Battered and bruised, mere hours after being healed. Well, you know how it is. Dragon-type Pokemon are typically quite fierce, and we must refrain from interfering too much in their natural order. At this point, Miss Joy's expression turned somber. If only you had arrived sooner. Chen Yu paused momentarily. Miss Joy said no more, simply smiling. I wish you success. Thank you, he replied. After finishing dinner, Chen Yu returned to the campsite with Mimikyu. The night was gentle. By the tranquil lakeside, a wild Milotic gracefully emerged from the water, unfurling its slender, enchanting form, illuminated by the silvery moonlight that cascaded upon it, making the Milotic appear as if draped in gossamer, dancing like a fairy, truly a sight to behold. Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised by his good fortune. He had chosen this spot to pitch his tent specifically because he had heard from the staff that Milotic inhabited the area. To encounter one on his very first night was indeed a promising omen, he mused. Suddenly, Mimikyu poked Chen Yu's calf with its claw. He glanced down to see Mimikyu pointing in a particular direction. Following its gaze, he beheld a shadow stealthily materializing by the lakeside in the hazy moonlight. Those lake green eyes sparkled with a shimmering light, tenderly gazing at the moon above. Chapter 26. The Battle for the Shiny Dragonite. Mimikyu used Shadow Claw. Mimikyu leapt high, its claws emanating a dark radiance as it lunged towards the wild Druddigan. The massive creature collapsed with a thud, sulking on the ground, reluctant to rise. Mimikyu has defeated Druddigan, gaining a substantial amount of experience. Mimikyu's level has increased. Well done, Chen Yu exclaimed, retrieving a healing potion from his backpack to restore the incapacitated Druddigan's strength. Despite its somewhat intimidating appearance, this Druddigan possessed a rather goofy and endearing personality. After resting for a while, the Druddigan, acting as a sparring partner, gradually regained its vitality and was able to stand once more. Observing this, Chen Yu offered it several energy cubes, which Druddigan eagerly accepted, devouring them like a child relishing candy. Having bid farewell to Druddigan, Chen Yu and Mimikyu settled down to rest. It had been a week since he officially took residence in the Dragon Sanctuary. Aside from that night by the lake when Chen Yu encountered Dragonite, he had not seen its figure again, only able to confirm its presence through the occasional melodious calls emanating from the depths of the sacred land. He recognized that sound. It was the cry that Dragonite emitted only after vanquishing its adversaries. Mimikyu level, 60 gender. Type, Ghost, Fairy ability, Disguise inherited moves, Destiny Bond learned moves, Scratch, Scare. Mimic, Surprise attack, Shadow Sneak, Cut, Shadow Claw, Play Rough, Swords Dance, Pain Split throughout the week. Chen Yu relentlessly challenged the array of Pokémon inhabiting the dragon's sacred land. In contrast to his previous encounters with Dragonite, he felt no pressure facing these creatures. It seemed these Pokémon were somewhat oblivious to type advantages, launching a trio of Dragon Rage, Hurricane, and Dragon Tail upon first meeting. By the time the moves concluded, Mimikyu stood innocently in place, leaving the other Dragon-type Pokémon utterly bewildered. Particularly after Mimikyu mastered the Fairy-type move Play Rough, the battles had become unequivocally one-sided. It was time. When that melodious call resonated again from the depths of the forest, Chen Yu rose and spoke softly. Mimikyu leaped onto his shoulder, its small face filled with spirited determination, gazing steadfastly in the direction of the sound. Together, the boy and his Pokémon embarked once more on their quest to confront Dragonite. Along the way, the Dragon-type Pokémon that had previously suffered at the hands of Chen Yu and Dragonite recoiled at the sight, instinctively parting to grant him passage. One particularly bold Noibat even took the lead, guiding him onward. Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. Did these creatures truly wish for Dragonite to vacate the area? Under Noibat's guidance, Chen Yu swiftly arrived at Dragonite's location. Just like 7 days prior, it was engaged in battle with another Pokémon. The clashes between dragon types were primal and brutal, imbued with a raw, wild beauty. Dragonite stood firm, delivering powerful blows to its opponent without even employing its moves. Noticing Chen Yu's approach, Dragonite abandoned the dazed two-headed dragon it had just defeated and turned its gaze toward him. Chen Yu met its stare and declared, "Come on." Beads of perspiration glistened on Dragonite's forehead from its recent battle, yet it said nothing more, immediately assuming a battle stance. Its intent was clear: defeat me, and I shall accompany you. Chen Yu refrained from idle chatter, stepping back a few paces as Mimikyu jumped down to the ground, its eyes fixed intensely on Dragonite. The battle was imminent. Noibat sensed the formidable aura radiating from Dragonite and trembled, scampering up a tree to watch from a safe distance. Not only Noibat, but the previously unconscious two-headed dragon also cautiously opened one eye, casting a pleading glance at Chen Yu. "Please, take this bully away." In a moment of inadvertent observation, Chen Yu caught sight of the subtle movements of the two-headed dragon. It let out a low growl. Suddenly, the Dragonite emitted a warning cry and glanced back at the two-headed dragon. Instantly, the two-headed dragon shut its eyes tightly, extended its tongue, and feigned death on the spot. Chen Yu understood the Dragonite's intent. It was cautioning him not to become distracted. Consequently, he commanded Mimikyu to commence battle. Use Scratch. Scratch, sharpening its claws to enhance its attack and accuracy. Thus far, Chen Yu had not encountered any technique manuals in this realm, rendering him unable to teach Mimikyu the move Dance of Swords. Hence, he had to resort to Scratch for the time being. Thanks to its ability, Disguise, which could absorb one attack, the use of either Scratch or Dance of Swords guaranteed a successful strike. The Dragonite flapped its wings and ascended into the air, a glimmering white light emanating from its wings as it charged directly towards Mimikyu. That was the flying-type move wing attack. Mimikyu enjoyed a natural advantage in battling Dragonite, possessing fairy and ghost attributes, which rendered Dragonite's dragon-type and normal-type moves ineffective. Dragonite was acutely aware of this, thus it initiated with wing attack. However, wing attack, unlike a multi-hit move such as double kick, could merely cause Mimikyu's disguise to dissipate, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. As Dragonite's attack concluded, Mimikyu successfully executed its Scratch. Without hesitation, Chen Yu promptly commanded, "Use Play Rough." A soft pink glow enveloped Mimikyu as its diminutive form leaped high, playfully lunging at Dragonite. Dragonite swiftly altered its stance, generating a crackling layer of yellow electricity around its fist, charging towards Mimikyu. Mimikyu Dragonite. Play Rough, Thunder Punch. In the next instant, Dragonite's Thunder Punch struck Mimikyu, the intense current swiftly enveloping it. Yet, Mimikyu showed no signs of retreat. Its eyes brimmed with determination, and with a slight shift to the left, it evaded Dragonite's fist before delivering a powerful collision against it. Roar! Dragonite could not suppress a cry of pain, gazing at Mimikyu in disbelief. In just a week, how had its strength increased so remarkably? Beside them, the two-headed dragon and Yaya held their breath in anticipation. Dragonite staggered back a few steps, slightly hunched over, its right claw clutching the spot where it had been struck. Continue with Play Rough. Chen Yu's gaze sparkled as he issued the command. Dragonite gritted its teeth, once more conjuring a searing flame in its mouth. This time, it would not falter. Chen Yu shouted, "Mimikyu, use Shadow Clone." Mimikyu's petite form instantly manifested dozens of clones, encircling Dragonite in a tight formation. In the following moment, all the clones surged forth, charging at Dragonite from all directions. The Dragonite's gaze was resolute, and the flames it expelled swept through the air, incinerating the several doppelgangers before it. Yet, it was already too late. The true form of Mimikyu had arrived at its nape. Mischief was unleashed. Dragonite staggered, its entire body collapsing to the ground. Chapter 27. Instant Settlement. I believe utilizing moves like Thunderbolt or Hurricane, which have a broader range, would have been more effective, Chen Yu remarked as he approached Dragonite. Crouching down and speaking softly, the lake green eyes of Dragonite, shimmering with a watery glimmer, momentarily widened upon hearing this, before it lifted its head to gaze at Chen Yu. With a smile, Chen Yu extended his hand and inquired, "Shall we leave this place together and explore other realms of this world?" Dragonite fell silent for a moment. Instead of reaching out its claws, it stood up, pointed at Mimikyu, and shook its head. Chen Yu was taken aback and turned to look at Mimikyu, hesitantly asking, Do you not wish to accompany it? Mimikyu immediately grew anxious. Ugh. Dragonite shook its head again, using its round paws to gesture at itself, mimicking a fire-breathing action. Chen Yu finally understood. You mean that your decision to use the Dragon Breath attack on Mimikyu was justified? Dragonite paused, two dark lines appearing on its forehead, looking as though it was struggling to articulate its thoughts. At that moment, a voice filled with mirth came from behind. What it means is that it has not yet been defeated by Mimikyu. Chen Yu turned to see Miss Joy arriving on her motorcycle with a Chansey. Is that what it means? Chen Yu scratched his head. Upon hearing Joy's explanation, Dragonite felt a slight relief and reached out its hand, patting Chen Yu's shoulder like an elder brother, pointing at the Pokeball hanging at his waist. This time, Chen Yu truly understood. Ecstatic, he took the Pokeball in hand and held it before Dragonite. Dragonite extended its claw, gently tapping the Pokeball, and in an instant, its massive form transformed into a stream of red light, surging into the ball. The red and white Pokeball shook gently twice before settling down. Witnessing this scene, both Chen Yu and Mimikyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally caught the hefty one. And it's a shiny green Dragonite. Chen Yu felt an urge to shout in excitement like Ash, but that seemed too childish, and he couldn't bring himself to say it, especially with Miss Joy present. Suppressing his inner jubilation, he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, Miss Joy, what brings you here? Miss Joy smiled subtly, glancing around before explaining. I noticed that the Pokémon in the sanctuary suddenly rushed in the same direction, and I thought something alarming had occurred. Turning around, Chen Yu finally noticed several large shadows curled up in the distance, among which was the red-faced dragon he had just battled not long ago. Those Pokémon did not advance, but merely observed the battle from a distance. Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered and inquired, what are they doing? Miss Joy could not suppress a light chuckle as she explained, these creatures are routinely bested by the Dragonite, and they have long yearned for someone to whisk the Dragonite away. Congratulations to you. Understanding dawned upon him. Chen Yu found the Pokémon here to be rather endearing. However, the Pokémon did not reciprocate his sentiments. They regarded this human as akin to the tyrannical Dragonite, both perceived as devils. Miss Joy gently patted the head of the Mimikyu, administering a restorative nutrient potion to it, before looking up to ask, where do you intend to go next? Chen Yu replied, I wish to explore other regions alongside Dragonite and Mimikyu. How wonderful! Miss Joy expressed her genuine happiness for him. Will you be departing now? Or do you plan to linger in the sanctuary for a few more days? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu noted that he had just over 2 months remaining before he exited the instance. Logically, he had ample time, yet his experiences here had not been particularly pleasant. Moreover, he was curious to discover what the space was that by Yunfei and Lu Hu spoke of. Thus, he stated, while the day has yet to fade, I believe I can catch the last flight out of the city. Miss Joy understood his intention and smiled. Then farewell. I wish you a delightful journey ahead. Upon leaving the Dragon Sanctuary, Chen Yu made a farewell call to Du, informing him of his plans to explore other parts of the world. Du refrained from discussing anything further, including the previous letter. He simply said, have fun, and remember that the Kanto region will always be your home. Chen Yu smiled and ended the call. Would you like to exit the instance? Yes. Chen Yu walked to an open area and pressed the button. In the next moment, everything around him vanished, and he found himself in a vast white space. A transparent, colossal panel appeared automatically, displaying a continuous stream of text. Instance Infernal Affairs settling. Main quest completion confirmed. Reward: 10 experience candies. 20 small experience candies have been dispatched to the player's backpack. Hidden quest completion confirmed. Reward: 1 curved spoon. Special reward: 100 affection points from Mutwo have been dispatched to the player's backpack. Instance exploration rate: 32 player personal evaluation points settling. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for earning 200 points. Before Chen Yu could fully comprehend the situation, the white space before him dissolved, replaced by a grand plaza. The area bustled with activity, and at the center stood a monumental statue of Pikachu. The moment Chen Yu appeared in the plaza, dark storm clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Wow, who is so fortunate as to trigger the achievement of storm clouds? I'm envious. As this commotion unfolded, a throng of people quickly gathered around the Pikachu statue, gazing upwards at the sky. In the next moment, a purple thunderbolt descended, and a voice devoid of emotion proclaimed, congratulations to player Chen Yu for unlocking the achievements, Child Slayer, Turncoat, and Master of Time Management. At that instant, the entire infinite space erupted with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. 3 achievements at once. Could this be a glitch in the system? New players inquired, seeking clarification on the significance of these achievements. Each achievement equates to an achievement point. Collecting 200 points allows you to customize a sprite in the achievement shop. Acquiring achievements is exceedingly challenging. It is said that the player with the highest number has only gathered 132 points. Child Slayer, Turncoat, Master of Time Management. What deeds had this individual named Chen Yu committed in the dungeon to earn such dubious titles? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's expression darkened, and he swiftly escaped from this place of gossip while remaining unnoticed. As he departed the plaza, a prompt appeared on his interface. Would you like to teleport back to your room? Yes. Chen Yu unhesitatingly agreed. In the next second, he found himself in a pristine white room of over 70 square meters. Chapter 28. Newcomer or Veteran. Players may spend points to expand and decorate their rooms. The furniture shop is now open. The interface seemed to sense Chen Yu's confusion and proactively displayed a notification. The shop interface followed closely behind. Ordinary wooden bed, 1 point. Pikachu-themed bed, 5 points. Cute EV blanket, 5 points. Room expansion to 200 square meters, 100 points. Special facility, Sprite Paradise, 500 points. As Chen Yu surveyed these items, he suddenly felt as though he had traversed into a domestically produced pirated Pokémon mobile game. He chose not to decorate the room immediately. Instead, he sat down on the floor to examine the attributes of his Dragonite. Dragonite level, 58 gender, male type, dragon, flying ability, multi-scale inherited moves, none learned moves, wing attack, fire punch, thunder punch, hurricane, thunder wave, storm, agility, dragon dance, dragon dive, outrage, hyper beam, flamethrower, volt tackle. No wonder that day when he first encountered the Mimikyu, it had been utterly powerless against this formidable Dragonite. Chen Yu set aside the Dragonite's panel and opened his backpack interface to review the rewards bestowed upon him from the dungeon. He still vividly recalled Lu Hu conjuring a Pokeball from thin air on the day he first entered the dungeon. Now, having completed his first dungeon, the backpack function had been activated, allowing him to store Pokeballs for effortless access at any time. Presently, his backpack interface displayed only 4 items, 2 candies of different sizes, a bent spoon, and a red heart. Experience candy, small when used on a sprite. It grants a small amount of experience. Experience candy, a delightful treat that bestows a substantial amount of experience upon use by a sprite. Curved spoon, an enchanted item infused with telekinetic power, enhancing the potency of psychic-type moves by 20 when carried. The affinity with Mutwo has been bound, a unique item exclusively for player Chen Yu, applicable across all dungeons. Is there no further elaboration? Chen Yu prodded the plump red heart, yet it remained still, offering no notifications. At that moment, the novice guidance panel materialized. Players will linger in the infinite space for 7 days upon exiting a dungeon, after which they will be automatically transported to the next one. Infinite space features an entertainment zone and a commercial area where players can explore freely. Additionally, the Pokémon World ticket requires 999 points for exchange. Players are encouraged to accumulate points diligently. Chen Yu exclaimed, a staggering 999 points. This is utterly outrageous. Having earned a mere 200 points for a dual rating, he pondered how long it would take to amass such an amount, not to mention the myriad of expenses for food, clothing, and shelter in this realm. This design truly toys with the player's psyche. With no intention of resting, Chen Yu followed the prompt to open the map, and indeed, he spotted the labels for the entertainment and commercial areas. The infinite space proved remarkably convenient, allowing players to teleport to their desired zones with a mere thought. The surroundings were bustling with activity. Standing on the street, Chen Yu observed the array of shops lining either side, bars, restaurants, and bathhouses. Virtually every form of entertainment found in human society was represented here. The sole distinction was that each passerby was accompanied by a companion sprite of various forms. Chen Yu entered a quaint eatery and ordered a bowl of egg noodles. The proprietress, a striking woman with cascading golden waves, was accompanied by a Miss Magius donning an apron. Chen Yu settled in a window-side seat on the second floor, gazing down at the sprites he had yet to encounter in person. Soon, the proprietress personally delivered a steaming bowl of egg noodles to his table. Instead of leaving immediately, she scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring, "A newcomer? What gives you that impression?" Chen Yu asked, looking up. The proprietress chuckled softly. "I have seen many faces. Only newcomers exhibit such curiosity peering out the window." Chen Yu nodded. "I just exited the novice dungeon." The proprietress flashed a charming smile, gesturing to the bowl of noodles before her. "Let me inform you that all expenses here require points. For instance, the bowl of noodles on your table costs 1 point. Of course, you may also pay with items." The price of a bowl of noodles was now akin to that of a standard bed. Contemplating, Chen Yu asked, "Can I use the experience candy obtained from the main storyline?" "Certainly, 5 small experience candies for a bowl of noodles, the proprietress affirmed with a nod. After being stimulated by the astonishing 99,000 points, Chen Yu has become particularly sensitive to points. He directly pulled out 5 experience candies from his bag and placed them on the table. The proprietress glanced at them and continued her pitch. What about your Pokémon? Our store has food for them, guaranteed to be both high quality and affordable. Just 2 experience candies for a portion. Then I'll take 2 portions. Chen Yu responded, producing another 2 experience candies, and subsequently released his Mimikyu and Dragonite. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback by this scene, then looked at Chen Yu with a peculiar expression, her tone laced with skepticism. Are you really just a rookie fresh out of the dungeon? Feigning profundity, Chen Yu smiled. No, I am actually the Dragon King. Casually able to place orders worth billions. The proprietress, understanding the jest, chuckled. You mischievous boy. Thankfully, I often surf the internet before my demise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have grasped your joke. She arched her alluring eyebrows and continued. Care to chat after your meal? No, I am a serious person. Chen Yu promptly rejected her with righteous indignation. The proprietress's forehead twitched with annoyance as she slapped the table, causing her Magiarna to instinctively raise a light wall in front of Chen Yu, fearing that its trainer might resort to violence. Chun, no? Hitting players will lead to penalties. The Magiarna exclaimed in a panicked childlike voice. Chen Yu was taken aback and turned to the Magiarna, inquiring, it can speak human language? The proprietress, known as Chun, crossed her arms and huffed, explaining, don't overthink it. It's not a real Pokémon, but a housekeeping robot I exchanged for in the Infinite Shop. Chen Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Chun, recognizing his thoughts, smiled slightly and remarked, indeed. Men are all rather untrustworthy. Just a heads up, the housekeeping robot only costs 999 points. Oh, Chen Yu pondered. It merely required a few more dungeon runs. He resolved to engage in more activities during the upcoming dungeons, quickly amassing enough points for his own shiny Gardevoir robot. That's ridiculous. Chun exclaimed, clearly exasperated. There's reproductive isolation between you two. Using Pokémon will invoke divine retribution. Chen Yu looked at her in confusion. What are you talking about? I merely wish to buy a shiny Gardevoir to chat with me and assist me with my Pokémon. Chun thought the individual before her had a rather unusual way of thinking. In the end, Chun relented with a sigh, saying, fine, take your time eating. With that, she returned to the counter, resuming her sunflower seed munching. Chen Yu divided the Pokémon food the Magiarna had brought into 2 portions and placed them in front of Mimikyu and Dragonite. Mimikyu extended its claws from beneath its disguise and happily began to eat. Dragonite tilted its head, squinted its eyes, and crushed the berries in the plate with its claw, releasing a hint of a pungent aroma into the air. Dragonite covered its mouth with another chubby paw, revealing an expression of disdain. Chen Yu immediately called out, Madam Boss, I wish to report your deceit against consumers. Dragonite glared fiercely at Chun, leading Chen Yu to suspect it might leap up at any moment to unleash a dragon rage upon her. Upon hearing this, Chun hurried over. Lifting a plate and sniffing it, she awkwardly said, I apologize. I placed the wrong fruit. I shall replace it immediately. You need not pay for this meal. Only then did Dragonite retract its menacing gaze, turning its attention to its paw smeared with pungent liquid. Observing this, Chen Yu requested the staff member, the magical wall doll, to bring a damp towel, stepping forward to assist Dragonite in cleaning its paw. Dragonite appeared somewhat uneasy, hesitating on whether to push Chen Yu away when Chun returned. The sight of the food in the plate instantly captivated Dragonite's attention. Chun placed the food before Dragonite and leaned toward Chen Yu, whispering, Your Dragonite seems rather hard to handle. Having finished his noodles, Chen Yu sat aside, watching Dragonite and the mysterious Pokémon eat joyfully. Recalling what Miss Joy had previously mentioned, perhaps it was related to its past experiences, making it struggle to express its emotions. Moreover, as you know, there are survival rules among Pokémon. If they do not strive to become stronger and more intimidating, Chun's expression shifted to one of realization. A scene from that night by the lake, where Dragonite gazed at the moon, flashed in Chen Yu's mind, and he smiled softly, remarking, It may appear fierce and irritable on the surface, yet deep down, it possesses a rather artistic soul. Chun pondered for a moment, chuckling as she shook her head. It's the first time I've encountered a trainer like you. Chen Yu inquired, What is wrong with being a trainer like me? Understanding one's Pokémon is a fundamental lesson for trainers, is it not? No, I mean, when you speak about your Pokémon, your expression is far more serious than at any other time. Look, your expression has now transformed into that of a fool. Chun burst into laughter. Chen Yu, not wishing to tease her further, took a deep breath and stated, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chun, the owner of this noodle shop. I am Chen, he replied with alacrity. To his surprise, Chen froze upon hearing his name. What did you say your name was? Chen, he replied, puzzled. Wow. Chen dramatically acted out a scene of a beautiful woman cursing. Chen, the one who just achieved the global announcement of Thundercloud. Chen exclaimed, I completely forgot. He sighed lightly, and then looked at Chen earnestly. Indeed, that is me. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. You are truly a newcomer? Swear you are not deceiving me. Chen raised his right hand, extending his middle finger. I swear. Chen seemingly produced a small stool from nowhere. Eagerly sitting next to Chen and curiously asked, tell me, how did you manage to earn so many achievement points in a single instance? Chen pondered over his rather mischievous exploits, feeling a twinge of hesitation. After all, what had he truly done? Merely toying with a handful of 10-year-old children? Engaging in casual conversations with various young ladies for a few hours? Skillfully navigating between the Rockets and the Alliance? Surely, these actions were commonplace. Moreover, he vowed that his intentions were solely to gather intel and hone his skills as a Pokémon trainer. Upon witnessing his silence, Chen's face displayed a look of disbelief. You didn't actually harm any children, did you? And the time management master? I recognize that meme. You truly are a pervert. Speak up, how many unsuspecting girls did you deceive in the dungeon? Chen retorted, if you continue fabricating stories, I might just have to send you a lawyer's letter. Chen urged, spill the beans. Otherwise, I shall inform Black Cohen's fans about your little escapades. Chen felt overwhelmed. How did this woman know every meme in existence? With a resigned tone, he confessed, honestly, I have no idea why I have garnered so many achievements. I merely sought out a few kids, akin to Ash, for a Pokémon battle on the street. Under Chen's peculiar gaze, Chen persisted. So what? Compared to them, I am merely a novice trainer. I might have acquired my Pokémon even later than they did. Chen bluntly countered, stop evading the truth. Your Pokémon Sword and Shield online battles must have already reached the master rank, right? Chen conceded, acknowledging his defeat against this woman. Chen, with a triumphant grin, patted Chen shoulder and declared, I suddenly find you rather intriguing. Consider me your friend. Chen, now disinterested in continuing the conversation, noticed that his Dragonite and Mimikyu had finished their meal and decided to leave. Chen quickly called out, hey, where are you going? Chen replied, I plan to explore the commercial district. Perfect timing. I am just about to finish my dungeon run and need to prepare some items. Let's go together. With that, Chen hung a closed sign on the door. Observing her fluid motions, Chen could not help but inquire, what inspired you to open a noodle shop here? Chen responded, out of boredom, really. I needed something to occupy my time during the dungeon's intermission. You could also open a shop. It only requires 1,000 points. Thinking about needing to save points for a talking Shinado robot, Chen shook his head. No thanks. I have no interest in being a shopkeeper. Together, they teleported to the commercial district, which exuded a more vintage ambience. A straight path was flanked by numerous small stalls, brimming with an array of Pokeballs, items, and wondrous candies. As they walked, Chen inquired, did you acquire any items in your dungeon? Chen recalled the 100 affection points with Mutuo. Yet that was already bound to him, and he had no idea how to utilize it. Besides that, he only had a curved spoon left. Since he had no immediate use for it, he nodded and said, yes, I possess a curved spoon that enhances the power of psychic-type moves. Chen exclaimed in astonishment. How about selling it to me? I can spend 500 points to buy it. I have a Dragonite, and I'm just in need of such an item. Of course, if you prefer not to sell, I possess numerous items for trade. Chen pondered for a moment and inquired, do you have the skill learning manual for sword dance? Chapter 30. The allure of microtransactions. Chen shook her head. I don't have sword dance, but I do possess another item you might find useful. What is it? Chen asked. Chen rummaged through her backpack and quickly produced a sharp, tooth-like object. This is a dragon's tooth. By equipping it, the power of dragon-type moves will increase by 20%, which is perfect for your hefty Dragonite. Let's trade. The two promptly agreed and exchanged their items. Chen navigated through his backpack interface, selected Dragonite, and clicked to equip. In the next moment, a small tooth icon appeared at the bottom right of Dragonite's avatar. Look, Chen evidently equipped her own Dragonite as well, gleefully asking, shall we add each other as friends? Chen hesitated for a moment before a new friend request popped up on his interface. Player Chen requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? The friend feature is now officially open. Note, the friend feature is only available in infinite space and is disabled in dungeons. Chen chose to accept. Upon seeing this, Chen tucked away her interface and beamed, revealing her 8 bright white teeth. Shall we take a stroll? As a gesture for adding you as a friend, I can share some valuable information that would greatly assist newcomers. Thus, the two strolled along the commercial alley. After a while, Chen asked, "Have you seen that enormous Pikachu statue in the square?" Chen nodded. That location serves as the entrance and exit for all dungeons. Pikachu symbolizes the genesis of Pokémon, akin to Ash from the anime, or the Pokémon Yellow game. Chen paused for a moment, a slight smile gracing her lips. Besides functioning as an entrance, that statue has another practical purpose. All players in infinite space can expend their points there to exchange for trainer skills, such as the ability to discern the level of an opponent's Pokémon or the power of restoration, known as the Eternal Force. While the basic skill of level discernment is accessible to all players, the Eternal Force is exceedingly exorbitant, priced at 500,000 points. As far as I know, there are currently fewer than 100 players in the entire infinite space who possess this skill. Chen Yu recalled the 99,000 points for the ticket and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's utterly outrageous. I feel as though I've been transported into a pay-to-win game. Chen chuckled at his remark. Indeed, I had a similar feeling back in the day. Chen Yu sensed something was amiss and asked, "How long have you been here?" Chen counted on her fingers for a moment before responding, "Perhaps around 50 or 60 years. I can't quite remember." Chen Yu, with an expression of sheer astonishment, inquired, "How do you know about those modern memes?" Chen rolled her eyes and retorted, "What are you thinking? We are contemporaries, you know? Moreover, the flow of time here is evidently different from the outside world." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu accepted his circumstances of having traversed into this realm. What else could he possibly struggle to accept? However, upon hearing Chen's words, curiosity piqued within him. "Haven't you accumulated enough points during your extended stay here?" Chen sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "Do you think acquiring points is a simple task? In a single dungeon, I might only earn a little over 20 points. Occasionally, if luck is on my side and I complete a hidden quest, I might scrape together 50 or 60. The expenditure of points in this boundless space is exorbitant. If it weren't for the support of my few shops, I would have likely starved long ago." Chen Yu, who had garnered 200 points in his initial dungeon, found himself at a loss for words. Chen, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. It takes points to eat. Points to nurture Pokémon. Everything requires points. After a lifetime of hard work in my previous life, I never imagined I would end up here, laboring for some unknown entity." Chen Yu observed as Chen's chest, reminiscent of an airport runway, rose and fell with her efforts to maintain composure. She waved her hand dismissively. "I'm done talking. I'm heading back to my shop for some health tea. You can explore on your own." With that, she teleported away, having depleted his inventory of items. Chen Yu wandered through the commercial district for a while, but failed to locate a stall selling the Dance of the Sword Technique manual. Regretfully, he teleported to the plaza. Beneath the enormous Pikachu statue, new players continually materialized. Chen Yu cast a glance before shifting his focus to the statue itself. In the next moment, a panel automatically appeared before him. Detection technique, upon use, reveals the target Pokémon's level. Exchange price, 50 points. Power of Eternity, a miraculous ability to communicate with Pokémon's inner thoughts and heal their wounds. Exchange price, 500,000 points. Psychic ability, grants the use of simple psychic moves, such as teleportation and telekinesis. Exchange price, 500,000 points. Dragon Might, a wondrous capability that enhances the power of dragon-type Pokémon. Exchange price, 500,000 points. There were also abilities like Wave Guidance and Overcoming Power, all priced uniformly at 500,000. It was utterly absurd. Chen Yu glanced at his meager 200 points and, with a stoic expression, exchanged for the least expensive detection technique. In an instant, his points dwindled to 150. Homeward bound, Chen Yu lingered not in the plaza. He promptly teleported back to his undecorated room. He knew he could not endure 7 days in such a stark, white space. Hence, he resolved to indulge himself. A Pikachu-themed bed for 5 points? Swapped. An adorable Eevee blanket for 5 points? Swapped. Sunny Sky wallpaper for 3 points? Swapped. A limited edition Animal Crossing item for 1 point? Swapped. A colossal television for just 1 point. What a remarkable transformation of his room. Chen Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this is the allure of spending money. Truly exhilarating. Once everything was organized, and concerned that his Pokémon might feel bored within their Pokeballs, Chen Yu waved his hand and released the 2 of them. He then switched on the television to entertain them. The Mimikyu seemed fine, but the imposing figure of the Dragonite, towering over 2 meters, appeared particularly cramped in the confined space. Observing the curled-up body of the Dragonite and its lowered head, Chen Yu realized he needed to earn more points. It was unacceptable to confine such a creature in such a constricted environment, where it could not even spread its wings and soar freely as if in the sacred lands of dragons. The 7 days of respite in this limitless space passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Chen sent a message, reminding Chen Yu to be mindful of his remaining points. Failure in the dungeon task would result in a significant deduction of points, and falling into the negative would mean being sent away. Chen Yu intended to thank her, but found that the interface indicated the player had entered the dungeon and could not receive messages. Thus, he had to let it go. At last, the 7 days elapsed. Following the prompt, Chen Yu arrived beneath the Pikachu statue, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Everything around him vanished, and an emotionless voice resonated. Welcome, player, to the grand role-playing dungeon. Your identity is that of a bug-catching boy. Chapter 31. Bug-catching boy. The scorching sun pierced through the branches, flooding the room with light. The air conditioning was off, and with the window ajar, waves of heat surged into the space, transforming the room into a giant steamer. Chen Yu awoke in a sweat, his eyes fluttering open to discover he was clad in blue shorts and a white t-shirt, lying on his bed beneath a hefty cotton quilt. Brother is feeling unwell and is resting upstairs. A soft, delicate voice, distinctly feminine, floated up from downstairs, as if she were conversing with someone. Chen Yu initially chose to ignore the happenings below. He pushed aside the quilt, wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue from the bedside, and then opened the interface to review his current task. Main task: you are a poor bug-catching boy residing in Guchen Town. Your dream is to become a powerful trainer and travel the world, but for various reasons, you must abandon this dream and remain in this small town, caring for your sister while reluctantly challenging passing trainers. Task objective: defeat passing trainers. Defeating a trainer grants an additional point over a period of 10 months, with the final reward increasing based on the number of opponents defeated. Guchen Town. It seems this is the Hoenn region. While fanning himself with his hand, Chen Yu pondered the meaning of this expansive role-playing dungeon. At that moment, footsteps echoed from downstairs, drawing closer until they paused at the doorway. With a sudden clap, the door swung open, revealing a little girl clad in a slightly faded light blue dress, her hair styled into 2 uneven little buns. She appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, her face smudged with dirt, and her bright black eyes fixed intently on Chen Yu. Oni-chan, you finally awakened. I thought you might have perished. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the little girl burst into tears. Chen Yu stared wide-eyed, locking gazes with the child, then cradled his head in feigned agony. What transpired yesterday? Why can I recall nothing? The little girl, startled, let out a sob, her expression shifting to one of impending tears. Oni-chan, you don't remember Hua? Chen Yu replied, of course, Hua is you, my most adorable sister. Upon hearing these words, the girl named Hua finally exhaled in relief and began to explain. Yesterday, Oni-chan, while walking, you accidentally kicked the rear of a charging bear, and it knocked you out. Uncle Gummo carried you back. I was so worried about you. Chen Yu recalled the heavy quilt that had nearly suffocated him. Moreover, could she refrain from addressing him as Oni-chan 3 times in one breath? With a headache, Chen Yu said, Hua, can you please refrain from calling me Oni-chan? Just call me brother, alright? Instantly, Hua's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Yu quickly amended his statement. Call me Oni-chan if you wish. You may name me whatever you like. In an instant, Hua's tears receded. This made Chen Yu question whether he had truly witnessed that. Today, Oni-chan, is the day when new trainers from the neighboring town of Mo receive their initial Pokémon from Dr. Tian Wan to embark on their journey. Didn't you promise to take me to see it yesterday? The conversation finally returned to his primary quest. Chen Yu nodded, promptly rising from his bed, donning his sneakers, and hurriedly took Hua towards Route 101, connecting Mo by town and Guchen Town. He had come to understand that the setting of this scenario likely mirrored the world of Pokémon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. When one mentions these 3 classic Pokémon games, the first thoughts that spring to mind are undoubtedly the legendary deities Groudon, Rayquaza, and Kyogre. Fortunately, before arriving, Chen Yu had stayed up late to complete Pokémon Emerald, thus acquiring some familiarity with this world. On Route 101, Hua pointed to a lush patch of grass, exclaiming, Oni-chan, that's where you kicked the bear yesterday. Chen Yu replied, I apologize, I did not kick him, that was not me. He pondered the importance of understanding the character's background before completing the mission. Thus, he inquired, Hua, do you miss our parents? Hua tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. What are parents? Chen Yu patiently elucidated. Parents are those who brought us into this world. We all emerged from our mother's womb. Hua nibbled on her finger, but wasn't I born from my brother? Chen Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he calmly responded. Boys cannot give birth, only girls can bear children. A clear expression of bewilderment was etched on Hua Hua's small face. Sighing, Chen Yu promptly abandoned his intention to inquire further and resolved to consult the amiable neighbor, Uncle Gu Mo, whom Hua had mentioned. As they conversed, a boy clad in blue shorts and wearing a cap approached them with a somewhat displeased mutter, another competitor for the food bowl this year. In this world, when trainers engage in challenges, the defeated party must provide the victor with alliance coins, as mandated by the Fengyuan Alliance. This rule purportedly encourages trainers to battle more frequently, enhancing the excitement of Pokémon contests. Consequently, various professions have emerged, such as bug-catching boys and swimming sisters, who lurk along the paths frequented by novice trainers, battling them and collecting their earnings. Chen Yu overheard the boy's remarks and recognized him as one of the many roadside nuisances in the Pokémon world, the boy in shorts. Just then, a newcomer trainer carrying a travel backpack approached from the direction of Bai Town. The boy in shorts' eyes lit up, and like a ravenous wolf spotting prey, he rushed over, releasing his Pokémon, a sleek-furred Rockruff. Chen Yu, holding Hua's hand, stood aside to watch the scene unfold. Witnessing the wild trainer's defeat and the subsequent transfer of a pile of money to the boy in shorts, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He declared, "This world is my absolute favorite, without exception. Oni-chan, are you going to challenge that trainer?" Hua whispered, "He looks really strong." Chen Yu shook his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the boy in shorts. "No, that trainer is a poor soul. This guy is the real catch." He retrieved a Mimikyu Pokeball from his pocket, positioning it before the boy in shorts, proclaiming, "Let us engage in a thrilling and exhilarating Pokémon battle." Chapter 32. Dr. Tian won. The boy in shorts, Fong Ping, was startled and took a step back, swiftly stuffing the money into his pocket, his voice laced with caution. "My Pokémon is nearly out of stamina and cannot battle right now." Chen Yu lowered his gaze to the other Pokeball at Fong Ping's waist. Fong Ping immediately covered it, exclaiming, "How shameless. You are already an adult, and I am only 10 years old. This is unfair." Chen Yu chuckled, pondering for a moment, realizing that Fong Ping had indeed made a valid point. If during the conclusion of the copy event, Infinite Space were to bestow upon him some peculiar achievement, it would certainly not bode well. Should he be publicly humiliated within the vast expanse of Infinite Space, he would face social demise by the following day. People might utter, "Chen Yu? Merely a perverse individual who preys on children." Contemplating this, a serious expression crossed Chen Yu's face, and under Fong Ping's anxious gaze, he spoke, "It is acceptable if you choose not to battle me, but I require your assistance with a task." "What task?" Fong Ping exhaled in relief. As long as it did not involve battling for his funds. Chen Yu gazed towards the direction of Bai Town and inquired, "Is today the day when novice trainers embark on their journeys?" Fong Ping nodded and replied, "Indeed. At this time each year, the League distributes initial Pokémon to trainers who have turned 10. Chen Yu remarked, "It is quite simple. Assist me in intercepting them and bring them to me." He paused to ask, "If they lose, can they still proceed?" Fong Ping shook his head. "No, they cannot. The wilderness is perilous, and wild Pokémon may ambush passing trainers from the grass at any moment. Without Pokémon, they risk being knocked unconscious. Typically, they would return to Bai Town to recuperate before continuing their journey." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with bright determination. He envisioned Shinado beckoning to him from a radiant path. What a splendid opportunity to accumulate points. Thus, Chen Yu cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Fong Ping. "You shall guard the adjacent path, ensuring they have no opportunity to take a detour. Bring them all to me, and we shall split the earnings 37 to 63. Fong Ping's eyes lit up. "Really? A true man never speaks falsehoods. There is no deceit." He scrutinized Chen Yu intently, attempting to discern the veracity of his words. Chen Yu shrugged, "Of course. After all, the League currency cannot be taken outside. I would effectively be hiring you as an assistant." "Very well, I shall go." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, a throng of novice players awakened in Bai Town. Exclamations of astonishment resonated through the crowd. "What the heck? Have I been transported through time? Ah, look over there." A newcomer pointed excitedly at the red and white spherical object on the desk of Professor Oda, exclaiming, "Am I seeing this correctly? Is that truly a Pokeball? So, this means we are in the Pokémon world." At that moment, Professor Oda, donned in a researcher's attire, emerged. He smiled warmly at the group of novice trainers before him and announced, "Congratulations on reaching the age where you can embark on adventures with your Pokémon. I am Professor Oda, responsible for distributing your initial Pokémon. Now, please come forth and select a Pokeball that resonates with you." A throng of newcomers was so overwhelmed with excitement that they nearly fainted. Observing this spectacle, a man with a crew cut named Zhou Tao rolled his eyes in disdain, muttering about their lack of composure. Zhou, an experienced player who had navigated 3 dungeons, was met with a retort from his companion. Who among us is truly more dignified? Weren't you once flailing about in excitement? I thought you had been electrocuted. Zhou Tao's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly shifted the topic. It seems we are in the Fengyuan region. Dr. Oak seems to be a character from the Pokémon game. Qin Ming. Didn't you play Pokémon before you arrived? The player known as Qin Ming nodded, surveying their surroundings before remarking. This is the Pokémon Research Institute in Mabai Town. We are likely just novice trainers embarking on our journey. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment and replied. So this is the game's worldview. Qin Ming acknowledged with a sound, his gaze drifting towards the new players collecting their Pokémon, mentally counting them. There were 23 in total. Coupled with the 5 veteran players, that made 28 in all. The competition seemed rather fierce, Qin Ming mused silently. Once the new players had received their initial Pokémon, they followed the guidance to exit the Research Institute. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a line of middle-aged women, each clutching travel bags and alliance coins, waiting expectantly. They skillfully located their children amidst the crowd, advising, "Be cautious out there. Here are running shoes, a travel backpack, and 3,000 alliance coins. Spend wisely." Concurrently, the main quests for this group of newcomers appeared. Main Quest 1. Traverse Route 101 to reach Guchen Town. Main Quest 2. Acquire 8 gym badges, not yet unlocked. Main Quest 3. Participate in the Fengyuan Alliance tournament, not yet unlocked. Some of the new players, however, were not in haste to embark on the main quests. Instead, they wandered the streets of Mabai Town, flitting between the Pokémon CAF and the forest to observe wild Pokémon. Zhou Tao and Qin Ming stood at the entrance of Route 101, exchanging glances. Zhou inquired, "Should we first delve into the background of our identities to uncover any hidden quests, or proceed directly to Guchen Town?" Qin Ming contemplated before responding. "Let us head to Guchen Town first. We can activate the second main quest there. This world is vast, reminiscent of an open-world experience." Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears we might not need to challenge the gyms in a specific order. After their discussion, they boldly set forth along Route 101. Having dealt with a few wild Rockruff and Snivy, they soon encountered a youth clad in shorts standing by the roadside. The boy, Fong Ping, had been patiently awaiting the arrival of 2 novice trainers. His eyes lit up as he sprang forward to intercept them. "Come, let us engage in a Pokémon battle." Zhou Tao and Qin Ming exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending the situation at hand. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with the game's narrative. They cannot progress without defeating the boy in shorts. However, just as the two were about to retrieve their Pokeballs, the boy in shorts exclaimed, "Follow me." Zhou Tao and Qin Ming exchanged bewildered glances. They trailed behind the boy in shorts down an alternate path, where they encountered a fellow donning a straw hat. Wielding a butterfly net, seated on the ground, engaged in a childish game of patty cake with a little girl. What is happening? A double battle featuring the boy in shorts and the butterfly-catching youth? Zhou Tao inquired with his eyes, seeking clarification from his companion. Chapter 33. Let's harvest some chives. Shen Yu, upon noticing the newcomers, brushed himself off and stood up, seizing the butterfly net belonging to the butterfly-catching youth. He had recently felt that his attire was somewhat mismatched with his identity, prompting him to borrow a scarecrow hat from the adjacent field. As for the butterfly net, it was borrowed from a young child who had been catching butterflies in the flower patch. "Do you need my assistance?" The boy in shorts, Fong Ping, whispered as he leaned in. Chen Yu shook his head, declining. "You continue your pursuit over there. I can handle this." With that, Fong Ping departed, glancing back multiple times. At that moment, a notification popped up on Qin Ming and Zhou Tao's screens. "A butterfly-catching youth accompanied by his sister has come to challenge you." Qin Ming remained still, scrutinizing the young man before him, and inquired, "A player?" Chen Yu maintained a composed demeanor and replied steadily, "What player? I am merely an unremarkable butterfly-catching youth. Quickly, present your Pokémon and engage me in battle. Brother, don't get too immersed in your role." Zhou Tao couldn't help but interject. Chen Yu, unable to maintain the faade any longer, responded with mild exasperation, "Fine, I am a player. Can we commence now? You must understand that if you cannot defeat me, you will not be able to proceed to Guchen Town." Zhou Tao nodded, and upon hearing the admission, cheerfully said, "All right then, my friend." With that, he produced his Pokeball. As a flash of white light illuminated the area, a massive Snorlax materialized in the middle of the path. Chen Yu discreetly utilized his inspection technique, revealing Snorlax's level on his interface. Snorlax level 52. Ah, Snorlax is a normal type. Chen Yu decisively sent out his Mismagius to battle. Zhou Tao had evidently employed the same inspection technique, and his eyes widened in shock. How am I supposed to contend with this? My normal type moves are rendered ineffective. Yet, the sword had been drawn, and there was no turning back. Zhou Tao could only brace himself for the confrontation. Snorlax, use rollout to break through its disguise. Rollout. The user curls into a ball and rolls toward the opponent, attacking consecutively up to 5 times, with each successful hit increasing its power. Snorlax, with its towering form of over 2 meters, rapidly curled into a sphere and rolled toward Mismagius. As the rolling attack continued unabated, the disguise of the illusionary creature became inconsequential. Thus, Chen Yu decisively abandoned the strategy of using claw sharpening while in disguise and commanded, utilize shadow clones. In an instant, the illusionary creature conjured numerous clones, causing the Snorlax to lose its target and plunge into the grass. The disguise remained intact. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Chen Yu swiftly ordered, illusionary creature, employ playful antics. Snorlax, persist with the rolling attack. Zhou Tao directed. Once more, utilize shadow clones. Chen Yu's words flowed rapidly. The massive form of Snorlax curled up again and rolled towards the illusionary creature. A faint pink glow enveloped the illusionary creature, creating a stark contrast between its diminutive size and that of Snorlax. They charged towards each other from different directions. Midway through, the illusionary creature executed its previous tactic, conjuring dozens of clones that surrounded Snorlax from 5 different angles. With a thud, 2 of the clones were obliterated by Snorlax's rolling attack, leaving no target ahead, prompting Snorlax to come to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, playful antics activated. A dazzling pink radiance erupted from the illusionary creature, striking Snorlax directly. Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the earth." Lu Sun once remarked, "In front of my house, there are 2 trees. One is a jujube tree. The other is also a jujube tree." However, these statements bore little relevance to the current scene. Under the influence of inertia, Snorlax was propelled away, crashing into the grass and striking its head against a stone, rendering it unconscious. Zhou Tao. Chen Yu. Zhou Tao intended to summon a second Pokémon for battle, but was thwarted by the interface. At this stage, all players may only deploy 1 Pokémon in a single battle. Your challenge has failed. Please pay the opponent 500 alliance coins. Zhou Tao complied. But the next moment, darkness engulfed him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his home in End White Town. Route 101. Qin Ming and Chen Yu exchanged glances. Chen Yu inquired, "Where did he go?" Qin Ming pondered, "Perhaps he was teleported home." The mechanics of this world truly resemble Pokémon. "Oh," Chen Yu nodded, saying, "It's your turn now." Qin Ming shook his head in refusal, "Not just yet. I'll return to End White Town to find him. We shall meet again." Chen Yu expressed a hint of regret, though he could not compel him to engage in battle. After Qin Ming departed, shortly thereafter, Fong Ping arrived with several bewildered new players. "Heavens, it's the bug catcher boy," one novice exclaimed excitedly. "Is he going to battle us? Come on, come on. Let me show you the prowess of Hu Hanzhong." With that, he sent forth his Pokémon, a gelatinous creature with 4 tentacles. Chen Yu utilized his detection technique to assess its level. In the game Lu Tang Xiu 3, Chen Yu received points that were simply too tempting to ignore. With ruthless precision, he commanded his Pokémon, Mimikyu, to execute a shadowy ambush, swiftly eliminating the candy ball. The newcomers blinked in disbelief before being whisked away. The remaining novices were astounded. How impressive. Didn't he appear to be your typical bug-catching boy? Weren't those characters typically children? Furthermore, why was this bug-catching boy using Mimikyu from the Alola region instead of a Caterpie? Hearing their murmurs, Chen Yu expressionlessly returned Mimikyu to its Pokeball and released his Dragonite. A gasp rippled through the group of novices. Goodness, a shiny Dragonite. How enviable. Why does the bug-catching boy possess a shiny Dragonite? One particularly quick-witted newcomer finally connected the dots. I see. He isn't a real bug-catching boy. He is a player just like us. What a clever disguise. Impressive. Could you perhaps show us some leniency, considering we are all players? A female player implored. Chen Yu, having long sealed his heart, regarded the Na'vi group with indifference and coldly stated, I'm afraid the dungeon rules dictate that you must defeat me to proceed to Ancient Town. Even if you manage to reach it, you 1T trigger the storyline. Rest assured, once I accumulate 999 points, I'll allow you to leave this place, he silently resolved. With no other option, the players begrudgingly formed a queue to challenge him. Yet, without exception, they fell victim to Dragonite's hurricane, being teleported back to Mo by Town. Chen glanced at the additional points displayed on his screen. 8. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. In a renowned forum dedicated to the Pokémon world, a new player posted a plea for help, lamenting about being stuck in the game. Soon, the comments surged past 100. Stuck? What game are you referring to? Which level are you on? The original poster replied, I'm stuck in the Novice Village. There's an opponent who is far too strong. Even with dozens of us taking turns, we can't defeat him. One commenter chimed in, how could there be such a powerful foe in the Novice Village? Which game is designed so poorly? Can't you take an alternate route? Just bypass that and head to the next town? The original poster lamented, no. If we can't defeat him, we can't unlock the main quest. Woe is me. In response to this, the forum users were at a loss for words, suggesting, if you can't win, just quit the game. It's not a big deal. In MO by Town, a group of players portraying novice trainers gathered around Dr. Tion-Wan's lab computer, silently absorbing this response. What should we do? Zhou Tao glanced at Qin Ming with a questioning look. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming spoke up, his 2 Pokémon are at too high a level. I suspect that Dragonite is equipped with an enhancement item, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for it to take down my Blastoise in just 2 moves. Zhou Tao sighed and remarked, isn't it absurd to place such a formidable veteran in the Novice Village? Qin Ming glanced around at the eager newcomers awaiting their opinions, his eyelid twitching slightly. He spoke, there's no point in discussing this further. We should focus on leveling up and nurturing our Pokémon first. It seemed they had no other choice. Indeed, this is merely our first day. Time changes everything, and we must not underestimate youth. If we diligently cultivate our Pokémon, there will come a day when we can defeat that bug-catching boy. A trainer, brimming with grandeur, declared, brother, you ought to read less online fiction. Zhou Tao couldn't help but retort. After reaching a consensus, the players promptly ventured out, seizing the opportunity before dusk to battle the Snivy and Rockruff in the tall grass of Route 101. Zhou Tao's expression turned complex as he employed his observation skill on the Snivy and Rockruff's levels. Why are their levels all below 10? How are we supposed to level up? The novice players were engaged in fierce battles, while several veteran players stood silently on the main road. Sigh, Qin Ming sighed softly, turning to his close friend. At this point, there's only one way forward. What way? Zhou Tao turned to him. Under the hopeful gaze of his friend, Qin Ming slowly proposed, let us battle each other. In this dungeon, if a Pokémon fell unconscious, it would be instantly transported back to the Pokémon Center, alleviating any concerns about healing items. This meant they could strategically utilize each other's Pokémon to gain experience and elevate their own Pokémon's levels. The sunset flowed across the horizon like orange juice, and a gentle breeze stirred the grass around them, creating waves of green akin to a vast ocean. It was the end of the bug-catching boy's workday. Chen Yu called over the shorts-clad Fong Ping and placed 2,000 Alliance coins into his hands. Fong Ping's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Is this so much? Typically, he would earn only a couple of 100 coins per battle. With no guarantee of victory, losing meant he would have to pay his opponent. Consequently, he often ended the day with only 200 to 300 coins, sometimes even incurring losses. Chen Yu was indifferent to money. He contentedly glanced at his additional points tally of 108 before turning to Fong Ping and stating, it's not too much, really. Having seen individuals with millions in the Alliance, this small sum stirred no significant emotions within him. Fong Ping's eyes sparkled with admiration. Akin to a young fan, big shot. Will you come again tomorrow? I can bring more people for you. The term big shot was what he had heard the group of novice trainers call Chen Yu. Initially perplexed by its meaning, he suddenly understood when he witnessed Chen Yu display his Mimikyu and that powerful Dragonite. Astonishment washed over him. He never imagined that the bug-catching boy living next door was, in fact, a hidden master. With free labor at hand, Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Of course, just come to work normally tomorrow. The working hours will be set at 8 in the morning. What do you think? I think it's splendid. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Fong Ping replied, adopting a servile demeanor. Chen Yu could hardly bear to look at him. He waved a hand dismissively at Fong Ping and, cradling the drowsy Hua Hua, began walking towards Guqin Town. Fong Ping, residing next door to Chen Yu, cheerfully followed behind. Guqin Town is nestled in the southern part of the Fengyuan region, with Road 101 leading south to Mo Bai Town, Road 102 westward to Chenghua City, and Road 103 northward towards Kaina City. The town is modest in size, encircled by forests, and the rooftops of the houses are a light brown, reminiscent of wood. Occasionally, one can hear the calls of sprites emanating from the woods while strolling down the streets. Following the signposts, Chen Yu arrived at a modern building crowned with a red roof. Here lies the most renowned Pokémon Center in the world of sprites. a sanctuary for healing injured or status-afflicted Pokémon. Adjacent to it stood a building with a blue roof and white walls, the friendly store. A special shop selling healing potions and Pokeballs. As Chen Yu pushed open the glass door of the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy, who had been idly passing time behind the counter, quickly stood up, a smile gracing her lips. Welcome. Chen Yu awkwardly extracted the Pokeballs of Mimikyu and Dragonite from his pocket, noticing the little girl nestled in his arms. Miss Joy smiled in understanding and stepped forward to take the Pokeballs from him. After expressing his gratitude with a smile, Chen Yu gently roused the sleeping Hua Hua from his shoulder. After a day spent in the wild, the two little tufts of hair atop Hua Hua's head were askew. Blinking sleepily at Chen Yu for a moment, she finally spoke. Oni-chan, have we arrived home? Chen Yu shook his head. Not yet. What would you like to eat for dinner? I can go buy something from the street. Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl, a devoted brother's girl, replied. Whatever Oni-chan eats, I will eat too. Chen Yu felt a pang of headache. He was not particularly adept at caring for children. Yet fate had bestowed upon him the role of an elder brother with a younger sister in this infinite space. In his past life, while working alone, he often hastily resolved his dinner plans. Chansey brought forth 2 glasses of water. Chen Yu placed Hua Hua aside to let her drink, while he seriously contemplated what would be the best dinner option. Chapter 35. The Wish of Dragonite. Ultimately, he decided to prepare 2 of his signature dishes, instant noodles and fried eggs. The crescent moon quietly ascended into the night sky. Chen Yu, accompanied by Hua Hua, departed from the Pokémon Center and made his way to the only 24-hour supermarket in Guqin Town. The townspeople generally adhered to a simple routine of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. On his way here, Chen Yu noticed that several shops selling elven food had already closed their doors. This meant that he would have to prepare dinner for both Dragonite and Mimikyu himself. With a serious demeanor, Chen Yu stood before the shelves, surveying the array of uniquely shaped berries before him. To his left was a row of red berries resembling cranberries. He recalled that these were the very berries Dragonite had crushed at He-chun Noodle House. To his right lay a type of plump, pinkish fruit akin to bananas, from which he could smell a sweet, fragrant aroma wafting through the air. This scent was reminiscent of the berry salad He-chun had later served. It seemed Dragonite preferred sweet flavors over spicy ones. After some contemplation, Chen Yu instructed Hua Hua to fetch the shopping cart and proceeded to gather an entire selection of the berries. Under the astonished gaze of the supermarket staff, he exited with a large bag of berries in hand. Hua Hua trailed beside him, carrying several packets of instant noodles and white eggs. The duo made their way down the straight street, eventually stopping in front of a somewhat dilapidated 2-story building on the outskirts of Gachenzhen. With his left hand clutching the berries and his right hand retrieving the key, Chen Yu gently turned it in the lock. With a click, the door swung open. Hua Hua darted inside, flicked on the lights, and eagerly set down the instant noodles before rushing over to take the berries from Chen Yu. No, it's too heavy for you. Go watch some television on the sofa. Dinner will be ready shortly, he said as he made his way to the kitchen. He placed the groceries on the table, ignited the stove, and began washing, peeling, and cutting the berries. The fruit that resembled bananas was known as the fragrant banana. Once peeled, it revealed its soft, aromatic flesh. Chen Yu took a tentative bite and found it reminiscent of the bananas from his previous life, yet with a slightly crisper texture. As he bit into it, the rich, fragrant juice burst forth in his mouth. He was reminded of the deep-fried bananas he had once enjoyed, coated with a thick layer of cheese, such a delightful experience that simply thinking about it made his mouth water. He swallowed hard and heated oil in a pot, preparing to fry a few pieces of fragrant banana. Soon, several golden, unidentifiable items emerged from the oil. This further solidified his resolve to purchase a Xanadu housekeeping robot. Hearing the commotion, Hua Hua rushed in from the living room, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the plate. Onaiken, what on earth is that? It looks terrifying. Unfazed, Chen Yu glanced at her before picking up a fried banana and popping it into his mouth. Hua Hua nearly fainted, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say her brother had just eaten something repulsive. In response, Chen Yu decisively took another banana and stuffed it into her mouth. Hua Hua instinctively retreated a couple of steps, yet the indescribable aroma of the object was not as repulsive as she had anticipated. Instead, it was remarkably crisp and delectable. As she took a bite, a rich, honey-like filling oozed out from within. Oh, this is delightful, Hua Hua exclaimed, her mouth full. Chen Yu smiled faintly at her words, offering her a few more pieces before sending the little girl on her way. He then retrieved the Pokeballs of Dragonite and Mismagius. As 2 beams of white light flickered, Dragonite and Mismagius materialized in the modest kitchen. How does it taste? Chen Yu inquired, presenting a plate to them, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mismagius, who held an unwavering trust in Chen Yu, immediately extended its tiny paws from its cloak and began to munch on a banana fruit. Observing this, Dragonite reached out its claws and grabbed one to savor as well. In the next moment, its lake green eyes widened in astonishment, emitting a satisfied sigh. Isn't it quite delightful? I made it myself, though it may not be the most visually appealing, Chen Yu chuckled. Dragonite and Mismagius nodded vigorously. Dragonite, with its large mouth, devoured the fruits faster than Mismagius, almost swallowing them whole, and soon, the plate was completely emptied. As Mismagius finished its single fruit and gazed at the barren plate, it looked utterly dejected, on the verge of tears. Dragonite's previous living environment differed from that of Mismagius. Dragon-type Pokémon were typically born with an innate dominance and assertiveness. Each formidable wild dragon Pokémon had clawed its way up from the lowest rungs. Dragonite had never cared for other Pokémon before. Even after being captured by Chen Yu, its concern was solely for him. Chen Yu keenly sensed Dragonite's perspective towards Mismagius through its demeanor. He pursed his lips and reassured Mismagius, "Don't worry, I'm making more. It will be ready shortly." With a sigh in his heart, he felt like a mother expecting a second child, realizing that favoritism was inappropriate, especially given the discord between the two. Mismagius, adept at reading the room, noticed Dragonite's disregard and Chen Yu's predicament. To alleviate her trainer's troubles, she proactively pushed the second batch of banana fruits towards Dragonite, transforming into a streak of red light and returning to her Pokeball. Chen Yu observed Dragonite and, once it had finished, initiated a casual conversation. Dragonite looked up, its bright eyes wide open. Chen Yu continued, "Did you ever have companions?" Dragonite tilted its head, a look of confusion adorning its face, questioning the meaning of companions. Chen Yu was momentarily speechless, contemplating before explaining, "Companions are like the bond you share with me. We accompany and care for one another, growing and living together." Dragonite slightly raised its head, reflecting seriously for a moment before shaking it in negation. In its memories, it had always been alone, devoid of such experiences. Chen Yu pointed to the empty plate that Mimikyu had pushed in front of Dragonite and remarked, "You see, Mimikyu felt that you might not be full, so it willingly gave its portion to you. I fear it may go hungry tonight." The sensation of hunger is not a pleasant one, a feeling Dragonite often experienced when it was still a Dratini. It rubbed its round, plump belly, a flicker of guilt appearing in its eyes. Noticing this, Chen Yu turned around, leaned against the counter, and addressed Dragonite. "Do you remember the night of our first battle? The day I faced defeat?" Dragonite nodded, recalling that day, aware that this human had settled in the sacred land, battling fiercely against the Pokémon there, much like it once did. Chen Yu continued, "That night, you were by Lake Villainous, gazing at the moon, right?" Dragonite nodded again, remembering the moon's beauty that night. It cherished all things lovely. "The you I saw then felt entirely different from the one I encountered during the day. How should I put it? If I were to describe it in human terms, I would say the nighttime version of you resembled an artist," Chen Yu reminisced. Dragonite did not comprehend the meaning of artist, yet this did not hinder its understanding of Chen Yu's sentiment. It felt an overwhelming solitude. After a day of battles, as it returned home, weary, the sun would set, darkness following swiftly after twilight, and all would fall silent in the night. In truth, it had longed to find a human trainer for itself. However, those who came to challenge were too weak, unable to last even 3 rounds in battle. Dragonite deemed them unworthy of being its trainer. Chen Yu sighed softly and suggested, "Why not try to accept Mimikyu? Consider it as a companion. If all goes well, the 3 of us have a long journey ahead. If one day I am not by your side, you can look out for each other." As he spoke, he presented a plate of golden fried banana fruit to Dragonite. In an instant, Dragonite grasped Chen Yu's intention. It took the plate with one claw and pressed the button atop Mimikyu's Pokeball with another. A flash of white light appeared, and Mimikyu materialized on the table, looking rather bewildered. Dragonite, scratching its head in guilt, placed the plate beside Mimikyu. At that moment, Chen Yu noticed a message pop up on his interface. "Conditions met. Pokémon exclusive dungeon has been unlocked. Players may enter on free days. The dungeon has no penalties, danger level is 0, and completing tasks will yield substantial rewards." Chen Yu continued to read. "The Pokémon exclusive dungeon Dragonite's Wish has been unlocked. Chapter 36, The Mightiest Bug-Catching Boy. Note: this type of dungeon can only be unlocked by trainers who truly understand their Pokémon. Please take good care of your Pokémon, trainers." Chen Yu opened Dragonite's information panel. To his astonishment, Chen Yu discovered a small door behind the Dragonite's avatar, through which a swirling blue vortex flowed, resembling a portal from a magical realm. He attempted to tap on it, only to receive a notification stating that entry was currently prohibited. Permissible only on free days, the 7-day interval between dungeons. Oni-chan, is dinner ready yet? Hua Hua inquired, nibbling on a fragrant banana fruit while peering curiously at the door. It dawned on Chunyu that Hua Hua was still hungry. He reassured her that it would be ready shortly before turning to prepare noodles. Before long, 2 bowls of aromatic instant noodles were ready, adorned with 2 perfectly fried golden eggs that shimmered enticingly under the light. Chunyu carried the bowls into the living room, exclaiming, "Come, taste and see how it is." Hua Hua took a bite, her face instantly illuminating with the radiant joy reminiscent of a 2-dimensional girl. Oni-chan's cooking is the best. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the doorbell rang. Exhausted from the day's labors, Chunyu wished to remain seated and instructed Hua Hua to answer the door. She, ever obedient to her brother's whims, sprang up and skipped to the entrance, opening the door with delight. "Uncle Gumo, you're back." A robust male voice resonated. "Haha, of course, I'm back. Have you eaten yet, little one? Where's your brother? Is he awake?" Hua Hua proudly declared. "Oni-chan woke up this morning. My dinner is made by him." Chunyu looked up to see a man approximately 6 feet tall, clad in green work attire, and seemingly in his 40s, entering the room. "How are you feeling today?" Gumo inquired. Chunyu responded readily. "I'm feeling much better." Gumo appeared relieved. "That's good. By the way, I heard from Fong Ping next door that you had Dragonite and Mimikyu battle today." Chunyu paused momentarily, realizing that anything done by infinite players would be rationalized by the dungeons. He nodded and replied, "Yes. I wanted to earn some pocket money to buy Hua Hua some new clothes." Gumo raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, "Have you truly decided? No more pretending? Ready to come clean?" Chunyu observed Gumo, sensing his hesitation. What was this sudden rush of narrative unfolding before him? "Coming clean. I am the strongest Pokémon trainer in the city. I, the contemporary champion of dragon types." Yet, it was improbable that the dungeon would provide players with such a plot. Only favored children received that treatment. Pondering for a moment, he feigned amnesia and asked, "What did I do before?" Gumo reached out to touch his forehead, concerned. "You haven't been knocked silly by a Rampardos, have you? You were once the strongest bug catcher in Kanto." Hua Hua nodded in agreement. Oni-chan is the strongest." Chunyu, intrigued, pressed, "Quickly, tell me, how was I the strongest? Did I defeat the Elite Four? Did I snatch the championship from the league?" Gumo's expression turned anxious. "You haven't truly lost your memory, have you? Do you not recall the countless times you failed to challenge the passerby trainers, ultimately feeling disheartened and relocating to Fengyuan? I have heard that humans tend to selectively forget things they are unwilling to acknowledge when their minds are injured," murmured Gumo. Chunyu chose to disregard his comment, responding with exasperation. "Did you not declare me the strongest bug catcher? What is this all about?" Gumo nodded earnestly, replying, "Indeed, the strongest. A decade ago in the Evergrande forest, no bug catcher ever managed to last 3 rounds against you. Well, it turns out I was the mightiest among bug catchers. How absurd, as I had thought my identity once involved defeating Sakaki and kicking Dado." Gumo wore a nostalgic smile, patting Chunyu on the shoulder, stating, "Since you have made your decision, strive onward. I eagerly anticipate the day you reclaim your title as the strongest bug catcher." The following morning at 8 o'clock, the short pants boy, Fong Ping, promptly knocked on Chunyu's door. "Big boss, shall we set off?" Fong Ping's eyes sparkled like a puppy's. Chunyu nodded, and before stepping outside, he noticed Gumo next door directing a rather clueless Psyduck to water the flowers. Upon seeing Chunyu, Gumo's face lit up with a reassuring smile, giving a thumbs-up gesture. Unfortunately, he was then drenched by the errant spray from the Psyduck's water gun, crashing into the wall. Chunyu and Fong Ping called out, "Goodbye, big brother. Make sure to work hard." From the second-floor window, Hua Hua poked her head out, waving at them. "Stay at home, don't wander about, and don't open the door for strangers," Chunyu admonished, feeling drained. After playing the role of the mother to Mimikyu and Dragonite, he now had to care for a little brat. For some reason, this quest always gave him the sensation of being in a mother simulation. At that moment, Gumo, with his hair still damp, rose from the ground and assured Chunyu, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Hua Hua. Nothing will go amiss. You can focus on pursuing your dreams." Chunyu departed without a backward glance. On the way, Fong Ping remarked, "Uncle Gumo is actually a really good person." Chunyu nodded. He had conversed with Fong Ping extensively the previous afternoon and learned that this short pants boy came from a single-parent household. His father had divorced when he was just 1 year old, leaving his mother to raise him alone with the aid of Fengyuan League support funds. Fong Ping worked tirelessly to earn money, hoping to provide his mother with a better life, free from the need to toil from dawn till dusk for others. The Fengyuan League is truly commendable, as the lower-class citizens living here receive substantial monthly subsidies. In a certain sense, it fulfills the promise of providing for the elderly and nurturing the young, as described in literature. Chen Yu pondered, realizing this was the first time he had heard of such policies in the Pokémon world. As the two conversed, Road 101 came into view. However, today not a single novice trainer arrived to issue a challenge. Chen Yu continued onward for several hundred meters until he neared the outskirts of White Town, where he finally noticed a throng of people crowded around the grass by the roadside. The scene was chaotic. Don't you dare steal it from me. I encountered this ground wolf first. Nonsense. It was clearly coming for me. Get out of my way. In an instant, Chen Yu comprehended the situation at hand. He politely interjected, actually, even in defeat, Pokémon can gain experience. Would you like to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? I can serve as your practice partner. Chapter 37. Rational breeding. What on earth were they doing? Had this group of novices developed Stockholm Syndrome from their incessant defeats? Were they addicted to being trounced? A few seasoned players passing by observed the line of novices awaiting their turn to be bested with a sense of bewilderment. On the opposite side, Zhou Tao and Qin Ming overheard the exchange. Zhou Tao noticed a defeated trainer sporting a satisfied smile. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the individual being teleported away. I can't believe this batch of newcomers harbors such a peculiar affinity. Qin Ming, quick-witted, swiftly discerned the underlying truth. He replied with exasperation. They must have realized that battling that bug-catching boy yields more experience than battling wild Pokémon. Zhou Tao recalled the high levels of the opponents Mimikyu and Dragonite and felt a sudden surge of impulse. Why don't we challenge them as well? He proposed. Somewhat tempted, Qin Ming shook his head. Our alliance coins are dwindling. No one knows what the consequences of a zero balance might be after another defeat. It's quite possible we would be declared failures and sent away. Very well, Zhou Tao conceded with a reluctant nod and began a simulated battle training with his friend. As he contemplated this predicament, Chen Yu was also pondering the same issue. He had harvested this crop of novices several times over. Their alliance coins must be running low. He glanced at the newcomers and inquired, "Hold on a moment. Could you inform me how many alliance coins you have left?" The novices exchanged glances before responding. "We still have over 300. Is there a problem, esteemed one?" Chen Yu's eyelids twitched slightly as he patiently elucidated. "You may be unfamiliar with the rules of the dungeon on your first venture. Allow me to provide a brief overview. The currency for traversing the infinite space is points, which can only be acquired within the dungeon. This is your inaugural dungeon, and you currently possess no points. Should you fail the main quest and your points drop into the negative, you will be transported back to the moment before your demise. This dungeon is unlike standard ones. It is quite unique and does not specify the conditions for failure. In this dungeon, there are clear regulations regarding trainer battles. The defeated party must provide alliance coins to the victor. Once the alliance currency on your bodies reaches 0, the consequences may likely be the direct failure of the main quest, resulting in your expulsion from the infinite space. The group of novice trainers was understandably alarmed, hesitating to continue battling as they gazed at the meager funds in their backpacks. Meanwhile, the seasoned players fell into silence upon hearing this proclamation. Chen Yu, of course, would not permit his resources to be squandered without yielding any benefit. In a benevolent manner, he offered a suggestion. "I have a splendid idea." The crowd's eyes lit up with hope. Chen Yu glanced towards the direction of Guqing Town and declared, "I can pave the way for you. There are plenty of bug-catching youths and shorts-clad boys along routes 102 and 103. You can battle them and earn some money." Chen Yu was not concerned about them fleeing, for these inexperienced trainers could not advance to the second stage of the main quest without defeating him. The newcomer's eyes brimmed with tears, almost kneeling down in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. You are truly kind. I shall never forget you. May I know your name? I wish to express my gratitude in person once I complete the quest." Chen Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, "I am He-chan." The nearby veteran players exchanged glances, bemused. Indeed, this group of novices had been sold out, yet were counting the seller's profits. Qin Ming also took note of this name, resting his chin on his hand, intrigued as he regarded Chen Yu. After the new players dashed down Route 101 towards Guqing Town, he suddenly called out, "He-chan?" Chen Yu heard him and paused for a moment before turning around, only to see Zhou Tao and Qin Ming approaching him. "Yes, indeed, I am He-chan. What brings you to me?" Qin Ming scrutinized him from head to toe. "When did you become a man?" "I was unaware that the quest would yield items capable of changing one's gender." Chen Yu replied, "Indeed." Qin Ming smiled and introduced himself. "I am Qin Ming. Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Hello, I am Zhou Tao," Zhou Tao said, extending his hand in a formal greeting. Chen Yu politely shook his hand and stated, "Chen Yu." Both Zhou Tao and Qin Ming were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Tao, unable to believe his ears. Reacted similarly to the initial he Chun. What did you say your name was? You cannot be the Chen Yu who achieved 3 accomplishments in a single quest, can you? Chen Yu anticipated this reaction. Unlike Zhou Tao, Qin Ming inquired, do you know he Chun? Chen Yu nodded, I have tasted her noodles. Upon mentioning the noodles, an unpleasant image automatically surfaced in Zhou Tao's mind. As he spoke, he stumbled over his words, intending to say, her noodles are delicious, but instead blurted out, her below is delicious, right? Chen Yu and Qin Ming immediately turned to look at him, speechless. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Zhou Tao found himself at a loss, fidgeting nervously before finally exclaiming, damn it. Apologies, my mind is cluttered with frivolous thoughts. Stung by such baseless slander, Chen Yu promptly resolved to report Zhou Tao's name in the next instance. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming shifted the conversation back to serious matters, inquiring, shall we form a team? Are you suggesting that I should grant you special access? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in response. Zhou Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, well, more or less. You've achieved 3 accomplishments in a single instance. You must be a seasoned player. Chen Yu candidly admitted, this is merely my second instance. Zhou Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be? Wearied by the need to explain, Chen Yu chose to let their imaginations run wild. He declined Qin Ming's proposal to team up. No, my main quest differs from yours. Qin Ming's face fell, revealing a look of regret. Very well. The players then ventured to challenge Road 102 and 103, facing off against other bug-catching youths, leaving Chen Yu and Fong Ping with a moment of tranquility. The two reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky. Fong Ping, with a blade of grass between his teeth, rested his right hand on his dachshund while listlessly pointing at the clouds with his left. Do you see that cloud? Doesn't it resemble an EV? Chen Yu glanced up and indeed found the resemblance striking. The outline was nearly identical to that of an EV, with its fluffy head and bushy tail clearly defined. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and inhaled the fresh, earthy aroma of the air, evoking memories of his childhood. The world of his youth was always bright, with a sky as clear as a polished mirror. The mischievous, mysterious sprite nestled beside him, its little head resting on his arm as it blissfully closed its eyes. On the other side lay the Dragonite, its round head resting on a plump arm, its tail gently swaying in a rhythmic dance. Chapter 38. Daily life in Guchen Town. In the evening, Chen Yu returned to Guchen Town with Fong Ping. They parted ways at the intersection, and as Chen Yu pushed open the door, he spotted Hua Hua feeding 2 small, rabbit-like sprites with tree fruits. These diminutive creatures, adorned with blue and red ears, stood alert, their cheeks marked with positive and negative electrode patterns, occasionally emitting thin strands of electricity. Upon noticing the newcomer, the 2 little beings immediately turned cautious, with the red one shielding its companion behind it, electricity crackling from its face. Little blue and little red, it's all right. He.S. my brother, not a bad guy. Hua Hua quickly clarified. The positive electrode sprite relaxed, dissipating the energy coursing through its cheeks. Chen Yu observed the brave positive electrode sprite and its companion, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, are they your friends? Hua Hua nodded, embracing both sprites, who affectionately nestled against her, sandwiching her between their cheeks. This afternoon, Uncle Gumo took me to the forest for some leisure, and we fortuitously encountered them being attacked by a venomous moth. Uncle Gumo sprang into action, rescuing them. Very well. May you all coexist harmoniously. Chen Yu nodded and retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today, he had spotted an abundance of fresh, succulent mushrooms in the wild, prompting him to abandon his post mid-shift and venture into the forest with Mimikyu and Dragonite to forage for them. Growing weary of instant noodles, Chen Yu sought to innovate with a new dish. He cleaned the mushrooms, poured water into the pot, and upon heating, added the mushrooms. Mimikyu and Dragonite circled around. Watching intently, Chen Yu wiped his hands and turned to Dragonite, inquiring, shall we step outside for some fresh air? Under the warm amber light, Dragonite lounged against the doorframe, shaking its head at the suggestion. It found amusement in observing its trainer's clumsy culinary endeavors. Mimikyu, however, looked apprehensively at the pot, recalling a past incident in the wild where it had consumed a mushroom that left it unconscious for an extended period, during which it dreamt of countless Pikachu dancing before it. At that moment, a ringing doorbell echoed from outside. Peering through the kitchen window, Chen Yu spotted a woman with long blue hair standing at his doorstep, holding a package. Without needing to utter a word, Hua Hua dashed over to open the door. Aunt Reiko, you've come. The woman's voice chimed. Ah, Hua Hua, is your brother home? As Chen Yu emerged from the kitchen with Dragonite and Mimikyu, he drew closer and discerned the woman's features. She appeared to be in her 30s. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes did not detract from her beauty, but rather added a timeless elegance to her demeanor. Unsure of her identity, Chen Yu mimicked Hua, asking, "Aunt Reiko, is there something you need at this hour?" Reiko presented the box she was carrying, saying, "These are pastries I made. I truly appreciate your care for our Fong Ping these past few days. It has been a long time since I've seen that child smile so joyfully." Realizing she was Fong Ping's mother, Chen Yu understood and smiled politely as he accepted the box filled with pastries from her hands. A refreshing floral aroma wafted from within, and through the transparent lid, he could see the exquisitely crafted treats. "They look delicious. Thank you, Aunt," Chen Yu exclaimed. "I won't keep you any longer." Reiko replied with a shy smile before turning to leave. Chen Yu placed the box on the table, allowing Hua to have a few bites to tide her over before he returned to the kitchen. The pot was heated, and a rich aroma began to permeate the air. The scent of the tender mushrooms was tantalizing, stirring an involuntary response in his appetite. Chen Yu lifted the lid, ladled a spoonful of thick soup, and offered it to Mimikyu, saying, "Give it a try." Mimikyu hesitated, fearing it might faint again. Yet the thought of its trainer's homemade dish ignited a conflicted determination in its eyes, as though preparing for battle. Chen Yu gazed in mild disbelief. As a native of Yunnan, he could discern whether mushrooms were toxic. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, these are harmless. If you don't believe me, I shall drink some first." With a single gulp, he relished the taste. He even retrieved a piece of mushroom from the pot and placed it into his mouth. The exquisite texture, rich broth, and tender meat melded in an explosion of flavor on his palate. "See, it's truly safe," Chen Yu proclaimed as he ladled out more soup. However, before long, his vision blurred, and his body felt light. An ominous premonition arose within him. Alas, the seasoned driver was about to crash. His Pokémon, Dragonite and Mimikyu, noticed their trainer's unusual state and immediately raised an alarm. Quick as lightning, Dragonite rushed over, using its claws to support Chen Yu. "I'm fine. The toxicity is minimal. Just let me lie down for a moment," he reassured. Outside, Hua heard the commotion and hurriedly approached with Electrike and Ampharos. Chen Yu, clutching Dragonite's plump arm, maintained his composure as he addressed Hua. "Our pot has unexpectedly malfunctioned, and the soup isn't ready yet. You should go have dinner at Uncle Gomo's." Though small in stature, Hua was not naive. She hesitated before asking, "Oni-chan, are you truly all right? You seem rather unwell." Chen Yu replied, while Dragonite tenderly covered his face with its paw, preserving the last shred of his dignity as an experienced mushroom forager. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hua went to answer it, while the ailing Chen Yu leaned against Dragonite as they returned to the living room. The door swung open to reveal Gomo. He inhaled deeply and remarked, "What is that smell? It's delightful." Chen Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, "Oh, that's my new perfume. Isn't the fragrance lovely?" Gomo eyed him skeptically. "Is there really a perfume that smells like this?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps an unscrupulous manufacturer mixed up the ingredients." "What brings you here?" Chen Yu shrugged. Gomo took a seat and stated, "I see you've recovered significantly compared to a few years ago. Have you considered enrolling in a Pokémon school for further studies?" This was momentarily outside the scope of Chen Yu's main concerns. He glanced at Hua and inquired, "What about Hua?" Gomo replied, "The Pokémon school has a children's department. You two siblings can attend together." At this, Gomo sighed, nostalgia shining in his eyes. "How swiftly time flies. I still remember the first time I met you. You were just so tiny." He placed his hand on his thigh for comparison, saying, "About this high. Now you've grown taller than me." Feeling slightly better, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you know our father?" Gomo nodded, "Indeed. I haven't mentioned it to you before, but since you've asked, I shall recount the past in its entirety today." Chapter 39. Pokémon School. Your father was an exceptionally brave man. During the war, he risked his life to rescue a group of captured soldiers. Venturing deep into enemy territory, he managed to save them, but he never returned himself, and I was one of those soldiers. Guillermo sighed softly and continued, "In a sense, I felt compelled to repay his debt of gratitude. After his death, I found your mother, and at that time, Hua had not yet been born. Upon hearing the news of your father's sacrifice, your mother was overwhelmed with grief and passed away shortly after giving birth to Hua. The subsequent events are all too evident. Unable to bear the thought of two children who had just lost their parents being sent to an orphanage, I gritted my teeth and adopted them as their uncle. From the Kanto region to the Hoenn region, from a youthful man in his 20s to now a middle-aged man of 40. Chen Yu was not Guillermo and could not empathize fully. Yet he felt a deep sense of sorrow for him. His curiosity about this identity was merely to enhance the exploration of the quest for a slight increase in rewards at the conclusion. Although Hua did not fully comprehend the meaning behind these words, she could sense Gumo's sadness and thus spoke to comfort him, Uncle Guillermo, it's all right. Don't be sad. Guillermo smiled gently, ruffling Huahua's hair, and said, Uncle is not sad. He is simply reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. After a long pause, Guillermo turned to Chun Yu and asked, So, how about attending Pokémon school for further studies? I've heard from Fong Ping about your recent accomplishments, defeating all the new trainers this year on your own. Quite impressive. Chun Yu pretended to ponder, but in reality, he glanced at his points panel. Over the past few days, he had accumulated 308 points from the newcomers, still far from the coveted 999. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Where is the school located? In Kaina City. In half a month, it will be the opening day of Pokémon school. If you decide now, I can book the tickets for the journey there, Guillermo replied. Half a month should be sufficient. Chen Yu decisively agreed. All right, thank you very much, Uncle Guillermo. Thank you, Uncle Guillermo. Huahua echoed. For Guillermo, the rugged man, it was the first time he had heard two children speak to him in such a manner, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He rubbed his nose, chuckled, and nodded. Then it settled. You two should get some rest. I will return to arrange the necessities for school. The following day, Chen Yu stood on Route 101 alongside Fong Ping. Just as they were about to take a detour to train on routes 102 and 103, the newcomers were promptly intercepted by Fong Ping. Chen Yu looked at them and asked, So, how much alliance currency did you earn yesterday? The newcomers, with naive expressions, responded, Not much. That boy in shorts over there is too stingy, giving only 100 alliance coins for each victory. Chen Yu nodded and said, In that case, I shall charge you 100 as well. As he spoke, he produced a Pokeball, and a large green creature emerged from the radiant light, stretching its wings and hovering beside Chen Yu. The newcomers stared in astonishment. Boss, what are you doing? It's quite simple. I'm here to collect money, Chen Yu replied innocently. After 2 days of rigorous training, most of these fledgling trainers had elevated their Pokemon to around level 20, making them formidable in the novice village of Mo Bai Town. Yet, they found themselves unable to surpass the challenge posed by Chen Yu. Throughout the morning, dozens of rookie trainers were repeatedly sent back to Dr. Tianjuan's research institute, and the alliance coins they had just earned were rapidly depleted. A few girls began to cry out in distress. Chen Yu pretended not to notice. By noon, his points had soared to 438. He glanced at the newcomers and announced, All right, I'll give you half a day off. We continue tomorrow morning. At this moment, the players belatedly realized they had been treated like mere livestock. A few individuals stood up in anger, accusing him, You are going too far. We are all players. How can you do this? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, I am kindly helping you level up so that you can later enjoy the thrill of breezing through gym battles. I never expected you to think of me this way. Besides, I haven't been excessively harsh, have I? If I truly wanted to harm you, I could easily block your paths and drain your alliance coins, leading to your mission failures. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They reflected on Chun Yu's actions over the past couple of days. Though he had relentlessly pushed them, they had learned a great deal during their battles and had also gained insights about infinite spaces and dungeons from their encounters. Upon deeper reflection, one player remarked, Actually, Boss has been quite good to us. Another nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe he must have his own reasons. He doesn't really need to waste time on us newbies. Moreover, blocking us could very well be part of his main quest. No one wants their main quest to fail, right? Given the circumstances, he has done enough for us. In the minds of these newcomers, Chen Yu's image suddenly became more vivid. Oh, so the boss is someone who appears cold on the outside but is warm-hearted within. Kind yet strict and not very expressive. Chen Yu, who had been listening to the entire conversation, thought to himself, I must admit, the imaginative capacity of this generation of players is truly remarkable. In the following period, the newcomers lived a life of both pain and joy in the novice village of Mo Bai Town. Some fortunate players even received special hidden quests. This state of affairs persisted for a fortnight. During this time, the map resources surrounding Mabai Town and Guchin Town were thoroughly plundered by ravenous players, driving even the young lad in shorts away multiple times. Chen Yu glanced at the impressive extra score of 1082 displayed on the scoreboard, feeling quite satisfied, and addressed the eager group of newcomers. Come on. A throng of enthusiastic players was eager to engage. However, after one match, they found themselves staring at the fallen mimic, who was clearly feigning incapacitation and disbelief. The victorious player, with an expression of incredulity, remarked, Did I actually pass? Chen Yu cleared his throat and said, All right, young man. Prepare to embark on a new journey. In truth, he intended to convey, step aside, next. The first player to pass had tears welling in his eyes. Big shot. I can't bear to part with you. Will we ever meet again? Chen Yu harbored grave doubts about whether this group had developed a penchant for suffering. Thus, this group, having first set foot in the Pokémon world, departed from the city they loved and loathed in equal measure. Armed with their significantly strengthened Pokémon, they set forth towards Kanas City, ready to challenge the first gym in the Pokémon realm. Chapter 40. From the deep sea, a colossal white cruise ship glided slowly across the azure sea. A melodious blast from the horn suddenly echoed, causing several seagulls nearby to screech and take flight into the distance. It had been 2 days since their departure from Guqin Town. Under the guidance of Gomo, Chen Yu and Huahua traversed through Changhua City and boarded the grand vessel bound for Kana City in Kanas. Chen Yu, clad in swimming trunks, reclined on a red beach chair, a long straw in his mouth, sipping juice from a cup while eavesdropping on the conversations of nearby tourists. Hey, do you see that little island? That's Wudo Town. Wudo Town? The one where the rock badge is located? Indeed, it is said that the gym leader, Fujiki, is a formidable trainer, with countless challengers falling to him each year. Upon hearing this, Chinyu removed his sunglasses and half sat up to gaze out over the sea. Just then, Gomo approached, holding 2 ice creams alongside Huahua. Huahua offered one of the ice creams to Chinyu. Oni-chan, here, it's moo moo milk flavor. The rich aroma of milk mingled with a refreshing chill wafted towards him. Chinyu, taking the ice cream directly from Huahua's hand, devoured the top scoop in one bite, leaving Huahua utterly astonished. Gomo chuckled and, following Chinyu's gaze, inquired, "Are you interested in visiting Wudo Town?" Chinyu did not deny it. "I've heard that the stone cave in Wudo Town is a splendid place for adventure." "What a pity," Gomo lamented. Raising his hands in exasperation, "I purchased a direct ticket, so we won't be stopping at Wudo Town." "No worries. I can always come back myself when school is on break," Chinyu replied nonchalantly. Gomo settled beside him and shifted the conversation. "The lower deck of the cruise ship features a Pokémon battle arena. I've heard trainers from various regions gather there. Would you like to take a look?" Chinyu glanced at the languid Dragonite and Mimikyu basking under the sun on the deck and shook his head in refusal. "No, since it's a rare outing, let's allow them a few days of rest." Upon hearing this, Gomo said no more and continued to guide Huahua around other areas of the cruise ship. Once he departed, Chinyu rose and made his way to the vending machine, purchasing 2 cups of Moo Moo milk before returning to Dragonite and Mimikyu. "Drink up." Chinyu inserted a straw into one of the cartons and placed it in front of Mimikyu. Mimikyu extended a claw from beneath its cloak, deftly pulling the carton under its disguise to sip from it. Dragonite, sprawled lazily on the ground, merely lifted an eyelid to glance at Chinyu as he approached before rolling over, scratching its belly with a claw, and resting its head on its arm to continue sleeping. Chinyu suddenly felt as if he were attending to an elder brother. He placed the milk carton in front of Dragonite, aligning the straw so it could easily sip from it. Dragonite opened its eyes, emitting a soft sound of delight. It then opened its mouth, clamping down on the straw, and began to sip leisurely. Oh, how adorable! Chinyu felt himself melting at the sight of this Dragonite. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently pinch Dragonite's soft, plump face. Dragonite blinked its lake green eyes innocently, gazing at Chinyu with a confused expression. At that moment, the entire ship suddenly lurched violently. An alarm blared, and the frantic voice of a staff member echoed through the loudspeakers in the cabin. "Attention all guests. Please return to your cabins immediately. Do not wander outside. We are experiencing an unforeseen situation, and our staff is working diligently to address it." This announcement repeated 3 times. Passengers on the deck looked bewildered, but before they could return to their cabins, a massive shadow emerged from beneath the sea. In the next instant, a colossal wave surged, dousing the deck with salty seawater as if a torrential downpour had begun. Amidst the tumultuous waves, an immense figure breached the surface, blocking out the sun and casting a shadow that enveloped the entire cruise ship. A group of crew members clad in uniforms rushed out from the cabin. Their eyes widened in shock at the sight of the shadow. "Why is my lord here? This is disastrous. It has breached the ship's hull. Water is beginning to flood in below. Dispatch emergency personnel immediately. Bring several ice-type Pokémon. Do everything you can to seal the breach. We're short-staffed." As they spoke, the dozen or so crew members had already sent forth their Pokémon. As seasoned sailors navigating the seas daily, water-type Pokémon were indispensable allies in their arsenal. However, the dozen or so petite catfish kings, love fishes, and gem starfishes were utterly insignificant in the presence of the colossal Wylord. As soon as they plunged into the sea, they vanished without a trace, leaving their trainers anxiously pacing the deck. Not only could they not command their Pokémon, but amidst the surging waves, even their own safety had become precarious. The Wylord did not depart, occasionally breaching the surface to emit a deafening roar. observing his crew in disarray. The captain furrowed his brow and hurried to the broadcast room, urgently imploring all trainers aboard. Please, if there are any trainers capable of commanding Pokémon battles, assist us. Help us fend off the Y-Lord, we beg of you. At that moment, Chinyu had also located Hua and Gomo. Gomo had released his Psyduck, directing it to use telekinesis to help stabilize a few individuals, preventing them from tumbling due to the ship's instability. Hua, cradling her dear friends, the positive and negative Electabuzzes, stood anxiously behind Gomo, watching the turmoil unfold on the ocean's surface. Roar! The Dragonite looked at Chinyu, its expression grave. Understanding its intent, Chinyu nodded, holding the Mismagius in his arms, and commanded, use Thunder Punch to drive it back. Roar! The Dragonite flapped its wings, resolutely soaring into the sky. Its fist became enveloped in a brilliant yellow current, and like an arrow released from a bow, it charged directly toward the Y-Lord on the water's surface. The power of the Thunder Punch was amplified exponentially by the ocean's influence. The Y-Lord let out a mournful cry. Its entire form instantly shrouded in a dense mass of yellow electricity. Its immense body plummeted into the sea like a small mountain. Yet, in the next moment, a vast expanse of the sea was abruptly stained crimson. No, something is amiss. Chinyu furrowed his brow, gripping the edge of the ship as he peered down. He beheld a swarm of dark shadows swiftly approaching from behind. Fins, sharp as blades and glinting ominously, broke the surface. It was a horde of Sharpedo. The leading, more sizable Sharpedo cast a cruel and menacing glance at the ship. In the next instant, the previously submerged pack of Sharpedo, which had been attacking the Y-Lord, pivoted direction and surged toward the cruise liner. Chapter 41. Three great fools. As the tumultuous waves calmed with the Wailord's retreat, the crisis was far from over. The pack of Sharpedo launched an even fiercer assault targeting the recently repaired breach. Chinyu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the struggling goldfish and gem starfishes below. He turned to the nearby sailor and urged, quickly, return your Pokémon to their Pokeballs. What? Several sailors were taken aback, hesitating. But your Dragonite cannot battle in the water, and once our Pokémon are recalled, there will be no one left to stop this swarm of Sharpedo. The defenses at the bottom of the ship had begun to tremble under the relentless onslaught of the Sharpedo. The alarming situation echoed throughout every corner of the deck. This is bad. We can barely hold on. There's a leak on my side. ICV, use Ice Beam. Amidst the cacophony of violent crashes and the distinct sound of steel contorting, Chinyu, unwilling to squander precious time, directly commanded Dragonite, use Thunderbolt. With a melodious cry, Dragonite unleashed a powerful surge of electricity from the horn atop its head. The current erupted like a frenzied dragon, surging toward the sea, spreading through the water in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the ocean surrounding the cruise ship was enveloped in a radiant yellow glow. Moments later, the electricity dissipated, leaving a serene silence in its wake. The sailors and Pokémon responsible for repairs in the ship's hold breathed a collective sigh of relief. My apologies, Chinyu addressed the sailors. They gathered their unconscious Pokémon into their Pokeballs and waved their hands, saying, it's nothing. We'll just give them some healing medicine later. We owe you one. Thank you so much. Guemo and Hua approached with Psyduck and Ampharos. Oni-chan, you're amazing. Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chinyu smiled. Hua performed splendidly too. How did you feel just now? Were you scared? Hua shook her head. Not at all. I made sure to protect Xiaohong and Xiaolon. Ampharos nodded happily in agreement. Excellent. Chinyu ruffled her hair. Dragonite flew back. And Miss Magius gave it a thumbs up. Well done, Chinyu remarked. Dragonite scratched its head, displaying a goofy grin. Unnoticed by anyone, a ripple spread across the surface of the sea. A swift, ominous shadow darted upward from the depths. With a resounding crash, the body of the Sharpedo leader collided with Dragonite, which was positioned at the edge of the ship. Its mouth gaped wide, icy breath escaping from its teeth, and it sank its fangs into Dragonite's right leg, dragging it into the depths. Dragonite. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu leaped into the water, but Miss Magius reacted even faster. A brilliant pink light erupted from its form as it followed Dragonite into the sea. Splash, splash, splash. 3 splashes rang out, occurring within mere seconds. The onlookers on the deck had no time to react. Chinyu, a capable swimmer, witnessed Miss Magius playfully hurling the Sharpedo away as he plunged into the water. Dragonite, sensing the urgency, wore a worried and shocked expression, neglecting the cold seeping into its leg as it swam towards Miss Magius. And so, a minute later, the crowd on the deck beheld Dragonite, one arm awkwardly clutching a creature that had just returned from the sea, letting out a resigned sigh as it touched down. Chen Yu, observing the drenched appearance of himself and his two Pokémon, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Huffing, Mismagius had exhausted its energy, having swallowed a considerable amount of seawater, and was now bubbling it out. Dragonite sat on the ground, its body soaking wet, its tail limply hanging behind, gently rubbing its waterlogged eyes with its chubby paws. At that moment, the captain emerged from the cabin with the crew. Before he could utter a word, several tourists who had remained inside rushed over to inquire about the unfolding events. The captain, with a wry smile, explained, "We were inadvertently caught in a battle between a Sharpedo and a Y-Lord, but fortunately, a brave trainer managed to fend them off." His gaze then shifted to the center of the gathering, where Chen Yu was examining Dragonite's leg, injured by the icy bite of the Sharpedo. Guillermo approached, glancing at the injury while retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket, declaring, "It's frostbite, but there's no need for concern." With a flash of white light, a Venusaur appeared beside Dragonite. Guillermo commanded, "Venusaur, use aromatherapy on it." The enormous red petals atop Venusaur trembled slightly, releasing a refreshing fragrance that enveloped the area. Gradually, the frostbitten area on Dragonite's leg began to revert from an abnormal grayish-blue to a healthy green. The captain approached, inquiring, "Might I ask this brave trainer for your name?" "On behalf of all the crew, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at this statement and replied earnestly, "There's no need for thanks. This is simply my duty as a trainer supported by the Hoenn League." After a brief pause, he continued, "My name is Chen Yu, originally from Old Chin Town, and I am currently preparing to study at the Pokémon Academy in Kana City." The captain, though broad-shouldered and keen-eyed, seemed oblivious to Chen Yu's subtle hint, instead becoming deeply moved by his words. "You are truly a good person. In today's society, there are few trainers with such admirable qualities. If only everyone in the league shared your mindset, the future of the Hoenn League would undoubtedly be brighter." As he reached the conclusion, he became increasingly fervent, stammering, "Thank you so much. Let us strive together for a better tomorrow in the Hoenn region." Chen Yu, unable to bear the exuberance, recalled Dragonite into its Pokeball and carried Mismagius back to his room to change clothes. The captain, growing more excited by the moment, returned to the helm and immediately phoned the headquarters. Soon, the call was answered. "President Zavuchi, the situation has been resolved. You need not send the champion over anymore." It was resolved by a passenger who possessed a remarkably powerful Dragonite that swiftly repelled the group of Sharpedos. "What? His name? Ah, he is called Chen Yu. Apparently a freshman at the Pokémon school in Kana City. He truly is a commendable person." The captain uttered this last remark before ending the call. Zavuchi pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone to dial Daigo, recounting the events that had transpired. Daigo, who was en route for a rescue, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, "Perfect. I am currently in the waters near Kana City." "Chen Yu, you say? The Pokémon school? Very well. I shall go meet him." Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he had just changed into a pair of shorts and returned to the deck, where he was greeted by a melodious horn sound. The ship gradually slowed down and docked at the pier. Kana City had arrived. Chapter 42. The burden of being too handsome. In the classroom of Class 103 at the Pokémon school, a bespectacled female teacher entered, clutching a stack of handouts. The previously chaotic classroom instantly fell silent at an astonishing pace. The teacher cleared her throat, choosing not to admonish the students, and announced, "Class, today we have a new student joining our collective." As she spoke, she glanced towards the door and called out, "Student, please come in." Everyone in the classroom craned their necks to look outside. A few boys seated at the back began to whisper among themselves. "A new student? Male or female? I hope it's a beauty. There are too few girls in our class. Give it up. A beauty wouldn't be interested in you. You should focus on nurturing your Pokémon instead." The boy speaking was abruptly silenced by the puzzled expression of his desk mate, who was busy examining himself in the mirror. "What's wrong? Lost your voice? Wow, so handsome," the boy exclaimed. However, his voice was soon drowned out by the excited gasps of the surrounding girls. Chen Yu stood at the podium and shyly introduced himself. "Hello everyone. My name is Chen Yu. I come from Guchin Town, and I hope to get along well with you all during my time here." "Wow, this new student seems like he has a very friendly demeanor," a girl remarked, blushing. "Chen Yu, what a lovely name. I wonder who will be so fortunate as to sit next to him." The experienced teacher, perceptive to the girl's sentiments, chuckled internally, recalling her own youthful days. She pointed to the group of boys at the back, her tone gentle as she said, "Chen Yu, would you mind sitting there?" Chen Yu had no objections. The girls, however, wore expressions of disappointment. They were at the tender age of blossoming youth, where any unfamiliar handsome male could ignite their boundless daydreams. Chen Yu walked directly to his designated seat, prompting the teacher to raise her hand and signal for the class to settle down. All right, let us continue with our lesson. Chen Yu rested his chin on his hand, effortlessly disregarding the envious and curious gazes surrounding him, as his eyes remained fixed on the podium, listening intently to the teacher's lecture. The class happened to be a political lesson. The political education within the Pokémon world diverged significantly from that of his own realm. Here, the curriculum primarily revolved around the governance statutes of the Hoenn League, delving into the intricate relationship between humans and Pokémon. Prior to his arrival, Chen Yu had gleaned some insights about the Pokémon School from Gumo. The Pokémon School, as its name suggests, instructs trainers on how to nurture Pokémon and coexist amicably with them. In addition to fundamental academic knowledge, it also imparts various practical skills, such as identifying berries, utilizing wild herbs to create healing potions, and mastering the most challenging skill of crafting energy cubes. Chen Yu glanced at the class schedule and noted that the next lesson was, fortuitously, about energy cube creation. Meanwhile, Dawu had also arrived at the Pokémon School. The sudden appearance of the league champion astounded the elderly principal of the school. The frail man, well past his 50s, trembled slightly as he led a group of teachers outside to greet him, his face flushed and his tone animated. "Your Excellency, the champion, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Dawu, accustomed to such situations, replied without a change in demeanor. "I am here to find someone named Chen Yu, who just enrolled today." The principal, unaware of this matter, was about to speak when the director responsible for welcoming new students interjected. "He hasn't been here long. He should be in class now, in room 103. The principal then inquired, "Shall we call him out?" Dao Wu shook his head, noting that he had ample time today, and said, "Let's not disturb him. I'll wait until his class is over to find him." "Very well. Would you like to take a tour of our campus in the meantime?" the principal asked. Dao Wu, having nothing pressing to attend to, nodded and began to stroll around the school with the group. Students along the way, witnessing the gathering of school officials, speculated that something significant must have occurred. However, upon spotting Dao Wu among the crowd, the entire school erupted in excitement. "Oh my, it's His Excellency Dao Wu. The champion has come to our school." Soon, a throng of enthusiastic young fans surrounded him, eagerly requesting autographs. Observing the adoring gazes from the fans, Dao Wu furrowed his brow, revealing a look of resignation on his face. He conceded that he found it difficult to refuse such looks. Accepting a pen from one of the students, he began to sign autographs one after another for the eager crowd. At that moment, Chen Yu was being surrounded by a group of girls as they made their way towards the Energy Cube classroom. Noticing the commotion nearby, he curiously asked, "What is happening over there?" The girl who was questioned by him was now completely captivated by him, utterly oblivious to everything else around her. With a tone of casual indifference, she replied, "It must be someone showcasing a rare Pokémon. Don't mind them, Chen Yuejun. Could you tell me what your favorite dessert is?" Chen Yu replied, "I'm sorry, I don't particularly enjoy sweets." The girl swiftly shook her head. "That's fine. I can also make sour, bitter, and spicy dishes. As long as you like it, I'm willing to learn anything for you, Chen Yuejun." Chen Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. "No, it's too much trouble." The girl insisted, "It's not troublesome at all. I would be delighted to do things for you, Chen Yuejun." Chen Yu said, "Thank you. But I need to go to the restroom now. You all can head to the classroom without waiting for me." The girl expressed concern, "But, Chen Yuejun, can you really manage by yourself? It's your first time here, and you probably don't know the way to the classroom." Chen Yu was at a loss. He had never anticipated that the young girls in this world could be so enthusiastic. He quickly waved his hand and grabbed a familiar-looking boy, saying, "No need. I have this good buddy with me. You all can go ahead." The boy, bewildered, wanted to refuse. Chen Yu swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him toward the restroom, insisting, "No more talking. Just accompany me to the restroom." The boy, feeling intimidated by this new classmate who was tall and robust, feared confrontation. In the restroom, after Chen Yu finished, he was adjusting his belt while asking, "What is your name?" The boy obediently replied, "Ren Ping." "All right, Ren Ping, take me to the classroom." Chen Yu washed his hands and walked out with Ren Ping, inquiring, "Are all the girls in your class this dramatic?" Ren Ping hesitated, stammering, "Not really. Perhaps it's because you're handsome. They've never been this enthusiastic with us." Chen Yu suddenly felt a pang of annoyance. An idea surfaced in his mind. If only his appearance were a tad more ordinary, he could focus entirely on studying Pokémon knowledge and nurturing his own Pokémon. Chapter 43. Energy Cubes. The two strolled along the path to the Energy Cube manufacturing room. Just as they settled in, the class bell rang. To avoid further harassment from the group of girls, Chen Yu directly pulled Ren Ping to a corner of the classroom. On the desk lay a berry mixer and a box of berries in various shapes, both essential for creating energy cubes. Chen Yu positioned the berry mixer in front of him. his expression serious as he began to manipulate it. Observing this scene, Renping felt that this new classmate was somewhat different from his initial expectations. He didn't seem like a bad person at all. No longer worried about being subjected to school bullying, Renping felt a slight sense of relief and asked, "Have you taken an energy cube manufacturing class before?" "No," Chenyu replied. "I've only seen a berry mixer in games." "Then you can start by looking at this." Renping handed over a book, its cover adorned with a lengthy inscription, "The usage of the fruit mixer and a comprehensive guide to energy cubes." "Thank you." Chenyu accepted the book and began to peruse its contents with earnestness. As a member of the Flowering Nation, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he found the material within the book rather straightforward. The fruit contained a unique gelatinous substance capable of transforming liquid fruit juice into a consumable solid. However, the gelatin alone was insufficient for this transformation. Expert research indicated that by subjecting this gelatin to 5 processes, compression, high temperature, stirring, electric shock, and freezing, the effectiveness could be significantly enhanced. Based on this principle, the fruit mixer was invented. Excerpted from the Theory of Fruit Mixing. After reading for a while, Chenyu set the book down, retrieving 2 fruits from the box, and tentatively placed them into the fruit mixer. The machine whirred to life, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Chenyu pressed his ear close, distinctly hearing the sound of the fruits being crushed and the juice spurting forth. This process lasted a mere 10 seconds. Following the instructions outlined in the book, he continued with the operation. The first step involved juicing the fruit. The second step entailed heating the juice to a controlled temperature. The third step required stirring while still warm. The fourth step involved applying an electric shock. And finally, the sixth step was freezing the mixture to form. Although these 6 steps appeared simple, executing them proved to be exceedingly challenging. The operator must maintain unwavering focus, continuously monitoring the instrument panel of the fruit mixer, precisely regulating the heating temperature, the intensity of stirring, the strength of the electric current, and the freezing temperature. A single miscalculation could result in a failure to form the energy cubes. Energy cubes also varied in flavor and quality. A perfect energy cube would be crystal clear, devoid of any impurities even when exposed to sunlight. Correspondingly, the complexity of its creation was immense. Suddenly, the fruit mixer halted with a clatter. A strange green liquid flowed from the outlet. It was a failure. Chenyu pondered thoughtfully, resuming his examination of the book. Observing this, Renping offered a comforting remark. "Do not rush. Take your time. When I first attempted to create energy cubes, the fruit juice evaporated due to excessive heat." Chenyu remained unperturbed, contemplating another matter. Compression, high temperature, stirring, electric shock, freezing. Fire jets, 100,000 volts, freezing beams. Remarkably, his Dragonite could execute all 5 processes. If Dragonite could precisely control its flames, electricity, and freezing air, combined with an appropriate container, could it not create energy cubes by hand? This notion was audacious. As Chenyu organized his thoughts in his mind, he retrieved several fruits from the box and tossed them into the fruit mixer, casually manipulating the machine with his right hand. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a chime, a peculiar, green energy cube, adorned with a few floating red fruit peel impurities, slid out from the exit. Renping was taken aback. What's going on here?" Chenyu replied, somewhat exasperated. "Would you believe me if I said a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse?" The teacher at the podium adjusted her glasses upon hearing the commotion, a glimmer of light reflecting off the smooth surface. "Let me see, which student has successfully created an energy cube today?" she inquired as she approached Chenyu. However, upon observing the unsightly green energy cube, her expression darkened instantly, and through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, honestly, after 2 years of instruction, "You all still cannot produce the most basic shapes, continuously presenting me with these hideous abominations. How do you expect to navigate the world with such skills? You can't even win a Pokémon battle or create a decent energy cube, and all you think about is romance. What else can you do? Who made this? Stand up." Chenyu stood, blinking innocently. "I'm sorry, teacher. I'm a new student who just arrived today. This is my first attempt at creating an energy cube." The teacher's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing this, her tone softening as she said, "Oh, well, that's perfectly fine. You did wonderfully. Please sit down." "Teacher, this is quite the double standard," a male student murmured under his breath. "Humph." The female teacher scoffed. "Double standard? Look at him. He managed to create an energy cube on his first try. And what about you? What did you produce on your first attempt?" "If I recall correctly, it was a lump of ice, wasn't it?" The boy fell silent. The morning passed swiftly. After school, Chenyu sought out Hua Hua from the elementary section and took her to the cafeteria for a meal. Guillermo had settled them in earlier that morning before returning to Guchin Town. Although the Pokémon school operated on a boarding basis, it generally permitted students to venture outside. However, the school was located in the outskirts of Kana City, and with inconvenient transportation. Students rarely left unless they had a flying-type Pokémon capable of carrying them. Additionally, with the cafeteria, dormitories, hospitals, and battle areas available on campus, there was little need for them to go out. Oni-chan, Huahua exclaimed as she ran over, clutching her two Pokémon, Piku and Plusle. Shinyu glanced at the little creatures and asked, "Didn't I buy you two Pokeballs? Why haven't you put them inside?" Huahua pouted. "But the Pokeballs are so small, Little Red and Little Blue would feel cramped." "All right then," Shinyu responded, leading her to the cafeteria, where he purchased 2 servings of seafood fried rice. "How does it feel to be in school?" he inquired. Huahua grimaced and replied, "They keep crying. It's so annoying." Huahua's class consisted of 4- and 5-year-old children who naturally cried upon being away from their parents for the first extended period. Hearing this, Shinyu suddenly remembered something. Aside from the day he first entered the dungeon, it seemed he had never witnessed Huahua weep. Moreover, a peculiar sensation perpetually lingered in his heart. Feng Ping, who resided next door, had displayed a blatant lack of recognition when they encountered each other in the wilderness for the first time. Huahua's abode bore no trace of any belongings related to her brother. Thus, did her so-called brother truly exist? And was this dungeon realm genuinely real? Shinyu glanced at his task panel. If he were to return to the Guandu now, would it be the same Guandu that had been present in his previous dungeon? Chapter 44. Dao felt an exhaustion unlike any he had ever experienced. After signing autographs for fans throughout the morning, his hand felt as though it might wither away. It was only after the last person departed that he remembered the principal matter at hand. The principal timely suggested, "Your Excellency Champion, it is already noon. Shall we proceed to our cafeteria for lunch?" Dao, feeling hungry, nodded in agreement and followed a cadre of school leaders to the dining hall. In the span of that morning, news of the league champion Dao gracing the Pokémon school spread like wildfire across the campus. The fervent discussion of 2 classmates, their faces alight with admiration for Dao, interrupted Chenyu's thoughts. How could Dao be here? At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the dining hall. Chenyu lifted his gaze to see a man with a mane of gray-white hair, flanked by a throng of school officials, entering like a star surrounded by admirers. It was Dao. Just as Dato's fiery red hair was iconic, Dao's distinctive hair color enabled anyone familiar with the anime or games to recognize him instantly. Having finished his meal, Chenyu was dabbing the grease from the corners of his mouth with a napkin when a flustered girl approached, clutching a pink gift box. With her head bowed and her body bent, the angle between her torso and legs nearly formed a perfect 90 degrees. The girl extended the gift box towards Chenyu, exclaiming, "Chenyu-kun, please do accept this." At a glance, Chenyu noticed the pink letter adorned with a heart on the box. The surrounding crowd, intrigued by the commotion, erupted into a chorus of howls. Among the throng, Dao keenly discerned Chenyu's name amidst the noise, turning to catch a whiff of a fragrant breeze wafting past him. "Oh," the onlookers murmured, "he was rejected, but that boy is truly handsome." Rumor had it that this boy was a new student, having just enrolled today in class 103. What a shame that such a paragon of attractiveness was not placed in our class. Wow, what is his name? I must confess my feelings to him. It seems to be Chenyu, but are you sure you want to confess? What if he rejects you? Oh, what does it matter? If it succeeds, it's a grand win. If rejected, there's no loss. Dao couldn't help but stifle a chuckle upon hearing this exchange, lifting his gaze toward the center of the crowd's speculation. "Your Excellency, the champion." The principal witnessed the entire event and expressed concern that Daigo might perceive their school culture as improper. However, to his surprise, Daigo dismissively waved his hand and said, "I understand the concept of free love. There's no need for concern. Everyone goes through such a phase." The principal let out a sigh of relief, only to see Daigo walk over to the boy. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling the true purpose of the champion's visit to their school. He inquired of the deputy principal, "What is that student's name?" The deputy principal replied, "Chenyu." Nodding in agreement, the principal instructed, "Be sure to pay him extra attention moving forward. Try to fulfill any of his needs. Establishing a good rapport with His Excellency is always beneficial." Daigo took a seat directly across from Chenyu, gazing at the pair of siblings with a smile. "You must be Chenyu," he said. Chenyu, slightly bewildered, nodded. Observing his confusion, Daigo clarified, "This morning, the ferry you took was part of our Dao and Company's operations. We are immensely grateful for your role in saving everyone on board." Chenyu then understood, realizing that Dao and Manufacturing Company was a renowned enterprise within the Pokémon game. its scale almost comparable to that of his previous life as Penguin Corporation in the Hoenn region. Furthermore, Daigo was indeed the son of the company's president, Zivki. After a moment of contemplation, Daigo earnestly asked, "Is there anything you desire? We will do our utmost to fulfill your requests." Chen Yu felt an odd familiarity with this phrase, recalling that he had heard something similar earlier. He hesitated, and Daigo, assuming he was shy about making a request, gestured, "Do not hesitate, young man. You know, had that ship sunk, the Hoenn Company's reputation would have suffered greatly, possibly leading to bankruptcy due to public outcry. Poor President Zivki could have found himself begging on the streets, pelted with rotten eggs by passers-by. But thanks to you repelling that horde of Sharpdos, none of this came to pass. Therefore, rest assured, this is a reward you rightfully deserve. If you do not voice your needs, I shall take the liberty of arranging them for you." Without any psychological burden, Daigo continued, "How about 100,000 Alliance coins, a box of high-quality energy cubes, and exclusive early access to our company's new products? What do you think?" Chen Yu couldn't help but think how audacious it was for him to speak about his own father in such a manner. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Could the last two be exchanged for move manuals for Pokémon?" Daigo responded, "Of course. Which one do you desire?" "Swords Dance," Chen Yu answered. Daigo nodded, "Very well. I shall arrange it for you, and it should be delivered by evening." With that, the champion left without even tasting his meal, turning to attend to business. Once Daigo departed, Renping appeared from seemingly nowhere, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Chen Yu. "Humph. No wonder you produced energy cubes on your first try. It turns out you are acquainted with Mr. Daigo." Chen Yu was perplexed by the unfounded assumptions of his companion, responding with a hint of exasperation. "So, what direct correlation do these two hold?" Renping, undeterred, retorted, "Do not deceive me. Surely, Mr. Dawu has imparted to you the secret of crafting energy cubes? I genuinely am just a humble bug-catching boy from a small town, and until today, I had no acquaintance with Dawu," Chen Yu replied. A bug-catching boy. Renping had heard this term before. It referred not to an individual, but rather to a class of individuals. These individuals typically hailed from modest backgrounds, relying on capturing bug-type Pokémon from the wild to challenge passing trainers and earn a living. Of course, it was not uncommon for some to engage in this pursuit out of sheer passion. With this thought, Renping inquired, "Could you show me the Pokémon you have captured?" Chen Yu replied, "So far, I have only managed to capture 2 Pokémon. What are they? A Caterpie or a Beedrill?" Renping asked, curiosity piqued. Chen Yu shook his head, "Neither. Allow my companion to clarify. It's a Dragonite and a Mimikyu." Fangping had never heard of Mimikyu, but was familiar with Dragonite, acknowledging it as a particularly rare Pokémon from the Kanto region. The name Mimikyu, however, did not evoke the essence of a bug-type Pokémon. His eyes widened in disbelief as he accused, "You must be lying. Is there truly a bug-catching boy in this world without a single bug-type Pokémon?" Chen Yu felt a dissonance with his identity in this scenario. Could it be that the infinite space assigned player identities not based on the strength of their Pokémon, but rather on the number of instances they had experienced? Chapter 45. A misguided direction. Could it be that this being his second instance led the infinite space to categorize him as a novice player? Chen Yu pondered the possibility. After leaving the cafeteria, he returned Hua to the dormitory and proceeded to the energy cube manufacturing classroom, diligently studying the book left by Renping. There existed a myriad of energy cube types, each with distinct cultivation focuses. For instance, energy cubes crafted from guashi fruits and jinjung fruits could enhance a Pokémon's cognitive development, rendering them more intelligent and improving their comprehension abilities. Conversely, energy cubes derived from mungming fruits and huangli fruits were designed to bolster a Pokémon's physical constitution, enabling them to grow stronger. The process of creating energy cubes, in simpler terms, involved purification, extracting the essence from the fruits to facilitate easier absorption by the Pokémon. With a burgeoning understanding, Chen Yu set the book aside, retrieving 2 fruits from his box and placing them into the fruit mixer. The steps of pressing, heating, stirring, electrifying, and freezing unfolded methodically under his guidance. Soon, with a resounding ding, a jelly-like substance flowed from the outlet. However, the temperature seemed rather low. Chen Yu scrutinized the jelly in his hand, contemplating the shortcomings of this attempt. Without delay, he commenced the second manufacturing attempt, yet it too ended in failure. For the third time, failure. The fourth attempt also ended in disappointment. The 56th trial yielded no success either. Chen Yu began to grasp the reason behind the exorbitant price of energy cubes. If a person lacking patience were in his place, their composure would likely have shattered by the 6th attempt. Excessive heat would melt the molecular structure within the fruit, preventing it from solidifying. Chen Yu reflected on the reasons for his previous failures, recalling the chemistry experiments he had studied in his past life. He picked up 2 fruits once more and placed them inside the mixer, his gaze fixed intently on the instrument panel, fully concentrated on regulating the heat to ensure it did not exceed the critical threshold of collapse. At last, the panel illuminated a green light. Soon, the final freezing process concluded, and a crisp chime resonated through the air. A square energy cube, as green as jade, rolled out from the outlet. Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he held the energy cube in his hand. Due to its recent exposure to the freezing air, he felt a slight chill upon touching it. Its surface was smooth and delicate, akin to fine jade. Yet, it had not reached its most perfect state. Chen Yu raised the energy cube and approached the window, where bright sunlight streamed through unobstructed. From his vantage point, he could clearly see streaks resembling blood vessels within the cube. At that moment, the double-standard female teacher from the morning entered the room. She seemed surprised to find a student in the classroom during midday, her eyes widening upon seeing Chen Yu. "Are you the new student? Why are you here instead of returning to the dormitory?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the energy cube in Chen Yu's hand. She paused momentarily before asking, "Did you make this?" Chen Yu nodded and inquired, "Do you know how to eliminate the impurities inside?" "I have repeated the process 60 times, and each time, regardless of success or failure, this substance appears." "I am Nakagawa Fuko." The woman introduced herself, stepping closer to examine the energy cube with great seriousness. After a moment, she chuckled softly, "This may not be your fault. The quality of the fruit provided for practice is poor. Follow me. I will retrieve some superior fruit for you to try again." Chen Yu followed Nakagawa Fuko to a better-equipped energy cube manufacturing room. She opened a low-temperature storage cabinet and handed him 2 fruits. Chen Yu glanced at them, noting they were of the same variety as those in the cabinet, and a few numbers flashed through his mind. He accepted the fruits and sat before a fruit mixer, beginning his work. 5 minutes later, a crystal-clear blue energy cube emerged. Nakagawa Fuko gazed at this scene in disbelief, echoing the same question as Renping. "Have you truly never learned how to manufacture energy cubes before?" Chen Yu nodded and remarked that creating energy cubes is quite simple once one grasps the underlying principles. Dazawa Natsuko instinctively thought to counter this assertion, believing it to be far from simple. After all, numerous scholars had devoted significant time to the study without uncovering a definitive pattern. The reactions produced by different types of fruits varied greatly, and introducing a new fruit meant starting afresh, requiring countless repetitions before achieving success. However, Chen Yu's perspective was not as convoluted. His thought process resembled that of his past life's chemistry experiments. From a different angle, he explained to his teacher that among the 5 steps, the high-temperature phase was undoubtedly crucial and also the most challenging. The primary goal of this step is to soften the molecular structure of the fruit, emphasizing that it is about softening rather than melting. If the temperature is excessively high, the internal molecular structure of the fruit would break, rendering any subsequent successful steps futile in producing energy cubes. Thus, prior to commencing the operation, it is imperative to understand the fruit's thermal tolerance. Upon hearing this, Dazawa Natsuko suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Her eyes lit up as she excitedly exclaimed, "I see now. I had always thought that the nature of creating energy cubes was akin to cooking food. No wonder I had failed so many times. It needs to be approached from a chemical perspective. Thank you, Chen Yu. I will report this insight to the Energy Cube Research Association immediately, urging them to explore this new direction." With that, Dazawa Natsuko dashed out, brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Yu then retrieved a Pokeball and released Mimikyu and Dragonite, initiating the process of creating energy cubes for them. He refrained from experimenting with unfamiliar fruits, as he was unaware of their thermal ranges, which could lead to failure. Once the energy cubes were prepared, he placed them before Dragonite and Mimikyu, saying, "Give it a taste." Dragonite was nearly drooling, prompting Chen Yu to tease, "Are you trying to act cute?" Dragonite blinked innocently, its lake green eyes shimmering with a blend of naivety and confusion. Clearly, it did not quite grasp the concept of acting cute. Nevertheless, it was already quite adorable, and Chen Yu restrained his urge to pet it, gently placing the energy cube in Dragonite's claws. Dragonite's appetite surpassed that of Mimikyu significantly. Back in Guqing Town, Chen Yu had worried that it might go hungry at night. So he had prepared ample food each day, leading to Dragonite often being so full that it would continuously burp. Chapter 46. Investigation in the afternoon. When Dawu arrived with the Move Techniques manual, Chen Yu was leisurely participating in a Pokémon battle practice class. The main quest of this instance had no stringent requirements, allowing him to take it easy. Dawu placed the Move manual and a Pokémon League Bank card into Chen Yu's hands, pondering for a moment before saying, "It seems you are also from Guqing Town, are you not?" The use of also caught Chen Yu off guard, and he nodded. Dawu chuckled and continued. I heard from the gym leaders of Kanas City and Changhua City that Guqing Town has produced an exceptionally talented individual. The individual meticulously trained this year's batch of novice trainers for half a month, resulting in the two gym leaders experiencing an unexpected setback at their hands. It is truly impressive. Within such a brief span, a single person managed to elevate over 20 novice trainers to this level. If only there were an opportunity to meet him, Dawu pondered quietly. Chen Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Dawu was preoccupied, engrossed in his fossil excavation. Having completed his task, he waved goodbye to Chen Yu, stating, I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With that, he departed from the Pokémon school. As soon as Dawu left, several girls from Class 103 encircled Chen Yu. Chen Yu, could you enlighten us about your relationship with Lord Dawu? They inquired, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Yu picked up a twig from the ground to shield himself. No, there is no relationship between us. Dawu is merely a silver-haired man who runs around excavating stones. One girl with short hair shifted the topic. Chen Yu, we've been here for a while and have yet to see your Pokémon. Would you let them out for us to admire? Of course. Would you care for a Pokémon battle? Chen Yu replied. Yes. Battling with Chen Yu would surely be a delightful experience. The girls exclaimed, pulling out their Pokeballs. With a flash of white light, a petite Kirlia materialized before Chen Yu. Kirlia evolves from Ralts and further evolves into Galade, known as the Psychic Queen. Not wishing to overpower a child, Chen Yu opted to send out his Mismagius, who had yet to learn Shadow Dance. The girls, unfamiliar with the Hoenn region, were filled with curiosity upon seeing Mismagius. What kind of Pokémon is this? It resembles Pikachu. Is that a layer of cloth draped over it? Kirlia, use confusion. One girl commanded. A faint blue light emanated from Kirlia's eyes, its psychic powers coalescing into a tangible force aimed at Mismagius. Steady now, Mismagius. Use Shadow Clone, and then strike with Shadow Sneak. Chen Yu instructed calmly. Mismagius's small form generated numerous clones that advanced in unison towards Kirlia. The sudden increase in opponents bewildered the inadequately trained Kirlia. Its confusion attack struck only one of the clones. Meanwhile, Mismagius took advantage of the distraction to approach Kirlia directly. Quick, evade! The girl shouted anxiously. Yet, Kirlia was flustered, and Mismagius landed a direct hit, sending the small creature flying to the ground, unconscious. Remarkably swift, Chen Yu discreetly employed a detection technique to assess Kirlia's level. Level 21. Facing a nearly level 40 opponent, combined with the Psychic type's double weakness to Ghost type moves. It was entirely reasonable for Kirlia to be taken down in a single strike by Mismagius. Impressive indeed. Chen Yuejuan's spirit was extraordinarily powerful. A shrill scream erupted from a nearby girl. Chen Yu earnestly addressed the defeated girl, saying, in that situation, you could have commanded your Kairu Lian to use teleport to evade your opponent's attack. The girl blushed and replied, I'm so sorry. I was too nervous battling against you, and I completely forgot. Chen Yu responded, why are you blushing? Just speak. Not far away, Renping sighed as he observed the scene. Ah, a beauty is a source of trouble. Oh no, it should be a handsome trouble. Chen Yu looked up and asked, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me to a Pokémon battle? The image of Mimikyu defeating Kairu Lian with a single move flashed in everyone's mind, and they all shook their heads. Though Chen Yu felt a bit disappointed, he said nothing and retreated to a corner with a book to read. Renping approached curiously and asked, with so many girls confessing to you in our class, do you not like any of them? I'm afraid I have no interest in girls aged 12 or 13, he replied. Chen Yu, puzzled, asked, shouldn't they be focusing on their studies at that age? Renping scoffed, I've heard that from my mom too. Next, are you going to say if you don't study hard, you won't even be able to eat hot food in the future? Ah, I wish to study diligently, but I'm just not cut out for it. I'm not even competent enough to be a trainer. I can't even pass a basic gym challenge, Chen Yu admitted, left speechless. He had not anticipated that students in this world harbored such thoughts. Renping waved his hand and ran off. Soon, the end of school bell rang. Chen Yu utilized a move tutor to teach Mimikyu Sword's dance, then returned Huahua to the dormitory. After completing these tasks, night had fallen. He released Dragonite on the rooftop of the teaching building, climbed onto its back, and pointed towards Kanazumi City, saying, let us go. With a roar, Dragonite spread its wings and soared towards the brightly lit Kanazumi City at a leisurely pace. The night breeze in Kanazumi City was refreshingly pleasant. Chen Yu recalled Dragonite into its Pokeball and meandered through the streets, ultimately stopping in front of a private detective agency. He pushed open the door and spotted a young man with tousled brown hair, clad in a suit, eating instant noodles. There's still a week until rent is due. Right? Don't worry. I'll definitely pay on time this time. the young man said without turning his head. Chen Yu moved in front of him and said, I need you to investigate something. Only then did the young man take a good look at his visitor, his eyes lighting up as he tossed aside his noodles. Oh, business has arrived. Speak, what do you want to investigate? The champion's private life? Or the phone number of Kanazumi City's most beautiful girl? Chen Yu shook his head. What I need to investigate is in Kanto. Can you do it? The young man frowned. Sorry, our agency does not offer cross-regional services. Chen Yu remained silent and directly placed a stack of alliance coins on the table, gazing into his eyes as he said, 50,000. All right, boss. I'll set off tomorrow. What do you want to know? The young man immediately changed his tone. Chen Yu, please assist me in checking whether there is an investigator named Chun Yu in the Alliance of Investigators, as well as the current situation of the nefarious organization. Team Rocket, upon successful completion of this task, I shall reward you handsomely based on the information you uncover. Chapter 47. Shalebi Chen Yu repeated softly, Team Rocket, and continued. I understand your request, but I have one question. With so many detective agencies in Kana City, why did you choose me? Because you are in need, came the reply. Chen Yu smiled and remarked, I believe you are a person capable of great deeds. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it will first temper their resolve, subject them to hardship, and test their endurance. In truth, he had conducted field research on many agencies prior to entering, and only this one appeared to offer a relatively lower commission. The youth's eyes gradually sparkled with hope. After graduation, he had enthusiastically opened this detective agency with his Pokémon, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by competitors, receiving no commissions for an entire month. Yet, despite this, he did not give up, firmly believing in his eventual success, even if it meant struggling to pay rent or afford meals. Setting aside the commission of 50,000, the soul-stirring words struck a chord deep within him, igniting a long-dormant fighting spirit. Good brother. The young man vigorously patted Chen Yu's shoulder. This commission, I, Fong Hai, accept it. Chen Yu mused. This individual does not seem particularly astute. The self-identified Fong Hai swiftly rose to gather his belongings without further comment. Chen Yu realized he needed to purchase a mobile phone. Otherwise, he would be unable to communicate with Fong Hai. After obtaining Fong Hai's contact information, he departed from the detective agency and rode his Dragonite back to Pokémon Academy. The following morning, Chen Yu routinely went to fetch Huahua for breakfast at the cafeteria. On the way, Huahua suddenly asked, Oni-chan, have you ever seen Daddy and Mommy? Chen Yu glanced at her and replied, I have little recollection. I was younger than you at that time. Upon hearing this, Huahua's small face fell slightly. Chen Yu surmised the reason behind her inquiry. In her class, other children were picked up by their parents every day after school, and such an environment inevitably affected her mood over time. He sighed softly, crouching down to tidy Huahua's little braid, and asked, Do you miss Daddy and Mommy? Huahua nodded, looking somewhat aggrieved. Chen Yu said, Would you like to see them? Yes. She replied. Chen Yu comforted her. I have heard that in the Johto region, there exists a Pokémon called Shalebi, which has the ability to traverse time and space, allowing people to return to the past. If you wish to see your parents, you must study diligently and grow into an excellent trainer. Then, you can travel to Johto to seek out Shalebi and ask it to take you back to meet your parents. Huahua hesitated. Can I really see them? Indeed. Chen Yu casually affirmed. Then, can you tell me what Shalebi is like? Of course. Chen Yu reminisced and described. It is green, approximately the size of our palms, with a pair of transparent wings on its back, reminiscent of a magical sprite from a fairy tale. Huahua earnestly committed these words to memory. When the time comes, aside from meeting her parents, she wishes to see what her brother was like as a child. For some reason, she could not recall what her brother had been like in the earlier days. The emotions of children come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Huahua did not dwell on it, happily leaping to the front of the classroom to wave at Chen Yu. Onaikin, see you at noon. See you at noon. Chen Yu replied with a smile before returning to his classroom. This lesson was about the history of the Fengyuan region, which was quite down to earth, recounting tales of the battles between Groudon and Kyogre on specific dates, only to be interrupted by Rayquaza. After several decades, they clashed again, and once more, Rayquaza intervened. The textbook's author seemed to be an admirer of Kyogre, subtly suggesting throughout the passages that Groudon could not prevail, stating it could not even fly. Chen Yu treated it as a story. As the class was nearing its end, the teacher of the Energy Cube Manufacturing course, Nakagawa Natsuko, burst into the room. Without a word, she pulled Chen Yu into an office, breathlessly exclaiming, President, I've brought the person. Chen Yu looked up to see a middle-aged man in formal attire, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely seated behind the desk with a glass of crimson beverage before him. It was President Zavaki. the head of the Duin Manufacturing Company and the father of champion Daigo. Chen Yu had played a game before entering this scenario, and the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Zavaki from the game. Zavaki smiled warmly. You must be Chen Yu. I have heard of you, and I am very grateful for your prior assistance in saving our company's passenger ship. Chen Yu replied, You're welcome. Daigo has already expressed his gratitude. Zavaki chuckled and continued. The insights you provided have led to significant success. The energy cubes that were previously impossible to mass-produce can now be manufactured on a large scale. Chen Yu was not surprised. It was merely a matter of time. Zavaki continued. Do you understand what this signifies? It means there will be a substantial transformation in the current energy cube market. As energy cubes become less rare and production capacity increases exponentially, their prices will inevitably decline. Chen Yu grasped Zavaki's implication. Currently, only Duin Company possessed this novel method for manufacturing energy cubes, and they aim to monopolize the energy cube manufacturing industry throughout the Fengyuan region. So, would you like to collaborate with us? Zavaki inquired. Nakagawa Natsuko took the contract from Zavaki and placed it in Chen Yu's hands. Chen Yu glanced over it and noticed it contained only a few lines, essentially stating, 1. He cannot provide the new manufacturing method to other companies without the permission of Duin Company. As remuneration, the funds acquired from the sale of the energy block can be shared with the Devon Company, with a division of 37. This implies that as long as the Devon Company remains operational and no alternative product to the energy block emerges, Chen Yu will continually reap benefits from this arrangement. Given such circumstances, only a fool would decline. Without hesitation, Chen Yu nodded in agreement, saying, I consent. However, may I request that the beneficiary be changed to my sister's name? Oh, Zavosi expressed some confusion. Chen Yu, of course, would not disclose his impending departure from this world in 10 months. Instead, he fabricated a response. You see, humanity is fragile. One could unexpectedly meet with an accident while simply walking down the street. My sister is my only remaining relative in this world. Oh, I understand, Zavosi nodded, empathizing with this sentiment. He too harbored concerns about the suddenness of death, which is why he had already prepared a will, bequeathing everything to Dowu. Yet, Dowu was far from being a source of comfort. He spent his days aimlessly wandering and excavating stones, and recently, he even entertained the notion of relinquishing his championship title to Mikoli. Contemplating this, Zavosi felt a pang of discomfort in his head. After Chen Yu signed the documents and departed, Zavosi seized the phone and called Dowu, berating him. As a grown man, why are you not considering marriage and family? Instead, you are obsessively fixated on a few worthless stones. Do you intend to spend your entire life with them? Dowu, occupied with his endeavors, scarcely heard his father's words. He wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, eyes fixed intently on a freshly unearthed fossil before him. Dad, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Never mind. I'll hang up now and call you back after I finish excavating this fossil. Chapter 48. Departure. Onward to the electric-type gym. Zavosi nearly spat blood in frustration, slamming his right hand on the table twice. Addressing Takagawa Natsuko. Are those wretched stones truly that captivating? Takagawa Natsuko smiled awkwardly, pondering that such behavior from Dowu was indeed a result of his indulgence, as he publicly discouraged him from excavating stones while secretly researching how to resurrect fossil Pokémon. Chen Yu resumed his classes at the Pokémon school, ostensibly there for further education. However, he had already mastered most of the knowledge being imparted. Life suddenly felt aimless and mundane, transforming into a languid figure. Chen Yu rested his head on the desk and poked Renping, inquiring, Are there any entertaining places around here? Upon hearing this, Renping recognized Chen Yu's boredom and suggested, Your Pokémon are quite formidable. Why not challenge a gym? Chen Yu replied, If I recall correctly, there is no gym in Kaina City, is there? Renping nodded. The electric-type gym is located in Zijin City, not far from here. It takes just over half an hour to reach by bicycle, and there is a direct cycling route heading north to Zijin City. Chen Yu thought to himself, since he had nothing better to do, he might as well engage in a gym battle for amusement. The school fostered an open atmosphere, with everyone from the principal to the security guard eager for students to challenge the gyms. Even if it means skipping class, one can still go. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Yu expressed his confusion upon hearing Renping's words. Renping shrugged helplessly, stating that they were eager for such an opportunity. Prior to Chen Yu's arrival, the principal had incessantly lamented about the need for students to focus on their studies, while also suggesting they earn a few gym badges. Participating in the league competition would be even better. This way, they could proudly announce in the enrollment brochure the achievements of students who had collected all 8 badges and attained notable results in the league competition, thereby welcoming new students to the school. In the afternoon, After escorting Huahua to her classroom, Chen Yu embarked on his journey to Zijing City alone. The two cities were in close proximity. Although he did not possess a bicycle, he had a Dragonite at his disposal. The speed of the Dragonite far surpassed that of a bicycle. The road connecting Kaina City and Zijing City was Route 110. Along this route, Chen Yu encountered numerous fellow trainers, a lady in a miniskirt, a rugged mountaineer, and twin sisters. Upon spotting a trainer approaching, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, akin to hungry wolves catching sight of prey, and they rushed forward eagerly. Goodness, Chen Yu thought to himself, if a novice trainer lacking strength were to pass this way, they would surely be drained by this horde. Notifications incessantly flashed across his screen. The lady in the miniskirt challenges you. The mountaineer has come to challenge. The twin sisters approach with a challenge. No one would complain about an excess of currency, and Chen Yu was no exception. He withdrew a Pokeball, held it firmly, and gestured towards an open space, declaring, "Hold on, form an orderly line, one at a time." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of foreboding. In the next instant, a powerful, imposing green Dragonite materialized before them. At that moment, two familiar voices emerged from behind. "Oh, what a coincidence. Big Shot. What are you doing here? Long time no see, Big Shot. Haven't you completed your main quest yet?" Turning around, Chen Yu was greeted by two novices he had rigorously trained, their faces brimming with joy at the reunion. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yu inquired, "Where are the others? Why are only the two of you here?" One of the novices replied, "They didn't follow the storyline. We parted ways in Kanas City." "Oh," Chen Yu nodded, then began directing his Dragonite to engage seriously with the challengers before him. The two novices stood by, occasionally gasping in admiration. "Truly impressive. You are so strong. I envy you. I wonder if I can be assigned to Kanto in the next instance. I also want to capture a cute Snorlax. Look at that wiggling tail. I just want to catch it." 20 minutes later, Dragonite had achieved an impressive feat of defeating a multitude of challengers, leaving the lady in the miniskirt and others visibly disheartened. The area around Guchin Town was akin to a novice village, where the cost of living was low, and one could earn only a couple of hundred league coins per battle. However, the scenario was quite different in Kaina City, where winning a battle could yield at least 1,000 league coins. Chen Yu gazed at the 8,000 alliance coins in his possession, contemplating whether to undertake the challenge once more upon his return from Zijing City. It was no wonder that so many individuals chose to engage in this profession. The profits were simply staggering. He had dispatched the bandits on the road, allowing the two novice players to avoid further challenges as they trailed behind him. "Are you also heading to Zijing City?" Chen Yu inquired. The two newcomers nodded affirmatively. They had already obtained the badges from Kanas City and Wudo Town, and according to the storyline, their next destination was Zijing City. "Well then, I wish you good fortune," Chen Yu remarked, mounting his Dragonite and soaring along the bicycle path towards Zijing City. Meanwhile, within the electric-type gym of Zijing City, a one-sided Pokémon battle was unfolding. The gym leader, Tai Xian, stared in astonishment as all three of his Pokémon were defeated, incredulously asking, "Are you truly new trainers who just received your Pokémon this year?" "Indeed," the boy responded, recalling Chen Yu's words from before leaving Bai Town, and he marveled once more, what a genuinely good person he is. Taking a deep breath, Tai Xian decided not to dwell on his defeat and laughed heartily. "I am delighted to see a trainer with such boundless potential like you. Here. This is your proof of victory." He handed the boy a lightning-shaped badge. After completing the gym challenge, the boy departed, while Tai Xian received a video call from Dujuan, the gym leader of Kanas City, and Fujishu, the gym leader of Wudo Town. Dujuan blinked curiously at Tai Xian, asking, "Have any new trainers challenged you recently?" Tai Xian scratched his head bashfully, replying, "Oh, don't even get me started. This year's new trainers are astonishingly formidable. One of them took down all three of my Pokémon. I didn't even last 30 minutes. Dujuan chuckled. "I never expected to hear that from you. I managed to hold out for at least 38 minutes. Fujishu interjected, unimpressed. "Is there really anything to boast about?" Although gym leaders often held back their true strength to accommodate novice trainers, the Pokémon they dispatched were still meticulously nurtured, making the current scenario of being overwhelmed by new trainers unprecedented. Curious about Dujuan's statement, Tai Xian asked, "So, you two have been overwhelmed by these new trainers?" Dujuan nodded with resignation, shrugging, "Let us share the information we gathered. From what I understand, they didn't embark on their journey the very day they received their Pokémon." Tai Xian, situated far from the novice village, was puzzled. "What is the connection between the two?" Dujuan replied earnestly, "Based on my inquiries, someone conducted intense training with them during that half-month." Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Who is this person? Surely, even we could not achieve such a feat." Dujuan shook her head, indicating her ignorance, and turned her gaze towards the quietly contemplative Fujishu. Upon witnessing the scene, Tingshu slowly began to speak. I gleaned the name and identity of that individual from my trainer who challenged me. What identity? The champion's illegitimate child? Taishian inquired with curiosity. No, Tingshu shook his head. He is merely a bug-catching youth, and as for his name, I have heard it is Chunyu. Chapter 49, The Thunder Beast. At this revelation, Tieshuan's immediate reaction was to refute. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. Or perhaps that novice trainer has tricked you. Tingshu, exasperated, replied, What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? It is not just one trainer who has mentioned this. Every trainer who has challenged my dojo has referred to him as Chunyu. Taishin opened his mouth, unable to suppress the memories of the bug-catching youth he had encountered, dressed in inexpensive shorts, wearing a straw hat, and wielding a bug-catching net by the roadside. Jumping out to challenge any passing trainers, deploying his strongest cater pie. Such a person, capable of training a group of novice trainers to this extent in merely 15 days? He could not believe it, even if it cost him his life. Dugwian remarked, This year's league competition promises to be intriguing. Tingshu, recalling the chaotic scenes of battle, nodded in agreement. Taishian scratched his head and suddenly asked, Have you mentioned this matter to anyone else besides me? Dugwian shook her head. Her dojo, Tingshu's dojo, and Tieshuan's dojo were typically the first 3 challenges faced by novice trainers embarking on their journeys. Taishin chuckled. That's good. Let us not inform them just yet. We shouldn't be the only ones to bear this blow. Dugwian smirked. Rest assured, I understand. I guarantee that, apart from the 3 of us, no one else will know. Tingshu looked at his 2 companions in disbelief. At that moment, a clear male voice resonated from outside the dojo. Taishian raised an eyebrow and laughed. Another trainer has come to challenge me. This time, I shall show him a thing or two. Upon hearing this, Tingshu and Dugwian immediately understood that he was prepared to unleash his full strength in battle. Seeing Taishian about to hang up the phone, Dugwian hastily interjected. Hey, don't hang up. I've got my popcorn and little stool all set. Though Tingshu remained silent, the background behind him had already shifted from outside to the couch, clearly indicating that he was also ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Taishian laughed heartily at the sight, adjusted the angle of the camera to ensure the entire battleground was captured. All right, let me show you. With that, he turned and walked toward the battlefield. Chunyu gazed at the elderly man before him, adorned in a Hawaiian-style short-sleeve shirt and sporting white hair, matching his features with those of the gym leader of the Zijing Gym in the game. Taishin announced, The rules for the Zijing Gym battle are 3 versus 3. Each participant is limited to 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes only when all Pokémon on one side are rendered unable to continue. Chunyu nodded in understanding, choosing not to disclose that he possessed only 2 Pokémon, for he harbored no doubt that he would emerge victorious. As the live broadcast unfolded, Dujuan and Tingshu observed a challenger approaching the gym, a refreshing and handsome young lad. Dujuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Her memory was sharp, allowing her to remember each trainer who had previously challenged her gym, yet this boy evoked no recollection. It seemed he had not faced her gym before. Tingshu pondered for a moment and remarked, I haven't encountered him either. Perhaps he is a trainer traveling from another city. The battle commenced officially, as the ceiling of the gym opened automatically, revealing a clear sky. In the first round, Taishin sent forth a Raikou adorned with lightning-shaped fur, while Chunyu opted for a Mimikyu. This Pokémon is not from the Hoenn region, Taishin noted, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Strange. It bears a resemblance to Pikachu. Is that fabric draped over it? Indeed, Chunyu replied, promptly commanding, use Sword's Dance. You won't have the opportunity. Taishin smirked slightly. Raikou, use Thunderbolt. Mimikyu's petite form began to dance vigorously in place. Raikou let out a cry. Arcs of electricity surged from its yellow mane, coalescing into a powerful current that radiated a dazzling light. The fearsome electricity enveloped every corner of the battlefield, swiftly engulfing Mimikyu. Calm and composed, Chunyu remained unfazed. Observing the radiant sword light on the battlefield, he estimated that Mimikyu's sword's dance was likely completed, and explained, its ability is Disguise, which can completely negate one instance of damage. Simultaneously, as the Thunderbolt concluded, Mimikyu stood unscathed, emanating an astonishing aura. Upon hearing this, Taishin quickly grasped the situation. He was unfamiliar with this Pokémon and had underestimated it. Frowning, he commanded, use Thunder. Chunyu replied in a steady tone, use Play Rough. As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of yellow lightning ascended from Raikou's mane to the sky. The previously clear sky rapidly darkened, gathering ominous clouds. Lightning flickered as a formidable current, imbued with terrifying pressure, descended upon Mimikyu. Mimikyu's body radiated a brilliant pink glow. Shadow clone, Chen Yu ordered. While sprinting towards Reiku, Mimikyu swiftly conjured dozens of clones. The thunder lost its target, crashing into the center of the battlefield and obliterating 2 of Mimikyu's clones into wisps of smoke. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Taixin thought to himself, "This is not good," and hastily commanded, "Dodge with quick attack." Reiku transformed into a flash of white light, darting to Mimikyu's left side, evading the play rough attack. Chen Yu immediately commanded, "Use Mimic." As soon as the words fell, a radiant white light enveloped Mimikyu, its form darting like lightning as it collided fiercely with the Thunder Beast. The creature let out a piercing cry, sent sprawling backward, and skidded nearly a meter before coming to a halt. "Electrify again," commanded Taixin. The Thunder Beast lifted its head, its mane crackling with energy, as a brilliant surge of electricity coursed through it, radiating outwards across the ground. Chen Yu's focus intensified as he fixated on the beam of light, which was rapidly approaching Mimikyu. With a calm yet decisive order, he declared, "Now, leap." Leap, a standard-type technique, merely propelled one into the air without consequence. However, in this instance, it elegantly allowed Mimikyu to evade the Thunder Beast's electric attack. How is this possible? Duan, spectating from the sidelines, was rendered speechless, her popcorn tumbling from her hands. What was happening? Why did it seem as though Tieshuan's every move was entirely orchestrated by the opponent? Tingshu's gaze flickered with insight. At the moment the adversary executed the sword dance, Taixin had already lost this battle. With the augmentation from the sword dance, Taixin dared not confront it head-on. His spirit had faltered from the outset. "Excellent. Charge forth and unleash Shadow Claw," Chen Yu commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Mimikyu surged forward, shadows coalescing into a pitch-black claw that struck the Thunder Beast with unerring precision. With a cry, the Thunder Beast fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, rendered incapable of further combat. Chapter 50, Dragonite and Electrode. The pressure was overwhelming. A bead of cold sweat formed on Tieshuan's brow. He retrieved the unconscious Thunder Beast into its pockball and raised his gaze towards the young man opposite him, inquiring, "Are you also from the ancient town?" Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Very well. Let us continue." Taixin laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. In a flash of white light, a magneton, resembling a magnet, materialized before Mimikyu. Taixin regarded Mimikyu and asked, "Do you wish to switch Pokémon?" Upon hearing this, Mimikyu turned to its trainer, resolutely shaking its head. Chen Yu understood its intent and replied, "No, it is still capable of fighting." With a sweeping gesture, Taixin pointed towards Mimikyu and commanded, "Go." Magneton, employ electric terrain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu calmly directed, "Once more, utilize sword dance." As Magneton conjured an electric terrain, arcs of electricity crackled over its metallic form, the surrounding air thickening with an almost palpable energy, shrouded in a faint yellow mist. Electric terrain. Pokémon on the ground cannot sleep, and the power of electric-type moves is amplified. As Magneton established the electric terrain, Mimikyu commenced its spirited dance anew. The surging momentum made it appear like a sharp sword, radiating a glimmering, chilling brilliance from top to bottom. Iron Spin's expression darkened. It must not succeed. Deploy the electromagnetic cannon. There is no time. Chen Yu calculated in his mind the duration until the elusive figure completed its sword dance. Before the tri-combination magneton, a robust electromagnetic beam had already coalesced, its power enhanced to a terrifying degree by the electrical arena. In the last 3 seconds before the electromagnetic cannon was unleashed, Chen Yu swiftly commanded, "Leap to the left." The elusive figure halted abruptly, unflinching as it gazed at the electromagnetic cannon hurtling towards it. Following its trainer's command, it leaped to the left. The formidable electromagnetic cannon grazed the fabric draping the elusive figure and struck the plastic arena below. Instantly, a modest crater was blasted into the sky-blue plastic surface, with surrounding material incinerated, emitting a plume of charred black smoke. Witnessing this, Iron Spin's heart sank. Empowered by the second stage of the sword dance, the opponent could likely take down his tri-combination magneton with a single strike. Resolute, he commanded, "Tri-combination magneton. Ascend into the sky." The magneton emitted a buzzing sound, slowly rising into the air under the influence of electromagnetic force. That height was far beyond what the elusive figure could reach with its leap. Chen Yu calmly gazed at the tri-combination magneton. Iron Spin, seeing this, chuckled heartily and ordered, "Tri-combination magneton, lock on." Locking on, meticulously aiming at the opponent, ensuring the next attack would undoubtedly hit. The The magneton's three eyes spun rapidly, fixating intently on the elusive figure below. In the next moment, the eyes froze, signifying that the target had been successfully locked. You shall not escape this time. Iron Spin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now is the moment. Unleash the electromagnetic cannon with maximum power. Buzz. Yellow electric particles quickly gathered before the tri-combination magneton. Chen Yu remained composed, calmly commanding, shared fate. Should the elusive figure lose its combat capability due to this electromagnetic cannon, the opponent would also follow suit. If not, even better. A purple orb of light suddenly shot from the elusive figure towards the airborne tri-combination magneton. Simultaneously, the terrifying electromagnetic cannon was unleashed, striking the elusive figure with precision. The electromagnetic torrent instantly engulfed the elusive figure. In the next second, the tri-combination magneton flickered with ghostly light. The shared fate effect triggered, and an expression of agony emerged in its eyes as it plummeted to the ground, losing its combat capability alongside the elusive figure. Tung Shu and Kuju watched, eyes glued to the live broadcast on the screen. Kuju gasped in disbelief, turning to Tung Shu and asking, "Are we truly witnessing an ordinary gym challenge?" The intensity of this battle is undeniably on par with the annual league competition. Fujiki cast a grave gaze toward the young man, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Do you think he will challenge our dojo afterward?" Upon considering this possibility, Kuju found herself at a loss for words. "You've worked hard. Now, let Dragonite take over," Chen Yu gently remarked as he returned the Mimikyu to its Pokeball. Iron Xian, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Are you truly a novice trainer from Guchen Town?" Chen Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was indeed his first dojo challenge, and nodded, responding honestly, "Yes. This is the first dojo I am challenging." Iron Xian, unwilling to concede, retorted, "So you were specially trained by that bug-catching boy named Chen Yu?" Chen Yu, taken aback, hesitated briefly before asking, "Why do you say also?" Iron Xian scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Because you're not the first novice trainer who has thoroughly defeated me." In that instant, Chen Yu comprehended the situation. He chose not to respond, but calmly retrieved Dragonite's Pokeball and released it. Iron Xian regarded Dragonite with suspicion and asked, "Are you genuinely a novice trainer from the Hoenn region? I believe this Pokemon is from the Kanto region, isn't it?" Chen Yu thought to himself that he was still a bug-catching boy without a single bug-type Pokemon. So what was so unusual about being a newcomer from Hoenn without any Hoenn Pokemon? He nodded and replied, "This was a gift my father brought back from the Kanto region." Iron Xian looked at Dragonite with envy, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Can't argue with that. Having a good dad makes all the difference." Without further ado, he summoned his final Pokemon, a two-legged creature adorned with fine, soft fur and a red lamp atop its head, Ampharos. The final battle commenced. Iron Xian swiftly took the offensive, commanding, "Use Signal Beam." Chen Yu, more direct, countered with Dragon Rush. A purple beam erupted from the gem atop Ampharos's head, spiraling toward Dragonite. Meanwhile, Dragonite spread its wings, soared into the sky, and then suddenly accelerated, exuding a terrifying red aura as it charged toward Ampharos on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Iron Xian's heart sank as he promptly ordered, "Use Cotton Guard." Ampharos reacted swiftly, its soft fur rapidly elongating to envelop its body. Chapter 51, the first badge acquired. Cotton Guard, a grass-type move, envelopes the user in soft, fluffy fur to enhance its defense significantly. Dragonite had already dived in front of Ampharos, its immense power sending the now cotton-bundled Ampharos flying. After tumbling on the ground twice, it was evident that the Pokemon inside had not sustained much damage. Chen Yu quickly commanded, "Use Flamethrower." The searing flames erupted instantaneously from the mouth of the Dragonite, enveloping the electrode, which had transformed into cotton spores, within its fiery embrace. The cotton defenses were swiftly dismantled, and the electrode emitted a painful cry as it was scorched by the flames. Tai Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was indeed dire. From this initial clash alone, he could discern the formidable strength of that Dragonite, its prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of his electrode. A flicker of doubt arose within Tai Xian's mind. Could such a person truly be merely a novice trainer just embarking on their journey? Meanwhile, Fujishu observed Tai Xian's performance with a sigh, noting, "His composure has faltered. This is not the demeanor one would expect from a gym leader." Diyuan pursed her lips, her brows knitting in concern. It is evident that the trainer possesses extensive battle experience. His command and timing on the battlefield are exceptionally precise. From this standpoint, he cannot possibly be a mere fledgling trainer. Fujishu pondered, a sense of uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. Could he be a trainer traveling from the Kanto region? In recent years, with the liberalization of policies in the Hoenn region, trainers from other areas have been able to travel to Hoenn and, like local trainers, collect 8 gym badges to participate in the league competition. While this possibility existed, Duyuan's face reflected confusion as she wondered why he would choose to deceive them. As the two conversed, the battle raged on. Dragonite and Electrode unleashed Dragon Pulse simultaneously, their violet flames intertwining in the air. The clash escalated into a violent explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The Electrode, panting heavily, slid backward several meters before finally coming to a halt. One arm braced against the ground, sweat beading on its forehead. In stark contrast, Dragonite floated effortlessly in midair, its demeanor unperturbed as it glanced back at Chunyu, offering an endearing smile. However, when it turned its gaze back to Electrode, its expression morphed into one of malice. This level of combat paled in comparison to its experiences within the Dragon Sanctuary. "In this," Chunyu commanded, "use Hyper Beam. Don't give up," Tai Xian shouted in reply. "Use Dragon Pulse." A white beam coalesced in Dragonite's mouth, while a purple glow gathered within the red gem of Electrode. In the next moment, the two distinctly different moves surged forth, colliding in midair. This time, the confrontation did not unfold as before. Electrode could only withstand the onslaught for 3 seconds before its energy waned. Dragonite's Hyper Beam then surged forward with overwhelming force, engulfing its opponent in a blinding white light. The Electrode was sent flying from the explosion, its eyes spiraling as it collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Alas, Tai Xian sighed, withdrawing Electrode into its Pock Ball, his face etched with frustration. Are all the trainers from Guqing Town this formidable? Chinyu. Tai Xian seemed to have a sudden realization. Mumbling, I truly wish to see what that bug-catching boy named Chinyu is like. Chinyu. Tai Xian sighed again, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at Chinyu, exclaiming, "Ah, my memory fails me with age. I nearly forgot. You are the trainer traveling from Guqing Town, are you not? Surely you have encountered that fellow named Chinyu? Could you share your impressions of him?" Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then slowly began to speak under Tai Xian's expectant gaze. "Chinyu is quite a handsome young man. And is he truly a bug-catching boy? Does he have a cater pie among his Pokémon?" Tai Xian inquired with curiosity. Chinyu found his words flowing more easily after the initial statement. "Indeed, he is a bug-catching boy. As for whether he possesses a cater pie, I am uncertain. Beyond that, I know little. He is quite an enigmatic individual." "Very well," Tai Xian conceded, no longer dwelling on the matter. He retrieved a lightning-shaped badge from his flower-patterned shirt pocket and presented it to Chinyu. "I look forward to your splendid performance in the league competition. Give it your all." Chinyu accepted the badge. The league competition? He thought it might be worthwhile to join in the excitement, as he had little else to occupy his time. Having completed the gym battles, Chinyu intended to visit the Pokémon Center to restore the vitality of his Mimikyu and Dragonite. Just before stepping out, Tai Xian suddenly called out to him, "Hey, you haven't told me your name." Chinyu paused, raised his hand to wave back without turning his head, and replied, "Zhou Tao." The young man, silhouetted against the light, disappeared into the sunlit expanse. Tai Xian stroked his chin, murmuring the name, Zhou Tao. Meanwhile, the spectators, Teng Shu and Du Wan, noticed the match had concluded and immediately called out to the dazed Tai Xian. Du Wan smirked, "Old man, how does it feel to be utterly crushed?" Tai Xian rolled his eyes. "You should just wait patiently in the gym. He will challenge you before long." Du Wan was taken aback. "Is that so? Did he mention it to you?" Tai Xian nodded. He did not say it outright, but this is his first gym challenge in Fengyuan, and if all goes as expected, it will soon be your turn. Ting Shu paused for a moment before asking, "What was your impression of this battle?" Tai Xian responded, "It was quite unpleasant. I have not felt such overwhelming pressure in decades. His commanding presence is formidable. What vexed me most was how he anticipated my strategies multiple times. Otherwise, my Electrode would not have fallen so swiftly." Du Wan pondered for a moment before pressing further. "And how does he compare to Mr. De Wu?" Tai Xian turned to her, stating earnestly, "Completely different. De Wu typically exploits his opponent's weaknesses with swift and fierce attacks, leaving no room for response." Facing that young man just now felt like being ensnared in an impenetrable web. Upon hearing this, both Du Wan and Teng Shu fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, the voice of Vine Tree echoed once more. "What is his name?" "Tai Xian, Zhou Tao." Du Kuang chuckled lightly. "I shall await him at the dojo. It seems I will be quite busy during this period." Vine Tree calculated in his mind and reminded, "There are still over 9 months until the Kaiyu conference. Make sure to train your Pokémon well during this time, lest the trainers from other regions perceive the gym leaders of the Fengyuan region as lacking in strength. Rest assured, I will provide them with a warm welcome. Du Kuang replied. Chapter 52. The Great Contributor in the Kanto Region, Rainbow City. Feng Hai. Harboring a reluctance akin to the saying you can't catch wolves without parting with your child, arrived at a local detective agency. He tapped his fingers on the table and spoke in a low voice. I wish to investigate something. The local detective nodded, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Please. Go on. Feng Hai continued. I would like to know if there is an investigator named Chun Yu in the Kanto Alliance, as well as the current status of Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, the local detective raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, You are not from around here, are you? Feng Hai was taken aback, his expression growing serious as he asked quietly, How did you know? The local detective lowered his voice conspiratorially. Because everyone in Kanto knows that Team Rocket was eradicated by the Alliance 3 months ago. Being a detective, Feng Hai possessed remarkable control over his expressions. He blinked, concealing his inner astonishment, and maintained his steady tone. Then let us inquire about something else. Is there an investigator named Chun Yu in the Kanto Alliance? The local detective immediately became wary. What are your intentions? I won't engage in any betrayal of the Alliance. Feng Hai opened his mouth, organizing his thoughts before explaining. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. The local detective muttered, bad people always claim they are not bad. Feng Hai insisted, truly. I do not deceive you. I simply need to know if this individual exists within the Kanto Alliance, nothing more. Upon completion, I will reward you with 10,000 Alliance coins. Utilizing his own intelligence network established in Kanto to verify the name of an investigator was relatively simple for the local detective. However, he regarded the casually dressed youth before him seriously, stating, You must understand, investigating such matters is not simple for those of our profession. Obtaining information from the Alliance is akin to climbing the heavens. Feng Hai rolled his eyes internally, aware of the implications behind such a statement. No more than 20,000. It is merely a name check, after all, and I am not asking you to steal Core Alliance data. Damn it, I only have 50,000 myself. The local detective immediately broke into a smile. Agreed. May I have your contact information? I will notify you once it is accomplished. Feng Hai swiftly scribbled down his phone number on a piece of paper and departed without a trace of reluctance. The local detective sat at his desk, a sly smile on his face as he counted the deposit, pressing the thick stack of banknotes against his nose, greedily inhaling the scent of money. After a while, he set the cash aside and began to utilize his intelligence network to gather the information that Feng Hai required. It was merely a name of an investigator, yet he had connections within the Guandu Alliance. A single phone call would yield immediate answers. An hour later, in Yima City, Kina hung up the phone and glanced at Du, who was sitting on the sofa sipping coffee to invigorate himself. With a furrowed brow, she spoke in a low tone. Someone is investigating Chun Yu's information. Upon hearing this sensitive name, Du jolted awake from his daze, directing his gaze towards Kina. Who is it? Could it be Sakaki? Ever since the major bases of the rocket team in the Guandu region had been dismantled, Sakaki had vanished without a trace, leaving no news behind. Du suspected he had likely left the Guandu region. Kina shook her head. I don't know. It seems to be just an ordinary detective. The sudden disappearance of Chun Yu had rendered the name particularly sensitive throughout the Guandu Alliance, especially for Dragon King Du. He could never forget the horrifying scene of the other 3 investigators being blown to a mist of blood before him. It was a nightmare that lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Filled with a strong sense of justice and responsibility, Du contemplated for a moment before stating earnestly, I must return to Guandu. Kina was not surprised. She watched as Du stood up to retrieve his cloak and asked, Is he truly that important to you? Du hesitated momentarily, turning back to respond. His 3 companions are already dead. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. At his words, Kina rose as well, picking up her small handbag with a light laugh. I shall accompany you. We cannot allow our great benefactor to be bullied by others. Moreover, if it is indeed Sakaki, we must find him before he does. In Rainbow City, the local detective trembled before the imposing figures of the burly men clad in black suits surrounding him, stammering, What do you want? The men remained silent, confining the unfortunate detective within the agency for the entire day. The following day, Du and Kina arrived. Kina scrutinized the detective with piercing eyes and coldly inquired, Who sent you to investigate Chun Yu? The local detective shuddered, recognizing the 2 before him, and quickly replied, I don't know his name. I only have his contact information. Saying this, he pulled out his phone, retrieving a phone number to present it to Kina and Du. Kina parted her red lips. Call him. The detective complied, and soon the call connected. Controlling his emotions, he asked, Brother, where are you? Feng Hai, perplexed, having already obtained the information and preparing to leave the Guandu region, replied, I'm at the airport. What's the matter? Is your information incorrect? Detective Tun Tun hesitated. Perhaps I have made an error in a certain place. Kinna nodded in response. Du turned and departed from the scene. 20 minutes later, Fong Hai, seated in the waiting lounge, found himself astounded by the sight of Du standing before him. Chen Yu had hurried back to the Pokémon school before dinner. As it was not yet dismissal time, when he returned, the students of Class 103 were engaged in a session of Pokémon battle practice. Ren Ping's eyes lit up upon spotting him. He approached with an eager inquiry. So, how did it go? Did you obtain the badge? Chen Yu remained silent as he retrieved the electric-type badge from his pocket. Unable to contain his astonishment, Ren Ping exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. You got a gym badge on your very first challenge?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. At that moment, the principal emerged from the nearby restroom. And upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly approached Chen Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the electric-type badge in Chen Yu's hand. "Young man, have you considered the prospect of collecting all the badges?" The principal gazed at the badge as if he were witnessing the birth of a champion for the league. None of this was trivial. What mattered was that it originated from his school. Soon, the Pokémon school in Kinna City would make a name for itself throughout the Hoenn region, attracting a greater influx of new students and generating more revenue for educational materials in the following year. Chapter 53. Strength. The principal appeared to envision a bright future beckoning him. "So what do you think? Have a ponder?" Chen Yu replied. "I may not have that much time. I still need to take care of my sister." Cities like Zijing City and Wudou Town, which were close enough to return to in a day, were manageable, but farther locations such as Fuyan Town, Chiyue Town, and Lili City posed a challenge. However, the principal, unfazed by his words, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not worry. You can certainly take your sister along on a badge collecting journey. The school will cover your travel expenses." Such a delightful opportunity? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and promptly agreed, for he had not come merely to attend school. Exploring this side quest could yield greater rewards upon conclusion. The principal, on the other hand, viewed this as an investment to elevate the Pokémon school's prestige, which would be beneficial regardless of whether Chen Yu collected only 4 badges. He could still boast in the enrollment brochure the following year. Thus, the two reached a mutual agreement, and the next morning, Chen Yu set off from Kinna City with Hua Hua, boarding a grand vessel bound for Wudou Town. Meanwhile, in the Kanto region, Rainbow City, Du, Kinna, and Fong Hai stood within the waiting hall, with Du required to remain in the Johto region. The task of seeking out Chen Yu in the Hoenn region fell to Kinna. Du sternly instructed, "Exercise utmost caution." Kinna tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear and nodded, "Rest assured, I will bring him back." Having spoken, she effortlessly lifted Fong Hai onto the aircraft as one would a chick. Fong Hai, instinctively shrinking into his seat, remained perplexed about which deity he had inadvertently offended. Observing the formidable 4 kings of Guandu taking such drastic measures over a mere name, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Sister, who exactly is Chen Yu?" Upon hearing this name, the 23-year-old Kinna's gaze sharpened into a blade, swiftly slicing through the air towards Fong Hai. Startled, the now 24-year-old Fong Hai was taken aback. Uncertain of his misstep and too intimidated to continue questioning, he obediently settled back into his seat, becoming as silent as a hen. Just as Fong Hai resigned himself to silence, Kinna unexpectedly spoke, her demeanor slightly relaxing. "To the Guandu region, he is a hero. On Chan, are we heading home?" Hua Hua leaned over the side of the boat, her hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze. Chen Yu lounged with Mai atop the Dragonite, basking in the sun, wearing sunglasses and waving his hand dismissively. "Yes, but before we return home, we must first make a stop at Wudou Town." Following the recent incident with the Megalodon, Dragonite's attitude towards Mai had visibly softened. It was beginning to warm up to her. The harmonious coexistence of one's Pokémon companions is a sight every trainer yearns to witness. Chen Yu felt a bit queasy from the boat's movement and thought he ought to consume some oranges for a vitamin boost. However, the warmth and softness of Dragonite made him reluctant to stir. Dragonite cast a helpless glance at the two sprawled on its back, propping its head with a paw in contemplation. Never before had anyone dared to recline so audaciously upon it. Should it push these bold souls away? That seemed rather unkind, considering one was its trainer and the other its companion. Dragonite found itself in a state of mild distress. At that moment, the ship's whistle sounded, liberating it from its quandary. Chen Yu promptly rose, taking Hua Hua by the left hand and cradling Mai in his right, followed leisurely by a forgiving green Dragonite as they disembarked. Wudou Town was not as expansive as Chen Yu had envisioned, yet it possessed a unique charm. Street vendors displayed signs for watermelon juice and ice cream, while a burly man with a jovial smile handed juice to customers. On the beach, girls clad only in bikinis showcased their fair, smooth thighs beneath sun umbrellas, while sun-kissed, muscular boys rode the waves with their surfboards. Standing in an open area, one could easily take in the entirety of Wudo Town at a glance. Chen Yu purchased 6 cups of refreshing watermelon juice, and the trio, along with their 6 Pokémon, settled beneath a coconut tree, sipping while observing a few Snorlax lazily sunbathing on the beach, unperturbed by human presence. The Electrode and Electabuzz, exhausted from the scorching sun, lay languidly atop Huahua after finishing their juice, panting and sticking out their tongues. Chen Yu turned his head slightly, inquiring, "Have you made up your mind to become the trainer of these 2 electric types?" After several days of study at the Pokémon Academy, Huahua had grasped the essence of being a trainer. She nodded earnestly. "Yes, I want to be as formidable a trainer as Oni-chan." Chen Yu smiled and said, "Then let me test your knowledge. As a qualified trainer, what is the first thing you must do after capturing a Pokémon?" Huahua responded swiftly. "You must understand your Pokémon, learn about its personality, preferences, and the moves it can perform." "I know. All this is written in the textbooks." "Excellent." Chen Yu patted Huahua's head, taking the empty juice bottle from her, and, along with Dragonite and Mimikyu, tossed it into a nearby trash bin. "All right, we should head to the gym, otherwise, we might miss the next ferry." 15 minutes later, the gym leader of the fighting gym, Fujiki, looked at the familiar young man before him with a complex expression. Fujiki, somewhat dazed, asked, "Are you here for a gym challenge?" Chen Yu nodded. Fujiki resembled his animated counterpart, with blue hair, blue eyes, bronze skin, and a robust physique exuding masculinity, though his expression seemed slightly peculiar. "Very well. The rules for the fighting gym challenge are 1 versus 1. If you win, you will receive my fighting badge." Chen Yu, puzzled, replied, "But aren't the gym challenges here usually 3 versus 3? Fujiki replied unfazed, "I cannot speak for other gyms, but the rule for the fighting gym is 1 versus 1. "All right then." Chen Yu released Dragonite from its Pokeball. Fujiki sent out a muscular Machoke, towering and rippling with muscle, boasting 4 arms. Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, "Do you wrestle with your Machoke often?" Fujiki looked confused, glancing at his Machoke, and wondered what? Chen Yu clarified, "No. I was merely asking how you managed to train your Machoke to be so strong." Fujiki understood, and this question he could answer. "When I go to the gym, Machoke accompanies me. As for wrestling, Machoke is incredibly strong. I've tried before, but I could never win against it." Chapter 54. The female Machoke use cross chop. The battle officially commenced. Fujiki recalled the day Iron Spin was utterly defeated and resolved to take the initiative, not allowing his opponent to gain an advantage first. Machoke, with its powerful, muscular arms crossed in an X shape, charged fiercely at Dragonite. "Soar into the sky and unleash Hurricane," Chen Yu commanded. Dragonite exhaled, its wings flapping rapidly, and the surrounding air surged violently, swiftly forming a visible white tempest. Fighting-type Pokémon are doubly weak against flying-type moves. Even Fujiki found himself at a loss when faced with such a type disadvantage. The formidable figure of the Machoke was pushed backward by the howling winds. It braced itself with its arms against the ground, attempting to maintain its balance, yet the almost tangible gale assailed it with reckless abandon. A large patch of grass was uprooted beneath it, along with its body, as it was hurled backward amidst the tempest. Fujimura shouted to the Machoke, urging it to hold on. The Machoke rose from the ground, tilted its head in acknowledgement, and then, panting heavily, turned its gaze toward the Dragonite soaring above. Chen Yu continued to command, "Keep using Hurricane." Fujimura gritted his teeth, "Get down immediately." The previous scene unfolded once more. However, this time, the Machoke appeared to be in a significantly better state. When the duration of the hurricane came to an end, it struggled to rise from the ground, clearly exhausted. This must be the final onslaught. Employ Hurricane one last time. As Chen Yu directed the battle, he utilized his scanning technique to assess the level of the Machoke. Machoke, level 51. Despite facing a type disadvantage, it had withstood 3 assaults from the Dragonite, demonstrating remarkable prowess. As the final round concluded, the Machoke was sent flying. Collapsing before Fujimura, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Fujimura retrieved a Pokeball, capturing the Machoke within, and then produced a fist-shaped badge from another pocket. Extending it towards Chen Yu, "As proof of your victory over me, I present you with this fighting badge." Chen Yu accepted it, feigning to place it in his pocket while secretly stowing it away in his player-exclusive backpack alongside the electric badge. Fujimura watched as the young man's silhouette vanished into the street before turning to grab his phone to call Cuckoo. Cuckoo was in high spirits that day. having triumphed over 2 visiting trainers. Hello? What is up? Fujimura hesitated, ultimately confessing. I lost. It's your turn next. What? Cuckoo responded with confusion, but soon grasped the situation, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Fujimura sighed in resignation. I had no choice. All my Pokémon are fighting types. And his Dragonite kept hovering above, unleashing Hurricane. I couldn't even approach it. Cuckoo took a deep breath and said, All right, I understand. I'll prepare myself. Chinyu managed to catch the last ferry to Kanaz City. Standing on the deck, he felt the sea breeze and picked up the phone he had bought a few days prior to call Fong Hai. The line connected swiftly. Good afternoon, boss. Fong Hai's voice carried a hint of tension. Chinyu detected this and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What's wrong? On the other end, Fong Hai and Konar had arrived in Kanaz City early that morning, but since Chinyu had not provided his contact information or address, Fong Hai had taken Konar to his detective agency to await the boss's communication. Hearing this, Fong Hai glanced at Konar, uncertain of her intentions for seeking out his boss, and coughed lightly, hinting, Boss, where are you right now? Where's the package you purchased for me previously? Why have I not received it? Kana instantly saw through the clumsy act. She extended her hand towards Fong Hai, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fong Hai slowly handed his phone to Kana. Chinyu found the situation peculiar, and just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed nearby. Chinyu. It's been a long time. Chinyu immediately recognized the voice and swallowed hard, asking, Do you still remember me? Kana sensed something amiss, pursing her crimson lips as she replied, What are you talking about? How could we possibly forget you? During this time, we have turned the city and the region upside down in search of you. What happened? Is something wrong? So, these two narratives exist within the same realm. Chen-Yu's heart raced as he glanced at the current date, September 29th, 2007, in the Alliance calendar. He responded, I am fine. Kana sighed in relief and continued. Where are you? I will come to find you. Besides ensuring Chen-Yu's safety, she had many questions that needed his answers, such as how he departed from the Dragon's Sanctum and arrived in the Fengyuan region. She had reviewed all passenger lists and road surveillance footage during this period. Yet there was no sign of Chen-Yu's name or related recordings. Chen-Yu, too, had inquiries for Kana and remarked, I am on my way to Kanaz City. Let's meet there. 5 hours later, Chen-Yu met Kana at a CAF in Kanaz City. Kana cast a glance at the girl following him, Hua Hua, narrowing her eyes slightly. Hua Hua sensed Kana's gaze and instinctively stepped back behind Chen-Yu. Chen-Yu pointed toward the nearby children's play area and softly suggested, You go play there for a while, brother will chat with this sister. Hua Hua obediently took her electric toys and headed to the slide. Kana scrutinized Chen-Yu from head to toe and remarked, You seem to be doing quite well lately. Chen-Yu casually inquired, How is Du these days? Kana replied, A new evil organization has emerged in the Chengdu region, and Du is stationed there. He doesn't have time to come. A new evil organization. Could it be Team Rocket making a comeback? However, this was of little concern to Chen-Yu, so he did not dwell on it. Kana's gaze shifted to Hua Hua playing by the slide, her tone seemingly indifferent as she asked, What about the little girl who was with you last time? She stayed in the Alola region. She loves the warm climate there, Chen-Yu responded. Kana appeared thoughtful upon hearing this, taking a sip of her coffee before asking, When did you arrive in the Fengyuan region? Chen-Yu, unsure of how much time had elapsed since he finished his previous narrative, fabricated an answer, About 2 months ago. Just to clear my mind. Kona immediately turned her bright gaze towards Chen-Yu and reminded him, You departed from the Dragon's sacred land on the afternoon of August 13th. It is now merely September 29th. The timeline does not align. Chen-Yu replied, Blame me. I didn't check the date when I left last time. Chapter 55, Kona. Is that so? Perhaps I have made an error in my recollection. Chen-Yu sighed. Time truly flies. Kona pressed her lips together, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She shifted her gaze to the phone Chen-Yu had set aside and inquired, What happened to your previous phone number? Why have you stopped using it? Letting go of the past, I wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person in a new environment. Chen-Yu replied whimsically. That sounds quite pleasant. Kona nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After a long moment of contemplation, she ultimately refrained from voicing her inner doubts, as she sensed that even if she did, the answer would inevitably be a falsehood. The atmosphere grew quiet and still. Chen-Yu gently tapped his finger against his cup and looked up at Kona, asking, How have things been in the Guandu region recently? Kona responded, Everything is progressing positively. The rocket team's various bases have largely been eradicated, and the remaining members have been apprehended and imprisoned. Those who managed to escape have also vacated the Guandu region. Chen-Yu was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated the Guandu Alliance's decisive actions to be so extensive. Kona regarded him and asked, Do you wish to return to take a look? I believed you would like to hear news of your safety. Chen Yu shook his head. Not for now. I still have matters to attend to here. What about you? Did you come to find me for a specific reason? Kona's expression grew serious. Sakamaki is currently missing, and we are unable to trace his whereabouts. Du is concerned he may seek revenge against you, so he sent me to bring you back to Guandu. Chen Yu appreciated Du's good intentions, but knew he could not return just yet. His current mission primarily revolved around the Fengyuan region. With 9 months remaining until the task's completion, he had ample time to explore every city in Fengyuan to enhance the exploration degree for the mission's conclusion. Though Chen Yu remained silent, Kona had already deduced his decision. It seems I must sacrifice some of my vacation time to accompany you in Fengyuan for a while. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? Kona's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, refusal is futile. It's settled then. Until Sakamaki reappears, I shall remain by your side without fail. Very well. As long as you are content. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. Having the Ice King of Guandu as his bodyguard seemed rather impressive. Kona stood up, her high heels clicking against the floor as she exuded an air of regality while seeking the waiter to settle the bill. Chen Yu called Hua Hua back, and the three of them exited the CAF. Where to next? Kona zipped her wallet and inquired. Chen Yu gazed at the Kanaz gym standing beside the Duin building and remarked, let us go and acquire the badge. Kona followed his gaze and, filled with surprise, asked, are you preparing to participate in the colorful conference of the Fengyuan region? Chen Yu replied, I merely wish to join the festivities. Having ventured into the world of Pokémon, how could I possibly miss the opportunity to partake in an alliance tournament? Kona responded, don't tell me your reluctance to return to Kanto stems from your desire to compete in the colorful conference. As a resident of Kanto, Kona felt an inexplicable sense of imbalance at that moment. It was evident that Kanto also hosted such grand events, and theirs was indeed on a much larger scale than the colorful conference. Unaware of Kona's expression, Chen Yu nodded and said, indeed, I have already obtained 2 badges. It would be a shame to abandon my quest now. With the conversation having reached this point, Kona found no further words to say. She followed Chen Yu to the entrance of the Kanaz gym and said, very well, then, best of luck. Inside the gym, the reading cuckoo lifted her head at the sound of the door opening. She instantly recognized Chen Yu, and her expression transformed into one of delight. Are you here to challenge the gym? Cuckoo asked, feigning ignorance. Chen Yu nodded and stepped into the challenger's area of the battlefield. Cuckoo sighed inwardly. This moment had finally arrived. However, she was well prepared, with perfect countermeasures for both Dragonite and Mismagius. Cuckoo approached the battlefield and declared, the challenge rules of the Kanaz gym are as follows. Each participant may use only 2 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's 2 Pokémon can no longer battle. For Kona, challenging gyms and traveling with Pokémon had been a pastime from several years ago. She sat in the spectator area with Hua Hua, nostalgically observing the battle unfolding on the field. In the first round, Cuckoo sent forth a Geodude, while Chen Yu opted for Mismagius. As he beheld the spirited Geodude, Chen Yu recalled the information he had perused prior to entering the dungeon. Cuckoo, the gym leader of Kanaz, was renowned for her profound expertise in rock-type Pokémon. Having earned the title of a gifted scholar devoted to rocks, she could empower unevolved Pokémon with formidable abilities through her knowledge. Cuckoo had witnessed Mismagius in battle and was well aware of its ability to withstand a single damaging attack. She pointed at Mismagius and commanded, go, Geodude. Use Rollout. Rollout. A rock-type move allowed for successive rolling attacks against the opponent. This multi-hit assault was precisely suited to nullify Mismagius's troublesome ability. Geodude curled into a ball, rapidly rolling across the ground. Observing this, Chen Yu promptly abandoned the idea of having Mismagius use Sword's Dance immediately. Instead, he calmly directed, employ Shadow Clone to confuse the opponent's judgment. Mismagius's petite figure swayed, and within moments, dozens of Shadow Clones materialized around it, all moving in perfect unison towards Geodude. The speed at which the small stone rolled was astonishing, swiftly crushing one of its illusory duplicates. Coming to an abrupt halt, it pivoted and continued its advance towards the elusive entity. Observing that the first assault had failed to strike the true form of the illusion, Chen Yu seized the opportunity and commanded, utilize Sword's Dance. In an instant, the remaining dozen or so duplicates leapt into an exuberant dance, resembling a synchronized exercise routine. The aura surrounding the illusion surged ominously, prompting Dujuan to furrow her brow and shout, we cannot allow it to succeed. Use Earthquake. The small stone ceased its rolling motion, plummeting from midair as its rocky fists crashed forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a violent tremor radiated outward from the small stone. destabilizing the illusion and interrupting the sword's dance. Crack! Crack! Several spiderweb-like fissures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In the next moment, these cracks widened, dark crevices rapidly spreading in all directions. The shadow duplicates of the illusion dissipated under the shockwave, while its true form was propelled upwards by a suddenly heaving mound of earth. Now was the moment. Dujuan had meticulously prepared the small stone for this very instant. Use spike cannon. Chapter 56. Chen the small stone smashed its fists into the ground, and a sharp stone spear erupted from the fissure beneath the illusion, striking it directly and sending its diminutive form soaring through the air. Illusion. Chen frowned. The illusion rose from the ground, its tiny face covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled. With resolute determination, it nodded at Chen, signaling its readiness to continue the fight. Chen exhaled in relief and ordered, "Excellent. Utilize Pain Split." A cascade of green, peculiar light surged forth simultaneously from both the illusion and the small stone, merging midair before swiftly returning to the respective bodies of the two Pokémon. The illusion released a slow breath, its countenance notably improved compared to before. Meanwhile, the small stone displayed a hint of discomfort on its face. Pain Split, a move of the fairy type, functions by combining the health of both allies and opponents, subsequently redistributing it amicably. Observing the situation, Dujuan quickly reacted, commanding, "Do not give it a chance. Use Rock Smash." "Huh," the small stone shouted, clenching its fists tightly as three formidable boulders materialized, floating ominously before it. Chen calmly instructed, "Once more, employ Shadow Clone." The illusion moved, and the previous scene repeated itself. The three solid rocks shot toward the three duplicates, but alas, all missed their targets. "Humph. Futile," Dujuan declared. "Small stone, unleash Earthquake again. Shake it out." The small stone once more slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the entire battlefield to convulse violently. The recently halted fissures swiftly expanded, revealing dark, menacing gaps between the clumps of earth. Chen mentally calculated the approximate time remaining. Just 3 seconds before the shockwave would reach the feet of the mystery entity, he commanded, "Leap to evade." Upon hearing the order, the entity sprang into the air without hesitation. In the next moment, the ground where it had stood transformed into a desolate ruin. Dujuan gasped, recalling the day the entity had leapt to avoid the thunderous beast. Chen gaze remained fixed on the entity, and as it landed, the tremors subsided. He quickly instructed, "Use Play Rough. In that case, Little Onyx, let us employ a reckless tackle." Dujuan added. As soon as the words left her lips, the two Pokémon rushed towards each other from opposite directions. A vibrant pink aura emanated from the entity as it bravely charged at Onyx. A dull thud echoed across the battlefield as the two Pokémon collided, then immediately separated, standing back-to-back and motionless. Gulp. Dujuan couldn't contain her anxiety, holding her breath as she watched the scene unfold. Who would emerge victorious? Thud. The answer soon revealed itself. Onyx staggered, its rocky form silently collapsing to the ground. Rendered unconscious, the entity turned, raising its head to Chen with a joyful smile. In the next instant, it too succumbed and fell to the ground with a thud. Unconscious. Well done. Rest now. We will take it from here, Chen said, retrieving the entity into its Pokeball before switching to his Dragonite's Pokeball. Dujuan's eyes flickered. Was it still insufficient? This Onyx was her strongest Pokémon aside from her beloved Snorlax. She gazed at the Onyx, adorned with an Everstone, lost in contemplation. In the observation area, Kona watched Dujuan with keen interest. As the saying goes, the observer sees what the participant cannot, and she quickly discerned that the Onyx had adequately prepared prior to this battle. The second round commenced promptly, as two beams of white light flashed. A Dragonite and a Snorlax appeared at either end of the battlefield. Dujuan seized the initiative once more. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam. Chen commanded in a low voice. Dragonite, ascend into the air and utilize agility. Snorlax emitted a sound akin to a bellowing cow as a rich yellow electric light coalesced before it. Meanwhile, Dragonite soared into the sky, its speed increasing rapidly, almost leaving afterimages in the air. Soon, Snorlax completed its Hyper Beam charge and aimed at the airborne Dragonite, launching the attack. However, having already employed agility, Dragonite's speed had significantly escalated, making it exceedingly difficult for the low-accuracy move of Hyper Beam to land a hit. Chen excellent, unleash the tornado. The Dragonite opened its mouth, and a torrent of purple energy rapidly coalesced into a swirling vortex, hurtling towards the Snorlax. Despite the Snorlax's formidable defenses, its sluggish speed rendered it incapable of evading the Dragonite's fierce assault. Meanwhile, the Dragonite, capitalizing on its speed, deftly dodged the Snorlax's attacks while launching counterstrikes. Du-Wan, who had anticipated that intensive training would enable her to defeat the Dragonite, felt a wave of despair wash over her as she witnessed the unfolding scene. As time slipped away, the Snorlax's stamina gradually dwindled under the relentless onslaught of the Dragonite. Finally, with a resounding crash, the Snorlax succumbed to a devastating move from the Dragonite, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Du-Wan, feeling utterly defeated, recalled the Snorlax into its Pokeball and handed the rock badge to Chen Yu. Chen Yu placed his newly acquired third badge into his backpack just as Du-Wan was about to speak. Suddenly, a red-haired woman accompanying the trainer called out, "Chen Yu, we must leave." Du-Wan was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her words. Chen Yu? Had she misheard? Wasn't this trainer named Zhou Tao? Moreover, was this the same Chen Yu she had heard of, the mysterious figure who had trained a group of novice trainers to such a level in just half a month? She felt a sense of shock, as though she had missed something significant. Just as she was about to inquire further, she saw that Chen Yu had already departed from the Kanaz gym. At that moment, a video call from Tung Shu came through. Observing Du-Wan's dazed expression, Tung Shu furrowed his brow and asked, "Hey, are you alright?" Du-Wan, startled, looked at Tung Shu in confusion and finally responded, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Tung Shu's frown deepened as he glanced at the disheveled battleground behind Du-Wan, hesitantly inquiring, "Have you already battled Zhou Tao?" Du-Wan bit her lip, her expression grave. "I fear we may have been deceived." Chapter 57. An unexpected conclusion. Having obtained the third gym badge, there was no longer a reason for Chen Yu to linger in Kanaz City. As he stepped out of the gym, a panel suddenly materialized before him, displaying a red emergency notification that filled the entire screen. Player Lu Liyue has violated the rules. The dungeon will close in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Chen Yu paused mid-step, and Konar, sensing something amiss, turned back with concern. What's wrong? 5. Time was running out. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and uttered his final request. "Please return Huahua to Guchen Town. I beg you." In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness was abruptly severed from the dungeon world. Dungeon, Bug Catcher Boy, processing completion. Main quest confirmation. Rewards, Experience Candy, Medium, X25, and Experience Candy, Large, X30, have been issued to the player's inventory. Due to special circumstances, all players participating in this dungeon will receive additional compensation in the form of a lottery chance. Dungeon Exploration Level, 22. Player Personal Evaluation, Points Settlement, in progress. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for acquiring 500 points. Before Chen Yu could fully comprehend the situation, he and others found themselves beneath the colossal Pikachu statue. Dark clouds gathered overhead, prompting passing players to gaze upward. Purple lightning streaked across the sky, and that emotionless voice echoed once more. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for unlocking the achievements, I Poison Myself, and Devilish Instructor. In that moment, the entire infinite space erupted with excitement once again. It's him again. Can anyone enlighten me on who exactly this Chen Yu is? I'm utterly bewildered. The achievements he has amassed in 2 dungeons surpass what I have accumulated in an entire year. Is there a good brother who could help me with an introduction? I wish to see what Chen Yu looks like. A crowd turned their gaze towards the players emerging from the dungeon beneath the Pikachu statue. There is no one named Chen Yu in our dungeon. I don't know. He's a lone wolf player who never teams up with others. We don't have him either. The crowd, puzzled, wondered, could it be that there's not a single one? Perhaps he used a pseudonym? Think back. Have you encountered any unusual players? At that moment, a novice who had previously been defeated by Chen Yu slowly raised his hand. I have encountered him. He was an experienced player who introduced himself as Chen, possessing a shiny Dragonite and a Mimikyu, masquerading as a bug-catching youth, and he eliminated our group of novice trainers in the beginner village for half a month. Upon hearing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Is this even humanly possible? Chen Yu, however, was oblivious to their murmurs. At the moment the thunderclouds coalesced, he was transported back to his room. Just as he sighed in relief, he received a message from Chen. Chen, have you exited the dungeon? Chen Yu replied with a simple yes, then continued typing. There's a player in my dungeon who did something that caused it to close prematurely. Do you know what might have happened? A typing indicator appeared on the screen. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu released Mimikyu and Dragonite from their Pokeballs and purchased 2 servings of stamina-restoring food from the shop, placing them before his Pokémon. After a quick trip to the restroom and splashing his face with water, he settled onto the sofa, only to see a lengthy message from Chen. Chen, that player must have disclosed information about infinite space and the players to those in the dungeon. Aside from that, I can't think of any other violations. This situation is quite normal. I encountered it once before. Chen Yu paused, questioning. But aren't they supposed to be unable to hear us discussing infinite space? He-Chun, the player I encountered previously, revealed the information using an acrostic poem, and at that time, the dungeon was also immediately shut down, with all tasks settled ahead of schedule. In order to facilitate Chen Yu's understanding, He-Chun crafted an acrostic poem. I am not human, coming and going freely. Since encountering you, another person once stated, individual interests yield to collective interests. Nothing is insurmountable in this world. He-Chun continued, that player has developed feelings for a girl in the dungeon, and before leaving, he did not wish to cause her concern, so he confided in her. He-Chun expressed his confusion. I struggle to comprehend their actions. They are fully aware that each dungeon exists within a distinct world. Departing means they will never meet again. Given this reality, why still harbor feelings? Chen Yu pondered over these two passages. Each dungeon exists in a separate world. So why does the character Kina from this dungeon still remember him? Did she truly travel all the way from the Kanto region to find him? Is it mere coincidence? With his lips pressed into a firm line, Chen Yu realized he must await the next dungeon to uncover the truth. After a brief moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and inquired about another matter. What happens to players who violate the rules? He-Chun replied promptly. They are sent to a punishment dungeon of extreme difficulty and high mortality. I understand now, Chen Yu responded, deciding not to dwell further on the issue. He closed the interface and settled onto the sofa to review the spoils from this dungeon. He had accrued an additional 1,082 points from the dungeon, alongside 500 reward points from the settlement, culminating in a total that had skyrocketed from 2 digits to a staggering 1,654. Chen Yu distributed the experience candies accumulated from the 2 dungeons evenly between his Dragonite and Miss Magius, resulting in their levels soaring like a rocket, ultimately reaching 65 and 68, respectively. Apart from this, Chen Yu glanced at his backpack interface, which contained only 2 items occupying the topmost slots. The first was a heart-shaped icon labeled Mutuo's Affection. The second was a small red spinner, marked with the number 1. Lottery chance, 1 special item. Upon usage, players may randomly obtain 1 reward from the prize pool. Non-transferable, non-sellable. Curiosity piqued, Chen Yu opened the prize pool and was immediately captivated by the top-tier rewards, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Necrozma, chance 0. 0001 Deoxys, chance 0. 001 Grass-type orb, chance 0. 001 Rainbow Feather, chance 0. 001 Master Ball, chance 0. 002 Wow. These are all remarkable items. Chen Yu, self-proclaimed as unlucky, recalled his past experience of finally obtaining Wu Zetian in honor of kings only after exhausting all guarantees. Acknowledging the improbability of winning, he decisively flipped to another section. Lucario, probability 1. Zeraora, probability 1. Selected Mega Evolution Stone, probability 1. Crescent Feather, probability 1. Chen Yu continued to flip through, eager to discover what treasures lay within the area. Speed Enhancement Agent, probability 15. Special Attack Enhancement Agent, probability 15. Firestone, probability 25. Flamethrower Technical Machine, probability 25. The items within this collection had become decidedly more mundane. After a cursory examination, Chen Yu rubbed his hands together and, recalling his unfortunate luck, summoned the Dragonite, which had been nibbling on an energy cube nearby. He gently prodded the red button labeled Start with its claw. In an instant, the pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly. Chapter 58. The nurse. The wheel was segmented into various regions of differing sizes, each adorned with distinct colors. Under Chen Yu's anxious gaze, the speed of the pointer gradually diminished, ultimately halting in a deep green area reminiscent of a forest. Suddenly, the lottery wheel erupted with a cascade of golden light, and a flurry of virtual ribbons and colorful fireworks burst forth above it. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the item Power of Eternity. The lottery had officially concluded. Both the wheel and the celebratory fireworks vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint blue backpack interface, as if nothing had transpired. Is that all? Chen Yu turned to Dragonite, who blinked at him with an expression of innocence. While contemplating the contents of his backpack to retrieve his reward, he absent-mindedly pinched Dragonite's plump claw. At the moment his fingers brushed against the claw, something extraordinary occurred. A thought, clearly not his own, materialized in his mind. What's wrong? This was Dragonite's inner inquiry. Chen Yu promptly recognized the sentiment, raising an eyebrow in curiosity as he experimented with this newfound ability. Power of Eternity, a miraculous force capable of reading a Pokemon's thoughts and healing their injuries. A special ability valued at 500,000 points. How remarkable, Dragonite! While elated, Chen Yu also felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he drawn for himself, he might have ended up with mere pokeballs or rare candies instead. Observing his trainer's peculiar behavior as he fondled its claw, Dragonite immediately felt an impulse to retract its limb. The moment that thought emerged, Chen Yu intercepted it. To prevent any misunderstanding with his Pokémon, he quickly explained, "Hold still, I am healing you." As he spoke, a delicate layer of pale green light emanated from his hands, brimming with vitality, which flowed into Dragonite's body. Instantly, Dragonite experienced a warm energy spreading within, visibly mending the injuries it had sustained during battle at an astonishing rate. This is a wondrous and natural sensation. It feels like an innate ability. Whenever the thought of wanting to help arises in Chen Yu's mind, that enchanting green energy flows forth like a spring. This is the power of the everlasting, a miraculous gift bestowed upon humanity by nature. Chen Yu felt as if he could transform into a healer. Watching the scars on his Dragonite gradually vanish, a profound sense of satisfaction welling up within him. Once Dragonite was fully healed, Chen Yu retracted his hand and picked up the resting Mimikyu beside him. Following the recent battle, the dungeon had abruptly concluded, leaving Chen Yu with no time to restore Mimikyu's vitality at the Pokémon Center. During the battle against the Geodude, the opponent had been well prepared, resulting in Mimikyu being thoroughly suppressed, and managing to achieve a one-for-one exchange was already an extreme feat, as Chen Yu utilized the power of the Everlasting to heal Mimikyu. He pondered its current condition. Pokémon battles had transcended the turn-based mechanics of the Pokémon games, indicating that opponents would not afford Mimikyu an opportunity to execute Swords Dance. Just like the Geodude, which launched an immediate assault with consecutive rollouts, effectively nullifying Mimikyu's ability. Without employing the strategy of Swords Dance through its disguise, Chen Yu's mind swiftly filtered through a plethora of information, aligning it with the appropriate move tutors for Mimikyu. Soon, 3 significant words emerged in his thoughts: substitute and protect. In a scenario devoid of move limitations, Pokémon could adapt their strategies in response to their opponents at any moment during battle. In the event of Mimikyu's ability being nullified, using substitute and protect could further enhance its survivability, thereby increasing the likelihood of executing Swords Dance. Coupled with Shadow Clone, the opponent's attacks would struggle to inflict substantial harm on Mimikyu. Toxic would serve as a delightful addition, capable of vexing the adversary. How does it sound? Having tentatively settled on a plan in his mind, Chen Yu's consciousness returned to the present as he gazed at Mimikyu. After healing 2 Pokémon consecutively, he felt a noticeable fatigue setting in. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Chen Yu yawned, simultaneously receiving Mimikyu's thoughts. "It no longer hurts. Thank you. You needn't be so formal with me." Chen Yu gently patted Mimikyu's small head, speaking softly. Mimikyu nuzzled his palm, a wave of joy swelling within its heart. After preparing a day's worth of food for Dragonite and Mimikyu, Chen Yu rose to wash up, donning a dry and comfortable set of pajamas. Before diving into a blanket adorned with an EV pattern, drifting into a drowsy slumber. In the dungeon world where the bug-catching boy resided, Kona stood pale-faced in a corner of the church. She could hardly fathom that just moments ago, the individual engaged in an intense battle had suddenly collapsed. The doctor had stated that the cause of death was cardiac arrest. Kona could not accept this. She clenched her fists, lowered her head, and pressed her lips tightly together. Not far away, a young man of strikingly handsome and resolute appearance lay quietly in a coffin, while a priest clad in black stood nearby, reciting from the Bible. Huahua buried her head in Gumo's embrace, her sorrowful sobs escaping from the seams of her clothing. Gumo sat there, somewhat at a loss, his heart entangled in regret and self-reproach. He pondered whether, had he not allowed Chen Yu to attend the Pokémon school a month prior, this unfortunate child might still be alive. At that moment, Du hurriedly entered from outside. He had been on his way to the forest of pine trees when he received the news of Chen Yu's death, and upon hearing it, he immediately entrusted matters at that location to Granny Jiuzi and Shiba, turning back towards Fengyuan. What on earth had transpired? Du furrowed his brow and inquired. Kona glanced at the coffin, then gently stepped out from the corner, leading Du outside, where she recounted her previous conversation with Chen Yu and the events that had unfolded. After listening, Du's brows furrowed even tighter, and after a long moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "What are your thoughts?" Kona shook her head, biting her lip, pausing for a few seconds before responding. "I'm not sure how to articulate this. Chen Yu entered the Investigator Academy at the age of 6, did he not?" Du recalled the information he had once seen regarding Chen Yu and nodded. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "The issue lies here." Kona's expression grew increasingly grave. "The little girl named Huahua inside the coffin claims that Chen Yu is her brother. I asked her guardian, and he said that Chen Yu has remained in the Fengyuan region for the past 10 years, never leaving Guqin town. At this point, Kona couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So, who is the Chen Yu we encountered in the Kanto region? Are they truly the same person? Perhaps they are merely a pair of twins. Du contemplated for a moment, lost in thought, his expression gradually shifting from serious to relieved. As he reassured, do not be overly anxious. Regardless of his identity, his contributions to the Kanto region are undeniably real. Kona lifted her head. Du spread his hands. Has he ever harmed us? Kona shook her head. Has he engaged in theft of Pokémon or sold internal information of the Kanto Alliance? Kona continued to shake her head. Du remarked, isn't that sufficient? To be honest, I find it hard to believe that someone like him could so easily meet his end. He pointed to his own head. You may find this hard to believe, but I have a premonition that in the near future, we shall encounter him once again. At his level of existence, he perceives far more than the average person. This world contains Shalebi, capable of traversing time and space. There exists the power of Eternatus, which can communicate with Pokémon, and many Pokémon possess extraordinary abilities. What is so strange about adding another human soul that seems to navigate through different temporal dimensions? Chapter 59. Shinado Chen Yu slumbered deeply, enveloped in an infinite space devoid of the constraints of time. As he groggily opened his eyes, he instinctively turned to reach for his phone to check the hour. However, his phone eluded him, and instead, he beheld the sight of Mizuki sprawled comfortably in a pink cat bed. Beside her, a Dragonite lay on a soft carpet, resting its head upon its chubby arms. A bubble perched delicately on its nose, emitting gentle snores from its throat. Pop! The bubble burst, and Dragonite, still in a daze from sleep, blinked its lake green eyes, filled with the bewilderment of awakening. Hush! Chen Yu gestured quietly, pointing towards the cat bed to indicate that Mizuki was still asleep. Dragonite lazily yawned, resting its round head back on its arms, eyelids fluttering, and soon succumbed once more to slumber. Not wishing to disturb his two companions, Chen Yu propped up a pillow behind him and opened the points exchange mall. Housekeeping service robot. Points required for redemption. 999 customizable in personality and appearance, capable of cooking, cleaning, and laundry, utilizing simple Pokémon moves, universally praised by all users. Click to purchase. A notification promptly emerged upon successful redemption. Please specify the appearance of the service robot. Shinado, please select the personality of the service robot. What personalities are available? Gentle and caring, mature and elegant. Cold and proud, straightforward, childlike innocence. Chen Yu, why do I suddenly feel as if I am selecting something peculiar? Are these options genuine? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to voice his inquiry, for his intent was simply to procure a robot nanny capable of cooking and doing laundry. The panel, attentive to his query, offered a suggestion. If customers are uncertain about their choices, our store has recently introduced a unique personality that allows for a multifaceted experience. Indeed, this item seems somewhat unorthodox, doesn't it? Chen Yu, what is this unique personality? To maintain an air of mystery, our store recommends that customers explore it themselves after purchase. With a serious demeanor, Chen Yu inquired, is it truly that remarkable? Darling, if you are unsatisfied, you can request a refund. The panel unexpectedly adopted the tone of a customer service representative. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Chen Yu found no grounds for refusal. He clicked to agree, and in the next moment, the robot's appearance and personality were finalized. Blue particles wove like threads before him, gradually coalescing into a blue silhouette. Buzz! An extraordinary sound reverberated through the room as the blue figure gradually manifested into a corporeal form, its colors swiftly transforming. Before him stood a white bipedal humanoid Pokémon, adorned in a pristine, elegant white gown with a refreshing grass-green lining. Its long, slender legs were enveloped by the flowing skirt, and green hair cascaded down from either side of its head. Master, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How may I assist you? Shinai, with her verdant arms gracefully positioned behind her, exuded a unique aura reminiscent of the girl next door. A gentle voice emanated from her lips. Chen Yu furrowed his brows, glancing at her a few times before pondering aloud. Can you cook? Shinai nodded softly, her crystalline eyes meeting Chen Yu's gaze as she replied. Master, you previously resided in Huagua, correct? Indeed, Chen Yu affirmed. Perfectly coincidental, for I am well versed in all 8 culinary traditions of Huagua, Shinai declared. Chen Yu absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach. Having just awakened, he felt a twinge of hunger. He gestured towards the kitchen, stating, the kitchen is over there. I have a preference for spicy food, but please refrain from using spicy berries for the Dragonite and Mimikyu. For everything else, feel free to exercise your creativity. In this infinite space, 1 point could procure an entire refrigerator of ingredients, making home-cooked meals far more economical than dining out. After all, with 990,000 points to accumulate, every little saving counts. Understood, Shiny replied. As a domestic service robot, she was exceptionally obedient. Upon receiving her command, she promptly turned and made her way to the kitchen. The commotion stirred Mimikyu and Dragonite from their slumber. Although Mimikyu was awake, it showed no inclination to rise, lazily reclining in its nest and staring blankly at the ceiling. Dragonite, too, found sleep elusive as its stomach emitted rumbling sounds, clearly indicating its own hunger. While awaiting Shiny's culinary creations, Chen perused the point shop, browsing through various offerings. After acquiring Shiny, he had 655 points remaining, subtracting the minimum points that would be deducted for any failures in the dungeon tasks. He estimated he had around 500 points at his disposal. First, he resolved to enhance the infrastructure of his room. A particular item he had previously encountered came to mind. Special Facility, Pokémon Paradise, 500 points. This functional facility would provide Pokémon with a vast space for free movement, offering virtual adversaries for battles, and granting a chance for Pokémon to learn new moves while engaged in combat within the paradise. Purchase, Chen declared, as he was always generous towards his Pokémon. In the next moment, his 655 points dwindled to 155, and a pale blue wooden door began to materialize in one corner of the room. Chen approached and opened the door, revealing an expansive vista before him. A cerulean sky, verdant meadows, crystalline rivers, and invigorating air unfolded like a slowly unfurling landscape painting. He beckoned Dragonite and Mimikyu to join him in this picturesque realm. Upon witnessing this new space, Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a smile, Chen, imbued with the power of Tokiwa, sensed Dragonite's exhilaration and encouraged, "Go on." Upon hearing his words, Dragonite eagerly flapped its wings, launching itself into the sky like a small rocket. "Would you like to relax a bit?" Chen inquired. Glancing at Mimikyu, Mimi shook her head. Compared to Dragonite, she preferred the comfort of home. The wilderness held no allure for her. To her, running freely on the grass paled in comparison to the delight of lounging in her soft little nest for a restful slumber. After a leisurely stroll through the paradise with Chen, they returned to the room. He had left the door ajar for Dragonite. And just as he settled onto the sofa and switched on the television, a tantalizing aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Shiny emerged from the kitchen, levitating a plate of food with her psychic powers. The fish fillet glistened white and tender, surrounded by vibrant red chilies and drizzled with a layer of crimson oil. An irresistible sight that made one's appetite surge. "This dish is called spicy fish, a specialty from Hunan cuisine," Shiny introduced softly. Chen was thoroughly pleased. Gazing into Shiny's eyes, which radiated a blue glow, he inquired, "Apart from psychic powers, what other techniques can you employ?" Placing the spicy fish on the dining table, Shiny turned and, using her psychic ability, maneuvered a rice cooker to float over, serving a bowl of glistening, plump rice. "I can also use teleportation," she replied. Chapter 60. Chen blissful life, is that all? Chen pondered seriously, finding it quite reasonable. After all, Shiny was not a true sprite. Her abilities of telekinesis and teleportation were impressive enough. Chen savored the meal with great satisfaction, and both Mimi and Dragonite enjoyed themselves immensely. The culinary skills of Shiny garnered the approval of both the man and his two sprites. Once the meal concluded, Shiny tidied up in the kitchen, while Dragonite continued to revel in the joy of flight in the paradise. Mimi, meanwhile, accompanied Chen as they teleported to the entertainment area. "What shall we have to eat?" Upon hearing the door creak open, Chen inquired without looking up. "I've already eaten," Chen replied, shaking his head. Chen, surprised by the voice, lifted her head, her expression morphing into something peculiar. "I heard someone is impersonating me in the dungeon." Chen remained unfazed. "You must have heard wrong." Chen smiled slyly. "The demon instructor?" Chen replied. Chen, impressive. A single person held over 20 others back in the novice village for half a month. "Quite something, isn't it, Yuga?" Clearing his throat, Chen, unfazed, remarked, "So, you watch Brother Ba's livestream?" Chen twirled her pen and looked up. "Never watched it. Just heard from players in the last dungeon. But you? What brings you to seek me out?" Chen was slightly taken aback. "How did you know I was looking for you?" "Couldn't I just be here for a chat?" Chen replied proudly. "That's a joke. I've met more men than you've had grains of rice. Your little thoughts are practically written all over your face." Chen took a moment to appraise Chen's appearance. She possessed cascading golden waves of hair, fair skin, lips adorned with lipstick, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding both allure and elegance, certainly appealing to men. Chen discerned his thoughts merely by observing his expression and rolled her eyes. Please cease your fanciful musings, thank you. When I mentioned having seen it, I meant it literally. Do not forget that I have been in this infinite space for 60 years. By age, I could very well be your grandmother. Nonetheless, a celestial being like myself shall not quibble with you mere mortals. Now, do tell, what brings you to me? Chen Yu inquired. Have you heard of the exclusive fairy dungeon? The abrupt shift in conversation momentarily left Chen bewildered. After a brief pause, she asked, what did you say? An exclusive fairy dungeon? Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. Intrigued, Chen continued, have you unlocked it? Was it the enigmatic Mimikyu or the Dragonite? Dragonite, he replied. Chen clicked her tongue and then spoke. Though fairy dungeons are not particularly rare, the conditions for their activation are entirely random. To date, no one has uncovered the precise trigger. Some individuals have activated it while merely feeding their fairy energy blocks, while others received notifications simply by holding their fairy for a brief moment. However, one thing is certain, these dungeons pose no danger. On the contrary, they offer abundant rewards. And upon completion, one can obtain the exclusive item associated with that fairy. Chen Yu nodded. This answer was indeed within his expectations. Chen regarded him and continued. I advise against rushing in and wasting this safe haven opportunity. You are still in the novice phase, and the dungeons you have encountered thus far lack significant difficulty. As you progress beyond this phase, the challenges will escalate. At that stage, you may utilize the benefits of the dungeon as a buffer to enhance your capabilities. Of course, she clarified, I am referring to your personal abilities as a trainer, not the strength of your fairy. Reaching level 100 does not signify much. In fact, level 100 merely marks the true beginning. Chen Yu grasped Chen's intention. In truth, he had no intention of entering this dungeon during the Freedom Day. Yet, gratitude was in order. In a sense, Chen could be considered his novice mentor. To his surprise, upon hearing his thanks, Chen waved her hand dismissively, gazing at him with maternal affection. No need for gratitude. Were it not for your handsome appearance, I would not have engaged in this conversation. Besides, I find your eyes and nose strikingly similar to my son's, though he will undoubtedly grow to be more handsome than you. If I calculate correctly, he should be around 63 years old by now. Chen Yu was taken aback. You have a son? Chen nodded. Indeed. He was 3 years old when I passed away. Chen Yu reminded her, do not forget that time flows differently here compared to the outside world. While you have spent 60 years here, it is possible that less than a year has elapsed outside. Chen suddenly realized, all right, I almost forgot. Chen Yu felt a deep sense of sorrow for a mother unable to witness her child's growth. Yet, Chen remained optimistic, even offering words of comfort to Chen Yu. It's all right. As long as one is alive, there is hope. One day, I will accumulate enough points to resurrect and return to watch him grow. Chen Yu cast a glance at her and inquired, could you kindly inform me of the total points you have accumulated thus far? Chen summoned her panel to take a quick look and replied, 253,782. Chen Yu remarked, it appears you are nearly 360 years away from reaching 999,000. He hesitated, his expression wavering between restraint and curiosity, before finally asking, how many points do you typically earn from a single dungeon run? Chen pondered for a moment before responding, on a single run, I generally earn only a few dozen points. Occasionally, if fortune smiles upon me, I might surpass 100. However, my primary source of income is this establishment. Relying solely on dungeons, I might find myself here for a millennium. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Yu and added, that is why I suggested you open a shop. Otherwise, depending solely on dungeons is exceedingly arduous. Chen Yu contemplated her advice seriously, replying, I shall consider it. At that moment, several patrons entered the shop, prompting Chen to retreat to the kitchen. Observing this, Chen Yu decided to leave and directly teleported to the commercial district. The narrow pathway in the commercial area remained lined with a plethora of stalls, offering a variety of wares, evolution stones, Pokémon eggs, items, and energy cubes, all available for purchase. After perusing the stalls, he lamented the absence of vendors selling substitutes, guardians, or toxic skill learning machines. As he turned to depart, he heard a vendor calling out, don't miss out. Freshly baked Pokémon eggs, the valiant aura of Lucario. Purchase now and receive a luxury ball. A crowd of passers-by quickly gathered, clamoring with questions. How many points? The vendor extended 10 fingers, exclaiming, 100,000 points. This reward was just obtained from completing a hidden task in a dungeon. Of course, if you wish to trade other rare Pokémon, that is also acceptable. A bystander inquired, what Pokémon do you desire? The vendor replied, Absol, do you have it? The speaker, lacking even 2,000 points, could only regretfully retreat to the back of the crowd. Upon hearing the figure, Chen Yu realized that acquiring this Lucario was beyond his reach. He chose not to linger any longer and teleported back home. The intelligent maid, Shinado, promptly approached him, performing a courteous kneel and speaking gently. "Welcome home, master. The beverages are prepared. Would you prefer peach oolong tea or bubble milk tea?" Chen Yu replied, "Having a maid is quite an adjustment." He looked towards the sofa, where Dragonite reclined comfortably, a straw in its mouth and a cooling towel affixed to its forehead, evidently relishing Shinado's care. However, such a lifestyle was rather pleasant. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, "2 cups of peach oolong, please. 1 for Mimikyu." Upon hearing this, Shinado immediately began her preparations. The week passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the new dungeon to open. Chen Yu bid farewell to Mimikyu, Dragonite, and Shinado, then turned to the statue of Pikachu. He chose to enter the dungeon, only to be suddenly met with a prompt. In this peculiar scenario, each trainer is permitted to carry but a single Pokémon. Thus, one must make a choice within 60 seconds. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before promptly reaching a decision, until Mismagius learns the move Substitute to protect itself from poison. Its battle strategy remains overly simplistic, rendering it vulnerable to adversaries. Although Dragonite cannot best Mismagius, it excels in combat against other Pokémon. Chen Yu returned Mismagius home, offering an apology and instructing Shiny Gardevoir to take good care of it until his return. No sooner had he uttered these words than the countdown of 60 seconds concluded, and he found himself transported back beneath the Pikachu statue. The surroundings transformed rapidly, and a dispassionate voice echoed once more. "Welcome, player, to the survival instance, Deserted Island Survival. Chapter 61, Survive. Goodness, why is this instance so sweltering? Is it impossible to endure? I can no longer bear it. I must immerse myself in the sea for a while. Please awaken me when the others come to." An irritable voice resonated not far off. Chen Yu opened his eyes to discover himself sprawled upon a scorching beach, the sun's rays mercilessly burning his exposed skin. Dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt and gray athletic shorts, he felt the sting of sunburn. Silently, Chen Yu rose to his feet. Barely a minute had passed since his awakening, yet he was already drenched in sweat. The air was thick with unbearable heat. Scattered around him lay the bodies of other players, still unconscious, their faces reddened as if they were boiled shrimp. In the shallow waters nearby, the wreckage of a small boat floated, its silver hull glinting with blinding light under the relentless sun. Given the name of this instance, it dawned on Chen Yu what role he was to play here. Sure enough, in the next moment, a panel appeared before him. Main quest: the ship you were traveling on encountered a storm at sea. Just before it was set to sink, you and 6 others boarded a lifeboat, arriving at this uncharted island. Quest objective: survive. Unlike the main quests of the previous 2 instances, this one presents a mere 3-word objective, devoid of any specified deadline. Chen Yu dismissed the panel and turned his gaze towards the depths of the island. The climate here was quintessentially tropical rainforest, with towering trees blocking the sunlight and dense underbrush covering the entire isle. Occasionally, the calls of unknown Pokémon echoed from the dark thicket. As Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, the remaining 4 individuals lying on the beach gradually awakened, while the 2 who had ventured into the water hastily returned upon hearing the commotion. The 7 of them gathered, 5 men and 2 women, each bearing a distinct expression. "It seems there are no new players in this instance," remarked the woman who had just been swimming, as she busied herself with her damp hair. Accompanying her to the swimming area was a bespectacled man of slender build. He cast a glance at the other 5 individuals before turning to the woman and inquiring, "Surely not, right? Yeah, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" The woman, referred to as Yaya, nonchalantly shook her head, displaying a disinterest in engaging with him. At that moment, a tall and robust man with a rugged appearance surveyed the group and suggested, "Shall we introduce ourselves?" A shorter youth behind him hinted, "We previously participated in a survival scenario, so we possess some understanding of this type of challenge." The remaining man and woman exchanged glances. The woman pursed her lips before introducing herself. "I am Mu Shui." She paused momentarily, directing her gaze towards the man beside her. "This is my brother Mu Feng." The sycophant of the goddess duo then announced, "I am Wang Hao." The goddess added, "I am Ling Yu." Satisfied with the unfolding scene, the man nodded and stated, "I am Long." Following him, his subordinate added, "I am Yu San." The lone wolf player, Chen Yu, who had no teammates, introduced himself simply, "Zhou Tao." Long offered a slight smile, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Survival scenarios differ from ordinary quests. Here, the primary objective for all players remains the same, to survive. Thus, I propose that we, the 7 of us, unite and collaborate to accomplish this main objective." He then glanced up at the sun. While it is still light, we must act swiftly to locate a suitable campsite on the island. Although we are unaware of the dangers that lurk here, I urge you to remain vigilant at all times. Chen Yu declined this proposal, opting to embrace his lone wolf identity. Moreover, in such circumstances, the dangers within the forest would likely be no less than those on the beach. There was no guarantee that the campsite would not be overrun by wild spirits during the night. Suit yourself, Shilong remarked without pressing the issue. For the true challenges of survival scenarios stem not from the wild spirits, but from the acute scarcity of food and water, especially on this island surrounded by the sea. Devoid of water spirits, fresh water was a luxury. Yusin scoffed derisively, his tone laced with mockery. Some individuals just love to be clever. When you find yourself hungry and parched, don't come searching for us. Chen Yu dismissed the notion of arguing with a fool, smirking as he replied, "You're absolutely right. Do you know why?" Ling Yu, overhearing this, couldn't contain her laughter, interjecting, "Because you're in the late stages of cancer. Haha, I get that joke." Yu-san, infuriated, gritted his teeth and was about to retort when Shilong intervened, casting an impassive glance at Chen Yu before addressing Yu-san. "Do not squander time. We must depart." With that, he turned and headed toward the forest. Yusin closely followed, while Mu Feng and Mu Shui exchanged a look with Chen Yu before stepping forward as well. Ling Yu lingered at the back, seizing the opportunity to turn and flash a playful smile at Chen Yu, mouthing, "Good luck, handsome. Farewell." As the remaining six departed, Chen Yu turned to gaze at the shipwreck partially protruding from the sea surface. He retrieved a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, the silhouette of a Dragonite emerged from the glow. "Take me there," he commanded, mounting Dragonite and pointing toward the half-submerged vessel. Dragonite sensed an oddity in the atmosphere, as if a peculiar energy flowed through the air. It pivoted, its expression grave, as it directed its attention toward the depths of the island, where it detected numerous powerful auras, some of which exceeded its own strength. Noticing Dragonite's unusual demeanor, Chen Yu paused, following its gaze as he inquired, "What do you sense?" "It feels strange here," Dragonite responded. Having mastered the power of the oak, Chen Yu effortlessly comprehended Dragonite's thoughts. Casting a glance at the setting sun, he reassured, "Do not worry. As long as we do not approach, we shall remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, Dragonite ceased to voice further concerns, and it carried Chen Yu to the shipwreck protruding from the water. Chen Yu leaned over Dragonite, peering down. The reason the ship had not sunk entirely was that it was lodged between several sturdy rocks. This marine expanse concealed countless rocks of varying sizes, some sharp, others robust, lurking beneath the water, their shadows shifting with the currents. "Let us explore," Chen Yu declared, unperturbed by the prospect of the vessel sinking further. He and Dragonite descended onto the ship's bow, stepping onto the hull and sliding into the cabin along the deck, which formed a 45-degree angle with the sea. Chapter 62. The first night, to his surprise, the water level inside the cabin was quite shallow, only reaching Chen Yu's knees. He rolled his pants up to his thighs and began to search for something edible. Dragonite followed closely, curiously surveying the surroundings. Fortune smiled upon Chen Yu. As he turned a corner, he spotted several vacuum-sealed bags of cheese crackers floating toward him. Accompanying them was a cast-iron pot. Chen Yu reached out to retrieve the pot, placing the bags of crackers inside. He waded through the cabin, gradually filling the pot with provisions. 8 waterlogged potatoes, 3 unopened packets of instant noodles, 2 cases of canned malt beer, several sandwiches encased in bags, and a bottle of unopened Debanjiang sauce. Beyond these, he discovered a dozen soaked sacks of rice and flour, along with several boxes of swollen dried fruits. Gazing at the disarray of items, Chen Yu suddenly felt as though he had become a modern-day Robinson Crusoe. Should he now hunt on the island, construct a dwelling, cultivate the land, and perhaps invite a native to bestow upon him the name Friday? Clutching the cast-iron pot, Chen Yu exchanged glances with Dragonite within the cabin. The sky was darkening, and he knew he must find a secure place to rest for the night. Chen Yu deemed this location quite satisfactory. He placed the iron pot in the embrace of the Dragonite and hurried to the traveler's quarters, lifting out a bed soaked in water. He stacked the 2 beds together to serve as a temporary resting place. The Dragonite sighed softly while cradling the iron pot. As the duo busied themselves within the cabin, they remained oblivious to the sudden flicker of a shadowy light across the sky. Meanwhile, the other 6 players had also found a spacious clearing to set up camp. Although they encountered a swarm of Ekans on their way, the situation was merely alarming, as their extensive battle experience enabled them to fend off the serpents with ease. Shilong's Pokémon was a steel dark type, the Bisharp, which he commanded to chop down trees for a wooden shelter, while he dispatched another to gather hay, branches, and leaves for the roof. With the combined efforts of the 6 players and their Pokémon, a modest wooden hut was swiftly erected, presenting itself before the group. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Mufone returned from the forest, carrying a bundle of dry twigs, and ordered his ducklet to ignite a campfire with a spark. As the crackling of burning wood filled the air, the weary group gathered around the flickering flames. Having completed their tasks, Lingyue's stomach emitted a loud growl. An embarrassed expression crossed her lovely face as she confessed, "I'm sorry. I didn't eat before entering the dungeon." Sherlong pondered as he gazed into the thick, almost tangible darkness surrounding them. "How about this? Let us pair up and venture out for food. I noticed a fruit tree over there earlier. Let us have some fruit to tide us over tonight. And we can discuss other matters in the morning. Let us go." No sooner had he spoken than an ear-splitting cacophony erupted from the depths of the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight and causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. "How strange. Why are there 2 moons tonight?" Lingyue questioned, looking up in confusion. Hearing her, the others quickly followed suit, and Wang Hao, sitting opposite Lingyue, clearly saw that what appeared to be moons were actually the eyes of a colossal creature. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Yeah, run." A chill surged toward Lingyue from behind, freezing her in place. In the next moment, 2 enormous, menacing fangs emerged from either side of her. The light of the campfire illuminated parts of the gigantic creature's body, and upon recognizing its appearance, Sherlong's gaze sharpened with alarm. Why on earth is there a Gigantamax Yamper here? Gigantamax Pokémon are exclusive to the Galar region. Inside the cabin, Chen Yu and Dragonite had finished their dinner. Due to the unique nature of this dungeon, which did not specify a timeline for the main quest, he remained uncertain about how long he would have to stay here. For the sake of caution, he resolved to move the bags of rice, which had soaked in water, from the warehouse to dry under the sun tomorrow, reserving them for future meals, perfectly complemented by that bottle of Dabanjiang. The temperature fluctuation on this island was drastic, and without a blanket, Chen Yu could only pitifully huddle with his Dragonite for warmth. At that moment, he sensed a slight tremor within the cabin. But before he could react, an odd sound resonated from outside. What was that sound? Chen Yu half sat up, focusing intently to discern the peculiar noise. Dragonite, too, opened its eyes wide, frowning as it listened. Soon, the clear call echoed once again, evidently emanating from the forest. "See, I told you the forest is more perilous than the beach." Chen Yu's body relaxed slightly, and just as he was about to lie back down to continue his slumber, he noticed a massive wave crashing towards the ship. "Damn, my pot." Chen Yu's eyes widened as he quickly rolled over, cradling the iron pot he had so painstakingly retrieved. In the next moment, the colossal wave surged, forcefully dislodging the ship from the crevice of the rocks and sweeping it into the sea. The seawater rushed into Chen Yu's ears, and all sounds around him faded instantaneously, as if the world had been muted. Dragonite sealed its mouth, its gaze resolute, gripping its trainer tightly with its claws. A beam of destructive energy blasted a large hole in the rapidly sinking ship, allowing them to swim through. With a splash, Chen Yu surfaced with the pot of provisions, gasping for fresh air, his chest heaving violently. "Are you all right?" He turned to Dragonite. "Ugh." Dragonite furrowed its brow. Worry etched on its face as it gazed at its trainer. "I'm fine, no need to worry." Chen Yu embraced Dragonite's arm, but as he lifted his head, he sensed something amiss. Whereas the moon? How could such a large moon suddenly vanish? "Ugh." Dragonite emitted a weak cry. Chen Yu looked in the direction it pointed. There, a colossal shadow loomed ominously over the sea, perfectly obscuring the moonlight. Suddenly, the shadow stirred. The waves generated by the shadow's movement sent both Dragonite and Chen Yu soaring into the air. "Ugh!" Dragonite exclaimed, rapidly flapping its wings to stabilize itself. Lifting Chen Yu into the sky, the moonlight illuminated the shadow's outline. It was a Pokémon towering several meters high, with an elongated neck and a shell adorning its back. Surrounding its form were white lines resembling a musical staff, adorned with crystalline ice shards that sparkled with a sharp, cold gleam in the moonlight. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. "Isn't that the Gigantamax Lapras? Why is it here? Is this island situated within the Galar region?" Chapter 63. A frantic dash. Lapras undoubtedly noticed the Dragonite and Chen Yu upon the surface of the sea. It emitted a sharp cry, opening its mouth, and immediately conjured a robust, rapidly spinning column of water before it. That was the Gigantamax hydro pump. As the terrifying torrent rushed toward him, Chen Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently commanded, "Dodge quickly." The air was thick with humidity, and a light drizzle fell from the heavens. In that instant, Dragonite unleashed an unprecedented speed. Its powerful wings flapping vigorously like a meteorite cannonball, tracing a parabolic arc in the sky as it propelled Chen Yu toward the shore. Chen Yu lay flat on Dragonite's back, witnessing the Gigantamax hydro pump skim perilously close overhead. The proximity was so alarming that he could clearly observe the surging currents within. In the next moment, Dragonite distanced itself from the torrent, making an emergency landing on the beach amidst the rain. Chen Yu could hardly fathom that he would one day feel dizzy riding Dragonite. Supporting himself with his right hand on the ground and pressing his left hand against his abdomen, he attempted to quell the faint wave of nausea rising within him. Suddenly, Dragonite emitted a series of urgent cries. Chen Yu turned his head, only to see a colossal wave, stirred by the hydro pump, rushing toward the beach with alarming speed. There was no time to react. Dragonite's lake green eyes narrowed, its expression urgent as its formidable body unhesitatingly positioned itself in front of Chen Yu. Even facing a towering wave nearly 10 meters high, there was not a hint of fear in its gaze. Chen Yu opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, an immense force bore down upon him from above. The surging waters propelled him toward the forest, the roaring currents. The sound of splintering trees and Lapras's distant cries blending into a cacophony surrounding him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it felt as if only mere seconds had passed. The giant wave receded, leaving behind a ravaged trace upon the beach. Chen Yu and Dragonite lay soaked, their clothes and faces smeared with mud. In a woeful disarray on the ground, Dragonite opened its mouth and expelled a mouthful of seawater, its body already marked with wounds, its tail lying motionless to the side, and its chest heaving violently, gritting its teeth in pain. Yet, it still managed to open one eye to check on its trainer. Chen Yu was, of course, unharmed. He merely appeared disheveled, as all the impact had been absorbed by Dragonite. Truth be told, he felt quite unsettled. Sighing softly, Chen Yu approached Dragonite, placing his right hand over its wounds. Channeling the power of nature, a green radiance emanated, and coupled with the fact that Pokémon inherently possessed different physiques from humans, the scars on its body vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Dragonite felt its stamina returning, a foolish grin spreading across its face as it emitted a sound reminiscent of a playful whimper. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief, gently patting Dragonite's chubby paw, feeling immensely grateful for having previously drawn the power of Eternatus. Otherwise, in this realm devoid of recovery potions and Pokémon centers, his predicament would have been exceedingly perilous. He was thankful for Dragonite's serendipitous luck and for the opportunity to draw provided by the player named Luliyue. With this in mind, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the sea. The enormous body of the Dynamax Lapras slowly submerged into the water, vanishing from sight. Yet, before he could fully relax, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the forest, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. It sounded as if a colossal creature was on the move. Dragonite immediately became alert, frowning as it peered towards the source of the disturbance. Looking up, Chen Yu was met with the sight of two massive ivory tusks suspended in the air, followed by the emergence of a gigantic quadrupedal Pokémon, its body cloaked in thick fur, stepping forth from the shadows. Blast! A Dynamax Mammoth, Chen Yu thought, having just escaped the clutches of the Dynamax Lapras, now yearning for a safe haven to rest. Exchanging a glance with Dragonite, the latter's wings began to flutter, just as Chen Yu intended to mount his companion. He noticed a group, led by Shirlong, rushing out of the thicket in a flurry of panic. Yu-san, spotting Chen Yu, recalled their earlier conversation from the day, and his expression transformed dramatically. Chen Yu observed him with composed amusement. Yu-san, flustered and enraged, retorted, "What are you staring at?" Chen Yu smiled, ignoring him, and gently encouraged Dragonite, who instantly understood, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky, hovering above to witness the ensuing Dynamax battle between the group below and the Mammoths. Seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of aiding them, Yu-san was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. "Stay focused." Shirlong barked at his team while directing his slicing commander to utilize Metal Claw. In reality, Dynamax battles differed significantly from those in the Pokémon Sword and Shield games. In the game, trainers need not worry about their Pokémon's moves harming them, but in reality, a single Dynamax boulder could easily crush a trainer. Moreover, the sheer size of the Dynamax Pokémon created an overwhelming psychological pressure. From the outset, Shirlong and his team had been engaging in a tactical retreat. The Dynamax moves altered the weather in the surrounding area, particularly this Mammoth, which was fond of utilizing Dynamax rocks, summoning a sandstorm upon its activation. Shirlong glanced back at the ocean, initially believing that retreating to the beach would deter the Mammoths from pursuing them, yet it seemed determined to chase them relentlessly. The visual effects of the Dynamax moves were striking. With a thunderous roar, the Mammoths summoned a colossal rock formation, towering over a dozen meters high, which hurtled towards the throng below. Regrettably, the Gigantamax rock's attack speed was somewhat sluggish. Almost the instant the rock emerged from the ground, the 6 members of the stone dragon swiftly reacted and retreated. As the massive rock fell, it immediately transformed into a cloud of dust, dissipating into the air. The once rainy weather above the beach morphed into a sandstorm. Everyone felt a sudden sense of suffocation, worrying that the airborne dust might be inhaled into their lungs. Chen Yu realized that remaining here was untenable. He covered his nose and cast a reconnaissance spell on the ivory boar before departing. Gigantamax, ivory boar. 70. The sandstorm had begun to jeopardize the trainer's safety. The stone dragon looked up at Chen Yu's departing figure, his expression darkening as he declared, "We can no longer continue fighting. We must retreat." With that, he was the first to dash towards the dense forest, and Yu San promptly followed. Wang Hao approached Ling Yu and inquired, "Yeah, shall we leave as well?" Ling Yu ignored him, instead casting a glance toward the direction Chen Yu had gone. Chapter 64. Establishing camp at long last. Dawn broke. The stone dragon and his companions paused, panting heavily. It was hard to believe that cursed ivory boar had pursued them throughout the night. "It hasn't followed us, has it?" Yu San asked hesitantly. After a night of frantic escape, everyone was utterly exhausted, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. Moreover, following their previous battle with the ivory boar, their Pokémon were now in a weakened state. Should another Gigantamax Pokémon appear, they might truly find themselves at a loss. "No." Mufong turned back, casting a serious glance behind him as he replied, "That's good." Yu San sighed in relief, collapsing onto the grass as if utterly drained, staring blankly at the sky. After running all night, he was both hungry and weary. The stone dragon, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, sat on the ground and addressed Mufong and the others in a commanding tone. "Go find some berries for everyone to eat." Ling Yu frowned in discontent, retorting, "Why should we be the ones to go?" At this, Yu San sat up. Irritated by Ling Yu due to the earlier events on the beach, he taunted, "Why not? Did your Pachirisu even contribute during the battle? You seemed quite comfortable. If it weren't for us, you would have likely been finished off by that ivory boar long ago." Ling Yu scoffed, "If you don't need your eyes, perhaps you should donate them to someone in need. Before criticizing others, perhaps you should examine yourself. Your big mouth seems to have never even come close to the ivory boar. Who the real slacker is, I believe everyone knows." Yu San, still simmering from the anger provoked by Chen Yu the day before, felt his old and new frustrations boil over. His energy rekindled as he spat out, "Shut your filthy mouth, you mutt." Infuriated, Ling Yu, momentarily abandoning her goddess-like demeanor, pointed at Yu San and shouted, "Your whole family are mutts. Pachirisu, use Thunderbolt to take him down." Wang Hao hastily interjected, "Please, yeah. Attacking another player incurs a penalty." Upon witnessing this, Shilong, filled with impatience, bellowed, "Silence. Everyone. Immediately go find something to eat." No one moved. Shilong coldly threatened, "Those who refuse should prepare to fend for themselves tonight." Hearing this, Wang Hao quickly urged, "Forget it, yeah. Let us search for food together." Ling Yu snorted disdainfully, shook off his hand, and spat, "Who cares?" With that, she turned on her heel and returned to the beach where it all began. With no one following her, Ling Yu retrieved an orange fruit she had picked along the way and fed it to her Pachirisu. It was then that she noticed the significant changes that had occurred on the beach since her departure yesterday. The seaweed and shells washed ashore. The towering trees snapped in half, and the shipwrecks vanished from the surface of the sea, all unmistakable evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired here the previous night. Moreover, she was certain that none of this destruction was caused by the ivory boar, as that creature had not ventured into this area at all. Ling Yu recalled the circumstances of her arrival at the beach last night. If her memory served her correctly, it had been drizzling at the time. Only a water-type Gigantamax move could induce rain. This thought sparked an audacious hypothesis in her mind. Could it be that a Gigantamax Pokémon had appeared on this beach last night as well? The image of Chen Yu departing calmly surfaced in her mind, and she was struck with astonishment. That handsome fellow, Zhou Tao, had single-handedly defeated the Gigantamax Pokémon that had appeared here. If that were true, how powerful must he be? Meanwhile, Chen Yu awoke in a cave. Last night, his Dragonite had scoured the area for quite some time before discovering this resting place. Though it lacked a bed and blankets, Chen Yu felt immensely satisfied. Together with Dragonite, he had gathered a substantial amount of hay and firewood from the surrounding forest. Constructing a rudimentary hay bed, Dragonite ignited the wood with its flamethrower, and thus a humble campsite was established. After a night of drying, the clothes that had been soaked by seawater were now dry. Dressed again, Chen Yu retrieved a pack of cheese crackers from the iron pot he had salvaged just in time and sat beside Dragonite, munching away. Dragonite rubbed its eyes with its claws, slowly waking up. Care for a bite? Chen Yu offered a piece of cracker to its mouth. Dragonite did not refuse, devouring the cracker in one swift motion. For the moment, food was no longer a concern, but the urgent need for drinkable freshwater remained. Having resolved his breakfast, Chen Yu sat on the ground to tally his current possessions. Among the provisions, there were 8 sprouted potatoes, 3 unopened bags of instant noodles, 2 cans of malt beer, 2 sandwiches encased in bags, and a bottle of unopened bean paste. As for the rice berries and the like, they sank to the depths of the ocean with the ship. Chen Yu was uncertain whether the sprouted potatoes were edible. Yet to avert any gastrointestinal distress that might lead to diarrhea, he instructed his Dragonite to slice the potatoes into numerous pieces and bury them in a patch of fertile soil outside the cave. His intuition suggested that the duration of this endeavor would not be brief. Thus, for the sake of sustainability, Chen Yu decided to plant all the remaining pieces of potatoes in the earth. Friday, we must seek out water, Chen Yu proclaimed as he playfully placed an iron pot atop Dragonite's head, wandering around the cave's vicinity with it. First, they needed to ascertain the area for potential dangers. With a resigned demeanor, Dragonite adjusted the tilted pot on its head and followed closely behind Chen Yu, listening to tales of Robinson Crusoe. Chen Yu was struck by a sudden inspiration, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Robinson himself. Since he embodied Robinson, Dragonite was indeed his Friday. Freshwater is an indispensable resource for human survival, so we must explore this region for nearby freshwater lakes, Chen Yu remarked as they walked. I know. Dragonite replied with a hint of exasperation, listening to its trainer discuss human affairs. Chen Yu surveyed the wild Pokémon lurking in the grass, employing his detection skills to assess their levels. Once he confirmed that they posed no threat, he pondered aloud to Dragonite. However, we lack the tools to store freshwater, so I believe it would be prudent to capture a water-type Pokémon to bring back. Okay, it responded, turning its gaze towards the aggressive wild Pokémon, intimidating them with its presence under the weight of the iron pot. Chen Yu continued his contemplation. In addition to a water-type Pokémon, we also need a strong one to assist us in chopping down trees. I wonder if there are any moles around. The cave was short and direct, and at night, the cold wind gusted in, making it uncomfortable for sleep. If moles were present, they could help extend the cave further into the earth. Chapter 65. The first step in infrastructure. Chen Yu and Dragonite spent the entire morning surveying the vicinity of their camp. Firstly, they assessed the local Pokémon. Although diverse in species, their levels were relatively low, thus posing minimal threats. In fact, a few timid creatures were frightened away by Dragonite's imposing aura. Secondly, they considered Dragonite's dietary needs. Compared to human food, the energy contained in tree fruits was evidently more conducive to Pokémon growth. Fortunately, the soil here was exceedingly fertile, ideal for fruit tree cultivation. Within this small area, Chen Yu discovered over a dozen fruit trees. These fruits varied in kind, and thanks to the knowledge acquired in the previous venture, he easily recognized their names and effects, such as the cherry fruit that cures paralysis, the peach fruit that alleviates poison, and the orange fruit that replenishes energy and restores vitality. Chen Yu marked the path to each fruit tree with simple indicators, remembering the general direction before he turned back with his Dragonite. The iron pot that had been resting atop Dragonite's head was now cradled in its arms, filled to the brim with a vibrant assortment of freshly picked fruits. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with the morning's bounty. The only unfortunate aspect was that the nearest river to the campsite lay 2 kilometers away, making access to water rather inconvenient. Let us take a break, Chen Yu said, observing the beads of sweat on Dragonite's forehead. He took the pot from its embrace and settled beneath the shade of a tree. The heat was oppressive. Under the blazing sun, the leaves above drooped languidly, and even the breeze that passed by felt scorching. Just as Chen Yu was about to retrieve a couple of fruits from the pot to quench Dragonite's thirst, a sudden roar echoed from the thicket behind him. He exchanged a glance with Dragonite, then turned to peer through the trees toward the source of the sound. In a clearing, a towering Ursaring was engaged in a fierce battle with an agile Scyther. The clash between the 2 Pokémon was primal and wild, filled with thrusts, bites, forceful collisions, and explosive throws, each move brimming with raw, instinctual ferocity. This was a stark contrast to the battles orchestrated by trainers. Scyther, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, utilized its speed to execute hit-and-run tactics against Ursaring, striking crucial points with its razor-sharp scythes. Before long, Ursaring found itself at a disadvantage, toppled to the ground. Devoid of fighting spirit, Scyther, with an air of arrogance, let out a derisive snort, retracting its gleaming scythes, and was about to turn away when it seemed to sense something. It swiftly pivoted, its sharp gaze locking onto Chen Yu. The two onlookers, Chen Yu and Dragonite, were instantly noticed. Scyther cast a wary glance at Dragonite, its sides quivering slightly, while its transparent wings buzzed ominously as they fluttered rapidly, an unmistakable sign of readiness to strike. Chen Yu discerned the tension in the air, and while observing the formidable sides, he spoke, "Do not act rashly. We are merely passing through and mean no harm." Scyther seemed to comprehend, its taut muscles relaxing slightly as it regarded the human beside Dragonite, preparing to depart. Yet, Chen Yu was not inclined to let it escape so easily. As he noticed its movement, he called out, "Wait." Instantly, Scyther's body tensed again, opening its mouth to emit a warning sound. Chen Yu, noting the scars adorning its body, stepped forward and said, "You are injured. I can assist you. Please, do not be alarmed. We truly harbor no ill intentions." Whether Scyther felt eased by his words was uncertain, but Dragonite, on the other hand, remained anxiously at Chen Yu's side, glaring fiercely at Scyther and emitting a warning cry. Chen Yu gently touched the claws of the Dragonite, instantly sensing its thoughts. It was cautioning him against any rash actions. The Scyther fell silent for a moment, weighing its options, and eventually lowered the scythe it had raised. Chen Yu stepped forward, invoking the power of Tokiwa to help Scyther recover its strength. The Scyther's body stiffened, and it gazed incredulously at the human before it, who bore a warm smile. Unbeknownst to it, all its thoughts had been perceived by Chen Yu. Scyther pondered, "Why is he helping me? Does he wish to capture me?" Chen Yu smiled. Even if he had such intentions, it would be futile, for he possessed no empty Pokeballs, and there were no shops selling them on this island. Thus, he spoke, "Do not overthink it. My primary motive is to ask for your assistance." Scyther, intrigued, inquired, "What sort of assistance?" Chen Yu gently caressed its sharp scythe and asked, "Can you chop down trees with that?" Scyther hesitated. It had never attempted to fell a tree before. Seeing that Scyther had fully recovered, Chen Yu stood and returned to Dragonite's side. Pointing at a nearby tree, he suggested, "Why not give it a try? Use your Fury Cutter or Leaf Blade. By the way, can you perform Air Slash?" "Yes, I can," Scyther thought to itself, noticing that this human posed no threat. It began to lower its guard. "As it happened, if you help me with this task, you can come to me for healing if you sustain any injuries during this time." Chen Yu coaxed gently. "The power of Tokiwa costs nothing. If you tire, a brief rest will restore you." Exchanging this for temporary labor felt like a steal to him. Scyther did not dwell on the matter too much. It believed in repaying kindness, thus it readily agreed. With that, it approached a tree of moderate size, crossed its sides, and unleashed a cross-shaped blade of wind, striking the tree at its roots. Crack! With a crisp sound, the tree toppled to the ground. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at the scene, pondering the next challenge, how to transport the tree back. He turned to glance at the slumbering Teddiursa nearby. 2 minutes later, Teddiursa opened its eyes in bewilderment, half sitting up, scratching its head with its paw, confusion evident in its gaze. However, upon spotting Scyther, it immediately assumed a defensive stance. Chen Yu smiled slightly, stating, "No need to be tense. We are all good friends here." Teddiursa glared at him fiercely, thinking, "Who are you?" Chen Yu succinctly replied, "I was the one who woke you up." Teddiursa paused, realizing it had returned to its prime condition. It promptly shoved Chen Yu aside and let out a roar directed at Scyther. Scyther extended its sides with a sharp snap, coldly staring at Teddiursa. As it appeared that these two were about to clash again, Chen Yu sighed and directly called for external assistance. Friday. The Dragonite swiftly positioned itself between the Scyther and the Teddiursa, emanating a formidable aura. In this moment, the Scyther posed no threat to the Dragonite, as Chen Yu had recently extended assistance to it. Conversely, the Teddiursa expressed its dissatisfaction with a growl directed at the Dragonite. With narrowed eyes, the Dragonite's lake green gaze bored down on the Teddiursa, as if challenging it with a silent question, "Are you certain?" In the presence of Chen Yu and the Mimikyu, it played the role of an adorable companion, yet before outsiders, it remained the fierce Dragonite, a tyrant feared by countless Pokémon. The Teddiursa quickly wilted under the Dragonite's imposing presence, retreating to the sidelines in silence. Chen Yu stifled a chuckle. The Dragonite blinked its large eyes and returned to his side, resuming its endearing appearance. The Teddiursa could hardly believe its eyes as it watched the Dragonite exhibit such playful antics, questioning its very existence as a bear. Pointing to a log on the ground, Chen Yu addressed the Teddiursa, "This task falls to you." Constrained by the Dragonite's intimidating aura, the Teddiursa, though burdened with unspoken grievances, begrudgingly hoisted the log onto its shoulder. Chen Yu and the Dragonite led the way, with the Teddiursa trailing behind, the Scyther following suit. The journey to the campsite took a mere 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the Teddiursa placed the log down and, alongside the Scyther, stood stoically at the cave's entrance like a wooden sentinel. Chen Yu retrieved a few berries from the iron pot and handed them to the two Pokémon, saying, "Have you memorized the route? I will be residing here for some time. Should either of you sustain injuries, feel free to seek my assistance." While the Scyther seemed unfazed by this statement, a hint of embarrassment crossed the Teddiursa's face as it sheepishly scratched its head and attempted to return the berries to Chen Yu. Chen Yu thought to himself that if the Teddiursa refused, he would indeed feel reluctant to command it further. Clearing his throat, he urged, "First, have a bite to eat. I have a few tasks I would like your help with." These tasks included chopping wood, transporting it, and crafting sturdy wooden benches suitable for sitting, as well as barricading the cave entrance to prevent wild Pokémon from intruding and attacking while he and the Dragonite slumbered. This was no small undertaking, and it was likely to extend into the night. After consuming the berries, the two Pokémon sprang into action. The Scyther took charge of cutting the wood, while the Teddiursa was responsible for transporting it back. Ultimately, the Scyther would refine the wood using its scythe. Observing the growing pile of timber, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel like the character Bald Chong, with the Teddiursa resembling the bear-like character, Bear 2. The commotion generated by the Teddiursa and the Scyther soon attracted a curious assembly of Pokémon peeking from the grass. Chen Yu, with keen eyes, spotted a Sandshrew among them and promptly dashed over with the Dragonite in pursuit. The Sandshrew, startled and panicked, turned to flee but, in its haste, collided with a tree and fell to the ground, dazed. As he rose once more, he beheld the formidable silhouette of Dragonite standing before him. Startled, the Sandshrew immediately began to dig a hole with its sharp claws in a desperate attempt to escape. However, Chen Yu would not allow it to flee so easily. He promptly commanded Dragonite to extract it from its burrow, as if pulling a radish from the earth. Approaching with a warm smile, Chen Yu reassured, "Do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm. We simply seek your assistance." Unable to locate the diggers by, he thought the Sandshrew would suffice for the task of burrowing. The Sandshrew gazed up at Chen Yu with its big, glistening eyes, emitting a feeble and pitiful squeak, "Eek," with a gesture of his hands. Chen Yu noticed the Sandshrew had ceased its struggles and cradled it gently in his arms. Though he lacked the extraordinary strength of Ash Ketchum, he could still manage to hold a Sandshrew weighing 12 units. The Sandshrew, trembling with trepidation, dared not move. Chen Yu carried it to the mouth of the cave and retrieved several sweet berries from his iron pot, offering them to the little creature. "Dear friend, would you assist me in digging a hole?" he proposed, gesturing to the designated area. "In return, should you find yourself injured during this time, you may come to me for healing." As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the Sandshrew's forehead, showcasing his inherent power. Upon sensing this warm energy, the Sandshrew's anxiety dissipated, and it blinked its large eyes, glancing down at the berries in its paws. Understanding its thoughts, Chen Yu continued, "Go ahead and eat. I assure you, I am a benevolent person and will not cause you harm." After observing Dragonite standing nearby, and then Chen Yu, the Sandshrew, feeling no malice, relaxed completely and began nibbling on the berries like a little hamster. The dilemma of digging was finally resolved. Once the berries were consumed, the Sandshrew smacked its lips in satisfaction and approached the spot Chen Yu had indicated, beginning to claw at the earth. "Ah, splendid. You need not dig too deep. This depth will suffice." Chen Yu crouched beside it, watching as the Sandshrew excavated the soil. In no time, a moderately sized pit emerged before him, together with Dragonite. Chen Yu moved a piece of wood to position it in the hole, ensuring it would adequately conceal the entrance. The Sandshrew worked with remarkable speed, and soon a row of perfectly shaped holes was completed. Chen Yu followed behind, filling in the gaps while leaving a space on the right side wide enough for Dragonite to pass freely in and out of the cave. By the time everything was concluded, dusk had fallen. The temperature had cooled to a comfortable level, and a gentle evening breeze swept across the island, bringing an air of tranquility. Well done. The team, consisting of Scyther, Teddiursa, and the Sandshrew, stood in a line beside a mound of timber. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Yu had directed Scyther to fashion 4 or 5 sturdy wooden stumps from thicker logs to serve as makeshift stools. Dinner time had arrived. The 3 little sprites obediently departed in search of food, while Chen Yu remained in the cave to tidy up. Meanwhile, the Dragonite set off to fetch water from the river 2 kilometers away. Chen Yu bid it farewell, admonishing, "If you encounter any suitable water-type Pokémon, be sure to bring one back. Speak to them kindly and refrain from resorting to violence." With a cry of acknowledgement, Dragonite flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Before departing, it ignited a campfire within the cave with a burst of flame, the flickering light illuminating the surrounding rock walls. Chen Yu settled upon a wooden stump, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the cave. The day was drawing to a close, and he wondered what dangers the night might bring. As he pondered, a sudden rustling noise emanated from the rock wall. Squeak. Turning his head, Chen Yu spotted the recently departed sandshrew peeking out from the wall, its bright eyes glistening as it curiously observed the outside world, appearing quite content. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yu looked at the sandshrew and inquired, "Have you moved in?" Squeak. The sandshrew nodded. After spending the afternoon together, it had developed a fondness for this human and had promptly dug a small burrow beside him to settle down. Chapter 67. It's Marl. Approximately 30 minutes later, Dragonite returned with the water. Before it even entered, Chen Yu was greeted by the sound of earth-shattering wails. Dragonite entered, one claw clutching a pot, while the other cradled a round, chubby little creature, its expression one of exasperation. With a blue body and a white belly, along with a plump tail, it was none other than Marl. Chen Yu glanced at the incessantly crying Marl and then at Dragonite, asking, "Did you bully it?" Squeak. Dragonite felt wronged and immediately shook its head in denial. "No, I'm not blaming you. I simply wish to understand the situation." Chen Yu approached and gently took Marl from Dragonite's grasp. Instantly, the cries ceased, and the little creature gazed up at him with its round, glistening eyes. Chen Yu noticed a conspicuous wound on Marl's right foot, the skin around it tinged with purple, clearly indicating a state of poisoning. He gently touched the wound, causing Marl to transform back into a little bundle of tears, its eyes brimming with moisture as it began to wail once more. "Do not cry. It will not hurt for long." As he softly reassured it, he invoked the power of nature to heal the little one's injury. Warm, green energy surged around Marl's foot, and as the wound began to mend, its cries gradually diminished, eventually subsiding into soft sobs. "No more pain, right?" Chen Yu chuckled lightly, cradling Marl and bringing it to the campfire, where he placed it on a wooden bench. He then retrieved a pecha berry from the food storage, one known to cure poison. Marl cautiously accepted the berry, its bright eyes following Chen Yu's every movement, eager for a taste. As the Dragonite caught sight of its trainer approaching, it emitted a feeble sound in its defense, insisting that the injuries on Marl were not of its doing. Chen Yu chuckled softly, affectionately patting Dragonite's plush belly, and reassured, "I truly hold no blame against you. You have performed splendidly." Upon hearing these words, Dragonite finally relaxed, eagerly recounting its encounter to Chen Yu. While fetching water, it had witnessed Marl being attacked by an arbok and had bravely intervened to drive the serpent away, thereby rescuing Marl. Chen Yu was never one to withhold praise. He lavished compliments upon Dragonite until it became bashful, turning away with a flushed face to engage in conversation with Sandshrew. With a grin, Chen Yu commenced preparations for their evening meal. The warm orange glow of the fire illuminated the cave, which, though modest, exuded a particularly cozy atmosphere. Marl nibbled on berries while Sandshrew rummaged at the cave entrance, chatting with Dragonite, who responded absent-mindedly, a silly smile occasionally gracing its face as it seemed lost in thought. Chen Yu constructed a makeshift stand with soaked wood, placing a pot atop it to boil noodles. As he observed the bubbling water, he pondered what Mizuki might be doing at that moment, hoping she was enjoying a proper meal. After dinner, just as Chen Yu was preparing to retire for the night, a tremendous commotion erupted from the dense forest outside, and the cacophony suggested that more than one creature was involved. Dragonite immediately perked up, regarding Chen Yu with an inquisitive gaze. Chen Yu listened intently, noting that the calls were gradually diminishing, seemingly retreating from the area. Concluding that there was no immediate danger, he reassured Dragonite, "Return to sleep. There should be no issues tonight." With a yawn, Dragonite rested its head on its arm, closing its eyes beside Chen Yu, still wide awake. Chen Yu reclined on the hay and leaves, contemplating the tasks for the morrow. With Marl and Sandshrew by his side, he envisioned constructing a simple earthen stove for cooking using water and mud. He also needed to gather a few cater pies to utilize their silk. What could be fashioned from the silk? A hammock seemed quite appealing. Once the stickiness was removed, it would be both sturdy and durable. During the day, he recalled spotting numerous cater pies and horned bugs in the vicinity of the orange fruit trees. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, drowsiness began to envelop him, prompting him to cease his musings and soon drift into slumber. In the latter part of the night, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Startled, Chen Yu initially feared an intruder, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with the fluffy visage of a bear-like creature directly before him. "What are you doing, Circle Bear? Is it not enough to disturb others in the dead of night?" The Circle Bear displayed an expression of embarrassment, scratching its head and taking a few steps back. Chen Yu then noticed that a large group of fairies was following closely behind him, with a flying mantis prominently among them. "What do you want?" Chen Yu hesitantly inquired. The Circle Bear babbled a lengthy discourse, but regrettably, Chen Yu had no means of understanding a single word. Before he could ask for clarification, a panel materialized before him. Hidden quest triggered. Do you accept? Accepting will reveal the quest details. A large question mark appeared above Chen Yu's head. What was happening? Was fortune descending upon him while he sat comfortably at home? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept. In the next instant, the quest was automatically updated. The unique hidden quest, the fairy's request, had been accepted. Quest objective. The Gigantamax ivory pig is wreaking havoc upon the fairy's habitat. Players are to immediately confront and repel it. Quest reward. One main quest clue fragment. A novel twist. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at the phrase main quest clue fragment. Roar. The circle bear pointed outside, its expression fraught with urgency. Soon after, familiar cries echoed from afar. This time, without needing the power of the evergreen, Chen Yu understood its meaning. The Gigantamax ivory pig was approaching. Gur. The Dragonite cast a determined glance at Chen Yu, filled with fighting spirit. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and declared, "Don't rush. Use Dragon Dance." He never engaged in battles unprepared. The Dragonite, slightly bewildered by the command, complied and began to perform Dragon Dance obediently. Chen Yu and the Circle Bear, along with the other fairies, stood by, awaiting the Dragonite's stacking. He recalled that Dragon Dance could be stacked up to 6 times. The Dragonite, looking confused, completed 6 iterations of Dragon Dance, and then heard its trainer's next command. Excellent. Now proceed to use agility. A minute later, the agility was also fully stacked. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, mounted the Dragonite, and proclaimed, "Let us go." The Dragonite spread its wings, soaring swiftly into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye before the flying mantis and the circle bear. Chapter 68. Riolu and the Ivory Pig from a Distance. Chen Yu spotted the colossal form of the Gigantamax ivory pig, its size akin to a small mountain, strikingly visible even in the dark of night. Wait. Chen Yu commanded the Dragonite to halt, observing the ivory pig below with a furrowed brow. In the moonlit forest, a shadow agilely leaped among the treetops, followed closely by the ivory pig's attacks, with trees crashing down where the shadow had just been. Something was battling the ivory pig. Were there other players involved? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu gestured for the Dragonite to descend slightly, positioning themselves behind the ivory pig's head, and commanded, "Flamethrower." Roar. Flames coalesced within the Dragonite's mouth. And in the next moment, a searing beam of fire erupted forth. The brilliant flames flickered wildly, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. Chen Yu seized the opportunity to discern the figure dancing among the tree canopies. It was a bipedal Pokémon resembling a small dog, predominantly adorned in shades of blue and black. Despite its current disheveled state, a resolute glimmer shone in its eyes. The actions of the ivory pig momentarily halted due to the Dragonite's fiery breath, just as Riolu lifted its head, locking eyes with Chen Yu. In that instant, the ivory pig let out a furious roar, and enormous boulders rose from the ground, hurtling towards Riolu's position with tremendous force. The clarity of Riolu's gaze reflected the silhouette of the human riding the Dragonite against the sky, as the colossal rock descended from above, plunging its world into darkness. A thunderous impact reverberated from the ground, as billowing clouds of dust swept through the air. A sandstorm was brewing. Chen Yu felt a pang of anxiety and gently patted Dragonite's neck. Understanding the urgency, Dragonite swiftly descended, allowing him to disembark before returning to the skies to confront the ivory pig. Rushing to Riolu's side, Chen Yu discovered that Riolu had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. He placed his hand over Riolu's chest and invoked the power of vitality, vibrant green light surging forth, fervently mending Riolu's faltering body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just as Chen Yu felt his strength waning and his mind teetering on the brink of oblivion, Riolu's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, it opened its eyes, once again meeting the gaze of its human companion. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yu withdrew his hand, feeling a slight easing of tension within him. He spoke softly to Riolu. "You're all right now. Take a moment to rest." Dragonite needed his assistance in the battle ahead. Shaking his head to regain focus, Chen Yu sprinted towards Dragonite's position, while Riolu remained rooted in place, eyes fixed intently on the silhouette of its friend disappearing into the encroaching darkness. "Dragonite, use Fire Punch," Chen Yu commanded as he climbed a nearby tree, directing his order towards the airborne Dragonite. With a resounding affirmation, Dragonite summoned a torrent of flames around its fist and charged towards the colossal ivory pig. After 6 segments of Dragon Dance enhancing its physical attack and speed, Dragonite's prowess had reached an astonishing level. The Fire Punch struck precisely against the ivory pig's head, generating a shockwave that forced it to stumble back 2 steps. The ivory pig emitted a deafening roar as it conjured a white beam shimmering with icy crystals and frigid air, aimed directly at Dragonite. Giant Ice Freeze. This move was 4 times effective against Dragonite. If it connected, the impact would be devastating. However, the current Dragonite was a far cry from its previous self, having undergone a remarkable transformation. Anticipating the trajectory of the Giant Ice Freeze, Dragonite adeptly altered its course, executing a spiraling maneuver around the beam as it surged forth towards the ivory pig. Fire Punch. Chen Yu commanded once more. The Dragonite clenched its right fist, drawing power from within, as searing flames enveloped its fist and struck fiercely against the right cheek of the ivory boar. The violent impact caused the ivory boar to sway, its massive form losing balance and crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. An explosive sound emanated from the ivory boar as its body rapidly transformed, akin to a deflating balloon, before it collapsed unconscious. The hidden quest, the request of the Pokémon, has been completed. Fragments of the main quest's clues have been released. The text on the panel began to shift. Clue Fragment 2. Quest Time Limit. Gigantamax Pokémon. Chen Yu crouched atop a tree, his brow furrowed as he contemplated these 2 clues. The term infinity likely indicated that players were free to remain in this instance without any time constraints. This also implied that failure to complete the main quest would result in an eternal confinement to this isolated island, a fate reminiscent of Robinson Crusoe, Chen Yu mused. The second clue, regarding Gigantamax Pokémon, suggested that the remaining clue fragments were concealed within other Gigantamax Pokémon. Chen Yu silently pondered, a question arising in his mind. What about during the day? Why did these Gigantamax Pokémon only appear at night? Where did they go during daylight? He cast his gaze downwards at the ivory boar. Dragonite flew over, gently lifting its trainer from the tree. Chen Yu approached the unconscious ivory boar and utilized the power of the evergreen to help restore its vitality. Soon, the ivory boar awakened, wearing a perplexed and bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chen Yu sensed its confusion and inquired. Do you remember what just happened? The ivory boar shook its head in confusion. This was indeed quite unusual. Typically, Pokémon do not lose their memories upon reverting from Gigantamax state. Chen Yu observed the ivory boar for a moment, and his intense gaze made the creature feel uneasy. What should we do? Dragonite asked, voicing its concern. After a moment's thought, Chen Yu addressed the ivory boar, saying, You must stay with us until midnight tomorrow. He wished to see if a defeated Pokémon could once again undergo Gigantamax transformation at night. Upon hearing this, the ivory boar immediately attempted to flee, but Dragonite reacted swiftly, unleashing a jet of flames onto its escape path. Startled, the ivory boar shivered, despite its larger and sturdier physique compared to Dragonite. It could not shake the feeling that it was no match for this formidable creature. Chen Yu gently stroked its tusks, reassuringly saying, Fear not, we will not harm you. After midnight tomorrow, you are free to go wherever you please. Reluctantly, the ivory boar agreed to his terms. Having resolved the matter with the ivory boar, Chen Yu, accompanied by Dragonite and the ivory boar, prepared to return but suddenly remembered the earlier encounter with the Lucario and turned back to the location where Lucario had fallen unconscious. Regrettably, the place was utterly desolate. Riolu had already departed. Chen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, for this was his inaugural encounter with the living Riolu within the instance. At that moment, Dragonite suddenly lifted its head and emitted a curious cry towards the nearby thicket. What is the matter? Before Chen Yu could finish his sentence, he observed the grass rustling, and a row of small heads emerged from within. Chapter 69. Ducklet and Leekso, were you just protecting them? Chen Yu inquired, gazing at the frail Pokémon huddled behind Riolu. Riolu remained silent, simply lifting its gaze to fixate on Chen Yu. Bewildered, Chen Yu turned as he heard a commotion behind him, and there he found Teddy Ursa and Scyther leading a throng of forest-dwelling Pokémon rushing towards him. A plethora of hostile gazes swiftly converged upon the ivory pig, which shuddered and instinctively retreated behind Dragonite. Chen Yu intervened, explaining, Do not act rashly. It surely did not intend to harm the forest. The ivory pig nodded rapidly, completely oblivious to the situation, merely a pitiful and innocent little creature. Scyther cast a warning glance at the ivory pig before shifting its attention to Chen Yu, stating with restrained decorum, Chuck. Thank you. Teddy Ursa ambled over, giving Chen Yu an exuberant bear hug. Chen Yu, maintaining a stoic expression, gently pushed the exuberant creature away, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of Pokémon before ultimately landing on the leek held by a ducklet. He inquired, Where did you procure that? GA? Ducklet paused, a look of confusion crossing its face as it regarded the leek in its grasp, replying, Gagagagaga. I found it in the forest. Chen Yu's interest was piqued, and he promptly asked, "Could you show me where tomorrow?" He found himself nostalgic for the taste of pancakes wrapped around leeks. However, on this deserted island, pancakes were a rarity. His search for leeks was primarily to enhance the flavor of ramen. Gaga. Ducklet readily agreed. Just then, a small Ponita approached, lowering its head and affectionately nuzzling against Chen Yu's face, releasing 2 warm breaths from its nostrils. Chen Yu was taken aback, sensing the Ponita's intent. "Are you offering to take me back?" Ponita nodded cheerfully, turning around to beckon him to climb aboard. The surrounding darkness was dispelled by Ponita's bright flames. Chen Yu hesitated, admittedly concerned that the flames might singe his trousers. Yet, as he mounted, he felt only a comforting warmth emanating from beneath him. The feared scenario of scorched pants did not materialize. With a sigh of relief, he turned to wave goodbye to the assembled Pokémon. "Farewell, everyone. Ducklet, remember to come find me tomorrow." Gaga. Ducklet nodded joyfully in response. Chen Yu suddenly recalled the description of the scallion duck from an anime. The meat of the scallion duck is exquisitely tender, and when prepared with the accompanying plant stems, it becomes even more delectable. Consequently, it has been subjected to extensive hunting by humans, leading to its dwindling numbers. Chen Yu glanced once more at the scallion duck, which sported a tuft of silly hair atop its head, a character-shaped mark on its forehead, and stood there waving its scallion as a farewell. "Let us go." He gently patted the fiery mane of his small fire horse. It was only after the figures of the circle bear and other spirits vanished from view that Chen Yu suddenly remembered he seemed to have forgotten something. Riolu. Wild Riolu are quite rare. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to dismiss the thought. He had no Pokeballs on him, and even if he managed to capture one, he wouldn't be able to take it out of the instance. Given that, it would be better to avoid any interaction, to prevent discomfort for both parties when the instance concluded. With a tinge of regret, Chen Yu returned to his dwelling in the cave. Upon hearing the noise, the Sandshrew and Maril immediately opened their eyes in alertness, only relaxing once they recognized Chen Yu and his Dragonite. After lying down on the pile of grass, Chen Yu, who hadn't had enough sleep, quickly fell into a deep slumber once more. After he drifted off, a dark blue silhouette appeared at the entrance of the cave. Peering inside through the gaps, Riolu hesitated at the door for a moment, but ultimately chose not to enter. It stood in place for several minutes before turning and leaving. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke late, roused by the calls of the scallion duck. Throughout the night, the scallion duck had been standing beside him, cheerfully clutching a bundle of wild scallions. The fresh scent of wild onions wafted towards him. "What time is it?" He instinctively thought to check the time, only to remember he was in an instance, stopping mid-motion to point at the scallions in the scallion duck's grasp. "These are for you." The scallion duck pushed the scallions into Chen Yu's arms. "Thank you." Chen Yu was somewhat touched and planned to prepare a pot of scallion noodles later. As he stood up and approached the cave entrance, he was greeted by a large pile of tree fruits and scallions heaped beside the door. Chen Yu paused for 2 seconds, turned to the scallion duck, and asked, "Did you bring all of this?" The scallion duck shook its little head, indicating that it hadn't brought them, having just arrived. Then who sent them? Could it be the other spirits in the forest? Chen Yu looked around, but found no trace of other spirits. He suddenly felt that the spirits in this forest were rather endearing, though they often squabbled. They united against formidable foes and assisted the weak, embodying gratitude and loyalty. With this thought, Chen Yu smiled and graciously accepted the goodwill of these spirits. Calling over his Dragonite, Sandshrew, and Maril to help him carry the pile of tree fruits and scallions into the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, the scallion duck hurried over to lend a hand, while the ivory pig remained huddled in a corner, gazing longingly at the fresh and delectable tree fruits, salivating discreetly. Since he had brought someone back, Chen Yu naturally felt responsible for their daily meals. Thus he moved a pile of tree fruits before the ivory pig. The ivory pig cast a grateful glance in his direction and began to devour the bounty voraciously. In the blink of an eye, the entire heap of fruits had vanished into the belly of the ivory pig, who then lifted its head, displaying a pitiful gaze reminiscent of a forlorn puppy as it looked at Chen Yu. Perhaps if Mary Lou had employed such an expression, he might have felt a twinge of compassion. However, this particular look on the ivory pig was strikingly incongruous. Chen Yu felt a surge of anxiety. The creature's appetite was indeed daunting. With a Dragonite, a Sandshrew, a Mary Lou, and now an ivory pig, he truly found himself at a loss for resources. With a serious demeanor, he patted the ivory pig's tusks and said, "Brother Peichi, I believe you are sufficiently nourished now. Why not take your leave at this moment?" The ivory pig, distractedly eyeing Dragonite's food, responded absent-mindedly, "Wasn't it agreed that I would stay until tomorrow night?" Chen Yu was left speechless. How had an extra day been added? Clearing his throat, he corrected, "It is tonight, and furthermore, our supplies are dwindling. So I kindly request that you venture out immediately to seek sustenance. Thank you." Chapter 70. Farming Game Shocking. The ivory pig faces disdain due to its excessive appetite. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Tune in tonight at 8 for the Pokémon Symposium. Observing the expression on the ivory pig's face, Chen was suddenly struck by a wave of disbelief. Ultimately, the ivory pig left the cave, casting glances back as it departed to forage for food in the forest. Chen sighed in relief, retrieved a bag of biscuits, and sat on a wooden stool to snack. After finishing breakfast, he crossed off lunch and, accompanied by Sandshrew and Mary Lou, arrived at a patch of soft earth. Sandshrew began to dig, Mary Lou sprayed water, and Chen took charge of the mud, constructing an aesthetically unpleasing stove in front of the cave, which was quickly solidified by Dragonite's flames. Soon, a rudimentary earthen stove was completed. Chen and Sandshrew, covered in mud and rather filthy, ultimately had Mary Lou use a weakened version of water gun to clean them up. As Chen beheld the harmonious scene before him, he was suddenly filled with the whimsical sensation of participating in a farming simulation game. This thought sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Was this truly a survival scenario on a deserted island? Why did he feel so detached from that reality? Meanwhile, at another corner of the island, Stone Dragon and his companions stopped, panting heavily in a clearing, gazing at the slightly pallid faces of their comrades, who were suffering from hunger. Stone Dragon felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who could fathom the trials they had endured the previous night? First, they had been relentlessly pursued by a swarm of bee drills for stealing honey, and just when they thought they had escaped, they encountered a fully leveled and colossal Butterfree. What is even more despairing is that their Pokémon stamina has dwindled to nearly nothing due to relentless battles. The restorative properties of berries are limited, and during the day, they are also besieged by wild Pokémon lurking in the forest. In such an intense environment, even the most skilled players would find it arduous to endure for an entire week. At that moment, a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed through the air. Sherlong cast an awkward glance at his own empty stomach, having gone 2 meals without food. With a serious expression, Mufing looked up at Sherlong and inquired, "Was your last wilderness survival experience similar?" Sherlong shook his head. "No, that dungeon was far more forgiving, at least there. The nights were not filled with rampaging Gigantamax Pokémon, and food was not as scarce as it is now." Mufing fell silent upon hearing this. Mushua glanced at her brother and reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if we fail the main quest, once the time limit expires, we will automatically exit the dungeon." As seasoned players, they had accumulated a significant amount of points, and the loss incurred from failing a main quest would be manageable. Mufing nodded, gazing at the main quest on his task panel, which bore only 3 words, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Yusan sighed and remarked, "If only we had the power of continuity, that skill could enhance wild Pokémon's affinity, preventing them from attacking us. Unfortunately, that ability was prohibitively expensive. Priced at 500,000, it equated to half the cost of a ticket to the Pokémon world. Players capable of amassing such a sum would likely not invest in auxiliary trainer skills," Sherlong commented. In the evening, Chen discovered 5 caterpies and exchanged them for a thick bundle of silk using berries. The silk produced by the caterpies was initially highly adhesive, but after 2 hours, it would gradually lose its stickiness, transforming into a soft, resilient thread. Chen constructed a makeshift drying rack from wood at the cave entrance, hanging the silk to dry while leaving Sandshrew, Donphan, and Maril to guard the premises. He then took his Dragonite to the beach. Riding on Dragonite, he knocked down 5 coconuts from a palm tree, with the horizon merging with the sea as the sun lingered just above the water's surface. The tide on the beach began to recede, leaving behind numerous shells and clams among the sandy expanse. Initially intending to return with just 5 coconuts for their refreshing juice, Chen couldn't resist plucking a large, thick leaf from the palm tree and began digging for clams on the beach. Clam soup, steamed clams, boiled clams, or clam noodles, all enhanced with a few drops of spicy berry juice, caused the neighboring children to drool with envy. Chen swallowed hard as he collected the clams, only stopping once the large leaf was filled to capacity. His last bag of ramen was nearly depleted, and he would need to venture to other areas of the island for new sustenance starting tomorrow. As dusk approached, the outside world began to grow perilous. Chen decided not to linger any longer and returned to the campsite with his Dragonite. He dismounted, still clutching the coconuts and clams in his arms, when he noticed a small pile of berries at the cave entrance. He glanced at his 3 companion Pokémon and inquired, "Who brought these?" The Sandshrew raised its paw and chirped. It was a blue and black fellow. The blue-black creature was Lucario. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. Was Lucario expressing gratitude? He surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of Lucario. Where is it? He asked. The Sandshrew replied, I don't know. It dropped the berries and ran off. Suddenly, Dragonite emitted a cry in a certain direction. Chen Yu turned to see Lucario perched atop a large tree, its body obscured by dense foliage, seemingly gazing in their direction. Chen Yu sighed, recalling the large pile of scallions and berries from earlier that morning. How much time must Lucario have spent gathering such a substantial amount? Moreover, regarding the scallions, had it overheard his wish for them yesterday? Chen Yu approached the tree and called up, Come down. Lucario remained still, and after 3 seconds, a rustling sound emanated from above. Lucario adeptly leaped down and stood before Chen Yu, looking up at him. Chen Yu crouched down and gently stroked Lucario's head. Lucario stood there, motionless. Chen Yu asked, Did you bring us those berries and scallions this morning? Lucario hesitated for a moment before nodding. With the presence of the Tokiwa power, Chen Yu could directly sense Lucario's thoughts. It desired to become his Pokémon. If this were in a previous scenario, he might have been excited enough to immediately capture it with a Pokeball. However, the current setting was a desolate realm, devoid of any human presence other than a few players, making the notion of a Pokeball inconceivable. Chapter 71. Loyal Hachiko without a Pokeball. Players could not take any Pokémon they wished to capture out of the scenario. This was a stark and harsh reality. Chen Yu could not bring himself to deceive Lucario, nor did he wish to envision it remaining alone on the island after he departed. Thus, he reluctantly feigned ignorance of its intentions and said, Thank you, but we have more berries than we can consume. If you bring us more, it would go to waste. So please don't send any tomorrow. Lucario understood, nodding silently, its resolute gaze imbued with a hint of hope directed at Chen Yu. He could not bear such an expression. It unsettled him. Trying to maintain composure, he stood up, waved at Lucario, and said, Goodbye, little one. The forest is unsafe at night. Be sure to return early. With that, he turned and walked back towards the campsite with Dragonite. Lulu remained stationary, lingering in place until Chen Yu's silhouette faded from view, at which point it lowered its head, unable to conceal its profound disappointment. This marked the 3rd evening of its solitude. After declining Lulu's companionship, Chen Yu found himself devoid of the will to even handle clams. Once he had prepared dinner for a few of his Pokémon, he settled alone by the campfire, gnawing on the last piece of compressed biscuit. What is wrong with your trainer? The towering 2-meter-tall Ivysaur, appearing somewhat forlorn, nestled in the corner, leaned against the wall, its prominent tusks digging into the ground as it inquired of the Dragonite, who seemed visibly troubled by Chen Yu's demeanor. I don't know, Dragonite hesitated, shaking its head. After following Chen Yu for so long, it was the first time it had witnessed him in such a state of emotional despondency. Nearby, the Sandshrew and Marill also took notice. The Sandshrew extended its claw from the hole it had been digging and tossed a small stone beside Marill. Marill, startled. Marill looked up, annoyance evident on its adorable face as it glared at the Sandshrew. The Sandshrew pointed towards Chen Yu's direction. Marill then turned its gaze to Chen Yu, its cute face contorting in thought. After a moment, it bounced over to him, playfully making a face with its tiny blue arms. Chen Yu managed a soft smile, pinching Marill's little cheek as he asked, What's the matter? Did you not have enough for dinner? As a competent construction contractor, he could certainly provide his employees with their daily meals, with the exception of the rather gluttonous Ivysaur. Reflecting on this, Chen Yu glanced at Ivysaur and Sandshrew. He had previously arranged with these Pokémon that they would assist him in exchange for food and free healing services. Compared to Dragonite, he felt that his relationship with Marill and Sandshrew resembled that of a caretaker in a circus, providing sustenance for them while they, in turn, offered their assistance. Neither he nor Marill and Sandshrew harbored thoughts of capturing or being captured by each other. Thus, Chen Yu was not overly concerned about the impact his departure would have on their lives. However, Lulu was different. Upon their initial encounter, Chen Yu had distinctly sensed its desire to accompany him. Lulu was a proud Pokémon, exhibiting extreme loyalty to its trainer, even willing to sacrifice its life for them. Once such a Pokémon commits to a trainer, its devotion remains unwavering. Chen Yu could scarcely envision the life Lulu would lead after their parting following a period of companionship. He had contemplated returning to find Lulu after leaving this scenario for another, yet he could not guarantee that the worlds of this scenario and the next were one and the same. Even though he had received validation in the insect-catching boy scenario, he dared not gamble on it, fearing that the last time might have merely been a coincidence. To him, it may merely be a matter of a few copies, yet for Lulu, it could span years or even decades. Chen Yu did not wish to witness the tale of Hachiko unfold in Lulu's life. Since he could not take it away, it would be best to avoid any interaction. Chen Yu pressed his lips together, adjusted his emotions, and rose to retrieve the silk of the green caterpillars that had been drying outside the cave. After an entire afternoon of basking in the heat, the stickiness of the silk had completely dissipated, leaving behind a delicate and soft texture. Remarkably, even in its dried state, the silk remained intertwined, resembling cotton. This was the yield from 5 green caterpillars, forming a thick layer, with a substantial excess laid upon the grassy bed. Chen Yu reclined upon it, draping the surplus over himself, creating a rudimentary sleeping bag in the shape of a box. As he nestled into it, he was immediately enveloped by a warm and comforting heat, a warmth bestowed by the sun. The island experienced significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Although the days were sweltering, the cool sea breeze surged as darkness fell. The crackling campfire blazed nearby, while the ivory pig lay languidly on the ground, its thick fur and inherent ice attributes rendering the chilly night akin to a return home for it. Chen Yu did not succumb to slumber immediately. He gazed intently at the ivory pig for quite some time, until the moon ascended to its zenith, and no signs of Gigantamaxing appeared on the ivory pig. The conjecture in his heart was confirmed, allowing Chen Yu to feel a slight relaxation as he lay beside the Dragonite, closing his eyes. At last, he thought, he could enjoy a restful night. However, that was not to be. Just as he began to doze off, he was roused by a cacophony of sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted once more by the plush bear face. Chen Yu was momentarily speechless, pinching the bridge of his nose before inquiring, "Circle Bear, has another colossal Pokémon come to invade?" The Circle Bear shook its head, dismayed, clutching its arms and belly. Only then did Chen Yu notice the numerous severe wounds adorning its body, with a patch of fur on the back of its head singed away by some unknown force. Presenting a rather comical sight, Chen Yu stifled the urge to laugh, invoking the power of restoration to heal the Circle Bear while asking, "What transpired? Did you engage in a skirmish with a fire-type Pokémon?" The Circle Bear, in a fit of indignation, gesticulated wildly, "Awoo. It was a group of humans accompanied by Pokémon. They are villains. They stole the honey and fruits I had hidden in the tree hollow, and even set fire to me." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that other players had entered this region. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. In comparison to those players, he preferred interactions with Pokémon. "Where are they? When did you encounter them?" The Circle Bear replied, "Awoo. This afternoon. They are villains. They set fire to the fur on my head, and now I am bald. Woe is me." Chen Yu observed the Circle Bear with a tinge of sympathy, noting its inability to utter anything beyond mere insults directed at its adversaries. Casting a glance at the bear's barren head, he inquired, "So, you were knocked out by them and have remained in this position ever since?" Chapter 72. The Circle Bear's honey. Merely mentioning this topic ignited a spark of anger within the Circle Bear, which opened its mouth and began to howl in a frenzy. Chen Yu, employing his steadfast resolve, sensed a plethora of derogatory terms, ranging from petty villains to the most nefarious of foes, resonating in the bear's heart. Dragonair, stationed nearby, awkwardly shielded its face with its paw. Chen Yu smirked, noticing that the bear's injuries had largely healed. He withdrew his hand, stifled a yawn, and suggested, "Why not stay the night and rest here?" The Circle Bear shook its head, its expression turning serious as it exclaimed, "Awoo." Having comfortably reclined on a silk quilt adorned with green caterpillars, Chen Yu was on the verge of drifting off to sleep when a flash of blue light caught his eye. Hidden task triggered. Do you accept? Acceptance grants access to task details. Instantly revitalized, Chen Yu sat up and glanced at the Circle Bear, asking, "What did you just say?" The Circle Bear replied, "Awoo. I wish to implore you to help me reclaim the honey that was stolen." That is simple. Without hesitation, Chen Yu chose to accept the task. And in the blink of an eye, it was automatically updated. Hidden task. The Circle Bear's honey. Accepted. Task objective. Assist the Circle Bear in reclaiming the stolen honey. The greater the remaining quantity of honey, the more substantial the rewards. Current remaining quantity, 13. If it reaches 0, the task will fail. Task reward. Silk scarf, 13. In the next moment, the remaining quantity of honey decreased from 13 to 11, and the reward transformed before Chen Yu's eyes into a silver spray. Alas, sleep would elude him again tonight. Chen Yu inquired, "Do you know the location of those humans?" The Circle Bear shook its head, responding, "Awoo. I do not know." "Very well, stay here and wait. I shall retrieve your honey." Upon hearing this, the Circle Bear plopped down on the ground, nodding obediently. Chen Yu departed the camp with Dragonair, instructing it to execute the dragon dance 6 times at the entrance, maximizing its attack and speed. This hidden task was time-sensitive. The honey's remaining quantity diminished by 1% every several minutes. and the reward shifted from silver spray to a mere orange fruit. After inquiring with numerous wild Pokémon residing in the forest, Chen finally discerned the whereabouts of the player group. At this juncture, the remaining honey quantity had dwindled to 5, and the reward had been reduced to a small experience candy. Determined not to embark on this journey in vain, he swiftly mounted Dragonair and soared towards the player's location. Soon, he spotted a radiant campfire in a clearing below. At that moment, the honey's remaining quantity plummeted to 3. Without hesitation, Chen commanded, "Tornado." The Dragonite opened its mouth, and a swirling storm of purple energy rapidly converged, unleashing a formidable tornado that struck the campfire. Yu-san, who was busy savoring honey, was startled. The beehive in his hands fell to the ground with a thud, and thick, golden honey cascaded onto the earth. With a fierce presence, Dragonite descended, an intense, invisible gale radiating outward from its center. Chen Yu's clothing rustled in the wind as his gaze fixed intently on the beehive. He watched as the last drop of honey was about to fall. Swiftly, he leaped to the ground, executing a tactical roll to reach the beehive, deftly adjusting it to reverse the precariously hanging drop of honey. Phew, that was close. Chen exhaled in relief, cradling the beehive in his hands before raising his head to the 5 astonished onlookers. Yu-san was the first to react. Eyes wide and voice shrill. "It's you." Chen feigned ignorance, vaulting onto Dragonite's back and giving it a gentle pat, prompting it to spread its wings and ascend into the sky. Yu-san's expression darkened as he realized he was being ignored. Sherlong furrowed his brow, gazing at the beehive in Chen Yu's hands, and spoke with certainty. "He has received a hidden mission. Let us follow him." Yu-san had no objections. To be honest, the moment he heard that Chen had obtained a hidden mission, a wave of intense envy and jealousy surged within him. Chen did not return directly to the camp. Instead, he sought out a nest of 3 bees. The 3 bees recognized Chen, having previously been victims of the colossal ivory boar's tyranny. With their permission, Chen poured the honey into the beehive of the circle bear. In the next moment, the numbers on the hidden mission panel began to rise. 3, 4, 5. Soon, it restored to the initial 13. The transformation did not cease. Chen felt the beehive in his hands grow increasingly heavy. Just as the honey level returned to 50, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw Sherlong leading the 5, their faces as pale as earth. He raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, "How long has it been since you last had a proper meal? Look at how starved you all are." Yu-san felt ridiculed, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Enough talk. Return what you took from us." Upon hearing this, Dragonite immediately stood in front of Chen with a cold demeanor, narrowing its eyes disdainfully at Yu-san. Yu-san fell silent. Chen, somewhat exasperated, asked, "Do you find me particularly displeasing?" It was not just displeasure. There was also envy, jealousy, and a profound sense of imbalance within. Sherlong snorted coldly, producing a Pokeball from thin air. With a flash of white light, a Slash Commander emerged, and Yu-san followed suit, brandishing a Lickitung. Chen smiled at the other 3 and asked, "Are you joining as well?" Mu Feng and Mu Shui exchanged a glance, and both instinctively took a step back, refraining from making a move. Upon witnessing this scene, Sherlong's expression darkened, and his lips twitched as if he were about to speak, yet no words escaped his mouth. Yu-san sneered, "Very well. I hereby declare that, from this moment forth, you 2 are expelled from the team." Chen, trailing behind, interjected, "Oh, come on. Just look at how much these 2 have suffered alongside you. They've lost weight compared to their first day here." The remaining Wang Hao glanced at Mu Feng and Mu Shui, then shifted his gaze to Yu-san and Sherlong. With a reluctant determination, he summoned a lava snail. Sherlong's expression softened slightly as he fixed his gaze on Chen, coldly asserting, "I refuse to believe that you alone can take on 3 of us." Chen shook his head. Just when Sherlong thought he was about to concede, he heard his opponent seriously declare, "No, in fact, I can take on all 5 of you." Chen was not merely boasting. His sharp sword commander and big tongue appeared weary, bearing numerous subtle injuries, clearly having endured many battles without adequate rest. In stark contrast, his Dragonite was vibrant and alert, its eyes gleaming with vitality, glistening with a sheen of health, especially bolstered by the 6 layers of dragon dance it had accumulated, rendering it in peak condition. Chapter 73. Farewell, Ivory Pig. I leave it to you. Chen instructed his Dragonite before turning away to continue filling jars with honey. Behind him, the sounds of battle erupted. Within 3 minutes, the sharp sword commander, Big Tongue, and Lava Snail lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Just in time, the honey jar for the circle bear was also filled. Current remaining quantity, 100 task reward, random generic move learning machine, X1. Next, he merely needed to submit the honey to Circle Bear to complete the task. Chen Yu securely cradled the filled honey jar in his arms and turned to face the incredulous expressions of Long and Yu San, grinning as he asked, "So, how does it feel? Enjoying yourselves? Impossible. How could your Dragonite possibly deal such high damage?" Yu San's initial reaction was disbelief. If this were a game, he would suspect the opponent had modified the values. With 6 layers of Dragon Dance, coupled with the Dragon Fang that enhances the power of Dragon-type moves, Pokémon of the same level could hardly withstand a single Dragon dive from Dragonite, let alone the Sharp Sword Commander, who was already in subpar condition. Against such an adversary, even without Chen Yu's guidance, Dragonite could effortlessly dispatch them one by one. However, Chen Yu was uninterested in explaining. The task was complete, and all he desired was a good night's sleep. Thus, he mounted Dragonite and departed from the scene. Mu Shui regarded her 3 despondent former teammates with a mocking smile. "We are all players. Why the fuss? Just because they didn't team up with you, failing to satisfy your desire for leadership?" Mu Feng glanced at his sister and said, "We should leave." Shilong's face turned ashen upon hearing this. "No, you cannot leave." The 3 individuals found their Pokémon devoid of combat capability, leaving their team entirely defenseless against potential encounters with wild Pokémon. Mu Shui chuckled, "If even my brother cannot control me, who do you think you are?" At that moment, the atmosphere turned hostile. Shilong's expression darkened. "Very well, Mu Feng and Mu Shui, I shall remember you," he declared, before turning away and departing with Yu San and Wang Hao. Upon Chen Yu's return to the campsite, he found the Circle Bear peacefully slumbering upon its grassy bed. Chen Yu urged his Dragonite to poke the bear's bubble of snot with its claw, startling the creature awake. He promptly placed a jar of honey into its embrace. And in the next instant, a notification of task completion arrived. Hidden task, Circle Bear's honey, has been completed. Rewards will be distributed during the dungeon settlement along with points. The Circle Bear's face lit up with joy as it plunged a paw into the honeycomb, retrieving it coated in a thick layer of sweet, fragrant honey, and began to contentedly lick its paw. Dragonite, observing this scene, wore an expression of disdain. The following morning marked the conclusion of the observation period for the Ivory Pig. Chen Yu, accompanied by Dragonite, Sandshrew, and Maril, stood at the campsite entrance to bid it farewell. The Ivory Pig nudged Chen Yu with its cheek, and he gently patted its head, saying, "Farewell." The Ivory Pig emitted a few grunts, turned, and ambled towards the forest. However, after a few steps, it recalled that Chen Yu had provided food to the other Pokémon while neglecting it over the past days. It cast a resentful glance back at him and unleashed a weakened ice-type move, Powder Snow. Chilled snowflakes accompanied by a cold breeze wafted toward Chen Yu, causing him to shiver in the early morning chill. The Ivory Pig, witnessing this, finally broke into a triumphant smile, halting its Powder Snow and happily turning to leave. This playful exchange alleviated much of the sorrow of parting. Chen Yu wiped the melting snow from his face, choosing to perceive the prank as not directed at him, and called out cheerfully, "Peichi, remember to take good care of yourself." The Ivory Pig did not look back, but emitted a deep call to signify it had heard him. Once the Ivory Pig's silhouette had fully vanished from sight, Chen Yu returned to the campsite to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. He could not remain in one spot, wasting precious time. He needed to explore other regions of the island and ascertain the nature of the Dynamax Pokémon found there. The information gleaned from the Dynamax Ivory Pig was unequivocal. To obtain fragment clues, one must vanquish other Dynamax Pokémon. For only through this could the main quest be completed. Food for humans on this island was limited. Thus far, Chen Yu had only encountered 4 edible items: berries, wild vegetables, clams, and coconuts. Living here for a few weeks is manageable, but if it extends to months or years, players would undoubtedly become emaciated. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some extreme players might resort to capturing creatures like the dilly duck to survive. However, such actions are beneath Chen Yu. The creatures possess their own intellect, capable of thought, laughter and joy, and tears and sorrow, exhibiting a level of humanity that surpasses that of some individuals. To ensure he had the energy to investigate in the evening, Chen Yu deliberately adjusted his daily routine. Having just finished breakfast, he returned to bed with his Dragonite. Having had little sleep the previous night, he soon drifted off again, only to awaken groggily around noon. By the afternoon, Dragonite was no longer inclined to sleep. It brimmed with energy, feeling as if it could take on 100 Gigantamax Pokémon. Observing its trainer, Dragonite wore a conflicted expression. "Well then, let us venture outside." Seeing this, Chen Yu had no choice but to abandon his original plans and took Dragonite for a stroll through the forest. This experience was entirely different from 3 days prior. Most of the forest creatures no longer exhibited hostility upon seeing him. Instead, they approached him cheerfully to greet him. Even two creatures that had been quarreling ceased their bickering upon noticing him, wearing sheepish expressions as they retreated into the underbrush, nursing their wounds. Chen Yu mused that he had intended to use his power to heal them, but since acquiring this strength, he found himself unable to resist the urge to treat injured creatures whenever he encountered them. At that moment, Dragonite turned its head back curiously, having sensed something trailing them since the previous night. Yet, each time it looked back, the feeling vanished without a trace. Noticing Dragonite's expression, Chen Yu inquired, "What is it?" "There seems to be something following us," Dragonite replied, a hint of concern emerging in its emerald eyes. Chen Yu turned to look carefully, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes to their right. Both he and Dragonite immediately directed their attention toward the source. Chapter 74. The Gigantamax Rapidash, a piercing whinny emerged from the underbrush, and a figure engulfed in flames of crimson raced toward them. The sound of hooves clattering against the ground echoed as the fiery Rapidash galloped up to Chen Yu, affectionately nuzzling its head against his cheek. Chen Yu nearly toppled over from the impact, but Dragonite promptly steadied him with its claws. Rubbing the Rapidash's neck, Chen Yu asked, "Were you the one following us?" The Rapidash looked up, a puzzled expression on its face, indicating it was merely passing through. "Ah, perhaps I misinterpreted the sensation," Chen Yu replied, glancing at the direction Dragonite had indicated, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. The little fire horse emitted two crisp neighs, taking a few steps forward before turning its head to gaze at Chen Yu with its bright, shining eyes. Chen Yu understood. The little fire horse was inviting him to ride. Such an honor was not bestowed upon just anyone, and Chen Yu readily accepted. He mounted the little fire horse, which joyfully galloped through the forest. The Dragonite, unable to keep pace on foot, could only soar behind in pursuit. After they departed, a Leafeon leaped down from a lush tree, standing where Chen Yu had just been, silently watching the direction in which the little fire horse had vanished. Moments later, it moved, once again pursuing that same direction. As evening descended, Chen Yu rode the Dragonite high into the sky, overlooking an island shaped like a green caterpillar. In the boundless ocean, this island appeared solitary. Even from several thousand meters above, no land could be seen beyond this solitary isle. Chen Yu pursed his lips, refocusing his attention on the island. Divided by the campsite, the island could be segmented into 4 distinct regions: east, west, south, and north. The eastern region, smaller in scope, was primarily dense forest, where the colossal Pokémon, the ivory pig, could be found. In contrast, the western region was characterized by river swamps, home to numerous water and poison-type Pokémon. The southern region was riddled with steep cliffs and caverns, where the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs at night reverberated through the labyrinthine caves. The northern region boasted a massive volcano, beneath which lush trees and flowers grew, indicating it had not erupted for a considerable time. Apart from the eastern region, the colossal Pokémon in the remaining 3 areas had yet to reveal themselves. Tonight, his task was to ascertain the types of colossal Pokémon appearing in the other regions. However, glancing at the sea, Chen Yu noted a colossal Dratini lurking beneath the water. If defeating the colossal Pokémon was indeed necessary to obtain clues for the main quest, a fierce battle with the Dratini was inevitable. It must be said, the difficulty of this quest had escalated significantly compared to the previous 2. Chen Yu circled the island in the sky, committing the general terrain of each region to memory. Soon, the sun set, and night once again enveloped the land. At that moment, a subtle purplish-black shadow flickered below, instantly expanding to the island's edge before vanishing into the air. The Dragonite furrowed its brow, sensing that peculiar energy once more. Chen Yu also recognized this anomaly, something he had overlooked in the previous days. But before he could ponder further, a series of tremendous roars erupted from various points on the island. In the distance, a massive silhouette broke the water's surface, and the colossal Dratini once again emerged, swimming around the entire island. Chen Yu glanced in the direction of the Dragonite, while gently placing his right hand on its back. The Dragonite understood immediately and flapped its wings, soaring towards the western district. However, before they could descend, a massive figure emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a roaring surge of wind. Gritting its teeth, Dragonite stabilized its form. To prevent being swept away by the gust, Chen Yu lay flat on Dragonite's back, attempting to minimize his profile. Once the tumultuous air dissipated, he raised his head and beheld a colossal shadow hovering directly in front of Dragonite, obstructing its path. Chen Yu utilized the detection technique on the imposing figure. The next moment, the details appeared on his panel. Gigantamax Butterfree, 100. Damn it. Run. Chen Yu commanded Dragonite without hesitation. At level 66, Dragonite was no match for Butterfree, especially with Chen Yu aboard. Upon receiving the order, Dragonite promptly turned around, accelerating to its maximum speed, while the Gigantamax Butterfree relentlessly pursued, unleashing a Gigantamax air slash. The thrill was exhilarating. Chen Yu felt as though he were on the brink of ascension. To avoid being flung to the ground by the wind, he decisively ordered, "Lower your altitude." Below lay an endless sea of trees, where entering would easily obscure them from Butterfree's pursuit, rendering it unable to track their whereabouts. With a responsive cry, Dragonite adjusted its angle within the gust and dove toward the forest. Although Butterfree boasted remarkable speed, Dragonite was no slouch either. In mere moments, they plunged into the verdant expanse, vanishing amidst the emerald foliage. Butterfree instantly lost sight of its target. Its towering height rendered it unable to discern the situation beneath the treetops. It emitted a sharp cry, its body radiating green light, as it frantically unleashed a Gigantamax bug buzz below. Yet, it failed to make contact. The descent's velocity caused Dragonite to skid across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt after colliding with a malnourished sapling. Exhausted, Chen Yu slid off Dragonite's back, leaning against another tree as he gasped for breath. The two exchanged a glance, both relieved. A red mark emerged on Dragonite's head from the impact, causing its eyes to glisten with tears, looking pitifully at Chen Yu. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chen Yu extended his hand to summon the power of the evergreen, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I was too hasty." Dragonite shook its head, gently patting Chen Yu's shoulder with its claw to convey that it bore no ill will. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a short distance away. Chen Yu and Dragonite turned alertly, only to see a beautiful woman with flowing hair rushing toward them, panting heavily. Upon spotting Chen Yu, Ling Yu's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "It's you." Dragonite cast a wary glance in her direction. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, "Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely came over to see what was happening after noticing that massive Butterfree pursuing someone." Initially, she had presumed that the ones being chased were those from the Stone Dragon group, intending to revel in the spectacle and mock them. Instead, she found herself confronted by Chen Yu. Chapter 75. The second fragment of Clue. The commotion caused by the colossal Butterfree was significant enough to alarm the entire Western District's Pokémon, prompting them to flee in droves away from the direction of the giant Butterfree. Chen Yu turned to observe the fleeing Pokémon, a frown creasing his brow. Ling Yu suggested, "Shall we find a different place to converse?" Only then did Chen Yu glance at her and inquire, "Why are you not with the others?" With a roll of her eyes, Ling Yu retorted, "Would you team up with a self-righteous fool who lacks reasoning?" Chen Yu chuckled at her response, "Indeed." Ling Yu then glanced at the Dragonite stationed beside him and asked, "You are here to investigate the information regarding the colossal Pokémon that has appeared, correct?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "You've noticed as well?" Ling Yu nodded, willingly divulging the information she possessed. "I received a hidden quest from a rose raid, with the reward being a fragment of a main quest clue." As she spoke, she displayed her interface. Clue Fragment 1. The method to leave this instance is to liberate this island. Ling Yu mused. To liberate this island clearly refers to defeating the colossal Pokémon that have mysteriously manifested here. According to my research, these Pokémon revert to their normal forms during the daytime. Chen Yu glanced at the text on the interface and queried, "Why are you sharing this with me?" Ling Yu smiled softly, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples. "Of course, I am seeking to team up with you." Seemingly apprehensive of a potential rejection, she quickly added, "I can provide you with pertinent information about that Butterfree. My Pokémon is a Pachirisu, and it can assist you in battle." A blue and white squirrel-like Pokémon peeked out from Ling Yu's hoodie pocket, climbing up her arm to perch on her shoulder, both looking at Chen Yu with beseeching eyes. Chen Yu was utterly charmed and, upon reflection, found no reason to decline her offer. All players in this instance shared the same main quest, as long as one player defeated those colossal Pokémon and liberated the island. The main quests for others would also be automatically completed. Naturally, corresponding rewards would diminish significantly for those who contributed nothing, with some potentially receiving no rewards at all. With this in mind, Chen Yu readily agreed and used his detection skill to examine the level of the Pachirisu. Pachirisu, 78. It was several levels higher than the Dragonite, which had risen from level 65 to 66 after defeating the colossal Ivory Pig. Ling Yu utilized her detection skill to discern the level of the Dragonite. Noticing Chen Yu's puzzled expression, she elucidated, "Levels do not signify much. They merely represent the quantitative manifestation of a Pokémon's superficial strength as interpreted by the infinite realm, serving as a reference for us. Some Pokémon, despite possessing a high apparent level, may lack combat experience and the synergy with their trainers. Even when facing Pokémon of a lower level, they might struggle to gain the upper hand. At this juncture, a hint of embarrassment graced her features as she smiled. My Pachirisu was just captured in the previous dungeon. Despite its elevated level, it has been nourished solely with experience candies. I had intended to foster a deeper bond with it in this dungeon. But who would have anticipated that this place would unleash 5 or 6 Dynamax Pokémon to confound us? Lingyu mused inwardly. Chen Yu's expression shifted to one of understanding. Follow me. Let's return to my residence. Lingyu urged. All right, Chen Yu replied, with Dragonite trailing closely behind her. They traversed a winding path and crossed a bubbling swamp, arriving at a magnificent waterfall. Lingyu plunged into the cascading waters with Pachirisu, while Dragonite stepped forward, shielding them from the torrent with its wing and calling back to Chunyu. As Chunyu entered the waterfall's embrace, he surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "The water curtain cave is rather splendid." Lingyu, adjusting her damp hair, smiled and said, "This was discovered by the Rose Raid that assigned me a hidden quest. Those who appreciate Pokémon generally enjoy good fortune." Chunyu nodded in agreement, settling on a stone beside Dragonite. "Let us discuss serious matters." Lingyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she tucked her hair behind her ear and perched herself on a smooth, round stone. "I arrived in this area 2 days ago, just as night fell, when that colossal Dynamax Butterfree appeared, rampaging uncontrollably. I found a safe spot to wait until dawn, and then followed it, witnessing its transformation back to its normal form. Subsequently, I traced it to its habitat." She lifted her gaze to Chunyu and inquired, "Should we strike while it is still in its non-Dynamax form?" At that moment, Pachirisu beside her suddenly lifted its small head, its attention drawn to the exit as if something had just stirred there. It called out in confusion, but Lingyu was deep in thought and failed to notice. Observing this, Pachirisu decided to waddle over, its blue and white striped tail swaying behind it. Chunyu glanced at Pachirisu, but paid it no mind. Shaking his head as he replied, "I do not recommend this approach. That Butterfree is evidently unaware of its actions from the previous night. Moreover, I am more concerned about the source of its Dynamax capabilities." Lingyu furrowed her brows, pondering over the words spoken. Suddenly, she recalled the peculiar incident on the beach during their first day and remarked, "I remember the day we were chased by the ivory boar before we reached the seaside. You fought against an extraordinarily gigantic Pokémon, didn't you?" The topic shifted rather abruptly, leaving Chunyu momentarily taken aback, but he soon nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was an Ultra Gigantamax Drakazalt. However, upon her arrival, Lingyu had not witnessed the presence of Drakazalt and inquisitively asked, "Did you defeat it?" Chunyu, feeling a bit embarrassed regarding the encounter, admitted that he and his Dragonite had been utterly powerless against the Ultra Gigantamax Drakazalt, nearly drowning in the ocean. He maintained his composure as he replied, "No, for some unknown reason, it suddenly fled into the sea during the battle, and shortly thereafter, you all arrived." Lingyu responded with an "oh," choosing not to dwell on the topic any further. Instead, she continued, "So far, 3 Ultra Gigantamax Pokémon have appeared before us, the Drakazalt in the sea, the Ivory Boar in the forest, and the Butterfree here. Let us boldly hypothesize that we could divide this island into 6 sections, each housing an Ultra Gigantamax Pokémon. Our next task is to venture into each region to defeat them and rescue the Pokémon they are tormenting." Chunyu, already aware of this information, nodded and added, "The Ivory Boar shouldn't be counted among them. I have already defeated it." Chapter 76. Riolu Lingyu looked up at Chunyu, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You did it all by yourself?" Chunyu nodded, pausing momentarily before explaining, "Before coming here, I took to the skies with my Dragonite to survey the area. I divided the island into 4 regions based on the terrain. The eastern region is where the Ivory Boar resides, which is the only Ultra Gigantamax Pokémon there. The western region is this very place, the territory of Butterfree, which, likewise, is the sole Pokémon capable of Gigantamaxing. The Ultra Gigantamax Pokémon in the southern and northern regions have yet to make their appearance." Upon hearing this, Lingyu inhaled deeply, her expression revealing admiration for his prowess. Just as Chunyu anticipated, she would kneel and cling to him in reverence. He was surprised to see her gaze turn serious as she stated, "So, you were already aware of everything I just mentioned, weren't you?" Chunyu, somewhat perplexed, nodded. Lingyu, reflecting on her earlier pretentious deductions, exclaimed in frustration, "Ah, why didn't you say so sooner? I feel like a clown. This is so embarrassing." Chunyu, unable to comprehend her train of thought, replied, "Is it really that embarrassing? Your deductions were quite accurate and not far from my findings." Lingyu, flushed with indignation, retorted, "That is not the same." "Ugh, I shall never act boastful in front of someone like you again. It feels as if you seasoned veterans enjoy watching us novices make fools of ourselves. Chen Yu corrected her. I am not a veteran. I am also a novice. Ling Yu immediately shot him a skeptical glance. At that moment, a sudden splash echoed from outside. Chen Yu and Ling Yu immediately turned around, only to see Pachirisu rushing in, clutching an injured Pokémon. Upon recognizing the creature, Ling Yu's eyes brightened with surprise as she exclaimed, Riolu, soaked from the rain. Riolu's small head drooped dejectedly, its arm being tugged by Pachirisu as it limped along behind. The poor creature exuded an air of distress, standing awkwardly in place. Seemingly at a loss, Ling Yu noticed that Riolu appeared to be injured, her voice filled with hesitation as she remarked on its condition. At that moment, Chen Yu grasped the situation, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Mew! Dragonite called out in concern, causing Riolu to clench its tiny fists anxiously. Ling Yu glanced at Riolu and then at Chen Yu, who seemed somewhat out of sorts, and incredulously asked, Is it here looking for you? Chen Yu nodded, stepping forward to take Riolu from Pachirisu's grasp, scrutinizing its injuries with care. A distinct bite mark marred the side of its right leg, likely inflicted by a serpent-like Pokémon. The wound appeared relatively normal in color, thankfully without signs of poisoning. Chen Yu discreetly exhaled in relief as he utilized the power of nature to assist in Riolu's healing. Throughout the process, Riolu remained tense, too apprehensive to move. Ling Yu sensed the oddity in the atmosphere, glancing at Riolu's expression before hesitantly inquiring, What is going on? Chen Yu succinctly explained. It followed me from the eastern district to here. The Pokémon that Dragonite had mentioned earlier was indeed Riolu. Instantly grasping the implication, Ling Yu exclaimed, It wants to be your Pokémon. Chen Yu nodded in affirmation. Ling Yu continued, Then why don't you capture it? I can't imagine any boy refusing such a dashing Pokémon as Lucario. Don't you like it? Chen Yu shook his head, a moment of silence passing before he replied, I don't have a Pokéball. I can't take it out of this dungeon. Ling Yu then remembered that the wilderness survival dungeon prohibited players from carrying any items. After pondering, she understood Chen Yu's dilemma and looked at Riolu with concern, sighing. You both seem quite distressed. However, I believe you should clarify your reasons to it. Although the infinite space forbids players from disclosing dungeon matters to humans, there are no such restrictions for Pokémon. Otherwise, it might think you dislike it and fall into despair. At that moment, Riolu's injury had significantly healed. It had also heard Ling Yu's words. Although Riolu did not comprehend the terms dungeon and player, it understood that Chen Yu did not seem to harbor any animosity towards it, but rather was unable to take it along for certain reasons. Chen Yu felt that Ling Yu's words resonated deeply with him. He reflected on his previous approach of cold treatment and then lifted the small Riolu before him, employing the power of the earth to communicate with it. Little one, I do not harbor any dislike towards you. On the contrary, I hold great affection for you. Riolu listened in silence, and Chen Yu sensed a wave of joy emanating from its heart. He continued, However, I am not of this world, and you may struggle to comprehend my meaning. In due time, I will depart from this island due to certain extraordinary circumstances, and I cannot take you with me. Upon my departure, I am uncertain if I shall ever return to this realm, or if I can come back to take you with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Riolu interrupted him, speaking with unwavering determination, I can wait for your return. Chen Yu was taken aback, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he patiently explained, No, what I mean is that I may never return to this world, and you may wait for eternity without seeing me again. Riolu, though somewhat perplexed, resolutely repeated, I will wait for you here. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. He truly did not wish to see Riolu waiting like Hachiko, growing old in its vigil until death claimed it. Sensing the intense devotion within Riolu, he sighed and took a deep breath, asking, Why must you leave with me? Upon hearing this, Riolu recalled the night when this human had come scrambling to rescue it from the jaws of danger. Had it not been for Chen Yu, it might have met its end at the hands of that formidable creature. Chen Yu, feeling that Riolu's thoughts were veering off course, became increasingly exasperated. He pursed his lips and suddenly inquired, What will you do if I never return? Riolu answered simply, I will continue to wait for you. Chen Yu pressed on, But what if you are never able to wait long enough? Riolu fell silent, yet Chen Yu discerned the answer in its steadfast gaze. Clearly, it would wait indefinitely. Chen Yu then posed one last question, Are you not afraid? Riolu silently shook its head. Following suit, Chen Yu fell into silence, his mind racing with contemplation. Ultimately, he exhaled a deep sigh, meeting Riolu's gaze with resolve and articulating each word. Very well, I shall do everything within my power to return for you. If Riolu was unafraid, then what did he have to fear? Across countless alternate worlds, even if the chances were slim, There would come a day when he could return to this place. Chapter 77. Cooperation. Have you clarified everything with it? Ling Yu inquired. Chen Yu responded affirmatively, pondering in his mind the methods to ascertain the location and coordinates of this island. Before departing the alternate realm, he must attempt to leave the island and explore the outside world. However, prior to that, he needed to resolve the main quest. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu looked up at Ling Yu and suggested, "Shall we introduce each other's Pokémon abilities?" "Sounds good," Ling Yu replied, as she displayed the information panel of Pachirisu. She casually remarked, "You are Zhou Tao, aren't you? Was that the power of Villainous you just used? I've been in the infinite space for 3 months, and it's my first time encountering a player who wields such power. That ability is extraordinarily expensive, costing 500,000 points, equivalent to half a ticket to the Pokémon world." Chen Yu, glancing at the Pachirisu panel, nonchalantly replied, "Yes, that's correct. My name is Zhou Tao. The price is reasonable, considering its utility justifies the cost." Pachirisu level, 78 gender, male type, electric ability, Volt Absorb inherited moves. Look at me current moves, Quick Attack, Hold On, Cheek Pouch, Thunder, Volt Tackle, Kiss of the Angel, Thunder Wave, Discharge, Fangs of Fury, Toxic, Shadow Clone, Substitute, Protect. After reviewing, Chen Yu hesitated, gazing at the moves Toxic, Substitute, and Protect. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Ling Yu, noticing Chen Yu's expression, inquired, "What s with that look?" Chen Yu pointed to the words Toxic, Substitute, Protect and asked, "Why did you teach Pachirisu those 3 moves?" Ling Yu blushed and replied, "Because I heard from a friend that the Toxic, Substitute, Protect strategy is incredibly effective. It's stable, sneaky, and infuriates opponents. It's perfect for a somewhat unskilled veteran trainer like me." Chen Yu understood. This girl before him was likely a collector or a narrative enthusiast, someone who engaged much in competitive battles. Just as he was about to mention his own inexperience in battling, Ling Yu continued, "So I equipped every Pokémon with Toxic, Substitute, and Protect. I must say, that tactic is indeed quite powerful. Equipping every Pokémon with Toxic, Substitute, and Protect. How delightfully underhanded." Chen Yu felt speechless and could only offer a thumbs up to this older sister. Impressive. Chen Yu then displayed the attributes of his Dragonite. While Riolu had yet to enter a Pokeball, so he could not view its information, Ling Yu glanced over, noticing that Dragonite's moves were all formidable-sounding ones like Hyper Beam, Dragon Rage, and Outrage. Although she couldn't fully comprehend them, it didn't stop her from enthusiastically cheering for him. Chen Yu, filled with exasperation, said, "All right, that's enough. Please stop calling me Big Shot. If you keep flattering me, it'll all go to my head. I'm just a novice." Ling Yu rolled her eyes and pointed to her face, asking, "Do you see what's written here?" Chen Yu honestly shook his head, admitting he hadn't seen it. Ling Yu retorted, "I'm not foolish. Tell me, which novice can afford the 500,000 worth of Eternatus?" Chen Yu innocently replied, "I didn't purchase it. I won it in a lottery." "Oh no, wait. It was Dragonite that helped me win it." Ling Yu was about to speak again when Chen Yu promptly gestured for her to stop, interjecting, "Rather than discussing this trivial matter, why don't we talk about that Butterfree outside?" Ling Yu finally closed her mouth, signaling with her eyes for him to continue. Chen Yu glanced at Pachirisu's move set and remarked, "When dawn approaches, just before the majestic Butterfree reverts to its normal form, we shall seek it out for battle. My Dragonite will take the lead as the primary attacker, while your Pachirisu will serve as a support to disrupt and assist. Without further ado, let's afflict it with the 3 negative statuses: poison, confusion, and paralysis." Ling Yu wholeheartedly agreed, casting a look at Chen Yu that seemed to say, "See? I told you this strategy is formidable." Chen Yu paused for a moment before continuing, "Do not underestimate our opponent. Its level is considerably high, and we may not withstand the damage. Therefore, you must be prepared. If it becomes too overwhelming, promptly bring Pachirisu to me for healing, and at that moment, I will have my Dragonite take over the battle. Similarly, should Dragonite lack stamina, we will rely on your Pachirisu." Ling Yu nodded and replied, "There's no need for concern. My Pachirisu possesses the moves Look at Me and Endure, ensuring it can effectively draw the attention of Butterfree and hold its aggro long enough for you and Dragonite. Look at Me, a normal type move that captures the opponent's attention, redirecting all their attacks toward the user. Endure, even when faced with a fatal blow, it guarantees at least 1 HP remains, preventing the Pokémon from fainting, although repeated use may lead to failure." Ling Yu confidently patted her chest, assuring, "In addition to these 2 moves, Pachirisu carries the item Leftovers, which allows it to recover health periodically. So rest assured, we can prolong this encounter considerably." To be frank, Chen Yu felt a twinge of skepticism. He had personally experienced the overwhelming power of the Gigantamax Butterfree. The G-Max hurricane had nearly sent his soul soaring. And could such a diminutive creature as Pachirisu truly withstand the tempest? Riolu stood silently by, absorbing their conversation. And upon hearing the last remark, turned to Chunyu with a questioning gaze. What about me? What can I do? Chunyu pondered for a moment before responding. For now, stay by my side and observe the battle. Once we have defeated Butterfree, I will provide you with systematic training. He was determined to foster Riolu's growth before departing from this place. Hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. When a ray of dawn broke over the horizon, Chunyu and Lingyu arrived at the location where Butterfree resided. The surrounding trees lay severed, transforming the once thriving forest into a desolate ruin. The shadow of the Gigantamax Butterfree loomed over the land, its crimson eyes surveying everything below. Draw it down, Chunyu commanded in a low voice. Lingyu nodded and immediately shouted, Pachirisu, use thunder. Pachirisu unleashed 2 arcs of crackling electricity from its cheeks, which surged into the air, coalescing into a fierce bolt of lightning that struck the transparent wings of Gigantamax Butterfree. The colossal creature staggered, emitting a sharp cry before plummeting to the ground, its massive form stirring up a cloud of dust. Chunyu cast a glance at the majestic Butterfree before turning to Lingyu and asserting, Remember our previous discussion. I understand. Lingyu's face betrayed her anxiety and excitement. This was her first formal battle against a Gigantamax Pokémon in the infinite space. Unaware of her thoughts, Chunyu offered a brief reminder and then dashed alongside Dragonite towards the other side, having ensured that Dragon Dance was fully stacked prior to their arrival. Utilize your speed advantage to evade Butterfree's attacks. Now, get close and strike its wings with Fire Punch. Chunyu commanded as he ran. Chapter 78. The Enchantment of Gigantamax Butterfree. Pachirisu, use Sweet Kiss. Meanwhile, Lingyu seized the opportunity to inflict a negative status on Butterfree with Pachirisu. Leaping high, Pachirisu conjured a pink, heart-shaped energy orb that soared towards Butterfree. Just as Butterfree began to rise from the ground, Dragonite unleashed a blazing punch upon the spot previously struck by a thunder attack. Bug-type Pokémon are doubly weak to fire. The immense impact, combined with the type advantage, sent Butterfree crashing back to the ground, its wings suffering further injury, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The piercing sound pierced through layers of obstruction, invading the minds of Chunyu and Lingyu like an arrow. Lingyu furrowed her brows in distress, covering her ears in agony, and gritted her teeth to command. Pachirisu, use Thunderwave. In contrast to Lingyu, Chunyu exhibited remarkable resilience. He remained composed and continued to direct, keep using Fire Punch. A faint electric current surged forth from Pachirisu's cheek, while Dragonite's fist ignited once more with roaring flames. The two launched their simultaneous attack upon Butterfree. Butterfree's crimson eyes were devoid of reason as it flapped its wings, surrounded by a shimmering green powder. It was preparing to unleash its ultimate move. Chunyu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly commanded Dragonite, get away from that area. But it was too late. In the next instant, a semicircular green energy orb expanded rapidly from Butterfree's center. The green butterfly silhouettes danced, enveloping Dragonite and Pachirisu in a powerful and resplendent glow. This was Gigantamax Butterfree's exclusive move, Gigantamax Butterfly Enchantment. Before the dazzling green light could dissipate, Chunyu received an updated battle notification. Gigantamax Butterfree used Gigantamax Butterfly Enchantment. Dragonite has fallen into a state of sleep. Gigantamax Butterfly Enchantment not only dealt damage to all enemies, but also inflicted a status condition of poisoning, paralysis, or sleep upon all opponents. Frowning, Chunyu promptly withdrew Dragonite into its Pokeball without hesitation, cradled Riolu in his arms, and turned to flee without looking back. Lingyu followed closely, her complexion pale as she exclaimed in panic, "What on earth are we supposed to do?" My Pachirisu was instantly defeated by a single strike. As the two conversed, the magnificent Butterfree behind them took to the skies, its wings fluttering with grace. With its crimson compound eyes fixated on the two humans below, a torrent of white air currents swirled and coalesced before it, forming a colossal and terrifying attack that resembled a silver serpent, plummeting toward the ground. Chunyu glanced over, furrowing his brow. Split and run, he commanded. Regroup at the camp. With that, he dashed to the right, clutching his Riolu tightly. In the next moment, a roaring cyclone swept through the space between him and Lingyu, instantly creating a lifeless vacuum. Butterfree's gaze flickered as it pivoted, its compound eyes locking onto Chunyu, who was weaving through the ruins of the forest. The emerald butterfly shadow surged forth from it once more. Realizing the imminent danger, Chunyu quickened his pace. Riolu, nestled against his shoulder, caught sight of the green light rushing toward them. It struggled free from Chunyu's grasp, leaping onto his shoulder and fearlessly jumped into the air, intercepting the overwhelming butterfly shadow. Riolu's speed was so blinding that Chen Yu could barely register the moment. The green light erupted behind him, and the butterfly shadow danced around them, creating a breathtaking tableau. Just then, the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the thick clouds, illuminating the scene. The gargantuan butterfly rapidly shrank, vanishing from Chen Yu's view. Damn it! Chen Yu momentarily disregarded Butterfree, cradling the nearly lifeless Riolu in his arms as the energy of the evergreen surged forth. Moments later, Riolu's eyelids fluttered. Chen Yu sighed with relief, though annoyance creased his features. Are you foolish? That butterfly shadow isn't a single target attack. How could you possibly withstand it? You mustn't do that again, do you understand? Riolu pursed its lips, and though it remained silent, its eyes conveyed a defiant promise to Chen Yu that it would dare to try again. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, insisting, if you must act, it must be with me by your side. He possessed the power of Evergreen, allowing him to heal Riolu in a timely manner. Otherwise, with such grave injuries and no Pokémon center on this island, a Pokémon in a near-death state would undoubtedly perish. At last, Riolu obediently nodded. Chen Yu then released his Dragonite, using Evergreen to restore its strength. Once he confirmed both Pokémon were out of danger, he led them back to Ling Yu's camp and utilized Evergreen once more to heal her Pachirisu. When Pachirisu finally opened its eyes, Ling Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. She rummaged through a corner for a stash of berries, distributing them among everyone. Ling Yu asked, what should we do next? Chen Yu licked his parched lips and took a bite of the tree fruit, saying, we can temporarily set aside the Butterfree. We need to first clarify the information regarding the 2 remaining Region's Gigantamax Pokémon. This Butterfree is exceedingly powerful. One strike of its Gigantamax move, Giant Butterfly Shadow Enchantment, not only inflicts devastating damage capable of an instant kill, but also imposes sleep, poison, and paralysis upon its foes. Unless the Dragonite can reach level 90 or above, it simply cannot withstand even a single blow from its Gigantamax attack. However, as we progress, the experience required for Pokémon to level up increases significantly, and given that the Pokémon on this island are of low levels, it is utterly impossible for Dragonite to ascend 34 levels in a short span. Defeating lower-level Pokémon yields insufficient battle experience. Shall I accompany you? Ling Yu inquired. Chen Yu shook his head, replying, you stay here. I must return to gather some assistance. Assistance? Ling Yu frowned slightly. Are you referring to those fools? They probably won't collaborate with us. Certainly not. How could you think that? Chen Yu regarded her with curiosity. He had no intention of seeking out those from the Rock Dragon. Instead, he sought high-level Pokémon residing in the Eastern District. For instance, the Scyther and the Teddiursa, both of which had reached levels 51 and 50. Besides these 2, he had also encountered several Pokémon boasting levels as high as 60. Chen Yu was uncertain how much goodwill he had garnered from them after liberating the Eastern District, while he was unsure about others. He was confident that at least Teddiursa's affection had met the requirements for assistance. Chapter 79. The battle plan today marked the 5th day since the survival challenge on the deserted island had commenced. As time progressed, the players' circumstances grew increasingly dire, plagued by a lack of food and harsh living conditions. The enemies were formidable and without supplies or healing. Even 7 players collaborating would struggle to continuously defeat such a multitude of powerful Gigantamax Pokémon. Contemplating this, Chen Yu felt a twinge of confusion. He vaguely sensed that he might have overlooked something. Excluding the penal dungeon, the infinite space could not possibly thrust players into scenarios where their capabilities were vastly mismatched. During the day, Gigantamax Pokémon did not appear, so Chen Yu waited until nightfall before heading to the southern district with Dragonite. Before reaching his destination, he heard a tremendous roar emanating from below. To avoid repeating yesterday's mistakes, Chen Yu refrained from rushing in recklessly, instead employing his observation technique from the air to scan the colossal creature below. Giant Banjuru, 100 excellent. Chen Yu silently turned and, accompanied by Dragonite, departed from the southern district, soaring towards the northern district. In the very center of the northern district, a massive, fiery red Pokémon, adorned with a multitude of limbs on either side, emerged from the volcano. Super Gigantamax Flareon, 100 Chen Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed from the north district and returned to the west district, where he found Ling Yu. Ling Yu was barefoot, having just removed her shoes, playing in the water with Pachirisu. Upon seeing Chen Yu return so swiftly, she was momentarily taken aback and turned to him, inquiring, where are the helpers? Chen Yu moved his lips, thinking that even if he summoned the Circle Bear and others, they would likely be mere fodder against the fully leveled Garchomp and Flareon. He had initially believed that the power of the Gigantamax Butterfree was the pinnacle within this instance, only to discover that the Gigantamax Pokémon in the other two regions were even more formidable. Noticing Chen Yu's expression, Ling Yu began to sense something ominous. Her nerves heightened as she asked, "Is it that the helpers are unwilling to come?" Chen Yu shook his head and replied solemnly, "No. I just visited the other two regions and found that the Pokémon occupying the South and North districts are a fully leveled Gigantamax Garchomp and a fully leveled Super Gigantamax Flareon." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, unable to believe her ears as she questioned, "Are you certain you did not mistake them?" "Of course," Chen Yu retorted, promptly displaying the records captured by his exploration technique. Ling Yu glanced at the information and quickly summoned her task panel to confirm that she was indeed engaged in a regular wilderness survival instance rather than one designed to punish players. Chen Yu remained relatively calm, capable of rational thought. With an unchanged expression, he opened the clue fragment he had obtained from the Gigantamax Mamoswine. Clue Fragment 2. Task Time Limit. Gigantamax Pokémon. Deep in thought, Chen Yu suddenly posed a question. "How did you acquire your clue fragment?" Ling Yu, mentally berating the idiocy of the infinite space, was momentarily stunned by the question before responding. It was obtained from a hidden task involving a rose raid. Realization struck, and Chen Yu decisively dismissed his previous assumptions regarding the clue fragment's connection to the Gigantamax Pokémon. Given that the clue fragment was not hidden within other Gigantamax Pokémon, what could the term Gigantamax Pokémon signify? Ling Yu, having seen Chen Yu's displayed clue fragment 2, descended further into despair. "I understand its meaning. It indicates that to complete the main quest, we must defeat these Gigantamax Pokémon on the island." As she spoke, her frustration nearly caused her to faint, exclaiming, "This is a task beyond our capabilities. Stupid instance. Foolish task. Ridiculous Gigantamax." Chen Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "In truth, we still have a chance." Ling Yu immediately turned to him. Chen Yu, sensing her attention, continued, "Let us boldly speculate. What might occur if the two Gigantamax Pokémon were to encounter one another? In this scenario, the Gigantamax Pokémon, devoid of self-awareness, would rampage instinctively. Thus, should the two Gigantamax Pokémon cross paths, it would undoubtedly culminate in a cataclysmic confrontation. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is it a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait?" Chen Yu nodded in agreement. "One might put it that way, but I find it more akin to the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits." Ling Yu took a deep breath. "Let's do it. If it succeeds, I shall gladly call you father." Chen Yu replied, "No need for that." Ling Yu, puzzled, asked, "Why not? Don't boys enjoy being called father by girls?" Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of disbelief. "Where did you hear such a thing?" Ling Yu explained, "A friend of mine, who has been in a relationship, told me. Why don't you consider being my boyfriend?" Suddenly intrigued, she scrutinized Chen Yu and found that he met her criteria for a partner in both looks and physique. She candidly confessed, "I've never been in a relationship before. Perhaps we should give it a try? Even if we fail the main quest and find ourselves trapped in this side quest, at least our lives would hold no regrets." Chen Yu corrected her. "That would be your life, not mine. My other companions await me outside. Rather than squander time on such matters, we should strategize on how to bring two of our Pokémon together to complete our tasks and exit this realm." Ling Yu gazed at him in disbelief. "You are rather blunt, aren't you? Am I truly that unattractive?" Chen Yu, confused, wondered how attractiveness was relevant to the matter. He regarded Ling Yu with seriousness. Her fair skin, delicate features, and the exuberance of youth radiated from her. She embodied the archetype of a school beauty adored by many. However, he believed that the essence of romance was in the connection. Without that spark, even the most exquisite beauty would not stir his heart. Ling Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Throughout the years, she had never lacked admirers, yet she had turned them all down. Now, having finally encountered someone promising, she faced rejection. She sighed, "Never mind. Let's put that aside and discuss the main business." Chen Yu nodded, his expression turning earnest. "Currently, there are 3 Gigantamax Pokémon on land. The Gigantamax Tyranitar in the southern region, the Super Gigantamax Centiskorch in the northern region, and the Super Gigantamax Butterfree right here." Ling Yu straightened her expression, thoughtfully considering his words. "I believe we can first lure the Centiskorch here. Its type counters the Butterfree. Then, we can draw the Tyranitar to the Centiskorch. By the way, can the Dratini in the sea come ashore?" Chen Yu shared her thoughts, pondering briefly before replying. "It should be possible. I will seek it out later. However, our immediate priority is to deal with these 3 Pokémon on land. The Dratini will not be approaching the island for now, posing no threat to the wild Pokémon residing here." Chapter 8. Centiskorch and Butterfree. Without hesitation, They set their plan into motion. As Ling Yu lacked any flying-type Pokémon, her feet were no match for the speed of either Tyranitar, Centiskorch, or Butterfree. Thus, the task of luring the Pokémon fell solely to Chen Yu. In the northern region, they proceeded. A colossal flame centipede occupies the crater, its surface aglow with a flowing crimson radiance reminiscent of molten lava, while wisps of white smoke rise around it. This creature possesses a belligerent disposition, launching fierce assaults on any intruder, regardless of their identity, incinerating foes with its intensely high flames. The Gigantamax flame centipede exhibits significant physical alterations compared to its ordinary counterpart. Influenced by the power of Gigantamaxing, its limbs have multiplied, resulting in an abundance of legs. Despite its massive form, these numerous appendages enable it to move with remarkable swiftness. From a distance, Chen Yu felt a wave of heat wash over him. Before he could command his Dragonite to attack, the flame centipede suddenly reared up, gathering a formidable fire vortex in its maw, which it launched skyward. Go! Chen Yu ordered without hesitation, pressing Liolu against Dragonite's back. Dragonite accelerated to its maximum speed, veering towards the western sector. The flame centipede's attack grazed the top of Chen Yu's head, and the air in the path of the fire vortex became searingly hot. Chen Yu ran his fingers through his hair, only to discover that the intense heat had slightly curled his short locks. This is utterly outrageous. Seeing its attack miss, the massive flame centipede swiftly slid across the ground, pursuing Dragonite at an astonishing pace. As it chased, it unleashed torrents of scalding flames, attempting to bring the airborne Dragonite crashing down. Streams of terrifying fire surged past Dragonite, causing Chen Yu's heart to race with trepidation should he be struck by those flames. The outcome would surely resemble that of being thrown into a crematorium. This chase did not last long. Soon, Dragonite led the flame centipede to the boundary between the northern and western sectors. The flame centipede's speed suddenly diminished as it halted at the edge of the boundary. Gazing into the opposite forest, ignoring the Dragonite above, it turned back towards its volcano. Having successfully lured this creature to this point, Chen Yu was unwilling to let it escape so easily. He immediately commanded Dragonite, Thunderbolt. Crackling bolts of electricity erupted in the air, illuminating a vast expanse of land below. A surge of sizzling current struck the flame centipede on its head. Provoked by such an affront, the flame centipede hesitated momentarily before furiously pivoting around, its eyes ablaze with wrath, and resumed its pursuit of Dragonite. Observing this, Chen Yu and Dragonite dove towards the area where Butterfree was active. The Butterfree, soaring in the night sky, seemed to sense the impending chaos. It turned its form, a glimmer of red light flashing within its scarlet compound eyes, and soared towards the source of the intense heat. From a distance, Chen Yu noticed the silhouette of the Butterfree. Having fulfilled his mission with success, he retreated gracefully, landing upon the ground atop a large tree over 100 meters away from the battlefield, where he observed the grand clash of Gigantamax Pokémon. Previously, the Incineroar had been in pursuit of the Dragonite's figure, but upon the appearance of Butterfree before it, it abandoned its chase. Two colossal Pokémon stood, one in the sky and the other on the ground, gazing at each other for 2 brief seconds before launching into a fierce assault without hesitation. A verdant radiance enveloped Butterfree as it coalesced into magnificent butterfly silhouettes. The circular pattern upon Incineroar's abdomen illuminated, and crimson light surged from its mouth, the extreme heat distorting the surrounding space. In the next heartbeat, green orbs of light and red flames erupted simultaneously. Butterfree unleashed its exclusive Gigantamax move, while Incineroar retaliated with its own. The dazzling brilliance exploded in the realm, a massive semicircular orb of light rapidly expanding outward from the two titanic Pokémon. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated through the air, soon transforming into a low humming in Chen Yu's ears. He and Dragonite sat upon the treetop, their eyes reflecting a vibrant mushroom cloud. Time seemed to waver, feeling as if merely a second had passed, yet also stretching into a century. Butterfree's form was the first to pierce through the smoke, ascending into the sky, surrounded by a vortex of flames. This was the additional effect of its exclusive Gigantamax move, trapping its opponent in flames, preventing escape, and continuously inflicting burn damage. Butterfree did not depart. Its wings became mere afterimages as they flapped rapidly, directly employing its Gigantamax move. The powerful gust dispersed the mushroom cloud, revealing Incineroar's somewhat dimmed figure beneath. It lay unconscious on the ground, eyes tightly shut, appearing as if in a deep slumber. What a misfortune for this Incineroar! Poisoned, paralyzed, and asleep, it had succumbed to the longest-lasting status condition, sleep. Even as Butterfree's Gigantamax move boldly struck its face, It remained unresponsive. Chen Yu watched this scene unfold, his heart racing with apprehension. Surely, this Butterfree could not be like Ashes, a master of reverse types? Seeing that the opponent had not yet succumbed, Butterfree flapped its wings once more. A white current gathered, forming a tornado shape as it prepared to unleash its next attack. Just as it was about to release, Incineroar finally opened its eyes, awakening from its slumber. The flame serpent was engulfed in a furious rage, its mouth gathering flames to form a fiery tornado that clashed with the max aerial assault of the Butterfree. Initially, the two were evenly matched. However, at this critical moment, the fiery vortex entwined around it erupted into an inferno. The sudden searing heat caused Butterfree to emit a sharp cry, its form wavering as the max aerial assault weakened. Seizing the opportunity, the flame serpent unleashed its ultimate attack, the cataclysmic inferno, which swiftly engulfed Butterfree's max aerial assault. The flames spiraled upward with the tornado, reaching Butterfree in the blink of an eye. Unable to withstand the fiery onslaught, Butterfree plummeted to the ground, its form shrinking rapidly like the once mighty ivory boar, ultimately vanishing amidst the foliage. Chapter 81. The Long-Tongued One. After vanquishing Butterfree, the flame serpent did not depart immediately. It raised its colossal body, surveying the tranquil forest below. In the next moment, a brilliant red light erupted in the sky, and countless fiery raindrops cascaded down. The trees below ignited instantly, and a wildfire surged forth from the flame serpent, spreading ferociously in all directions. "Hey, stop watching. We must leave," Ling Yu's voice called from below. Chen Yu landed with his Dragonite and Riolu, his brow furrowed as he spoke. "You head east. I will go south to bring that Max Banger over." Ling Yu nodded, her eyes filled with concern. The sky was ablaze with fiery rain, smoke wafted around them, and the bright flames illuminated her face. This atmosphere reminded her of the war romance novel she had read during her school days. As if making a momentous decision, she suddenly clenched her delicate fists, took 2 steps forward, and embraced Chen Yu's neck. Chen Yu, taken aback, reacted with unprecedented swiftness, bending down sharply to break free. His voice tinged with alarm. "What are you doing?" Ling Yu sighed, feeling helpless at the disruption of the moment. "Never mind, just be careful. Don't let Banger take you down. You must return alive." Chen Yu frowned. "Don't curse me." With that, he mounted his Dragonite. "You need to run. The fire is about to singe your hair." Ling Yu turned to look back and indeed saw a tree, severed by flames, crashing down behind her. The flames licked upward along the branches, the intense heat causing the air to crackle. When she raised her head again, Chen Yu had disappeared from sight. In the southern district, Shilong, Yusan, and Wang Hao gazed up at the sky to the west, which was painted a fiery red. What has happened there? A flicker of shock appeared in Yusan's eyes. Shilong frowned deeply, his expression grave. "We must leave. The wind is blowing in our direction." At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. The trio, Shilong and his companions, swiftly turned around to behold a figure resembling a small mountain approaching their direction. Their faces immediately fell, as though they had received devastating news. In a frantic tone, Shilong urged, "Quick, extinguish the fire. We must not be discovered." He began to stamp violently on the blazing campfire before them, yet it was too late. The colossal Gigantamax Jengar had already sensed their presence. "Run!" Yusan's eyes widened in terror as he disregarded his Pokémon companion and fled. "What the hell? A full-level Gigantamax Jengar? What is this dungeon even doing?" Wang Hao exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The ground trembled violently as the Jengar's powerful legs propelled it forward, lifting a massive boulder that hurtled towards Shilong and his companions. The trio was on the brink of collapse, with Yusan, terrified, weeping uncontrollably and wetting his pants, stammering, "Mom, help, I don't want to die." Not far away, Chen Yu, perched upon a tree, furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. Riolu rested atop Dragonite's head, calmly observing the fleeing trio below. In that critical moment, the abandoned Lickitung, left by Yusan beside the campfire, lunged forward. It forcefully knocked its trainer out of the boulder's trajectory, only to be crushed beneath it, teetering on the brink of death. "Lickitung!" Yusan gritted through the pain as he scrambled to his feet. The massive rock disintegrated into dust, and a sandstorm began to swirl around them. Wang Hao and Shilong, having narrowly escaped disaster, sat on the ground, shaken as they gazed at the dissipating boulder. Yusan stumbled to where Lickitung lay, cradling it in his arms, trembling as he retrieved an orange berry from his pocket, hoping to feed it to the near-lifeless Pokémon. However, Lickitung lacked the strength to open its mouth and swallow. If a Pokémon remained in a critical state for too long without treatment, it would truly perish. As an experienced player, Yusan was acutely aware of this rule. His expression was rife with anxiety and helplessness. Yet, he found himself powerless in this isolated island devoid of a Pokémon center. From a certain perspective, once a Pokémon reached the brink of death, it was indistinguishable from true demise. At that moment, a tall, imposing figure appeared before him. Yu-san, despairing, lifted his gaze and asked, "Are you here to mock me?" Chen Yu remained silent, crouching down, his right hand resting on Lickitung's body. The power of nature gradually enveloped them, as vibrant energy flowed into Lickitung, revitalizing it. Yu-san watched this scene, frozen in place. His heart a tumult of emotions as he gazed at Chen Yu, finally mustering the courage to ask, "Why are you helping me?" Chen Yu shook his head and replied earnestly, "I am not assisting you. I merely do not wish to witness this giant tongue perish for the sake of its heartless trainer. Such a fate would be utterly regrettable." Yu-san was rendered speechless, unable to refute this statement. Clenching his fists, he experienced a tumult of emotions as he silently observed Chen Yu tending to the giant tongue. When he noticed the creature's eyelids flutter, a sigh of relief escaped him, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chen Yu did not respond. Instead, he turned and departed with Dragonite and Riolu. He still needed to lure Banjira to the direction of the flaming centipede. Yu-san stood on the ground, gazing at the silhouette soaring toward Banjira in the sky, murmuring, "Zhou Tao, is it? I shall remember you." Suddenly, Dragonite turned its head mid-air, its lake green eyes fixed on Chen Yu, as if questioning, "If we were to encounter a similar scenario, would you behave like that human just now?" Chen Yu was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head in response. "Of course not. Am I the kind of selfish trainer?" Upon hearing this, Dragonite patted its chest with its paw, declaring, "Then I too shall protect you like that giant tongue." Riolu, cradled in Chen Yu's arms, listened quietly to their exchange, thinking to itself it would do the same. Chen Yu gently patted Dragonite's verdant head and said, "Let us set this matter aside for now. We must prioritize the task at hand." Dragonite then focused intently on the approaching Banjira. Chen Yu calculated the distance, and as soon as Banjira entered the range of the whirlwind attack, he commanded, "Now, use whirlwind." Dragonite opened its mouth, purple light swirling within, coalescing into a beam shaped like a whirlwind that surged toward the colossal Banjira. Struck on the back of its head, Banjira paused momentarily, its massive form turning with an earth-shattering presence, locking its gaze onto Dragonite in midair and letting out a furious roar. Chapter 82. The final battle. Banjira was enraged. Chen Yu and Dragonite immediately turned to flee toward the flaming centipede, with Banjira hot on their heels, vowing not to relent until it had vanquished them. On the ground, Wang Hao frowned as he watched Banjira retreat into the distance, incredulously asking, "Is he trying to draw Banjira away from us?" Sherlong, observing the raging fire in the west, pondered for a long moment before speaking, "Let us follow them and see." Wang Hao hesitated upon hearing this. "Are you certain? Our Pokémon are nearly out of combat power." Sherlong glanced at him and replied, "Then you may remain here." Wang Hao quickly changed his tune, smiling nervously. "In that case, let us go take a look. Who knows if another fully leveled Gigantamax Pokémon might suddenly appear. Staying here alone would be courting death." Sherlong turned his attention to Yu-san and asked, "What do you think, Sanzi?" As Yu-san gazed at the receding silhouette of Banjira disappearing into the darkness, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Our elves have little stamina left, not to mention whether we can even reach there. Should we encounter an excessively gigantic Pokémon along the way, it would be disastrous. In comparison, this place feels considerably safer. Banjira is known for its strong territorial instincts, and typically, few other powerful Pokémon venture into its domain." Upon hearing this, Sherlong's expression darkened. He scowled and retorted, "Fine, very well. If you won't go, I shall go alone." Yu-san urged, "Brother Long, enough already." Sherlong spat in disdain. "How dare you? After a moment's assistance, you begin to defend him? How many times have I aided you in previous trials? Have you forgotten?" Yu-san frowned. "If you insist on this line of reasoning, it is pointless." Sherlong, "I am not a fool. I am human. Being human entails understanding gratitude. Tell me, what is your intention to go? Is it simply because you disapprove of Zhou Tao's actions? To be frank, I do not regard myself as a virtuous person, but you are even more despicable. I have served you faithfully through numerous trials, and what I owed you is now settled. From this moment forth, we are even." "Very well. Hazi, let us depart and leave him here alone," Sherlong exclaimed, seething with anger. Wang Hao glanced between him and Yu-san before ultimately deciding to follow Yu-san. In the Western District, Chen Yu, having successfully completed his task, soared into the sky atop his Dragonite and Riolu, observing the latest round of the gigantic Pokémon battle. Much like the blazing centipede, this gigantic Banjira was drawn to the rampant flames ignited by the blazing centipede. The clash of these two fiery-tempered Pokémon was akin to a meteor striking the earth, instantly igniting a fierce battle. The blazing centipede raised its body high, allowing it to confront the towering Bangira. Its abdomen patterns glowed, and it began to gather intense flames within its mouth once more. Rather than employing its Gigantamax rock move, Bangira barreled directly towards the blazing centipede with its colossal form. Even before its Gigantamax state, Bangira was renowned for its formidable physical strength. One can only imagine the power it possessed post-transformation. Bangira collided with the blazing centipede, the tremendous force disrupting the centipede's attack and pinning it firmly to the ground. Engaging in a frenzied struggle, Chen Yu was left in astonishment. Was Bangira's battle style truly this wild? Not utilizing any moves, but simply tearing apart the Ultra Gigantamax blazing centipede? Although rock types have an advantage over fire types, this seemed rather exaggerated. Yet, the scene unfolding before him compelled Chen Yu to concede that it was indeed as exaggerated as it appeared. The blazing centipede, having already expended some stamina in its recent battle against the Ultra Gigantamax Butterfree, soon succumbed under the relentless pressure from Bangira, closing its eyes and losing the will to fight. Thus, the Gigantamax Pokémon from the east, west, and north regions were all vanquished. As long as the colossal Gyarados and the immense Mega Gyarados lurking in the sea are dealt with, the main quest will be successfully completed. At that moment, a dark cloud suddenly drifted across the sky, and a torrential downpour descended in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu hurriedly led his Dragonite and Riolu back to the ground in search of shelter from the rain. The colossal Gyarados stood triumphantly amidst the downpour, its head raised to the sky, letting out a thunderous roar. Chen Yu returned to the waterfall cave where Ling Yu had previously resided. The dawn had yet to break, and he nestled against his Dragonite, embracing the soft warmth of Riolu, drifting into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the rain had ceased, and daylight had emerged. It was the 6th day. The edible provisions were dwindling, and with the surrounding forest recently ravaged by a fierce fire, Chen Yu searched for quite some time before locating a fruit tree that had escaped the devastation. If this continued, they would not be slain by the colossal Pokémon, but rather perish from starvation. They needed to hasten their pace. Chen Yu silently contemplated, distributing the berries in his hand to Riolu and Dragonite. Tonight marked the commencement of the ultimate showdown. Chen Yu could not guarantee his ability to lure the immense Mega Gyarados ashore. If he failed, it would mean he had to confront the colossal Gyarados himself, the semi-legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region. To be frank, Chen Yu felt a sense of difficulty facing the rock and dark-type Gyarados. Dragonite's fire-type moves, normal-type moves, and flying-type moves would only inflict half the damage. If damage were to be displayed, the numbers that appeared upon striking Gyarados would likely be disappointingly low. Observing Chen Yu's furrowed brow, Dragonite comfortingly patted his shoulder, urging him not to worry excessively. Riolu stood nearby like a loyal knight, guarding Chen Yu's side. Chen Yu pondered and glanced at Riolu. If he recalled correctly, Gyarados was 4 times weak to fighting-type moves. If Riolu and Dragonite could execute a perfect synergy, the chances of defeating Gyarados would significantly increase. However, even though a player's Pokémon could gain experience and level up through battles, Chen Yu was uncertain whether he could elevate Riolu to a level capable of contending with Gyarados in such a short time. Such specialized training demanded immense physical strength and resilience from the Pokémon. Sensing Chen Yu's mood, Riolu looked up at him with a questioning gaze. Chen Yu shook his head, temporarily casting aside the thought, deciding to wait until after tonight. With the crisis in the western region resolved, there was no longer any necessity for him to remain there. He returned to the eastern camp with Dragonite and Riolu. Having been absent for 2 days, a layer of dust had settled in the cave, and the Sandshrew and Maril were no longer present. They had likely returned to their original habitats. Chen Yu hung the green caterpillar silk quilt on the wooden rack outside, while Charizard ventured several kilometers away to fetch water from the river, balancing a pot atop its head. After a brief tidying up of the cave, Chen Yu led Riolu into the forest in search of sustenance. Compared to his initial wilderness survival experience, Riolu had become considerably more acquainted with the outdoor environment. Upon learning of Chen Yu's intentions, Riolu silently took the lead. Chapter 83. The Guardian of Toxins. In contrast to the Western District, the Eastern District remained largely unscathed. The recent rainfall from the previous night had enveloped the forest in a heavy blanket of humidity. Clusters of wood ear mushrooms and fungi thrived on the decaying wood flanking the path. Chen Yu transformed into a mushroom forager, thoroughly pillaging this small area of its bounty. Riolu climbed several trees, nimbly darting through the foliage, and soon returned to Chen Yu, cradling a pile of fruits in its arms. With their gathered provisions in hand, They made their way back to the campsite. Not long after their return, Charizard arrived, carrying a pot filled with fresh water. After savoring their midday meal, the afternoon wore on. Chen Yu learned of Ling Yu's current whereabouts from a Pidgey and hurried to bring her back to the camp. Standing inside the cave, Ling Yu surveyed the surroundings with a peculiar expression. The round wooden stools, the silk quilt, the iron pot, the clothes rack at the entrance, and the neatly arranged wooden walls at the cave's mouth. In disbelief, she asked, "Is there a skill in the infinite space that allows one to create anything at will?" Chen Yu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "What?" Ling Yu pointed at the iron pot and gestured, "You know? The kind of skill where Steve can effortlessly turn iron ore into iron swords in my world." Chen Yu replied, "You're overthinking it. I salvaged that from an abandoned ship." Ling Yu remained skeptical. "Don't deceive me. What about the wooden stools and the quilt?" Chen Yu, exasperated, clarified. The wooden stools were crafted with the help of a scyther and a teddy ursa, and the quilt was traded for with tree fruits from several green caterpillars. Ling Yu asked, "Didn't they attack you?" "I completed their hidden quest," Chen Yu succinctly stated, pausing briefly before continuing, rather than dwelling on these inconsequential matters. "We should discuss how to deal with the last Dynamax Pokémon tonight. Whether it be the Dynamax Dracozolt or the Dynamax Tyranitar, he must confront one of them." Ling Yu pondered this and decided not to linger on her previous question, instead suggesting, "I believe we have a better chance against Dracozolt than Tyranitar. Dracozolt is doubly weak to electric-type moves, and if we shift the battlefield from the ocean to land, its combat capabilities would significantly diminish." Chen Yu nodded in agreement. "At that point, we'll need your Pachirisu and my Charizard to coordinate. Of course, if Tyranitar emerges victorious, that would be another matter. What is the strategy? Should we employ the same tactics as with yesterday's Butterfree? I can create distractions while your Charizard takes the lead in offense, or should we approach it differently?" Ling Yu inquired. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, recalling information about the Dragonair, and shook his head, saying, "No, we are still unaware of the characteristics of that Dragonair. If it had the abilities of water absorb or shell armor, it would be manageable, but I fear it possesses the moist body trait." Ling Yu, unfamiliar with this, typically relied on leveling up and powerful moves in her Pokémon games, inquired, "What is the effect of moist body? How does it differ from the first two traits?" Chen Yu glanced at her and could not help but ask, "Don't you usually check Pokémon data in the infinite space?" Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed, admitting, "I have looked it up, but with so many traits, I often forget their specific effects." Chen Yu shook his head in disbelief but explained earnestly, "Moist Body is Dragonair's hidden ability. It automatically heals any status conditions while it is raining. This means that Pachirisu's Nuzzle and Thunder Wave will be ineffective." Ling Yu understood, her brows furrowing slightly. "Then how do we combat it? Their levels are already higher than ours. By the way, will Toxic work? Perhaps we can wear it down with poison? Surely, a single night is enough to poison it, right?" As she pondered, Chen Yu recalled that Ling Yu had mentioned every one of her Pokémon learned Substitute to endure Toxic. A smirk tugged at his lips as he remarked, "You really have a penchant for using Substitute against poison. Don't you find that strategy rather versatile?" Chen Yu noted how swiftly the afternoon slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the sky once more. He instructed Ling Yu to prepare for battle in the southern district while he took Dragonite and Riolu to the surface of the sea. From a distance, he spotted the Dragonair leisurely gliding over the water. "Thunderbolt," Chen Yu commanded. Dragonite opened its mouth, and electricity gathered before it, forming a yellow beam that shot downwards. The next moment, the electric flash illuminated the entire sea surface, bathing the massive form of the Dragonair in brilliant light. The pain from the electric shock caused it to raise its head and emit a melodious cry, drawing its attention. Chen Yu immediately ordered Dragonite to soar back into the air above the land. At that moment, the Dragonair turned its enormous body. Its crystalline eyes like ice and snow fixated on Chen Yu's silhouette. The sea surged, and a colossal wave crashed in. A thick, rapidly spinning water column erupted from the Dragonair's mouth. "Ascend," Chen Yu swiftly commanded. The massive torrent of water swept beneath Dragonite, severing a large swath of trees on the island. Undeterred by the missed attack, the Dragonair launched its next strike. Giant Max, Aurora Veil. The exclusive max move of the Gigantamax Dragonair. Surrounding its body, circles of white light resembling musical staves began to pulse rapidly, forming a beam of icy crystalline light that shot towards Dragonite in midair. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as he held Riolu tightly, leaning down to dive deeper into the island alongside Dragonite. The white beam of light followed closely behind, sweeping across the landscape under the control of the Dragonite. Its target aimed directly at the low-flying Dragonite ahead. The Dragonite gritted its teeth, glanced back, and then without hesitation, altered its course, diving into the thicket. A violent explosion erupted behind it, transforming the once dense jungle into a barren expanse. The fractured area was enveloped in a chilling frost. Incredible! Chen Yu swallowed nervously and used his detection technique on the Dragonite from a distance. Gigantamax Dragonite. Unbeatable existence, unable to discern its level? Chen Yu furrowed his brows, lifting his gaze to the Dragonite, a bold conjecture suddenly surfacing in his mind. Dragonite, take me away from this island. Chen Yu mounted the Dragonite once more, soaring towards the sea. The Dragonite's eyes followed Chen Yu intently, and upon witnessing his departure from the island's confines, it conjured a massive water column, its enormous form trailing Chen Yu at an exaggerated speed. Return, Chen Yu commanded, frowning as he patted the Dragonite's shoulder. The Dragonite swiftly adjusted its position, its agile body leaving a graceful arc in the air as it returned to the land. At that moment, the Dragonite's assault ceased, its proud and icy gaze fixated on Chen Yu on the island. Chapter 84. It deserves this step. Chen Yu understood now. This Dragonite was the gatekeeper Pokémon deliberately placed here by the infinite space to prevent players like them from leaving the island. If that were the case, it meant that it had no relation to the player's main quest. With this realization, Chen Yu felt a sense of relief. He chose not to continue his attempts, but instead turned with the Dragonite towards the southern area. He found Lingwei at their agreed meeting point. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance and glancing back to ensure no Gigantamax Pokémon was in pursuit, she inquired, "What happened?" Chen Yu, frowning, recounted the Dragonite's role as the gatekeeper. To his surprise, Lingwei did not express concern but instead appeared inexplicably excited. "Does this mean we should use the method I mentioned to deal with that Banjira?" "Method? What method?" Chen Yu was momentarily distracted by thoughts of the Dragonite. Lingwei reminded him, "With poison. Your Dragonite should carry my Pachirisu up into the sky and poison Banjira from above. The damage from poison increases over time. We can surely incapacitate Banjira before dawn." "All right, it seems like this is indeed the only option." The Gigantamax Banjira awaited outside. Chen Yu and Lingwei concealed themselves behind a tree, while the Dragonite and Pachirisu stood before them, faces serious. Chen Yu addressed the Dragonite. "Do you understand? Approach that Banjira with Pachirisu." Ling Yu addressed her Pachirisu, saying, "Now is your chance to unleash poison upon the Banjira." Both the Dragonite and the Pachirisu nodded in unison, exchanging a glance. With a gentle motion, Dragonite placed Pachirisu upon its back and soared towards Banjira with a powerful flap of its wings. Watching the silhouettes of the two Pokémon fade into the distance, Ling Yu felt a surge of anxiety. "This must be our final battle in this instance, right?" Chen Yu nodded, recalling the contents of the two clue fragments, and replied, "It appears so, apart from Banjira. There are no other Pokémon on this island capable of Gigantamaxing." Ling Yu felt a slight relief wash over her. Leaning against a tree, she gulped and exclaimed, "I long to return to the infinite space for a grand feast. Pork knuckles, cola chicken wings, braised fish, mapo tofu, and hot and sour cabbage." Chen Yu, upon hearing this, also felt hunger pangs. In the early days of their adventure, he managed to fill his stomach, but now, he subsisted on nothing but berries and mushroom soup, leaving him noticeably thinner. Ling Yu, oblivious to her image, smacked her lips and suddenly had a bright idea, her eyes sparkling. "By the way, Zhou Tao, let's add each other as friends once we exit the instance." Chen Yu glanced at her, curious. "What are you planning?" Ling Yu replied, "Of course. To treat you to a meal. To thank you for guiding me through this instance." "No need. My family has a housekeeping robot for cooking," Chen Yu declined. Ling Yu, feeling somewhat defeated, asked, "Then can we at least become friends?" Finally, Chen Yu nodded, "That is acceptable." As they conversed, Dragonite and Pachirisu reached the back of the Gigantamax Banjira. Dragonite moved cautiously, positioning itself carefully behind Banjira. "Who?" Dragonite communicated to Pachirisu, who understood and began to gather a purple ethereal energy, directing it towards Banjira's neck. The purple light swiftly enveloped Banjira, appearing as though its body was coated in a viscous layer of deep purple substance. However, in the next moment, the light vanished, merging into Banjira's form. The poison had been successfully administered. Without hesitation, Dragonite plummeted downward at great speed, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Banjira, sensing something amiss within its body, turned around in fury, yet found nothing, leaving it to rage impotently in place, wreaking havoc upon the unfortunate trees nearby. Chen Yu looked up at Banjira's reaction and declared, "They have succeeded." Ling Yu relaxed, stretching her arms. "I feel so drowsy. Too bad we have to wait until morning to return." Upon hearing the word return, the nearby Riolu glanced up at Chen Yu. He reached down to ruffle Riolu's fluffy head, assuring, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back to find you." Ling Yu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of energy and asked, her tone filled with surprise, "You intend to come back for it? You do realize that every instance exists in a different world, right?" "I am aware," he affirmed. Chen Yu nodded earnestly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Riolu. "Among so many instances, there will inevitably be one or two that manifest within the same worldview. If I fail once, I shall try 10 times. If 10 times proves insufficient, then 100 attempts will be made. One day, I will return to the world of this particular instance." Lingyu, upon hearing this, felt a pang of concern. "But the Pokémon world is vast. Even if you return, how will you locate this island? Moreover, each instance exists at different points in time. By the time you return, it may well have been a century since." Chen Yu, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "With so many instances, surely one will align with the present time. As for pinpointing the island's location, I have already devised a plan." He gently cradled Riolu's small head and said, "Before that, remember to wait for me here." Riolu nodded earnestly. Observing this scene, Lingyu perceptively discerned Chen Yu's intentions and frowned as she remarked, "You must be out of your mind. Do you truly believe you can breach the defenses of that Gigantamax dreadnought?" Chen Yu knew full well he lacked the means, and thus resolved to forge ahead. All he needed was to find land and ascertain the region and time. "I will wait until the main quest is completed before taking action," he stated. Once the main quest is fulfilled, he could submit his task and exit the instance at will, ensuring that even if he failed to locate land, he would not perish in the ocean. Lingyu was rendered speechless, staring at Chen Yu for a long while before finally uttering, "I wish you luck." The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet. Perhaps sensing that Chen Yu was on the brink of departure, Riolu leaned its little head against him with reluctance. Lingyu observed this for some time before she could not help but inquire again. "I have never encountered a trainer like you before. Is it truly worth it?" "There is no question of worth. Since it has steadfastly chosen me, I cannot let it down," Chen Yu replied, gently squeezing Riolu's tiny paw. "Moreover, as you said earlier, no boy could refuse such a dashing Pokémon as Lucario." Upon hearing this, a flicker of nostalgia danced in Lingyu's eyes. "Indeed. I remember when the theatrical release of Lucario and the Mystery of Mew premiered, the boys in our class went absolutely wild, pilfering money from their parents to buy those Pokémon cards sold at the school gate for $1 a bag, all for a chance to obtain a Lucario." Chen Yu had also partaken in this craze. He chuckled and asked, "And what happened next?" "What happened next? One boy's parent came to school wielding a bamboo stick and gave him a sound thrashing. After that, no one dared to steal money again." Lingyu continued, "However, the trend of buying cards didn't cease. It is said that after our class graduated, the owner of the nearby shop bought an entire apartment in the city center." "Impressive," Chen Yu replied. Just then, Dragonite and Pachirisu returned. Chen Yu cast a glance at the tormented Banjira, then spoke to the Dragonite and Riolu, suggesting they take a brief respite as there was still ample time ahead. Exhausted after a day of relentless activity, Dragonite yawned widely and sprawled comfortably behind Chen Yu, resting its head upon its paws, thoughtfully leaving a space for Chen Yu to lean against it. Lingyu, cradling Pachirisu, watched the scene with a tinge of envy, acutely aware that the luxurious form of Dragonite was a privilege not meant for her. Though Chen Yu refrained from slumber, he leaned against Dragonite with Riolu nestled close, eyes closed in a meditative state. Riolu, reluctant to succumb to sleep, recalled the earlier conversation and feared that if it drifted off, it might awaken to find Chen Yu gone. In the early hours of dawn, as the sky lightened, a resounding crash echoed from the distant forest, accompanied by an anguished roar. Chen Yu opened his eyes and turned in that direction. The others, along with their Pokémon, were stirred awake. Lingyu rubbed her sore neck, looking groggy, and inquired, "Has it been completed?" Chen Yu activated his interface, yet the main quest displayed no signs of progress. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Let us investigate. Banjira can't still be standing, can it?" Lingyu murmured as she stood, clutching Pachirisu, and followed Chen Yu and Dragonite towards the source of the commotion. In a desolate ruin of the forest, Chen Yu discovered Banjira, returned to its normal size, lying unconscious. "No, something is amiss." Lingyu's brow furrowed in concern. "Why has the main quest not yet been completed?" At that moment, a distinct dark purple light flickered across the sky. In the dimness of night, neither Chen Yu nor Lingyu noticed, but Riolu did. Its small face etched with seriousness as it relayed what it had seen to Chen Yu. Dark purple light. Again the dark purple light. It seemed that every time a Gigantamax Pokémon appeared, the sky was illuminated by such a glow. Realizing this, Chen Yu's pupils constricted. He suddenly grasped that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. The liberation of the islands was not merely about vanquishing the 4 rampaging Gigantamax Pokémon. From the very beginning, they had been misled by fragments of clues. As if to confirm his thoughts, a series of thunderous roars erupted once more across the island. Not far away, a Macamp, its form rippling with robust muscles, began to grow at a visible pace. What is that? Lingyu stepped back, gazing up at the Gigantamax Macamp, murmuring in disbelief. Chen Yu cast a detection spell upon it. Gigantamax Macamp, 100 run, get out of here. Chen Yu shouted urgently at Lingyu, his brow furrowed. Only then did Lingyu react, turning to flee while clutching Pachirisu, glancing back at Chen Yu as she exclaimed. What is happening? Why has another Gigantamax Macamp appeared? Chen Yu cast a fleeting glance at her, urging, focus. We are about to collide with a tree. Lingyu quickly veered 2 steps to the left. Chen Yu remarked, our direction has been misled by the fragments of clues. The current fragments are still incomplete. With a sigh, the two soon found a relatively safe spot to halt. Lingyu pressed her hand against her chest, panting, and asked, what should we do now? Where do we search for the clue fragments? Sweat trickled down Chen Yu's handsome cheek, accentuating his already striking profile with a certain allure. Lingyu was momentarily entranced. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, wiped the perspiration from his face, and replied, I do not know. Only then did Lingyu snap back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she shyly stuck out her tongue, unable to respond. Suddenly, a fierce arrow hawk descended from the sky, landing before them. Lingyu recognized it instantly and questioned, is this Mu Shue's spirit? How did it come to be here? The arrow hawk scanned the two with piercing eyes, flapped its wings, and took to the air, glancing back at them. Lingyu was taken aback and turned to Chen Yu, inquiring, is it beckoning us to follow? Chen Yu nodded, let us see where it leads us. With that, he, along with his Dragonite and Riolu, trailed behind the arrow hawk. The creature maintained a steady pace, ensuring that the two could keep up. Before long, it guided Chen Yu and Lingyu to a narrow stone cave. Mu Feng and Mu Shui emerged from within, followed closely by San and Wang Hao. Among the 7 players participating in this quest, 6 had now gathered in this location. Chen Yu surveyed the crowd but did not spot the stone dragon. Mu Feng glanced at him and voluntarily explained, the stone dragon has perished, crushed by that Gigantamax Jengar. Chen Yu shrugged, unfazed by the news. However, Wang Hao, upon seeing Lingyu, approached with an awkward smile, greeting her. Hiya, long time no see. How have you been these past few days? Lingyu scoffed dismissively, turning her attention back to Mu Feng and asking, what did you call us here for? Mu Feng exchanged glances with Mu Shui, then waved his hand gently, causing a faint blue panel to materialize before everyone. Clue Fragment 3, Underground, Cave, Night. The group's gaze fixated on the word night. The 6 present were all familiar with Pokemon's sword and shield, naturally understanding the implications of the term. Night referred to the moment when the energy within Eternatus leaked. Upon awakening, the immense Gigantamax energy it released would cause Pokemon to attack wildly and uncontrollably. Sen frowned. So, this means we are in the Galar region? But why would Eternatus appear on this island? Mu Feng shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know. I have just acquired this fragment of a clue. Based on the current situation, the cause of the Dynamax phenomenon among the Pokemon on this island is likely concealed within the underground caverns. Lingyu comprehended the implication. This was the ultimate challenge of the quest. Mu Feng nodded, casting his gaze upon the others. Hence, I sought you all out, hoping we can collaborate to escape this dungeon. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu inquired, have you pinpointed the exact location of the caverns? Mu Feng shook his head. The underground caves in this area are exceedingly intricate. The two of us cannot delve deeply enough. We must enter first. This is not the place for discussion. With that, he led the way into the cave. Lingyu trailed behind, seizing the opportunity to whisper to Chen Yu. What do you think? Can we trust him? What benefit would they gain from deceiving us? Chen Yu retorted. He was skeptical that other players were entirely oblivious to the commotion he had caused in fending off those 4 Dynamax Pokémon. Regardless, with the shared goal of escaping the dungeon, he was amenable to a temporary alliance. Fine, Lingyu conceded, recalling her own fragment of a clue, her frustration palpable. What a situation. The fragments we've obtained are utterly useless. Chen Yu reassured her, do not worry. At least we managed to repel those 4 Dynamax Pokémon. The rewards during the dungeon's conclusion will surely exceed those of the others. Chapter 86, The Abyssal Star. What do you think? Yusen sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing toward Mu Feng. Mu Feng remained silent, his attention directed toward Chen Yu, who stood shrouded in shadow. Zhou Tao, what is your perspective? He asked. Chen Yu replied, I am adaptable. It primarily depends on your decisions. He had been bustling about outside all day, and the cumulative hours of sleep he had managed could barely reach 3. He was utterly fatigued. Bowing his head, his features were obscured by darkness, rendering his expression unreadable. Observing this, the others recalled the events of the past few days involving the Dynamax Pokémon, leading them to regard Chen Yu as exceedingly enigmatic. Chen contemplated his large tongue, recollecting the moment when Chen Yu had employed the power of the Everlasting to heal his Pokémon. The Everlasting power, valued at 500,000 points, allowed an individual to navigate the survival game with remarkable ease, even overcoming seemingly insurmountable Ultra Dynamax Pokémon. Such a person was undoubtedly a master. Seeing Chen Yu's calm demeanor, Mufeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He scanned the group and declared, "Shall we commence our exploration of the underground caverns at dawn? Regardless, we must ascertain the location of the Wuji Tai first." The others expressed no dissent. And Mufeng continued, "We shall pair off and act independently." Ling Yu dashed to Chen Yu's side, exclaiming, "Let us team up." Chen Yu momentarily swayed. His consciousness jolted back to reality by Ling Yu's voice. Seeing the situation, Mufeng spoke up, "Then my sister and I will form a team." The remaining members, Yu San and Wang Hao, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Chen Yu, discreetly massaging his sore shoulder, remarked, "Why must we split up? If we wish to ascertain the location of Wuji Tai, we could simply inquire with a sprite that resides in the cave." Unaware of Chen Yu's possession of the power of eternity, Mufeng hesitated, "But we cannot communicate with wild sprites." "Leave that to me," Chen Yu continued. "Rest well tonight. For tomorrow we shall prepare for the final battle of this quest." Although puzzled, Mufeng refrained from questioning further and nodded, "All right. There are still a few hours until dawn. Everyone can rest for a while." As dawn broke, Chen Yu opened his eyes to see Yu-San entering the cave, carrying a bundle of tree fruits. He distributed the fruits to everyone, and when it was Chen Yu's turn, he exhibited a bashful expression. "Your name is Zhou Tao, right?" Chen Yu nodded, somewhat confused. Yu-San scratched his head and said earnestly, "I apologize for the words I spoke when we first entered the quest." As he spoke, he picked up a fruit to hand to Chen Yu, but seemingly concerned that Chen Yu might find it dirty, he withdrew his hand, wiped it on his clothing, and then offered it again, saying, "It's been washed." "As long as you understand," Chen Yu smiled, saying little more. After a simple breakfast, the group officially set out. Along the way, Chen Yu had his Dragonite capture several passing wild sprites, engaging them in conversation through the power of eternity. Unfortunately, all efforts yielded no fruitful results. Observing Chen Yu retracting his power of eternity, Mufeng consoled, "Do not be anxious. Perhaps if we try a few more times, we might discover something from other sprites." As they continued on their journey, at last, Chen Yu gleaned some information from a Galagala. The Galagala expressed its distress. Not long ago, a large purple stone fell from the sky onto the island, and since that day, many large sprites appear at night. Chen Yu inquired, "Can you lead us to where the stone fell? Perhaps we can assist you in resolving this issue." The Galagala agreed, picking up a bone stick and trotting ahead to guide the way. The group traversed the complex terrain of the dense forest and quickly arrived at the site of the meteorite's landing, as described by the Galagala. It was a circular pit approximately 60 meters in diameter, dark and bottomless. Standing at the edge, they could hear a wailing sound of wind blowing from below. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, this is just like the resting place of the Elder Dragon in Monster Hunter." Chen Yu, having played Monster Hunter, recognized that the dragon's graveyard is an enormous underground lake at the base of the ancient forest, connecting to the ocean and numerous subterranean waterways. Mufeng blinked, casting an inquiring glance at Chen Yu. "So, we are to descend into this abyss to battle? It seems we have little choice," Chen Yu replied contemplatively. "Shall we send someone down to bring the Wuji Taine up? This seems rather implausible, Yu Sandao." Wang Hao's expression was grave. "I wonder if the space below is sufficiently vast to accommodate the colossal form of the Wuji Taina. In its standard form, the Wuji Taina stands at 20 meters, but in its giant manifestation, it reaches an astounding height of 100 meters. If the underground space is inadequate and it unexpectedly transforms into its gigantic form during our encounter, we could be crushed beneath." This was indeed a serious concern. "Perhaps we should first dispatch someone to investigate?" Mufeng suggested. Instantly, the gazes of the group turned toward Chen Yu and Mu Shui, the only trainers present whose Pokémon possessed the ability to fly. Mu Shui glanced at Chen Yu and volunteered, "I shall go. My Fire Arrow Eagle has a swift flight speed." Mufeng cast a disapproving look at his sister. However, before he could voice his objections, Chen Yu interjected, "Let us both go. Should the Wuji Taina detect us, we will require someone to divert its attention." Mufeng opened his mouth, seemingly poised to protest. But he inhaled deeply and, with a pleading gaze, implored Chen Yu, "Brother, please take good care of my sister." Mu Shui, exasperated, retorted, What are you saying, brother? Chen Yu, exasperated, replied, if you are so concerned about her, why not descend in her stead? Mu Feng swiftly grasped the implication, turning resolutely toward Mu Shui, declaring, I will go instead. Mu Shui was speechless. Chen Yu, unable to bear the unfolding debate any longer, summoned his Dragonite to perform Dragon Dance, elevating its speed and attack to their zenith. The other 5 members watched in astonishment, and Yusen could not help but inquire, Brother Zhou Tao, what on earth are you doing? Chen Yu glanced back at them, stating, I am preparing for the ensuing battle. Mu Feng, still in the midst of his dispute with his sister over who should descend, observed Dragonite's performance and wore an expression of incredulity. Is this even an option? Chen Yu shot him a peculiar look, replying, do not tell me that you adhere to the trainer battle rules in such a scenario. Mu Feng conceded, very well. Perhaps we were too naive. Mu Shui sighed, releasing her Fire Arrow Eagle and commanding, Fire Arrow Eagle, use Swords Dance and Quick Attack. Be cautious. Mu Feng, crouched on the shore, transformed into a vigilant guardian, anxiously advised Mu Shui, who was perched upon the Fire Arrow Eagle, do not act recklessly. Remember to follow Brother Zhou Tao closely. Mu Shui, unable to tolerate any further admonitions, asserted to Chen Yu, I will descend first. With that, she directed the Fire Arrow Eagle to dive downward. Chen Yu nodded at Ling Yu and the others on the shore, tightly grasping Dragonite as he followed closely behind the Fire Arrow Eagle. The gale of their rapid descent howled past their ears. As they plunged deeper, the surrounding light began to dim. Chen Yu calculated the distance to the ground when suddenly, he heard Mu Shui let out a startled cry. He swiftly lifted his head, only to behold a figure radiating an otherworldly glow, lying upon the ground beneath him. It was a colossal dragon-shaped Pokémon, its form reminiscent of a dragon skeleton, predominantly hued in deep purple and red. The design bore a striking resemblance to the skeletal structures of ancient sea dragons and whales, emanating an aura akin to that of a mythical creature's bone dragon. Chen Yu cast a probing spell at it, and in the next moment, the Pokémon's information panel materialized before him. Wuji Taina, level 70 description, congratulations. You have successfully located the final challenge of this dungeon. Work together with your Pokémon to vanquish it. Note, a creation of infinite space, not the true Wuji Taina, cannot be captured. It will automatically dissipate upon defeat. Mu Shui and the fierce Arrow Eagle soared to Chen Yu's side, their gaze inquiring. Chen Yu pointed upwards, suggesting they leave this place before discussing further. Seizing the moment while Wuji Taina remained dormant, Chen Yu and Mu Shui quietly departed, returning to the surface. What is the situation? Mu Feng inquired. Chen Yu displayed the Wuji Taina's panel before the group, stating, level 70. It is not the true Wuji Taina, so its power should be somewhat diminished. Do not underestimate it. After all, it is a being of divine caliber, Mu Feng cautioned. Ling Yu furrowed her brows. Could it be? Its strength shouldn't surpass that of the fully leveled Gigantamax Pokémon, right? Those Gigantamax creatures are merely a ruse. This dungeon is treacherous, presenting a myriad of max-level Gigantamax Pokémon while concealing the true threat until the very end. Mu Shui continued, if its power exceeds that of the Gigantamax Pokémon, the difficulty of this dungeon would rival that of a punitive challenge, rendering it impossible for any player to complete. Mu Feng concurred with this sentiment, nodding as he remarked, the infinite space would never assign players an insurmountable dungeon. At that moment, Yusan abruptly questioned, what do you think lies behind this infinite space? Does the Pokémon world have a supreme deity? No one possessed the answer to this query. Wang Hao pondered before responding. I once overheard an experienced player in a dungeon, who had played for many years, mention that this infinite space differs significantly from what is depicted in web novels. There is no supreme deity behind it, nor any cosmic civilization. It resembles more a manifestation of the collective consciousness of all humans who cherish Pokémon within our world. At this point, Wang Hao scratched his head. I cannot ascertain the truth of this. Let us merely regard it as a light-hearted jest. All right, it is time to descend and engage in our final battle. Mu Feng declared. Everyone, prepare yourselves. If we triumph in this battle, we will be rewarded with a hearty meal in the infinite space. The mere mention of food invigorated Ling Yu instantly. She bashfully covered her flat stomach, blushing as she confessed, I haven't had a satisfying meal in 3 days. Mu Feng cast her an understanding glance. Who hasn't? Thus, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can feast. Let us give it our all. Chen Yu glanced down and said, only 2 individuals can descend at a time. Those who arrive first must remain silent until everyone else has arrived, so as not to awaken the Wujitai. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Fast Dragon and Fierce Arrow Eagle began to transport the participants downward. In the first round, Mu Feng and Ling Yu descended, followed by Wang Hao and Yu San in the second round, while Chen Yu and Mu Shui waited until the end. Soon, the group landed on the ground. They found themselves in an expansive underground cavern, its rocky walls adorned with countless stalactites, while luminous stones around them emitted a soft green glow, bathing the entire space in verdant light. The six exchanged glances and nodded to one another, and in the next moment, the battle commenced. Yu San immediately commanded his large tongue Pokémon, saying, "Big Tongue, use Supersonic." Ling Yu followed, Pachirisu, use Electromagnetic Wave. Mu Shui called, "Fierce Arrow Eagle, use Tailwind." Wang Hao instructed, "Lava Snail, use Rock Tomb." Mu Feng shouted, "Lizard King, use Leaf Blade." Chen Yu commanded, "Fast Dragon, use Dragon Dive." Six Pokémon unleashed six distinct attacks, simultaneously striking the slumbering Widgetai. The next instant, Widgetai was jolted awake, emitting a deafening roar. It raised its massive body. But halfway up, an electric arc materialized around it, and it collapsed heavily back to the ground. Ling Yu shouted, "Zhou Tao? Zhou Tao? Did you see that? I've made a significant contribution." The paralysis was successful. Chen Yu urged, "Fast Dragon, use Dragon Dive again." With the speed boost from Fierce Arrow Eagle's Tailwind, the six Pokémon surged forward. Prior to descending, each participant had enhanced their Pokémon with moves like Swords Dance and Agility. The paralysis extended Widgetai's control time by 2.5 seconds, allowing another wave of relentless attacks to rain down upon it. Finally breaking free from its paralysis, Widgetai reared its colossal body, its eyes ablaze with fury. It opened its mouth, condensing a fearsome beam of white light. Ling Yu quickly commanded, "Pachirisu, use Look at Me." This normal-type move was designed to draw the opponent's attention, redirecting all of Widgetai's attacks toward itself. As expected, the massive beam that Widgetai had charged was unleashed upon Pachirisu. The small creature was instantly pierced and engulfed in brilliant white light. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining five issued their commands. Yu San called, "Big Tongue, use Bind." Mu Shui commanded, "Fierce Arrow Eagle, use Brave Bird." Wang Hao directed, "Lava Snail, unleash Flamethrower." Mu Feng urged, "Lizard King, continue with Leaf Blade." As Chen Yu sprinted towards Ling Yu, he instructed, "Fast Dragon, Dragon Dive." At that moment, Widgetai's colossal beam had finished its onslaught, leaving Pachirisu on the brink of demise. "Please hold on." Ling Yu delivered Pachirisu to Chen Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement. The power of the evergreen surged forth, infusing Pachirisu with vibrant green energy, swiftly replenishing its stamina. In no time, Pachirisu regained its vitality, prompting Chen Yu to advise, "Hold on for a moment to prevent being taken out immediately." "Understood," Ling Yu replied. Both of them engaged in conversation while Mu Shui's fierce arrow hawk was swept through the air by the colossal form of Widgetai, crashing forcefully against the rocky wall. Following closely, Widgetai unleashed a devastating artillery strike that instantly pierced the fierce arrow hawk. Chen Yu commanded his Dragonite to execute Dragon Dive and continued his sprint towards Mu Shui, channeling the power of Evergreen to help restore the fierce arrow hawk's strength. Chapter 88. Lucario now officially transformed into a healer. Chen Yu dashed between his six Pokémon as Widgetai's health dwindled amidst the relentless barrage. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. Mu Feng observed this scene with disbelief, questioning the ease of it all. Yet, before his words could fully escape, a radiant core of energy in Widgetai's chest erupted with a blinding light. Within a second, this luminescence coalesced into a robust purple beam, sweeping across the ground, targeting several Pokémon below. Lickitung, Magcargo, Pachirisu, and Lizard King were caught unprepared and fell victim to this formidable attack, succumbing to unconsciousness in an instant. The situation was abruptly turned on its head by the rampaging Widgetai in its weakened state. Mu Feng quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Damn, I shall never speak carelessly again." Mu Shui, with a frown of frustration, gritted her teeth and commanded the airborne Fierce Arrow Hawk, "Use Flame Charge." A burst of flames erupted from the Fierce Arrow Hawk, propelling it forward with sudden acceleration towards Widgetai. The latter cast a cold glance at the approaching bird, its body engulfed in violet flames. It collided violently with the Fierce Arrow Hawk, interrupting its flame charge. The Fierce Arrow Hawk emitted a pained cry, spiraling backward like a kite severed from its string. "Fierce Arrow Hawk!" Mu Shui shouted in distress. Widgetai's unexpected surge had rendered all Pokémon present, save for Dragonite, incapable of continuing the battle. "Dragonite, execute Dragon Dive." Chen Yu furrowed his brow as he directed his Dragonite, and quickly turned to Ling Yu's Pachirisu. "Activate the power of Evergreen." A green luminescence enveloped Pachirisu, which gradually opened its eyes. "Hold on," Chen Yu instructed. Ling Yu, with a serious expression, nodded and commanded Pachirisu, "Hold on, and use look at me." With determination, Dragonite clenched its jaw as Widgetai's artillery fire narrowly missed it multiple times. Under the intense pressure of battle, beads of sweat began to form on Dragonite's forehead. Seeing its attacks evade, Widgetai was consumed by rage, and its energy core once again erupted with a fierce purple glow. The Dragonite found itself cornered, unable to evade the ominous reach of the max beam, whether it attempted to ascend or descend. At that moment, Pachirisu on the ground executed the move, "Look at me." Instantly, the attention of the Max Eternatus was drawn away, redirecting the max beam that was meant for Dragonite to pierce through the diminutive form of Pachirisu. Chen nodded at Ling Yu before rushing to the side of the Talonflame, using his own power to heal it. Thanks to an earlier use of Hang in there, Pachirisu was not obliterated by the max beam. It gasped for breath, weakly lying on the ground, its tiny paws bracing its frail body. Seizing this opportunity, the airborne Dragonite launched another dragon dive towards the Max Eternatus. After tending to Talonflame, Chen, his complexion somewhat pale, sank to the ground. He truly had nothing left. "Are you all right?" Mu Shui asked with concern, supporting Chen. "I can still hold on. Its stamina must be running low." Chen shook his head and withdrew his arm from Mu Shui's grasp. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted above everyone's heads. In the next instant, Dragonite plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily beside Chen, the tremendous impact leaving a distinct mark on the ground. "Can you still endure?" Chen reached out to wipe the sweat from Dragonite's brow. With a labored breath, Dragonite nodded in affirmation. "Leave it to me," Mu Shui commanded, her brow furrowed. "Talonflame. Use Brave Bird." Pachirisu unleashed thunder. Ling Yu followed suit with her orders. Now, only Pachirisu, Dragonite, and Talonflame remained capable of battle on the field. In the corner, Riolu observed the scene with a serious expression, its gaze fixed intently on Chen, fists clenched. Although the Max Eternatus also had little stamina left, it was more than sufficient to deal with these three weakened Pokémon. It opened its mouth, absorbing the damage from thunder, first unleashing a max cannon that dispatched Pachirisu from the battlefield. Next, it swung its massive body, locking its gaze on Talonflame in the air. In the blink of an eye, the max beam shot forth, bringing Talonflame crashing down. In an instant, only Dragonite remained capable of fighting. The Max Eternatus turned its attention, eyes fixated on the grounded Dragonite and Chen, its core glowing with a potent purple light once more. "We're doomed." The expressions of the others turned to despair in an instant. Was this the true power of the strongest legendary Pokémon in the Galar region? Chen grasped Dragonite's claw, attempting to push it aside. But it was too late. The max beam was fully charged, the intense purple light rapidly expanding in Chen and Dragonite's line of sight. At that moment, a small, blue-black figure darted out from behind with remarkable speed. Riolu leaped over Chen, fearless as it confronted the radiant beam of light. Chen raised his hand, intending to capture it. In that instant, time seemed to slow down. Riolu turned its head, casting a reluctant glance at Chen. The next second, an incredibly brilliant white light erupted from its body. It was the light of evolution. Mu Feng and the others gazed in awe at the unfolding scene. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, a strikingly handsome Pokémon appeared before them. Lucario squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the suspended Wuxi as a wave missile materialized in his hand and was hurled towards it. This wave missile drained the last vestiges of strength from Wuxi, causing its massive form to disintegrate into countless purple starlights, vanishing in the air. Chen, observing Lucario standing protectively in front of him, felt that nothing in this world could surpass the elegance of Lucario's wave missile. Simultaneously, a task completion panel emerged. Island has been liberated. Main quest completed. Rewards will be issued at the conclusion of the instance. Do you wish to exit the instance? If you choose not to leave, you may remain here for a maximum of 3 days. Chen decisively selected no. When he lifted his head again, he saw Lucario turning around and extending a hand towards him. A smile of relief spread across Chen face as he sighed deeply within, placing his hand on Lucario's paw and rising from the ground. Chapter 89. Self-sacrifice. Brother Zhou Tao, I truly thank you, Mu Feng exclaimed, rushing over to give Chen a big hug. He patted his chest, saying, let's add each other as friends after we leave the instance. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Chen pushed him away, only to be enveloped by the enthusiastic embraces of Wang Hao and Yu San. Chen, with a furrowed brow, attempted to push the two large men aside, only to be hugged from behind by Ling Yu. Ah, I knew I wasn't mistaken. From the very first day I entered, I thought you were a big shot, and I was right. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly. Chen Yu, with a scowl, pried her hands away from his abdomen and took a few steps forward to stand beside Dragonite and Lucario, saying, "Weren't you all planning to return to the infinite space for a grand feast? Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you hungry?" Mu Feng rubbed his belly and laughed. "Almost forgot. Let us head out." Mu Shui shot a cheerful glance at Chen Yu, mimicking Ling Yu's tone as she said, "Goodbye, big shot." With that, the two figures vanished into thin air, departing from this world. Once Yusan and Wang Hao also left. Only Ling Yu and Chen Yu remained on the deserted survival island. Chen Yu was attending to the injuries of his Dragonite when he noticed Ling Yu had not yet departed. He glanced up at her and inquired, "Still here?" Ling Yu's eyes were filled with concern as she hesitated before speaking. "Are you truly going outside to ascertain the current time and location?" Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. "The main quest has been completed. I have only 3 days remaining." Ling Yu offered, "Do you need my assistance?" Chen Yu shook his head, "No. Your Pokémon cannot fly. I will rest here for a moment before leaving." "Very well," Ling Yu replied, bringing up her interface. "Just be careful." Chen Yu acknowledged her with a nod, and in the next instant, Ling Yu's figure vanished before him. He returned to the camp he had established in the Eastern District, accompanied by Lucario and Dragonite. Lucario gazed at Chen Yu with a sense of reluctance, aware that the moment of parting had arrived. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu reassured, "Do not worry, I will surely return for you." Lucario silently nodded in response. Time was of the essence, and Chen Yu could not guarantee that he would find land within the next 3 days. He did not linger on the island. Once Dragonite had regained some strength, they departed, soaring towards the direction of the rising sun. Lucario stood on the cliff by the sea, its gaze fixed on Chen Yu, watching as his figure gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. On the vast expanse of the azure sea, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, peering at the enormous figure beneath the water. Indeed, the colossal Gigantamax Dreadnought was in pursuit. He pressed his lips together and instructed Dragonite, "Fly higher." Dragonite, having also sensed the shadow beneath the surface, flapped its wings and ascended until it reached an altitude of over 300 meters above the sea. Yet, the massive figure beneath the waves did not emerge to attack. Witnessing this, Chen Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, Pokémon like Dreadnought, much like Groudon, were incapable of flight. With the immediate threat temporarily averted, Chen Yu redirected his focus to searching for land. Regrettably, as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but water, not even the shadow of a solitary island. Soon, night fell. At the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, the massive figure beneath the surface erupted from the water. The Gigantamax Dreadnought gazed up at Dragonite in the sky, summoning a formidable column of water from its mouth. "Dodge!" Chen Yu commanded, leaning into Dragonite as he did so. Dragonite emitted a muffled grunt, swiftly maneuvering as the colossal torrent grazed its tail. The impact of the Gigantamax move altered the weather above the sea, transforming the sky into a rainy spectacle, with icy droplets beginning to fall. After over 10 hours of intense flight, Dragonite was nearing the limits of its stamina. Chen Yu had not eaten for an entire day. His brow furrowed as he summoned the task panel. With a mere thought, he could instantly depart from this instance. However, what would become of Lucario if he left? Resolutely, Chen Yu dismissed the panel and turned to Dragonite, inquiring, "Can you endure?" Though visibly exhausted, Dragonite managed to nod affirmatively. Below, the colossal Gigantamax Gyarados relentlessly continued its assault from above. As Chen Yu cast his gaze downward, a daring idea suddenly sparked in his mind. "Dragonite, descend onto its back." Dragonite hesitated, questioning him. "Have no fear, it will be fine." Gyarados was a Pokémon inherently designed for carrying passengers, and in its Gigantamax form, its shell had expanded significantly, reputedly capable of accommodating 5,000 individuals. Braving the torrent of Gigantamax water, Dragonite landed upon its back. At the moment of contact, Chen Yu used the power of eternity to sense Gyarados' thoughts. Yet, he felt nothing, not even the basic emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. This indicated that it was likely a mere construct of infinite space, akin to a robot. Gyarados turned its gaze towards Chen Yu, who was perched on its back, and their eyes met. But in the next instant, the creature unleashed a torrent of water aimed at its own back. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Yu swiftly grasped Dragonite's body and leapt off Gyarados' back. Then, employing the same tactic, he returned to its back once more. Gyarados unleashed another torrent of water. After repeating this back-and-forth maneuver over 20 times, the massive form of Gyarados disintegrated into scattered points of light amidst the rain. Chen Yu and Dragonite exchanged silent glances over the empty sea surface. The threat of Gigantamax Gyarados had been eliminated. Dragonite scratched its head, looking innocent as it called out softly. Chen Yu licked his dry lips. In his haste, He had forgotten to bring some berries from that island. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us continue onward and find a place to rest." Dragonite nodded and flapped its wings, ascending into the sky once more. This time, fortune smiled upon Chen. He soon spotted a small island in the waters ahead. Together with Dragonite, he descended onto the beach, knocking down a couple of coconuts from the palm trees. Dragonite skillfully cracked open one with its claws, and both the trainer and his Pokémon indulged in the refreshing drink. Once satiated, Chen suddenly felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Dragonite, weary from the ordeal, laid down on the sandy beach to sleep. Chen waded into the sea to wash himself. Having gone a week without bathing or changing clothes, he felt like a wild man. To avoid being mistaken for a beggar among the locals upon reaching land, Chen stripped to his waist and began to wash his garments in the salt water. Chapter 90. The Mirror. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen departed the desolate island alongside his Dragonite. The sea's weather was capricious, and by nightfall, a torrential downpour accompanied by howling winds ensued. Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dark, tumultuous waters below. Thunder and lightning clashed, rendering the atmosphere oppressive and thick, suffused with a sense of despair. As if the world were on the brink of apocalypse, his countenance grew grave, for he had achieved nothing throughout the day. In the blink of an eye, half of the 3 days had slipped away. Under such dire conditions, Dragonite's flying speed was adversely affected. Its wings flapped more slowly in the deluge. Continuing further might spell disaster. With pursed lips, Chen summoned the Pokeball and the mission panel before him, poised to press the departure button should Dragonite falter. A sudden cry from Dragonite jolted him from his reverie. Turning his head, he beheld a distant island aglow with lights. A wave of relief washed over him as he exclaimed, "Let us investigate." Dragonite responded with a cry and banked towards the beacon. At that moment, an emotionless voice echoed in Chen-Yu's ear, reminiscent of players entering a space. "Warning! Warning! Player Chen-Yu has exited the boundaries of the instance, survival on the deserted island. Entering the high-risk instance, the Mirror. The current instance difficulty far exceeds player capability. Player Chen-Yu is advised to vacate the area immediately. Failure to comply will result in personal consequences." As the final word of the warning echoed, Chen-Yu and Dragonite had already arrived above the island. Noticing that Chen-Yu did not heed the warning, the voice paused before adding, "Player Chen-Yu has entered the instance, the Mirror. Rewards cannot be obtained in this instance by non-participants." Having finally discovered a semblance of humanity, Chen-Yu was resolute in his decision to remain. Ignoring the warning, he lowered his gaze, scanning the island beneath him. Dominating the landscape was a modern castle imbued with European flair, warm orange lights spilling from its windows, creating an inviting atmosphere that belied any hint of danger. Especially on a night like this, amidst the torrential rain, he could almost envision the inhabitants of the castle nestled on plush sofas, basking by the fireplace, indulging in sweet pastries while engrossed in their books. Suddenly, Dragonite emitted a sound of confusion, turning its head to glance behind them. Chen-Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Dragonite replied, "Woo-woo. It seems something is following us." Chen-Yu, taken aback, immediately turned to look, but saw nothing. Dragonite added, "Woo-woo. Perhaps I was mistaken." Pursing his lips, Chen-Yu concluded, "Let us descend and investigate further." Charizard nodded and soared towards the castle entrance. Yet, before he could touch the ground, he witnessed the grand castle doors, which had only moments ago stood wide open, slowly closing, barring the torrential rain and fierce winds from entering. At the railing directly opposite the entrance, 3 figures were perched, seemingly engaged in conversation regarding the door. As Chen-Yu and Charizard gently descended behind them, a wave of familiarity washed over Chen-Yu upon encountering these 3 well-known silhouettes. Kojiro remarked, "If we are to infiltrate this castle, we can only enter through the exit." Musashi added, "Indeed, we have no other choice." Meowth interjected, "But where is the exit, Meow?" Musashi lowered her gaze and pointed in a specific direction, saying, "Over there." Meowth glanced toward the indicated spot, a look of disdain crossing its face. "You expect me to crawl through a sewer? I am no rat, Meow." At that moment, Chen-Yu cleared his throat. Ahem. The trio of Team Rocket immediately turned around in alarm. Meowth lost its footing, teetering on the edge, about to fall, but Chen-Yu swiftly grasped its arm, pulling it onto Charizard's back. Musashi and Kojiro fixed their eyes on Chen-Yu, suspicion evident in their demeanor. "Who are you? Release Meowth at once." Meowth struggled fiercely, extending its sharp claws from its paws. Seeing this, Chen-Yu hastily let go, exclaiming, "Please, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm." With a swift leap, Meowth landed on the railing, positioning itself between Kojiro and Musashi, eyeing Chen-Yu with suspicion. What are your intentions, Meow? Chen alighted on the ground and recalled Charizard into its Pokeball for a brief respite. Maintaining his composure, he fabricated a tale. I am a trainer from the Hoenn region, traveling to Kanto by boat. Unfortunately, my vessel encountered a maritime disaster, and my Pokemon and I have drifted at sea for quite some time before arriving here. Upon hearing this, Musashi scrutinized him from head to toe. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair disheveled, his face gaunt and weary, bearing the marks of a long journey. Though she remained silent, the vigilance in her eyes softened slightly. Noticing this, Chen scratched his head and inquired, "Could you tell me where I am?" Meowth replied, "You are in the Kanto region, Meow. And what is the current date?" Chen pressed further. Musashi frowned but answered, "You are quite an odd fellow. Today is July 21st, 2008, in the league calendar. Do you have any further questions? If not, you should leave quickly." With the knowledge of his location and the date, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He sincerely thanked the trio and asked, "May I know your names?" He had hoped to hear the classic Team Rocket line, but alas, Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances and refrained from uttering it. Kojiro said, "Names are irrelevant. We must be on our way." With that, the three turned and headed towards the sewer, and Chen followed closely behind. Meow turned back and warned, "Do not follow us." Chen raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. "I am not following you. I am merely passing by." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the tightly shut castle gates and continued, "I have not had a proper meal in 3 days. The gates are closed, and the only way in is through the sewers." Meow recalled how he had been caught just in time by the other party and hesitated before saying, "Very well. You may follow us, but you must not speak without our permission." Chen immediately assured her, "Of course. Thank you." Humph. Meow turned away and muttered softly, "What a troublesome fellow. Hey. Hurry up and keep up." Musashi halted and called back to Chen and Meow. Chen smiled gratefully, trailing behind the trio of Team Rocket as they entered the dark, gloomy sewer. Kojiro led the way with a flashlight, while Meow and Chen walked side by side at the rear. For some reason, Chen felt an eerie sense of familiarity with this scene, as if he had witnessed it before. "Meow?" At that moment, Meow abruptly halted and spun around sharply. Chen noticed the sudden movement and turned to inquire, "What is it?" Kojiro and Musashi paused upon hearing his voice. A look of fear crossed Meow's face as she exclaimed, "It seems something is following us."